401 to 450. The weather at the end of spring had cool mornings and evenings. However, around noon, it was quite hot. The meat from the wild pig could not be left out for too long or else people would get sick from eating it. After getting Zhu Junyang's permission, Yu Hai gave one adult pig and one half-grown pig to the villagers. He even helped them to cut it into smaller chunks to divide amongst everyone there. The villagers only brought food along with them that was easily stored. Other than a few people who brought some dried meat along, the rest of them only carried some coarse grain to whet their hunger. Now with 2 caddies of wild boar meat per family, most of them were very grateful towards Yu Hai and Royal Prince Xiang. For the past 2 years, the villagers at Dongshan village had pretty good lives and weren't as poor as they were before. In previous years, they were only able to eat some meat during the New Year's. Now they were usually able to buy around a half caddy of meat every couple of months so that their children could eat some. 2 caddies of wild pig meat were worth around 100 copper coins on the market. However, there were also people who had greedy hearts, such as Madame Zhang and her son, Yu Dashan. In their eyes, Yu Hai only strolled around the forest for a bit to get a lot of boar meat. That meant the Yu family had been eating a lot of meat in these past 2 days. In contrast, they had only been eating wild vegetables, fruits and whatever they could scrounge. It was a worse living situation than the disaster year, so they felt very resentful about this. A flame of hatred ignited in their hearts towards Yu Hai and his family. At noon, Yu Xiao made a giant pot of twice-cooked pork and also braised the pig's head and intestines. Although she didn't have all of the spices needed, with the mystic stone water on hand, the taste was still acceptable. She soaked the remaining boar's meat in mystic stone water. The caves were relatively cool, so it wouldn't be a problem to store the raw meat for 1 to 2 days. However, when she was making lunch, Yu Xiao discovered that there was barely any white rice or white flour left. Everyone else could endure eating more coarse fare as they had lived through hard times before. However, the princess consort had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth and had been pampered all of her life. Her complexion had become more sallow in these past 2 days. Her body was already weak to begin with and she wasn't able to sleep very well on the hard rock bed in the caves. If she couldn't eat well either, it was possible she wouldn't be able to endure much longer. Yu Xiao brought this problem up to Zhu Junyang and analyzed the pros and cons. Yu Hai and Commander Zheng were also present. The group was silent for a bit before Zhu Junyang finally frowned and said, "No need to worry. Tonight, I'll go into the village and snatch some grain to bring back. The estate's private army should be here by tomorrow or, at the latest, the day after tomorrow. Just endure another 2 days and then we'll figure things out." Yu Hai thought for a bit and nodded his head. This morning there were red clouds all throughout the sky, which means it will probably rain in the early evening. We can use the cover of the rain and strike when they are least expecting it. Our cellar at home has plenty of grain, but I just don't know if the pirates moved it all out. Zhu Junyang lightly shook his head. They probably haven't taken all of the grain. The leader of the Woku pirates and a few of his close subordinates are all living in your residence. They need to eat and drink too, so they absolutely wouldn't take everything to the ships. This evening, we will also investigate their ships. The best case scenario would be to damage them. Once my family's soldiers arrive, they won't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Yu Xiao blinked her eyes and looked at him glowingly. You want to damage their ships? Ah. I can help with this. I'm great at swimming, so those little bastards definitely won't be able to spot me. Not okay. This is work reserved for men, not something that a little lass like you can do. Zhu Junyang gave her a look from his seductive eyes and immediately killed her hope in the cradle. Yu Xiao glowered at him with wide eyes and remarked with disdain, "Someone who has lost against me has no right to decide what I can do." Usually when she dove in the ocean, Zhu Junyang would also sometimes come along to swim a few laps. His swimming ability was cultivated hastily before he left for his journey to the Western Hemisphere, so he naturally wasn't as good as Yu Xiao, who had been born and bred by the ocean. Even if Xiao didn't have her cheat item, he still wouldn't be able to win against her. Cower, the royal prince's swimming abilities may not be that good, but I, your father, swim very well, right? Just stay back here like a good girl and chat with her royal highness to pass the time. This isn't a game. Yu Hai was on the same side as Zhu Junyang, as he also didn't want his daughter to go into a dangerous situation. Yu Xiao pouted her lips and continued to fight. "Father, you also don't believe in me. Don't you already know my abilities by now? I can hold my breath longer in the water than you can. Ah. Let me go. Ah. I promise that I'll listen to everyone's orders and I won't do anything out of the ordinary. You never know, I may be of big help, right? Father." She knew that whenever she acted cute in front of her father, his heart would melt. So she deliberately elongated the syllables on that last. "Father," she said in an adorable manner. It wasn't only Yu Hai who was affected, even Zhu Junyang felt his defenses collapsing at her act. The two men looked at each other and Zhu Junyang compromised. "You can come along too, but you must stay very close by my side. You're not allowed to act on your own and rush into danger. You're also not allowed to." "Alright, I know. Yu Xiao was very pleased with this development and casually waved a hand at him while making a funny face. Zhu Junyang was speechless. This little lass only knew how to act cute and adorable around her father. When it came to himself, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth or charm from her. Did she think he was a pushover? In the future, he needed to show her his strength in order to avoid being underestimated and disrespected. "Young royal prince, you were truly making too much of this. Everyone knew that chasing a wife required patience. You have only just started, yet you want to show your dominance now. Patience." In the early evening, a large rainstorm started as expected. The sky darkened into inky blackness and sheets of rain poured from the sky. The whooshing sound of rain in the mountain forest permeated the air as if a waterfall had appeared nearby. Zhu Junyang put on his rain jacket that was woven in the afternoon and looked at the pouring rain outside of the cave. He then said to Yu Xiao, the rain is coming down so hard, so you should stay here instead. Otherwise, you might get sick from the cold and wet. Yu Xiao was wearing a woven rush raincoat that was in a smaller size and even wore a large woven hat that was slightly too big for her. When she heard him saying this, she rolled her eyes and rebutted, why did you change your mind now? If I want to go to the ships and you don't allow me to go, aren't you afraid that I'll sneak along anyway? When he thought of how the little lass acted in the past, it was quite likely she would do that. Zhu Junyang felt his head start to throb with a headache. He couldn't help but remind her a few times, okay, but remember, you must be at my side the entire. You're so annoying, you're like an old man, always repeating the same things and nagging non-stop. Let's go, it'll take us some time to get out of the mountains, we can't delay this mission. Yu Xiao rudely interjected after becoming impatient. Zhu Junyang could only helplessly close his mouth. The little lass couldn't be scolded or hit. He really could do nothing against her. Yu Xiao's sharkskin swimsuit was in her room and she didn't take it with her when they fled up the mountain. Zhu Junyang made the decision to first go to the Yu family to steal grain while also grabbing the little lass's swimsuit at the same time. The storm came quickly yet settled down fast too. By the time they got to the foot of the mountain, the downpour of rain had already decreased into a misty small rain. Darkness had fallen and all of Dongshan village was enveloped in the embrace of night. Zhu Junyang, Yu Hai and his daughter, as well as a dozen bodyguards from the mountain villa surreptitiously snuck closer to the Yu family's old residence. Perhaps it was because of the earlier storm but all of the pirates living in the Yu residence had already gone to bed. The head of the Woku pirates was living in the east courtyard of the residence, so that area was more heavily guarded. The west courtyard was more lackadaisical. There were only 2 pirates on night guard and both of them were yawning continuously. They stood listlessly under the eaves of the roof. From the main room and the side rooms, the sounds of roaring snores permeated the air. These snores were a bit like a lullaby and made the people on guard feel even more sleepy. One of the pirates let out a giant yawn and rubbed at the water that came out of his eyes when he yawned. He addressed the other guard, I'm going to lean against this wall for now and sleep for a bit. Keep an eye out, in a bit, I'll switch with you. After he spoke, he sat down on a small stool under the roof and leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. The other pirate struggled to stand up crookedly. The gentle sounds of rain lulled him until his eyelids felt heavier and heavier. Just as they were about to close, he opened them suddenly and stared listlessly into the air. Following that, his eyes slowly started to close again. After a few repeat cycles, his eyes finally closed completely. In that split second, Zhu Junyang and Commander Zheng, who had been lying in the shadows in ambush, appeared in a flash. Each of them muffled one of the guards and then cruelly twisted their heads with a snap. Zhu Junyang quickly observed the area outside the room and then gave a look towards the commander of the bodyguards. The 2 of them dragged the 2 dead pirates to a more hidden area. His little lass was a bit cowardly so he didn't want her to be scared at the sight of dead people. The Yu family's storeroom in the west courtyard had already been cleaned out by the pirates and the sounds of thundering snores could be heard from that room. Yu Hai made a hand signal towards them. The back courtyard had a more hidden cellar and there was quite a bit of grain, dried meat, and preserved ducks and chickens there. He didn't know if that had been discovered yet by the intruders. Yu Xiao followed Zhu Junyang from behind and sneaked around like a thief on her tiptoes as she headed towards the back courtyard of her home. After the storm passed, it washed away all of the mud and dirt on top of the wooden door to the cellar. The wooden door was now apparent. Yu Hai used his strength to open up the door and came down the wooden ladder that was inside. The underground cellar still had grain stored. He pulled up a dozen bags of white rice and white flour and also grabbed a few air-dried ducks and chickens. He also filled a basket with chicken eggs to bring up. When they exited the underground cellar, the rain had already stopped. Each of the dozen bodyguards had a bag of grain on their back and their hands weren't free either. They were all holding dried ducks, chickens, or baskets of eggs. They silently headed towards the west mountains with the stolen food. As for the pirates in the west courtyard, all of them were still sleeping like a bunch of dead pigs. Zhu Junyang, Yu Hai, Yu Xiao, and Commander Zheng were the only 4 left in the residence. The moon gate between the east and west courtyard had been tightly closed. Commander Zheng jumped over the wall and then opened the gate. All 4 of them then entered the east courtyard. The moon peeked through a crack in the clouds to reveal half of itself and curiously regarded these 4 people who were still up in the middle of the night. Yu Xiao used the light from the moon to look at the vegetables planted in the courtyard. All of the vegetables had been squashed into a giant mess into the ground. She felt a fire of rage light up in her heart. She wished she could incinerate all of these damned Woku pirates right now to quench her rage. Don't feel bad, once my subordinates come over with my men, I will definitely slaughter all of these pirates as revenge for you. Zhu Junyang casually held onto Xiao's small hand and squeezed it gently. Her small hand felt very supple and soft as if she didn't have any bones in it. The skin on her hand felt smooth and fine as if he was touching the best quality mud and fat jade and it felt very comfortable in his hands. He didn't want to let go. What to do? Ahem. Yu Hai noticed that his daughter was being taken advantage of at this point. He didn't care that it was a royal prince doing it, he still felt upset and frowned deeply. He glared at the man who was holding his daughter's hand and it was as if there were flames coming out of his eyes. He wished he had a knife in his hands right now so he could cut off this dang Tuzi's hands immediately. Royal Prince Xiang couldn't continue to be brazen in front of his future father-in-law. Although he didn't want to let go, he still released his hold at the same time Xiao shook him off. Otherwise, it'd be very unlikely that the little lass would be able to push him away with just her little strength. Xiao and Xiaolian's room was on the east side of the main room. They could hear the sounds of around 7 to 8 pirates snoring from that room. Zhu Junyang was furious. He had never stepped into his little lass's bedroom before yet these damned bastards were snoring in her room and lying down on the Kong bed that she used to sleep on. That was not okay, these bastards all needed to die immediately. Consequently, the whole room full of Woku pirates was sent down to greet the King of Hell in their dreams with the help of Zhu Junyang and Commander Zhang. Yu Xiao's room had been completely messed up by the pirates. Her better sets of clothing had been all moved onto the pirates, shipped to bring back to their land. Even if they couldn't sell them, the clothing could be given to their own women to wear. As for Yu Xiao's and Xiaolian's old clothing, they had all been unceremoniously thrown onto the floor. Their swimsuits had been stuffed into a corner of their room. It took a bit of searching for Zhu Junyang to finally find them. He had never expected that the first time he entered his little lass's room would be under circumstances like these. He looked at how the lass's bedroom had been defiled and had a sudden desire to poke more holes into these dead pirates with his sword. However, after thinking a bit, he decided not to act on that impulse. How could the lass live in this room that had been dyed with blood? And all of these dead pirates, they needed to take them out to prevent Xiao from having misgivings about living here in the future. Right then and there, he came up with the idea that once the pirates were all eradicated he was going to take out money to have the Yu family's old residence completely renovated. It wouldn't be comfortable for his little lass to live in a place where people were killed. The 7 to 8 pirate corpses that were in the east room had all been moved out by Zhu Junyang and Commander Zhang and thrown into the nearby mountain forest for beasts to drag away. Inside the forest, Yu Xiao changed into her sharkskin swimsuit and then the 4 of them snuck out under the light of the moon towards the beach. To get to the ocean required going through the entire village. When she saw that the vast majority of houses and residences had been burnt to a crisp in the village, Yu Xiao felt rage burning inside her. These bastards were really too evil. Stealing the villagers, things was one thing, but what was the point in burning down their homes? She also rejoiced that the villagers had all fled. Otherwise, those cruel and vicious bastards wouldn't have shown any mercy to them. The sorrowful sight in front of her further solidified her desire to sabotage all of the pirates' ships tonight. In a dark and secluded area of the reef, Yu Xiao easily slipped into the ocean and seemed to become one with the water. It was as if she had turned into a cute dolphin, swimming swiftly in the ocean. Zhu Junyang couldn't catch her even when he tried and could only stare blankly as she swam further and further away to become a hazy black dot in the distance. Didn't we agree that you were going to stick close to me? You forget your promises so quickly. Zhu Junyang couldn't vent his temper right now. Fortunately, Yu Hai's swimming abilities were decent and he stuck closely to Xiao in the water. Only then did the prince feel his anxiety drop. Once they got to the bottom of the Woku pirate's ship, the father and daughter pair were both like oysters and clung tenaciously to the bottom of the ship. With chisels in their hands, they forcefully started to chip at the hull. Little divine stone, are you there? Trying to damage the hull of the ship underwater was truly an arduous task. Yu Xiao couldn't help but try to find some outside help. Don't talk to me, this divine stone doesn't have much energy and I'm currently in the middle of cultivating. The little divine stone thought that it personally contributed a lot to the previous events, so it decided to use this as an excuse for the near future to not help. Such nonsense. You helped me a lot this last time and you managed to save so many lives at the Tangu Docks in Dongshan village. You must have gained a lot of energy for these deeds, so it's more likely that your cultivation has increased tremendously and your energy restored. Stop making excuses and start helping out now. It'd be more surprising if Yu Xiao believed the lying stone's words. It was getting harder and harder to fool its master. The little divine stone rolled its eyes. However, Xiao wasn't wrong at all. At this time, the little divine stone had gained a lot of energy and the fetters on its body had loosened again. With its cultivation increased, now it could form a material body and speak. This time its ability to make a physical form wasn't like the past when it could only become a little kitten. As long as it wanted to, it could take the form of a child around 3 to 4 years old and also make ordinary people around it hear it talk. This was already a great improvement. It was confident that, before long, it would regain all of its cultivation, break through its chains, and travel to the heavens, leaving behind this godforsaken place. It could finally return to Goddess Nua's side. It accepted its fate and channeled some spiritual energy into Xiao's arm. Yu Xiao suddenly had supernatural strength in the arm holding the chisel and the damage she inflicted upon the hull increased. After a few more pushes, a giant hole appeared at the bottom of the ship. Ocean water rushed into the ship and the hole became wider and wider. The ship slowly started to sink. The Woku pirates, who were on the ship guarding it, very quickly discovered that there was something wrong. Sounds of them jabbering could be heard and some went down into the ship to patch the hole while others looked over the sides of the ship. The other 3 people weren't like Xiao with the little divine stone to help them breathe underwater. Very soon, one of the pirates on the ship had spotted Zhu Junyang swimming in the water. The enemy is attacking. There are people in the water attacking the ships. The pirates on the ship hollered. Following that, the sounds of a few people dropping into the water could be heard. A dozen or so pirates who were good at swimming headed towards the 4 people to pincer them. If they were on dry land, these dozen or so pirates wouldn't be able to do much against Royal Prince Xiang. However, in the water, Zhu Junyang was like a tiger who had its fangs pulled out and he couldn't put up a real fight. Yu Xiao swam up to him and pulled on his arm to take him towards another ship in the water. Yu Hai did the same for Commander Zhang to help the other man swim. Naturally, with another person dragging them down, their speed in the water decreased. The pirates who were swimming after them slowly caught up. At this time, a group of little dolphins swam over and used their heads to push the humans through the water. Among them was the little dolphin that was Xiao's good friend, Xiaobu. Apparently, every time Xiao entered the water she emitted the telltale signature of spiritual energy, which spread throughout the water. Xiaobu was able to sense it very quickly and always swam over to find her to meet up. With the help of the little dolphins, the speed of the 4 people increased again. They were able to evade the pirates in the water and damage all of the hulls of the other ships that the Woku pirates had brought over. The number of pirates in the water increased steadily and it was starting to get hard to avoid them. Zhu Junyang and Commander Zheng encountered a few of them and ended up getting injured in the process. At this time, another batch of pirates were swimming over. Yu Xiaoxiao made a hand signal towards her father, hinting that he should take the heavily injured Commander Zheng back to land. She, on the other hand, stuck onto the little dolphin's back and secretly headed towards one of the Woku pirates. Yu Hai was so worried that tears almost came to his eyes. It was such a dangerous situation and his daughter didn't have any skill at fighting. If she was discovered by the pirates, she was done for. However, he was currently holding on to Commander Zheng, who had lost consciousness. If he didn't bring the heavily injured man to land to get treatment, the commander of the bodyguards would likely perish here. Yu Hai wasn't able to leave behind a wounded person, so he could only swim towards land with his heart in his mouth. Zhu Junyang's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw her actions. This Yu Xiaoxiao was really too disobedient. Was this the time to play around? If she wasn't careful, she would end up losing her life. However, despite his worry, he didn't have any methods left for him anymore. He was currently tussling with two pirates and couldn't break free from their grasp. Since part of his attention was on that last, Xiaoxiao, he wasn't careful and ended up getting stabbed in the leg by one of the pirates. Fresh blood dyed the water around him and started to spread throughout the ocean. Perhaps it was because the little dolphin swam around the pirate's line of sight, but Xiaoxiao found it very easy to sneak up on him. The chisel in her hand flashed with a cold light. If someone was looking closely, they would be able to make out a faint golden hue on the tool. The chisel, which had been strengthened with the little divine stone's spiritual power, wasn't an ordinary weapon anymore. When she was about a meter away from the unsuspecting Woku pirate, she jumped off the little dolphin's back and silently swam to the pirate. The chisel in her hand flashed and she stabbed it towards the left side of the pirate where the heart was located. It slid into the pirate as if the person in front of her wasn't made of flesh and blood but of tofu instead. The tool embedded itself deeply into the pirate before coming up. Dark-colored blood oozed out of the pirate. That pirate didn't even have the chance to struggle before he sank into the deep ocean waters. This was the first time she had killed a human being in both of her lives. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any time to feel scared or any other emotion when another pirate started swimming in her direction. She hurriedly climbed back up onto the little dolphin's back and had the creature bring her far away. With the little divine stone helping them out, the little dolphin shot off like an arrow from a bow into the water. In a moment, the two of them swam a great distance. After circling around the scene, Yu Xiaoxiao came back as she wasn't convinced that the young royal prince's water skills were good enough. She saw that he was currently entangled with two pirates and didn't have the chance to surface to breathe more air. Those two pirates were likely trying to keep him underwater so that they could drown him in the ocean. In actuality, Zhu Junyang felt like his chest was about to explode from lack of air. His movements gradually slowed down and the wounds on his body increased. He felt like this was the day when his life would be over. The only bit of regret he had in his heart was that he wouldn't have the opportunity to marry Yu Xiaoxiao and have her become his wife anymore. Sigh, perhaps it was his destiny to spend his life alone, the bane of everyone's existence. He felt his mind starting to turn dark as bubbles spewed out of his mouth. As his body got heavier and heavier, there was a force that seemed to bring him up. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion or real. When he couldn't hold on to his breath any longer, the substance he breathed in wasn't seawater but fresh air. Yu Xiaoxiao had attacked one of the pirates who was besieging the young royal prince and then went underwater to drag the drowning Zhu Junyang away. She then directed the dolphin to swim in the direction of another pirate. Xiaobu seemed to have its heart linked with hers and swam over to drag the two of them away. It swam very quickly to escape with them. She hadn't fed the little dolphin with mystic stone water in vain. Zhu Junyang, who was able to breathe again, gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate and pretty little face. The expression on that little face looked quite solemn and her pair of large eyes seemed to have a hint of concern. Was she worried about him? Zhu Junyang couldn't help but wonder about this. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiao looked over at this time and met his eyes. When she saw that he was awake, the little lass seemed to let out a sigh of relief and then fiercely glared at him. Zhu Junyang revealed a dazzling smile at her and he didn't even notice the pain of his wounds anymore. He was currently so close to his little lass and could feel warmth coming off the other person. In addition, it seemed like her body was giving off that particular smell of a young maiden, Apparently he wasn't dreaming, he really could breathe underwater. He moved his nose closer to Xiaoxiao and deeply inhaled. It smelled so good, it was a scent that could clean a person's heart and he couldn't help but want to smell more. Are you a dog? Ah? Zhu Junyang's breath tickled the back of Yu Xiaoxiao's neck. Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore. If this guy wasn't injured, she would have pushed him away long ago. The little lass could actually speak underwater. Zhu Junyang was even more surprised and his eyes opened wide. This was truly unbelievable. His little lass was too awesome. She not only could speak normally and breathe underwater but he also gained the same skills when he was by her side. Perhaps Xiaoxiao was the reincarnation of the ocean's dragon king's daughter. Although it seemed a bit far-fetched, he couldn't help but think along those lines in the face of the impossible. Yu Xiaoxiao pulled Zhu Junyang onto a shallow reef as if she was dragging a dead dog. The Woku pirates in the water had long been left behind by her. On the dark and silent reef they watched as the ships, which were not far from them, slowly sank into the sea. The ship that they had damaged first had already sunk down and its masts almost weren't visible. Since Zhu Junyang had lost quite a bit of blood, his head felt very dizzy and heavy. He leaned against a rock and a smile appeared on his ghastly white face. Although it was dangerous, we still managed to complete our mission perfectly. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't give him a happy look and instead scrunched up her face. Perfect. Just what was perfect about any of this? It was so perfect that you almost lost your life and became shark feed. The smile on his face became even more enchanting and there was a hint of trying to obtain favor in it. I owe a lot to you for today, Xiaoxiao. Otherwise my life really would have been lost in this section of seawater. Tell me, how can I thank you properly? HMPH, who was the one who said that I don't know martial arts and would only slow the group down so you didn't want to bring me along? Yu Xiao trembled as she began to settle her previous grievances. It was my bad, I apologize to you for looking down on you. Zhu Junyang followed her lead and the look he had in his eyes as he gazed at her had become extremely gentle. The little lass absolutely had some kind of secret. If she didn't want to talk about it, then he was just going to pretend he didn't notice it. He was willing to bury her secret deep within his heart and not say a peep. Yu Xiao slanted a look at him and began to make her request. Then, in the future if something else like this comes up, will you still refuse to let me come along? That really depends on the situation. If it's too dangerous, then it's better if only men like me go. As a lass, all you need to do is hide behind me. Zhu Junyang immediately refused the request. No matter what, he didn't want his little lass to get her hands stained with blood and he was even more reluctant to have her be put into dangerous situations. Yu Xiao glared angrily at him. Before we came, that's what you said, but look what happened. If there wasn't a little lass like me along, wouldn't all of you men be an easy banquet for these Woku pirates? Ahem, how could I become an easy banquet? It's not as though those Woku pirates are completely savage and are willing to eat raw meat. Zhu Junyang had lost all of his face so he hemmed and hawed. It took quite a bit of effort for him to sit up on the reef and move his arms and legs. When he was in the water, his wounds had ached furiously and he thought that he had been seriously injured. However, now he discovered that these were all superficial wounds. Although the injured areas were all a bit white from being in the water, none of them were serious. Zhu Junyang felt quite puzzled by this discovery. He was pretty sure he remembered that there were a few serious injuries. In fact, one of the pirates had hurt him near his heart. How come there weren't any problems there right now? He felt his chest. It ached a little, but other than that minor pain, he didn't have any other feelings. The little divine stone, which was on Yu Xiao's wrist, felt quite proud. It arrogantly boasted to its master, "This divine stone saved your man, how are you going to thank this stone? What are you being so arrogant for, speaking like the prince? Where did you learn this from? Saving a person's life is more meritorious than building a 7-level pagoda. This is also something that will help you regain your cultivation and spiritual powers. This is a mutually beneficial act for you to do. That being said, that fellow is absolutely not my man." Yu Xiao was not going to fall for its act. This stone must have some sort of crazy request on mind, so she needed to prevent it from acting up. HMPH, this divine stone is generous and open-minded, so I won't bother to quibble with you. However, she didn't expect the little divine stone to let it go so easily. Yu Xiao didn't know that this fellow was currently smugly thinking, apparently saving the young royal prince is as helpful in increasing my cultivation as saving my master herself. My master is still in denial. HMPH. In the future, we'll see what happens to you. The little divine stone didn't say anything else and went back into the multicolored stone to continue cultivating. All of the more serious injuries on Zhu Junyang's body had been healed by the little divine stone while Yu Xiao swam through the water with him. The remaining injuries were mostly some superficial wounds that would heal after resting a bit. The only other issue was that he had lost too much blood, but that was easily fixed. When they got back, Xiao just had to make him some medicinal cuisine to nurse his body back to full health. Oi, at this time, all of the Woku pirates who were on the ships should be grouping up on land to start looking for us. If we leave now, we will probably be caught by them. What do you think we should do now? Yu Xiao used her foot to lightly kick at Zhu Junyang's leg as she asked. Zhu Junyang thought for a bit and proposed, "It's probably better if we circle around to the neighboring village. Although there are probably Woku pirates there, most of them should be sleeping. If we're careful, there should be no problems." Yu Xiao considered his plan and then nodded. "Okay. Then we'll just circle around to the neighboring village. I don't know if Xiao was able to escape or not." Before the pirates arrived, they had already made a plan with Xiao that they would wait an hour for him to meet up with them. When everything happened, they still hadn't seen that youth appear. Xiaolian had already mentioned him several times. That little lass was only 12, yet there was spring love in the air already. It was clearly puppy love. Sigh, the ancient people definitely matured too early. Zhu Junyang felt a burst of sourness rise up in his heart and his face darkened. He grumbled peevishly, "My injuries are so serious, yet you don't seem to be worried about me for one bit. In fact, you seem to be more worried about that other fellow who has nothing to do with you. Xiao isn't someone unrelated to me. He's the future son-in-law that my parents both want." Before Yu Xiao had finished what she was saying, she had been pulled into an icy cold hug. Perhaps he had lost too much blood, but Zhu Junyang felt like his entire body was chilly and his head was spinning. He locked the little lass into his arms and sourly remarked, "The son-in-law that they want. That stupid, good-for-nothing, tanned young fellow. How could he compare to my stunning good looks, skillful martial arts and boundless future?" Fit, Yu Xiao sprayed out a laugh and forcefully pushed him away. When she saw Zhu Junyang stagger after being pushed, she reached out to support the weakened youth as she said, "Just why are you being so jealous right now? Xiao is someone that my mother wants for Xiaolian's future husband. You're so tyrannical, so how could my mother possibly try to find someone else for me besides you?" Only after hearing that did the jealousy in Zhu Junyang's heart slightly settle down. He pretended to be very weak as he leaned against Xiao's shoulder, but he was also afraid that his weight would push her down and make her too tired. On the nearby reef, Commander Zheng had left a secret message hinting that they had already gone back to the West Mountains. The two of them relaxed and circled around the sandy beach to avoid the Woku pirates searching for them. They got to the vicinity of Xiao's village. In the distance, using the hazy light of the moon, they could see some human-shaped figures dangling from the large tree at the mouth of the village. When they got closer, Yu Xiao almost vomited from the sight. The figures hanging from the tree were all the villagers that the pirates had slaughtered. They must have been dead for at least 2 days as their corpses were giving off a dense, rotten scent. After the storm from the evening, all of them had swelled up and didn't resemble people anymore. Didn't Xiao run back to warn the villagers that the pirates were coming? How come there were still so many villagers who had been brutally killed? However, how could she know that the village chief of Xiao's village refused to believe the words of a youth who was half-grown and didn't take any of it to heart? Other than the few families who had a good relationship with him that had packed and fled to the nearby hills, the other villagers didn't prepare anything and had met their doom when the pirates arrived. This village was smaller than Dongshan village, but it still had around 80 to 100 villagers usually. From the looks of it, at least 50 to 60 of them had been brutally murdered. Yu Xiaosao had also noticed that there were almost no young women among the corpses that were hanging on the trees. Anyone with a brain could tell what had happened to those women. The Woku pirates were too cruel. Stealing the villagers' belongings was one thing, yet they also had to viciously slaughter innocents and rape helpless women. Yu Xiaosao felt simultaneously disgusted and afraid. She ground her teeth in rage. Zhu Junyang lightly covered her eyes and gently comforted her. Xiaosao, don't worry. All of these lives will definitely be paid back for you. I will definitely make sure that these bastards pay blood for blood. Yu Xiaosao sniffed and then helped him to circle around the village along a tiny muddy trail. They headed towards the West Mountains. Since Zhu Junyang had been injured, their speed was very slow. By the time they entered the mountain, the first rays of light from the sun had just peeked over the horizon. The sounds of birds chirping gradually filled the air. Her head was still filled with the mournful images of the village. Fortunately, the village chief of Dongshan village had trusted her and the Yu family and made a wise decision. His decision saved all of the lives at Dongshan village. Their lost possessions could be slowly earned back, but people who lost their lives could never come back. The two of them silently trudged through the forest with difficulty. Suddenly, Zhu Junyang stopped moving and made a gesture to her, telling her to be quiet. He was listening to the sounds in the vicinity. What's wrong? Did you hear something? Is it a person or animal? Yu Xiaosao immediately became nervous. Could it be the Woku pirates had chased them into the mountain? Although Royal Prince Xiang was very skilled at fighting, he had been heavily injured. If they were in the water, she might have some skills to get them out of a bad situation. However, on dry land, she couldn't be of any help. What should they do? What should they do? Zhu Junyang pointed at a large tree behind them and helped her climb up. He followed up behind her with a lot of effort and they used the dense tree leaves to cover up their figures. Before long, the figure of an adult man appeared underneath the tree and a familiar voice could be heard. So weird, I'm pretty sure I shot that animal. How come I can't find it now? There's a blood trail here. If we follow it, we will definitely find it. Xiaomo, don't be in a hurry. That dumb roe deer absolutely can't run for too far. This was the voice of the adult man. Yu Xiaosao wasn't very familiar with it. However, she could already guess the identity of this man and the worry within her heart gradually dissipated away. Zhuang Xiaomo wasn't too stupid. At least he knew to hide in the deep mountain forest. Luckily, he didn't lose his life. Otherwise, she wasn't sure how to break such news to Xiaolian. The crisis is over, it's Zhuang Xiaomo and the others. Yu Xiaosao quietly informed Zhu Junyang. Zhuang Xiaomo, who was under the tree, suddenly raised his head to look at the leaves above him. His dark and bushy eyebrows slowly came together in a frown and he also slowly raised the bow in his hands in the direction of the treetop. Oh ho, this fellow has some pretty good ears on him. Too bad he's on the older side. If he was able to get formal training when he was young, he absolutely wouldn't be any less skillful than Zheng Yun and the others. Since the other person had already spotted him, Zhu Junyang naturally also raised his voice. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at him and revealed her small head from the cover of the leaves as she hurriedly said, Zhuang Xiaomo, it's me, Yu Xiaosao. When he heard her voice, Zhuang Xiaomo lowered the bow in his hands. The few men behind him only discovered that the tree was hiding people after they heard the sound of Zhu Junyang's voice. Zhu Junyang jumped off the tree and the effort caused the wounds on his legs to split open. He grimaced from the sudden pain. Yu Xiaosao scrambled down from the tree and didn't forget to remark caustically, serves you right. Trying to show off when you're injured, must hurt a lot. Zhuang Xiaomo had a slight smile on his face as he looked at Yu Xiaosao. Xiaosao, how come you're over here? You didn't flee with the rest of the villagers into the mountain. We were destroying the Woku pirates' ships. Yu Xiaosao briefly summarized what they did and reached out to support Zhu Junyang. She was currently regretting that she didn't bring any of her wound balm along. Zhuang Xiaomo noticed that Royal Prince Xiang was deathly pale and hurried over to support him as well. Your Highness got injured. Is it serious? I know a type of medicinal plant that can stop bleeding and I just saw it earlier. Older brother Zhang, could you go pick some for us please? The man who had been called older brother Zhang made a noise in assent and headed back in large strides. The other villagers smiled kindly at them and continued to follow the blood trail of their injured prey. Zhuang Xiaomo asked again in concern, it was only the two of you. That's way too dangerous. Xiaosao, are you alright? Ah. You also know how well I swim. I won't speak of other things, but as long as I want to run away, there's no one else who will be able to catch me in the water. This guy's swimming skills are too lousy and had been caught by the pirates. He got injured when fighting with them. Yu Xiaosao gave Zhu Junyang a faint look of dislike. Zhu Junyang felt helpless as he couldn't refute her statements. He was a high and noble royal prince and had defeated plenty of enemies before. Now he was like a downtrodden phoenix who was no stronger than a chicken. Getting injured wasn't a big deal, but he had lost a lot of prestige in front of his little lass and even received her disdain. He could tell that his desire to become a manly husband in front of her was going to be a hard journey. Then, did you guys succeed? Zhuang Xiaomo vehemently hoped that Xiaosao and the others were able to damage the damned pirates' ships beyond repair. His heart was filled with hatred towards the pirates. Last night, he and a few other villagers had snuck into the village and saw the grisly scene of the dead villagers. Almost all of the men, women, elderly, and children of the village, other than a few young women, had been brutally killed and their bodies unceremoniously hung up. As for the women who had been taken by the Woku pirates, they were currently living a life worse than hell. With me, the graceful white shark, at the scene, we definitely wouldn't let any ship go. We sunk all of the ships outside our village. We didn't leave a single ship afloat for those disgusting dogs. I also killed quite a few of those bastards in the water. I only regret that I couldn't kill a few more. Yu Xiao once again recalled the images of those slaughtered villagers as she righteously remarked. Zhuang Xiaomo's voice filled with emotion and he sniffed a few times before he said, I'm so useless. I tried my best to convince the village chief for a long time but I didn't get his trust. The village chief said that our two villages are pretty close to the port's authorities so the Woku pirates wouldn't dare to attack us. He refused to believe my words. Since it was futile, I could only convince a few families who were close to mine one by one. By the time we had hastily packed some things, it was already past the time for me to meet up with you guys. Furthermore, the pirates had silently snuck into the village so the only thing we could do was flee into the mountain and find a cave to hide in. Perhaps those Woku pirates were only preoccupied with killing the people in the village and didn't find out that they were missing around 30 more people. That's probably how we avoided being chased by them. Oh right, are you guys okay? Xiaolian, she's not injured right? Yu Xiao lightly shook her head and sighed, everyone has their own fate, so don't blame yourself Xiaomo. Don't worry, all of us are doing well. As for whether Xiaolian is doing well or not, you can come with us and see for yourself, right? We stole a bunch of grain yesterday night, so how about you come with us? That place is spacious and also safe. Zhuang Xiaomo thought for a bit and then nodded his head, we're currently hiding too close to the village, so we've all been living in fear for the past 2 days that the pirates will come after us. Once older brother Zhang comes back, I'll ask him and the others if they want to come with us. Older brother Zhang came back very quickly and he had a few herbs in his hands that had thorns on it. Yu Xiao swiftly cut off the thorns and used her hands to mash the plant into a paste while also secretly adding some mystic stone water. She then put the mixture on Zhu Junyang's wounds. His originally painful wounds immediately felt a cooling sensation covering them. Zhu Junyang was very surprised at the efficacy of this medicinal plant that was commonly found in the mountains. How could it be so effective at treating external wounds that it was even better than the snow jade wound balm from the Imperial Palace? He couldn't help but eye the little lass who was helping him bind his wounds. This absolutely had to do with something from her. Zhu Junyang felt a bit helpless. This lass didn't know how to disguise her actions one bit. If someone else found out, what good could happen of this? It looked like he needed to help her create a smokescreen in the future. Otherwise, the little lass might fall into the trap of some unscrupulous person. By the time all of his wounds had been poulticed with the medicinal herb, the other men who had been chasing after the dumb roe deer returned with their prey on hand. When these people heard that there was a safe and spacious hiding place and that they could get some grain, they immediately were tempted. Yu Xiao went to the cave that these people were hiding in. It was a small and cramped dark little cave that was harboring around 30-some villagers. There wasn't even enough space for these people to lie down, so they could only sit to sleep at night. These people had pretty much finished all of the grain they had brought with them. Most of them were listlessly leaning against the stone walls. When they saw that their menfolk had caught a roe deer, all of their eyes started glowing with the light of hunger. Only after they ate could they have the strength to travel. The roe deer only weighed around a few dozen catties, so everyone only got around 1 caddie's worth of meat in the end. With some food to whet their hunger, these people all quickly packed up their belongings and followed behind Yu Xiao and the prince to slowly head towards the hidden valley. At this time, Zhu Junyang was feeling a lot better and his body regained some energy. On the whole journey back, he didn't end up slowing them down at all. Yu Xiao supported him the whole way in order to reduce the amount of effort he had to use. By the time it was noon, the group of people finally arrived at the outskirts of the dense and foggy forest. A few bodyguards from the mountain villa were all waiting for them anxiously. Last night, when Princess Consort Jing found out that her youngest son was going to bring some people to attack the Woku's ships, she felt anxious and jittery the whole night and couldn't sleep. When she saw Yu Hai come back with Commander Zheng, who was quite skilled, on his back, she didn't see her youngest son with them. She became even more worried. If it wasn't for some maids pulling her back forcefully, she likely would have left to go find her son herself. Zhu Junyang was brought in by a few of the bodyguards. Princess Consort Jing noticed that her son was deathly pale and rushed up anxiously to ask about his wounds. Zhu Junyang briefly went over what happened and said that his wounds were all superficial and had been treated already, so he wasn't in a bad condition. Only after he walked a few steps to let his mother observe him did Princess Consort Jing finally relax. Yu Xiao, on the other hand, was currently busy helping the other villagers settle in. Fortunately, the caves in this area were all linked so these people didn't have to squeeze in with the 100 or so villagers from Dongshan village. After she helped them settle in, Zhuang Xiaomo impatiently followed Xiao from behind to arrive at the Yu family's cave. When the youth saw Yu Xiaolian bustling about making food, he finally relaxed and was convinced that she was safe. Madame Lu spotted him and hurriedly pulled on his hand to ask how he was doing. She had been concerned about him for these past 2 days and she fretted about whether he had encountered something bad. At this time, Zhu Junyang had just exited his lady mother's cave and had seen the whole interaction between Madame Lu and Zhuang Xiaomo. Jealousy surged in his heart. He walked up to Yu Xiao and pouted towards Madame Lu and Zhuang Xiaomo as he remarked in a voice full of jealousy, "Your mother is so biased. I got injured but I didn't hear a single word of concern from her." Yu Xiao raised her eyes to look at him and suppressed the laughter bubbling up. "Young royal prince, how old are you this year?" Zhu Junyang couldn't make heads or tails of her unexpected question. He lowered his head to look at her and he had a perplexed look in his seductive eyes. However, he still obediently replied, I'm 19 ah, I'll say, you really don't care about me ah. You don't even know how old I am. I can't believe you remember you're 19 ah. I had thought that you were 9 years old from the way you're acting. Isn't it a bit too childish of you to get jealous over something like this? Yu Xiaoxiao had a slight smile on her face and the dimples on her rosy cheeks were barely visible. Zhu Junyang felt his face flush from her teasing and he pinched her cheeks as he helplessly said, You ah. You wouldn't feel comfortable if you don't tease me at least once a day, right? Yu Xiaoxiao snickered and then changed the subject, I have some wound balm made by my pharmaceutical workshop. I'll give you a bottle and you can have older sister Mei Xiang rub them on your wounds. Mei Xiang is currently helping my lady mother rest and is too busy. Zhu Junyang looked hopefully at Yu Xiaoxiao, as if he was a little kid trying to beg for a piece of candy. Isn't there also older sister Lan Xiang ah? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't fall for his excuse. Zhu Junyang immediately replied, none of them have the time. As he talked, he slanted a look at the servants who were cheerfully waiting around. All of the servants, whether they were male or female, immediately began to pretend to be busy and bustled around the two of them doing random tasks. Yu Xiaoxiao speechlessly glared at him and then brought him into her family's cave. She had him take off his clothes until he was only wearing his underwear and instructed him to lie down on one of the stone beds. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even have a hint of a blush on her face. She first used the mystic stone water to help him wash his wounds clean and then carefully spread some of her special wound balm on all the injuries. As she spread the ointment on him, she also didn't forget to sneakily make a few passes on Zhu Junyang's well-muscled abdomen. She thought in admiration, the young royal prince looks thin but he has a great body. He's the type that looks skinny when clothed but has a finely sculpted body when unclothed. Ahem ahem, are you done touching me? Are you pleased with what you see ah? Zhu Junyang had a slight flush on his cheeks. His little lass was definitely different from other girls. When confronted with a half-naked adult man, she not only didn't have any sign of bashfulness or embarrassment, but she also had a hint of admiration in her eyes. Her unruly little hands had been feeling his abdomen to and fro. He was pretty sure he didn't injure that area. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly helped him put on his top clothing as if she was in no way related to that earlier little lecher who had been feeling the young royal prince up. She even nodded her head righteously, You have a great body. Zhu Junyang didn't know what to do with her. Was his little lass still too young to understand some things ah? She didn't seem the least bit concerned in the differences between men and women. Sigh, she was still too young. Lass, in the future, if there are any men who are half-naked in front of you, you must immediately hide. If you're able, you should hit them stoutly too. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but give her a few reminders. He was afraid that one day his little lass might be spirited away by a big, perverted wolf. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and revealed an expression on her face that basically said, Do you think I'm an idiot? She then said, Then, aren't you half-naked in front of me now? You don't even have your pants on. Shouldn't I be beating you up right now ah? Zhu Junyang choked on his own saliva and coughed a few times. How could those people compare to me? What type of relationship do we have? In the future, I'm the person who will be marrying you. Don't be so sure, you still haven't passed the tests yet. Who knows if another beautiful maiden will catch your eye and you'll forget all about me ah? Yu Xiaoxiao ruthlessly pushed aside the still bare chest that had come over to her. She was getting ready to leave the cave to eat lunch. From the previous evening until now, she only had a small piece of roe deer meat and it was only roasted plainly over a campfire. It couldn't be considered to be very appetizing. However, her arm was suddenly held captive by him. She raised her head to look at Zhu Junyang, who had a solemn and serious expression on his face. He reiterated, I won't be interested in anyone else, so stop hoping for anything else. Just wait obediently for me to marry you. When he finished talking, he moodily put on the clothing that the servants sent over and flung his arms as he left. Angry now, Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and followed behind him to leave the cave. Her whole family was waiting for her to eat lunch. The spread was quite splendid. There were bowls of glistening white grains of rice, a plate hand-shredded dried chicken, a plate of stir-fried common purslane, and tureen of egg drop soup. Zhuang Xiaomo had also been invited over for the meal, and Xiaolian had even somewhat shyly served him a chicken leg. The rice that they had painstakingly stolen back yesterday night had already been divided to the other villagers. Regardless of whether they were men, women, elderly, or children, every person had been given 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of white flour. It was enough for everyone to eat for the next 2 days. The remaining surplus was stored in one of the outer caves. They had just divvied up grain rations to Zhuang Xiaomo and the others, so there was still enough left to use for another 2 days. After they finished lunch, Zhu Junyang slept so heavily that it was almost impossible to wake him up that evening. Yu Xiaoxiao had used the medicines within her box and the mystic stone water to simmer a pot of tisane that could replenish the blood and restore the body. She was planning on making sure he drank some every day for the next 3 days. Who would have expected that he would disappear the next morning and even took a dozen bodyguards with him? The note he left behind said that the troops from the Imperial Prince's residence had already arrived last night and that Head Steward Liu had come over to report this himself. When Head Steward Liu saw the scattered wounds all over his master's body, he silently rebuked himself for not going along with the master. However, even if there were 10 of him in that situation, he likely wouldn't be of much help to his master. After all, his swimming abilities were too average. He was the type of person who was considered a hero on land and a useless nobody in the water. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite relaxed about all of this. The young royal prince had told her that he had brought over half of the Imperial Prince's troops along, which was around 800 soldiers. The Woku pirates at Dongshan village only had 100 or so people on their side. The pirates would absolutely be slaughtered and captured with these well-trained troops fighting against them. The pirates, who were having the time of their life at Dongshan village, would have already left if Watanabe Hiroshi had listened to the urgings of his advisors. Over a dozen of their comrades had somehow passed away that night and even their ships had been sunk. What did that mean? It meant that there was a highly skilled enemy around them. If this enemy wanted their lives, it would be easy for this mysterious person to kill them. Unfortunately, Watanabe Hiroshi was a very conceited individual who was very concerned with his image. They hadn't completed their mission of sweeping away loot and even lost all of their ships. In front of General Yamaguchi, did he still have any prestige left compared to his other rivals? Although he lost the loot, he needed to make up for his lost reputation. He was determined to enter the mountain forest to attack the villagers after resting for one day. He was aiming to do the same as the other pirates in the neighboring village, slaughter every single villager and be able to vent his temper. Such a hubristic individual wasn't willing to listen to any of his advisors, who urged him to meet up with the general at the docks. In fact, he even heavily slapped one of his most trusted advisors for insubordination. All of the people around him felt quite helpless. They were stuck with a leader who was blinded by arrogance, so they could only go down with him. Before Watanabe Hiroshi could gather all of his remaining men, the troops from the Imperial Prince's estate descended like a bunch of avenging gods and gave them no chance to fight back. The Woku pirates dropped their weapons in an attempt to flee in panic when they saw their opponents' superior numbers and massively better training. However, Dongshan village had long been surrounded by the soldiers from the estate. No matter how the pirates tried to run, they couldn't escape from the troops. Before an hour had passed, the battle had ended. The pirates in the village had either been killed on sight or captured. Zhu Junyang remembered the grisly sight of the neighboring village. If his lass hadn't been playing in the ocean when she did and discovered the Woku pirates approaching, then those people who were dead, hanging on the tree, might also. Zhu Junyang didn't dare to think further down that line. He had almost lost his little lass. The more he thought, the more resolute he became to take an eye for an eye. No matter how the pirates begged for mercy, not a single one of them was left alive. All of them had been unceremoniously hung from the old elm tree at the mouth of the village. The two bodyguards who came with him had already gotten a good understanding of the situation at the neighboring village. Once the battle at Dongshan village ended, the Imperial Prince's troops immediately headed out to the other village. The pirates, who had already gathered all of the loot they wanted, were now trapped by the soldiers on the beach and not a single one was able to flee. The pirates on the ships could tell that things were not going well and were about to make a run for it. However, the archers in the troops shot fire arrows at the ships. After the rain of arrows fell, all of the ships burst into flames. Not a single ship out of the 4 in the water had a good outcome. In the past 3 days, Yu Xiao's godfather was unexpectedly unable to come by to check up on her. This meant that the situation at the docks wasn't going too well. Zhu Junyang led the 800 soldiers under his command and rushed to the docks majestically. The dozens of ships worth of pirates under General Yamaguchi's command were all warriors from his own clan who had undergone strict training. They were brave and not afraid of death. Furthermore, they had the advantage in numbers. The most important fact was that they were good at battles on the water and knew when to attack and retreat. If their opponents had a tight defense and the situation wasn't optimistic, the pirates would just flee into the water. Consequently, the county's soldiers and troops sent from the town and prefectural city weren't able to gain an advantage over the Woku pirates. Thus, the whole situation had fallen into a stalemate. General Yamaguchi wasn't an arrogant idiot like Watanabe Hiroshi. When he saw that the Imperial Prince's private troops, who were all well trained, were coming over from the direction of Dongshan village, he knew that things had turned against him. The Tengu docks were heavily guarded and they weren't able to crack such a tough nut in a short period of time. Thus, he sounded the order to retreat. The dozens of pirate ships headed to the deep ocean to flee. The ships from the prefectural ships caught up to them as they ran and, after a tempestuous battle at sea, 10 pirate ships were lost. The rest had finally managed to escape from the prefectural city's ships and sped off. By the time Zhu Junyang and his private troops got to the docks, they could only watch the pirate ships disappear into the horizon. Looks like you know how to run fast. Zhu Junyang cursed towards the deep ocean and then walked towards General Fang, who looked quite downtrodden and exhausted. Fang Zizhen rubbed at his tired face and bowed toward Royal Prince Xiang before he hastily asked, "How's Dongshan village right now? Are my daughter and the others doing all right?" The villagers from Dongshan village fled at the right time and all of them are safe deep within the West Mountains. Unfortunately, the neighboring village wasn't as lucky. Almost all of the villagers there were massacred. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Commander Sun came over with one of his assistants and greeted Royal Prince Xiang. "Royal Prince, you came at just the right time. Those Woku pirates are too cunning. They always made a ton of feints and never committed, which made it very tiring for us to defend. Luckily they saw that the winds weren't behind them and finally left. If this battle with them was prolonged, we wouldn't have enough men here in the county to fight. Otherwise, we wouldn't have begged for immediate help from everyone in our vicinity. The Emperor has already sent troops over and I'm pretty sure they'll arrive within the next few days." Zhu Junyang was quite satisfied with the speed of his family's private troops. He exchanged a few other words with Commander Sun yet his heart was still thinking about his little lass who was hiding in the mountains. Thus, he very quickly took his troops and left the docks. Fang Zizhen also said his farewells to Commander Sun so he could go to Dongshan village to take a look. He was originally responsible for overseeing the construction of the harbor at Tengu and it wasn't his job to repel the pirates and defend the town. However, as a general, he couldn't stop himself from butting in when there was war on the horizon. Thus, he stood out at the first moment to help fight against the pirates. Commander Sun promised him that he would bring up his bravery and deeds to the Imperial court later on. Fang Zizhen clearly didn't care about any of this and waved a hand at the other man. He mounted his horse and rode behind the royal prince as he inquired about his goddaughter's circumstances. When he found out that his little lass had helped to sink 4 to 5 pirate ships and even saved the prince's life, he guffawed loudly. He stroked the whiskers on his cheeks and proudly announced, "This is truly an example of how an excellent father has an excellent daughter. Ah. My daughter is truly a woman beyond comparison and is not less than any man." Zhu Junyang silently roasted the older man in his heart. "What do you mean about your daughter? Her surname is Yu, not Fang, and she's not even blood related to you. What's the point of you being proud about this?" The 800 men from the Imperial Prince's private army were now stationed in the remains of Dongshan village. The first thing that Zhu Junyang did when he got back was to bring some people along to destroy the Yu family's old residence. The bastard pirates had slept in these rooms and he couldn't bear for his little lass to live in such a place anymore. If the lass objected to this decision, she could go find him. He was more than willing to take out money to have them rebuild a bigger and better residence for her family. Fang Zizhen was quite perplexed when the prince destroyed the residence. After finding out the details, he, as her godfather, also raised his hands up in support. So what if they didn't have a place to live in for now? Not a problem, he had a large residence in town for them. Not only could it easily handle the whole Yu family, but it could also easily handle her oldest aunt's family too. There was plenty of room for everyone. When the Dongshan villagers descended the mountain and saw the ruined remains of their homes, they all started to wail inconsolably. Many of the older folks revealed dumbfounded expressions as they had no idea what the future would hold. Most of the families here were fine and had enough money on hand to rebuild their homes. However, there was a portion of families who didn't have a lot of resources and were so poor that they were happy just having enough food to fill their stomachs. Where would they get the money to rebuild their house? Yu Xiaoxiao felt very sympathetic towards these people and wanted to help them in some way. However, she was also afraid that once she opened her mouth, more things would come tumbling towards them. While she hesitated, Zhu Junyang proclaimed, "Tengu is under my feudal jurisdiction, so you are all technically under my governance. We cannot stop disasters in their tracks and can only endure and survive through hard times. Every family who had their homes ruined will get 30 taels from me." He had decided on the amount of money to give to these villagers after consulting with the Yu and Lu families. Xiaoxiao's oldest aunt had a house made out of bricks and tile and it was one of the only homes, other than the Yu families and village chiefs, to be constructed this way. They spent no more than 20 taels to build their residence. In the countryside, people crafted their own mud bricks to build a house and only needed to invite some people over and pay them in food for their help. Houses made of straw were even more simple as rice straw was an even cheaper construction material. A 5-room house made of rice straw didn't require spending more than 10 taels to build. When the Dongshan villagers heard his announcement, all of them were deeply grateful. Under the lead of the village chief, they all kowtowed and proclaimed their thanks to the prince. Zhu Junyang lightly waved a hand and had them stand up. He then glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao with a proud look in his eyes. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao was currently puffing up her cheeks in anger as she sulked moodily. Her family's residence was perfectly fine just a day ago. How could it become destroyed and become a pile of ruins in just one day? Zhu Junyang's explanation was that when the troops were fighting with the pirates, they weren't careful and ended up damaging the residence. Bah, nonsense. Who would believe that? Were you driving a bulldozer around when you were fighting the pirates? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't believe a single word of his lie. This fellow must have done this on purpose. But why would he do such a thing? He destroyed the residence that her whole family lived in and they were now homeless, yet he wanted her to be grateful. They didn't even have a gate left standing. What should we do now? Do we have to live in town now? Yu Xiaoxiao glared at Zhu Junyang as she fretted over this. Although their residence in town wasn't large, it was spacious enough that the main wing could house her immediate family. But what about her oldest aunt's family? And her eldest granduncle's family? Were they supposed to be like the other villagers and raise a temporary awning to live in? Xiaolian came over, puffing with anger, as she furiously exclaimed, "Our family's piggery hasn't been destroyed and we still have around 100 pigs left in there. Those bastard pirates only concerned themselves with taking food and didn't even feed them. Other than the ones they slaughtered, there are still a decent number of pigs that died from sickness and starvation. The remaining pigs are so hungry that they're staggering when they walk." Senior servant Yang, who was in charge of the piggery, was quite distressed. "Those evil bastards. We had 300 pigs and the pirates only left us with this many. Miss Xiaolian, is there still pig fodder and feed in the piggery? We can't have anything else happen to the remaining 100 so pigs. Old man, let's go. Come with me to take a look." "I'm going along too." Xiaolian was quite concerned about the pigs they raised. Luckily, most of the pigs that died of starvation or sickness were the smaller pigs that had just been caught this past spring. The pirates had killed a few of the older ones and half-grown ones to eat. The rest of the pigs only became thinner. The piggery was the building that had been preserved the most out of all of the village. It was able to house around 20-some workers and had storerooms filled with wheat bran and rice bran. None of the feed had been touched. The remaining pigs in the piggery all squealed weakly. Senior servant Yang and her husband immediately lit up the stoves in the piggery and started to make pig feed. Perhaps the pigs were able to smell the scent of food but all of them started to cry and squeal in hunger. Zhu Junyang watched as Yu Xiaoxiao conversed with Zhuang Xiaomo and the rest of his village. "The dead from your village have already been buried. That place isn't suitable for human habitation anymore. What are your plans?" The village chief of Dongshan village thought for a bit and then proposed, "If you guys don't mind, you're all welcome to live in Dongshan village. I'll divvy out some land for all of you and then you can start building your homes." Zhuang Xiaomo didn't really care. He was fine as long as he had enough to eat and a place to live. That being said, if he could now live in Dongshan village, he'd be even closer to Xiaolian. What problem would he have with that? The remaining 6 families first discussed this amongst themselves and then decided to become a part of Dongshan village. Their reasoning was simple. Dongshan village was one of the most famous villages in the area for being prosperous and the village had Yu Hai's farming business that was doing very well. The Yu family often gave the villagers opportunities to make more money. Furthermore, Dongshan village was the closest village to their old village, so those who didn't want to be too far away from their old home thought that this was the best solution. Furthermore, if they settled down here, Royal Prince Xiang wouldn't discriminate against them and would also give them 30 taels a family to build a new house. Right then and there, the village head divvied up some plots of land for Zhuang Xiaomo and the other families. Zhuang Xiaomo had been given an area close to the West Mountain and was only about 200 to 300 meters away from the Yu family's old residence. The tanned youth was quite pleased with this arrangement. After mourning for a bit, all of the villagers started bustling about again. The men started to cut trees to build temporary shelters with their women helping them. The elderly took the children to scrounge about the remains of their old homes to see if they could find anything usable. Although the royal prince was willing to subsidize them, they had gotten used to scrimping and saving. The more they could save the better. Yu Xiao's oldest aunt's family and eldest granduncle's family were all planning on building temporary shelters in the vicinity of their homes. That way it would be easier for them to keep an eye on things when the houses were being built. The Yu family was also concerned about their businesses in the village and didn't really want to move into town. Zhu Junyang warmly invited them to go live in the mountain villa but had been resolutely refused by Yu Xiao. He glared at her sulkily after that. Fang Zizhen was still concerned about the harbor. When he saw that his daughter was fine, he headed back to the docks. Before he left, he gave the key to the Zhao family's residence to Xiao and said, I already took a look and my martial uncle's home hasn't been touched. If you guys don't want to go into town, you can live there instead. It looked like there were no better options available. Yu Xiao took the key and then spoke to her oldest aunt and eldest granduncle. The worker rooms in the piggery are still empty. Oldest aunt, eldest granduncle, if you guys don't mind the odor of the piggery, you all can live there for now. Summer was about to come and the rainy season was imminent. Temporary shacks naturally weren't as comfortable as living in the piggery, which had been sturdily built with bricks and had a tiled roof. Yu Kaifeng thought for a bit and said, I need to go back to the prefectural city's braised food shop to oversee some things. Yanner and Junping are still young so I'm not sure they can handle everything. How about, we let your oldest uncle handle the house getting rebuilt here and I take Fangping back to the prefectural city to check on things. Earlier, their two families had discussed things over. The whole village was now casting mud bricks so no one had the time to help anyone else. The two families decided to hire some bricklayers from the town to rebuild their homes. Neither of them lacked money. In fact, they were planning on rebuilding their residences next to each other to become neighbors. This way, it'd be easier for them to check up on each other and help when needed. They only needed to spend money on the bricklayers, wages to have them work on their house. Thus, Lu Hu alone was more than enough to oversee things. Yu Lichun discussed things with his sons and they felt that Xiao Xiao's proposal was quite good. They packed up their luggage and left with Arya to go live in the piggery. All of the other people in the village watched enviously as they left. In their eyes, having a proper roof over their heads was the most fortunate thing at this time. Madame Zhang and her son sidled up and tried to get a handout. They both knew that old Yu was the most soft-hearted out of all of them and so they found him, old man, for the sake of our previous relationship as husband and wife, can you give us something? Dashan also called you father for more than 30 years. Old Yu had finally seen the truth. This mother and son pair could flatter you like the gods when they needed something from you. However, once you had no value to them, they would kick you to the side of the road as if you were a stray dog. If he still fell for these fair-weather folks' tricks, he would truly be the dumbest idiot in the whole village. Don't even think about it. The piggery is Dahai's whole family's business. They can let whoever they want to live there. It's none of my business. Old Yu put his hands behind his back in preparation to go to the Zhao family's residence at the foot of the mountain with his son. Madame Zhang grabbed onto his arm and pleaded, you're Yu Hai's biological father, isn't his property your property? How could he not dare to listen to you if you say a word? The word, filial, will stop him in his tracks. Old man, I noticed that Yu Hai listens to everything that the lass, Xiao, says. I heard that the lass even has all of the housing deeds, business contracts and money in the family. Just think, she's a bad investment and who knows who'll she marry in the future. You can't just let all of that money go to an outsider in the future. You're the head of the family so you need to set down some rules. You can't just let the younger generation just walk all over you. What's wrong with Xiao having all of those assets in her hands? The family's early ripening vegetables, watermelons, the cooperation with the Zhou family, and stores in the prefectural city, which of these weren't ideas that came from Xiao first? The vast majority of money from the family had all come from her. Even if she took everything as her dowry when she got married, no one in the family would say a word. Is handling the money you made yourself considered being rash and arrogant now? Then, are you saying that if we give everything to you instead, pay for all your living expenses, that's not being rash and arrogant? Old Yu only planned on living out the rest of his days leisurely with the Yu family. Other than helping out here and there, he had no desire to meddle with anything else. His grandchildren had their own ways of life. As an old man who had been a fisherman for all of his life, it was better if he didn't interfere too much. Just look, I wasn't implying that at all, I was only thinking for the Yu family as a whole. Before Madame Zhang could continue on her attempt to persuade him, old Yu interrupted her, as an outsider, you have no need to be concerned with my Yu family's affairs. Since we were a married couple for so long, I'm going to give you some advice. You two don't really have much going for you in the village. It'd probably be better if you both went into town or the prefectural city and rented a place to do some small business there. You'll also be able to keep an eye on Xiaobo then. I can't say anything else but I know that Xiao's pickled vegetable store in the city is doing quite well. The city is so large so you'll easily be able to find a small market to sell some pickled vegetables. Doing that is better than just getting by in Dongshan village. For the sake of his life, Yu Dashan disregarded his mother and lost his wife. All of the other people who had lost contact with their loved ones hadn't had any news even now. It was possible that their family members were gone forever. For the past few days, all of the villagers side-eyed or glared at Yu Dashan whenever they saw him. Their pointed looks stabbed him and made him feel low. If he continued to stay in Dongshan village, he'd never be able to lift his head again. When he heard old Yu's proposal, he was quite tempted and said to his mother, "Mother, what Uncle Yu is saying makes sense. Aren't you always fretting about youngest brother? Ah, we can do some business in the prefectural city and also take care of youngest brother. That way he'll be able to focus on studying. During the next period, he'll be able to pass the exams and become a county-level official. I'm pretty strong and I can find some work in the city to supplement some income for us." Madame Zhang was persuaded by his viewpoint. After receiving the housing subsidy, the mother and son pair left for the prefectural city the very next day. Later on, the people back in Dongshan village would occasionally get some scattered news about them. It was said that they had found a small residence to rent with other people in the southern district of the prefectural city where commoners live. They had started buying some popular pickled vegetables wholesale from the used pickled vegetable shop and were selling them at a nearby market. Their business was decent and they made around a tael of income every month. Yu Dashan went out every day to do hard labor and his standard of living had improved compared to when he lived in the village. All of this was in the future. In Dongshan village, there were people everywhere crafting mud bricks and laying them out under the sun to dry. Everyone wanted to build their house before the rain started. The Yu family expanded their construction plans at the old residence. They were building a residence that had 3 interlinked courtyards and the front and back courtyards had been expanded considerably too. Altogether, it was around 4 to 5 mu in size. The Lu family was building their new residence next to the Yu family and they also decided to have a large courtyard and tall walls. The Lu family had 2 sons, so they were planning on constructing a 2-courtyard residence that had 3 main rooms with 2 storage rooms in each courtyard. It was going to be very spacious. Currently, construction had just started on both of their residences. They had hired the best bricklayer from town. In addition, Xiao's third maternal uncle also came over to help. When the Woku pirates were coming, eldest maternal aunt and her daughter, who had been working at the piggery, hurriedly packed all of their things and ran back to their village. Because they were afraid that the pirates might slaughter their way to Qishan village, they told the news to their village chief. Qishan village's village head was an old veteran from the battlefields. Thus, he instructed the villagers to pack up their valuables and some food in preparation to flee to the mountains. He also organized the strong adult men in the village and had them patrol the area around the village. As soon as they saw any sign of the pirates, they could warn the village and they could all run for the mountains as fast as possible. Luckily, Qishan village was quite a distance away from the ocean and there was the West Mountain in the middle. Thus, the Woku pirates didn't go there. When they got the news from the Yu family that the pirates had been defeated, Lu Kunjin took his 2 sons along with him on the very next day to bring a cart full of grain and daily necessities. The Yu family's residence had been pushed over by a particular person but most of their belongings hadn't been destroyed, so they could still use them after picking them up. However, a lot of these supplies had been taken over by one of the men of the household, who distributed them for use to the villagers who had less. Currently, the daily necessities that they were using at the Xiao residence had been newly bought by that same man. Other than the grain they had taken away on that rainy night, there was still more than enough grain and other food still stored in the underground cellar for them to eat. The food and necessities that her maternal grandfather and uncles brought over was a token of their concern and love for them. Naturally, they couldn't make them take it back. Yu Hai and her 2 uncles spent a lot of time moving all of the goods from the cart before they finally finished bringing everything to the residence halfway up the mountain. There were pros and cons to living halfway up the mountain. The con was that it was more difficult to move heavy goods there, which required quite a bit of energy. Your family's residence also got destroyed by the Woku pirates. These evil bastards are truly too inhumane. They not only steal things from us but also destroy our homes. Lu Kunjin wiped the sweat off of his face and took the tea that his granddaughter offered. He guzzled the liquid down in one gulp. The tea from his daughter's home was very good and was even better than a pot of fragrant tea that cost a few taels from the tea houses. Madame Lu sighed for a bit and then said, "Steal our things and destroy our homes. They also kill people." The neighboring village chief didn't believe Xiaomo's warning. Other than the few families who had a good relationship with him and fled into the mountains, the rest of the villagers had all been slaughtered by the pirates. Their corpses were hung on the tree outside the village and were exposed to wind and rain. From far away you could smell the ghastly stench. It was truly too horrifying. Now, no one can live in the neighboring village for fear of plague. When Lu Kunjin heard this, he felt immense relief and joy in his heart. Luckily that last Xiao was swimming in the ocean that day and encountered the Woku pirates' ships. Otherwise. Of course, the village head and all of the villagers said so too. They said that our Xiao is the savior of the entire village. If it wasn't for me and her father stopping them, they would have wanted to erect a longevity plaque to her in the village. Madame Lu had a hint of pride in her voice. Maternal grandfather, there are even some people who claim that my second sister is the reincarnation of the child, Shankai, who is the disciple of the goddess of mercy. This is the reason why she can come up with all of these methods to make money as well as saving everyone. They even claim that my second sister was ill in her childhood because it was hard for her young body to support such a reincarnated spirit. Don't you think all of this is funny? Little Shishtu came over to join in on the fun and brought over a small wooden stool to sit next to his maternal grandfather. When he heard them chatting idly, he also interjected his thoughts. Madame Lu laughed as she pointed at his head. Go, go, go. What are you doing here? Everyone is just idly chatting so don't gossip along. Younger sister, I feel like there's some truth in what people are saying. Xiao is still very young yet she knows how to make such delicious food and come up with so many methods to make money. Even I, as her relative, can benefit from her skills. Lu Pei grinned as he drank his tea while he voiced his agreement with little Shishtu. In little Shishtu's heart, his second sister was omnipotent. He nodded his head repeatedly. I also feel like second sister is the reincarnation of a little immortal girl. In fact, she must have been a very powerful immortal girl too. Lu Pei quipped, if your second sister is the reincarnation of an immortal girl, then you, Shishtu, are the reincarnation of the Wenku Star One. At such a young age, you passed the exam to become a county official and even scored high enough to become a granary official. In the future, won't you be able to take first place in the Imperial examinations? Little Shishtu remarked bashfully, it's only with the help of my teachers. That being said, it's not easy to place first in the Imperial examinations, right? My school's headmaster said that as long as I work hard, it shouldn't be difficult for me to place in the top 10. The worst that I'll place would be within the top 20. The little fellow was still young, so he wasn't able to hide things very well. Thus, he proudly told the adults in the room what his master had told him a few days ago. After getting numerous compliments from his maternal grandfather and uncles, he felt a bit embarrassed and fled to the kitchen to watch his second sister cook food. Lu Kunjin had a gratified look on his face as he smiled, seeing that all of you are fine, I can finally relax again. In the past, I wasn't in favor of you marrying into the Yu family. Everyone says that having a stepmother means having a stepfather. You suffered so much for those years and even your children were thin and sallow. Your mother and I didn't feel good seeing that. However, we weren't well off at the time and couldn't help much. Luckily, you guys finally split from the family and your husband is a hard-working man. Your children are sweet and obedient. Seeing that your life is going well, your mother and I can finally relax. Lu Kunjin loved his youngest daughter a lot. Originally, he wanted to find a husband from her in their own village who came from a decent family. With her 3 older brothers around, his youngest daughter absolutely wouldn't be taken advantage of. Who would have thought that Dongshan village's Yuhai would take a liking to her? The matchmaker had made it seem like Yuhai was a match made in heaven. He was good at fishing and knew how to hunt to subsidize the family. His family had a 5-room house that was newly built and he was an honest and kind man. The only thing the matchmaker didn't mention was that he had a selfish, vicious and heartless stepmother. At that time, he should have stuck to his guns and adamantly refused. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't have to suffer so much for all of these years. Madame Lu's eyes became hot and she pulled at her father's rough, large hand. As if she was a young maiden again, she swayed back and forth and said, Father, daughter is unfilial and made you worry so much. Silly lass, living well is the best way of showing your filial respect to me and your mother. Quickly wipe away those tears, your children are watching. Lu Kunjin patted his daughter's hand and continued, I see that your family's old residence is expanding again. I know you don't lack money at this point, so I won't say anything. Your older brothers and I don't have much to do at home, so we'll stay around and help you for a few days. Madame Lu used the back of her hand to wipe away her tears as she shook her head. Father, this time, the royal prince found an experienced bricklayer in town to build our residence. Even my husband can't do much to help. You're getting old, so in the future, leave the hard work to my older brothers. Don't think that because I'm in my 50s that I can't do much. This body of mine is still sturdy and your second older brother can't even compare with me in the fields. In the future, if you guys need help, please ask us. I'm your father and they're your blood-related brothers, so don't take us to be outsiders. Lu Kunjin knew that his daughter's family had a good life now. However, as a father, he couldn't help but worry and always wanted to help. The feelings of parents were always so. Lu Pei also nodded his head repeatedly, Father is right. We are your blood-related siblings. If there's anything going on, just say a word. This year, the Yu family planted all of their fields in Dongshan village with watermelons. The 2 brothers, Lu Pei and Lu Han, had rented a shop in the prefectural city. One of them went back and forth between Dongshan village and the prefectural city to transport the melons, while the other manned the shop and sold the melons. In a month, they made 300 to 400 taels. He had originally planned on collaborating with his second younger brother to buy that shop. That way, when his younger brother-in-law expanded his early growing green vegetable business, they could buy them wholesale from him and sell them at this stall. However, he didn't expect that his second sister-in-law was short-sighted and refused to take out 500 taels to buy the store. She was afraid that they'd lose all of their hard-earned money in this investment. At the time, he only had around 700 to 800 taels on hand. The owner of the store had originally set a price of 1,200 taels for the shop. He had painstakingly managed to haggle down to 1,000, but he didn't have enough money on hand. After talking to Yu Hai, his younger brother-in-law didn't say anything and gave him 500 taels to buy the shop now. As for the money that was left, once he made enough money, then he could return it. With the shop on hand, his wife had bought some braised food from Xiao's braised food shop. Every day they could make around a couple hundred coppers to 1 tael. At this rate, even if they weren't able to sell the early ripening vegetables, they'd be able to make all of the money they spent to buy the shop in 4 years. When his second sister-in-law found out, she immediately regretted her decision and argued with them to also take a share. Where was she when they needed them? At the time, she refused to take out the money as she was afraid of losing it. Now that she saw them making money, she insisted on cooperating with them. Who was willing to spoil such a person? His father had lost his temper right then and there and his mother had scolded his second sister-in-law later privately. Only then did the woman calm down. However, towards his younger brother-in-law, who helped them during their times of need, Lu Pei felt immense gratitude. Although they refused his thanks, he couldn't forget their kindness. In the future, when he had the chance, he would definitely repay them. Lu Han had a clumsy mouth and didn't like talking. At this time, he also spoke up, Younger sister, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me. I don't have much else but I am strong and willing to do hard work. Lu Han never said anything about the help his younger sister's family had given him but his heart knew what he owed. His wife was working in the Zhou family's factories because Xiao had introduced her to the managers. She made around 1 tael per month as salary and could also bring some vermicelli and century eggs home from time to time as bonuses. All of the other matrons in the village envied her endlessly. He was only a peasant farmer who knew how to tend his fields. After collaborating with his eldest brother to sell watermelons, they had made a few hundred taels each in the past 2 to 3 years. This was something that they would have never dreamed of in the past. Although his wife had been the one to stop him from collaborating with his eldest brother to buy a shop, he had his own ideas now. He was planning on using their money to buy land. He would plant and take care of any land he could. The rest he could rent out to other people. That way, they'd have an additional source of income each year. If it wasn't for his youngest sister and brother-in-law's family, his whole family would only have those few plots of land to take care of and would have to live very frugally. Even his petty and small-minded wife was also very grateful to his younger sister's whole family. When Madame Lu saw that her father and older brothers all sincerely wanted to help her, she felt warmth bubble up in her heart. Her maternal family's living situation had gradually improved over time. Even her youngest older brother had made quite a bit of money working at the docks. Since her family was rebuilding their residence right now, her youngest older brother didn't say anything and packed all of his gear to come over to help. Right now, no one in their family needed to oversee the work on the house as her youngest older brother had taken charge of everything. With her youngest older brother taking over, as an experienced bricklayer, no one would dare to goof off or try to use shoddy materials to fool them. It relieved a lot of work for their usually busy family. When the Lu family's father and son saw that there wasn't much they could help with, they finished lunch and decided to head out. Madame Lu wanted her father to spend a few days with her but he refused. Right now you guys have a lot going on, so I won't add to the trouble. Once your house is done, your mother, I, and your brothers and sisters-in-law will all come over to celebrate. At that time, if there's nothing going on, your mother and I will spend a few days with you. After Madame Lu heard her father's thoughts, she didn't try to convince him again. She escorted her father and older brothers down the mountain and reluctantly watched as they left. The Imperial army arrived the day after the Woku pirates retreated. The leader was Commander Fang, who went on the ocean voyage with Royal Prince Xiang. He was appointed the title of Junhai General and led 10,000 elite soldiers to guard the coastal area of Jinwei Prefectural City. Not only that, but there was also a guarding station set up every 10 kilometers along the coastal area, which was guarded by 100 soldiers. At each location, they were required to build a watchtower, and 2 people were on watch for every shift. A guarding station was set up near Dongshan village, and the watchtower was built on the cliff that Xiao and the others often gathered seafood at. When the group of soldiers passed by Dongshan village, the villagers only dared to watch afar for fear that they would get into trouble. Since the guarding station was so close to the village head was afraid that the soldiers would use their authority to force the villagers to give them things from time. If Xiao could read his mind, she would definitely tell him, "Village head grandpa, you're thinking too much." With the great Buddha Royal Prince Xiang in our village, they wouldn't dare to pluck a tiger's whiskers, even if someone lent them some more courage. The guarding station was located on the ruins of a neighboring village. The herbs and other substances to prevent pestilence had already been sprinkled throughout the village. The soldiers fixed the few remaining houses in the village and used them as base camp. Every day, they went back and forth between the cliff and the base camp, and worked hard to build the watchtower. The watchtower wasn't only a lookout, but when there was a situation out in the sea, they would light up a beacon to convey the message. When Yu Xiao occasionally dived in the sea, she would look at the cliff from afar. The construction of the watchtower progressed rapidly and looked different every day. She didn't know if she was overthinking, but she always felt that there was someone watching her on the cliff. Could it be that the soldiers of the guarding station were monitoring her because they thought that she was a spy? After that, Xiao didn't dare to dive near the cliff to gather seafood. She was afraid that the soldiers monitoring the sea would find out about her secret. After she dove into the water, she would tell the little dolphin to take her into the deep sea, and she would only emerge from the water at that time. This year, the amount of seafood that the Zhou family had to pay tribute to the Imperial court had increased, so Xiao had to make time to go to the sea a few more times. She had a rich harvest every time, and at times, she would also bring back a big lobster and some deep sea fishes for her family to enjoy. After moving into the Zhao residence, they lived even closer to the mountain manor, which made it much more convenient for Zhu Junyang to bum off meals from them. Every summer, he was able to eat good food and endless delicious seafood such as sea urchin lobster roll, grilled salmon, tuna and lettuce rice ball, fried yellow croaker, and grilled cod and oyster sauce. These dishes, which he had never seen before, made him sigh when eating them. How am I supposed to live in the future without that last Xiao? Thus, for the sake of being able to eat good food in the future, Royal Prince Yang clung onto Yu Xiao even more tightly. The foundation of the house in Dongshan village had just been completed, and the winter wheat in the farmstead had matured. Yu Hai handed the task of supervising to his third brother-in-law, while he went to the front line of harvesting with his oldest son, youngest daughter, and the royal prince's entourage. Of course, as the owners, they didn't need to personally harvest the wheat. The supervisor of the tenant farmers stood behind them with a bright smile as he reported the growth of the wheat. This year, the wheat in the fields had grown very well. Not only were the ears of the wheat bigger than the neighboring plantation, they were also very full. According to his years of experience, the output of wheat probably exceeded 500 caddies per mu. It shall be noted that, unlike in her previous lifetime, this wasn't a time period when it was easy to produce over 1,000 caddies of crops. The yield of wheat generally ranged between 200 to 300 caddies. An output of more than 300 caddies was considered a high yield. As for 500 caddies, that was something that had never happened before. Yu Hai, as the owner, expressed his satisfaction and openly praised the supervisor. Before the harvest, Yu Xiao had requested the tenant farmers cut and put aside the wheat stalks with longer ears and fuller kernels. When planting wheat next year, they could plant these kernels in a separate plot of land and see if the yield could reach a new high. The output of 500 caddies per mu hadn't reached Xiao's ideal results. It would be even better if the yield per mu could reach up to 1,000 caddies or more, like in her previous life. In this way, the people of the Great Ming dynasty wouldn't have to worry about not having ample food and clothing. Seeing this, Zhu Junyang also told the steward to instruct the long-term workers to look for wheat stalks with longer ears and fuller kernels in his 800 mu of farmland and put them together with Xiao Cao's collection. After threshing, it actually exceeded 100 caddies, which meant that they could open up 50 to 60 mu of land as experimental fields. It was always sunny recently. After she asked the little divine stone and found out that it wouldn't rain for half a month, the summer harvest began vigorously. For the tenant farmers of the farmstead, each household had a portion of land that they were responsible for, and they worked especially hard when reaping the wheat. In less than 5 days, more than 100 mu of wheat had been harvested, threshed, dried, and transported to the granary. With a rough estimation, they yielded 600 caddies of wheat per mu in the superior farmlands and 500 caddies per mu in average farmlands. Even in the inferior farmlands, they were able to harvest more than 300 caddies per mu. The entire plantation was overjoyed. In this way, not counting the rent that they gave to the owners, on average, they still had more than 200 caddies of grain per mu. Those with more labor force in the family were divided 40 to 50 mu of land to work on, so wouldn't that mean that they could receive nearly 10,000 caddies of wheat? This was only for one season, so if they added the corn harvested in autumn, oh my god. They wouldn't be able to finish everything even if they ate wheat flour and white rice daily. But, of course, they definitely couldn't consume this high-yielding wheat. Xiao Cao planned on leaving the wheat as seeds for next year. She wanted to see if the kernels improved by mystic stone water could be even more high-yielding next year. As a result, after all the seeds had been threshed, the Yu family bought all of the wheat kernels from the tenant farmers at market price. The news about the high yield of wheat at the Yu family's farmstead swiftly spread in the vicinity. The first to contact Yu Hai was the Zhou family's steward, who was in charge of the ritual fields. The Zhou family and Yu family were business partners, so he was considered an old acquaintance of the family. After they exchanged greetings, the steward directly revealed the intention of his visit. Master Yu, our patriarch heard that your family had a good harvest of wheat, so he wanted to ask where you guys got the wheat kernels. Yu Hai had wanted to say that they were just normal wheat kernels, but he was stopped by his youngest daughter. Xiao Cao smiled as she pushed the responsibility onto Royal Prince Xiang. Our plantation's wheat kernels were awarded to us by Royal Prince Xiang. At that time, the kernels appeared to be the same as ordinary wheat kernels. We didn't expect it to be so high-yielding. Royal Prince Xiang had once gone to the Western Hemisphere and brought back many seeds of high-yield crops. This was something that nearly the entire Great Ming Empire knew about, let alone Tanggu Town. The steward from the Zhou family pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Then, can Master Yu give some kernels to the Zhou family? We're willing to pay a lot of money." Yu Hai looked at his daughter, and when he saw her nod at him, he asked, "May I know how many kernels the Zhou family wants?" The steward pondered for a moment, and then said, "The Zhou family has 500 mu of ritual fields. The first branch has 300 mu of fertile farmland under their name, while the second branch. Steward Liu, it's also our first time planting and harvesting wheat, so we don't have a lot of seeds on hand. We can only provide you seeds for the 500 mu of ritual fields. 1 mu of land would require between 15 to 20 caddies of seeds. The Zhou family would need almost 10,000 caddies of seeds for just their ritual fields. The Yu family's farmstead collected a total of 70,000 caddies of seeds. If they let Steward Liu continue on, they would have to share 1/3 of their seeds with the Zhou family alone." After making a rough calculation within her heart, Yu Hai interrupted Steward Liu's words. When Steward Liu heard that they could only give them seeds for the 500 mu of ritual fields, he was worried that he had only accomplished half of the task that the patriarch assigned him. He wanted to try to get some more, but Yu Hai firmly stated that they would only provide 10,000 caddies of seeds, and nothing else. Yu Xiaocao just stood at the side with a smile. If the first branch of the Zhou family had treated third young Master Zhou better, then she might have put in a good word for the Zhou family and given them a little more wheat kernels. However, the Zhou family's first branch was a group of weirdos, who often bullied third young Master Zhou and his mother. The eldest master of the Zhou family would occasionally use his identity as the birth father and attempt to control the second branch. It was great that their plantation didn't have a good harvest of grains. It was none of her business. As for the farmlands under the name of the Zhou family's second branch, would her father not give third young Master Zhou face if he asked? They had finished negotiating the price of the fine seeds. Since fine seeds could produce double the amount of normal wheat kernels, the price would be at least several folds higher. For example, normal wheat kernels cost 10 copper coins per caddy and 20 caddies of seeds could be planted in 1 mu of farmland. Thus, it would be a total of 200 copper coins. 300 caddies of wheat could be harvested in 1 mu of fertile farmland. The market price of wheat was 5 copper coins per caddy, so 1 mu of farmland could reap 1,500 copper coins, which was 7 or 8 times more than the investment. Their family could produce 600 caddies per mu with ordinary wheat kernels. If they changed it to fine seeds next year, the output would definitely be higher. If calculated based on a yield of 600 caddies per mu and an income of 3 taels per mu, then she could earn 50 copper coins with 1 caddy of seeds. Shouldn't be too much, right? Steward Liu calculated in his heart, and then said with a smile on his face, "Master Yu, isn't it somewhat expensive? Look, your family's seeds only yielded double that of ordinary seeds, but the price is 5 times higher. Aren't you asking for too much?" Yu Hai felt that this daughter had set the price for too high, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. Then he turned his gaze to his youngest daughter. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a gaze that said, "Don't worry," and then she said to Steward Lu with a smile on her face, "Steward Lu, let me make the calculations for you and you can consider whether this is a good deal. The yield from ordinary wheat kernels can only earn 1 tael per mu, but our family's fine seeds can earn 3 taels per mu. For ordinary wheat, you will need to plant 20 caddies per mu. For our fine seeds, you just need to plant 15 caddies. That is to say, if you invested 750 copper coins, you can earn 3 taels per caddy. The net income will be 2,250 copper coins. For 500 mu of ritual fields, you can earn 1125 taels. If you just used ordinary seeds, you guys can at most earn a little more than 600 taels. It's nearly doubled the money. Steward Lu took the abacus from the worker behind him and did the calculations. Sure enough, they could earn nearly twice as much on the same fields. Only a fool wouldn't accept this deal. Steward Lu hesitated for a moment and wondered if there was a possibility for the other party to lower the price. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke up again, "Steward Lu, you also know about our family's relationship with your future head of the household. How about this? We'll give your third young master face and sell 1 caddy of seeds for 40 copper coins. However, we'll need Steward Lu to keep this a secret and tell outsiders that you bought them for 50 copper coins per caddy." After removing 10 copper coins per caddy, they had taken off a total of 100 taels for the 500 mua. Steward Lu looked at Yu Hai. Upon seeing that he didn't have any objections, he thought, everyone says that the one who truly manages the Yu household is the family's youngest daughter. Many of the best-selling and delicious dishes of Junshou restaurant, which was the starting point of third young master's success, are made by her. In the past, he had thought that the rumors were exaggerated. How could a little girl have such capability? She was just being pampered by her family, and thus they gave her all the credit. But, after today, he really believed it. 100 taels wasn't considered a small sum of money for any families of peasant origin. This was especially true for Dongshan village, which had just experienced the burning, killing, and looting of Woku pirates. The entire village had to rebuild their houses. With 100 taels, they could build a decent house. However, the little girl didn't even discuss this matter with her family and made the decision to lower the price herself. Moreover, her father appeared to be quite used to this behavior. It seemed like there was a reason as to why the mother-son pair of the second branch was on friendly terms with Miss Yu. Steward Lu thought to himself that he mustn't slight this young girl in the future. He must treat her like how he treated his masters. Weren't the workers in Junshou restaurant, who had a good relationship with her, all promoted to management-level positions? He had been in charge of the ritual fields for over 20 years, so he should move somewhere else. With that thought in mind, he appeared somewhat more respectful as he said with a simple, "No need, no need. With the good relationship between the Yu family and our master, you definitely wouldn't demand an outrageous price. If third young master finds out that this old servant tried to bargain with Miss Yu, he will definitely strip me of the position of a steward. Let's just agree on the price of 50 copper coins per caddy." Yu Xiaoxiao raised her brows. So there were really people who didn't take advantage of others even when given the chance. Since Steward Lu was so tactful, she wouldn't let him go back empty-handed. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything else in regard to the price and agreed on the price of 50 copper coins per caddy. Then she weighed 10,000 caddies of seeds for Steward Lu. Steward Lu smoothly paid 500 taels for the seeds. Before leaving, Yu Xiaoxiao quietly gave him 50 taels, saying that it was for all the hard work that Steward Lu had done. Steward Lu was very stunned and hurriedly gave it back to her. "No, this won't do. If the masters know that this old servant had embezzled the money for the seeds, wouldn't they skin me alive?" Yu Xiaoxiao quickly offered him a reason to accept the money. "Look at what you're saying. How is this considered embezzlement? Didn't you already pay for the seeds? You have been working hard the whole day, so this is for you to get something to drink." "No, no, this old servant has worked at the ritual fields for over 20 years, I have always kept my hands clean. Miss Yu, please don't lead others to commit crimes. If someone finds out, this old servant's reputation will be completely ruined." With a mournful expression, Steward Lu tightly clenched his sleeves, for fear that she would forcibly give him the money. What a joke. His primary goal was to befriend the Yu family, especially Miss Yu Xiaoxiao. Although 50 taels was a large sum and about the same as his annual salary, he couldn't lose the main goal because of small gains. He knew that as long as Miss Yu put in a good word for him in front of third young master, then he could walk on a smooth road in the future. Seeing that he really didn't want to take it, Yu Xiaoxiao had a slightly better impression of Steward Lu. She thought about it, and then took out several pills from her pouch. There were pills for diarrhea, cold, and coughing. These were good medicines that were hard to buy even if one lined up in front of Tongren Medicine Hall, especially after that stinky guy Zhu Junyang promoted her family's workshop. Now, they were short in supplies. She heard that the price of one pill in the capital's Tongren Medicine Hall had inflated to 100 taels. One must admit that this wasn't an unreasonable price. Tongren Medicine Hall's medicine pills and wound bombs were very effective. For example, one might not be able to completely cure a cold even after drinking bitter medicine for 3 to 5 days. However, the illness could be completely cured after taking a pill, or if more serious, 2 pills. It was the same for the wound bomb. When injured, one just needed to put some on the wound, and it would immediately stop the bleeding and pain. The chance of inflammation was also greatly reduced. The wound would be completely healed after 3 to 5 days. If it was some other wound bomb, it would take at least 8 to 10 days to remove the scab. The capital didn't lack rich people, so they would definitely be happy to spend 100 taels in exchange for less suffering. Especially for those big merchants with thriving businesses. If they were healed a day earlier, wouldn't they be able to earn a day more of money? The pampered children of noble families couldn't stand the torture of illness. For pills that could get rid of illness, not to mention 100 taels, but they would be willing to buy it even if it was more expensive. Allegedly, that person in the palace was already eyeing Tongren Medicine Hall for the next selection of Imperial merchants. They had already decided behind closed doors that all kinds of pills and medicinal syrups would be appointed as tribute to the Imperial Palace. Within the entire Tanggu town, only a few families could afford to use the pills. Patriarch Zhou was getting old, so his health had been deteriorating. Thus, they had prepared several of these pills at home for emergencies. When the young masters and young misses of the first branch coughed a little, they would clamor about wanting to drink the sweet medicine. Among the servants, only the capable people around the patriarch and matriarch could occasionally be awarded with a pill. For people like Steward Liu, who had been assigned to manage the ritual fields in the remote suburbs, they had never even seen the pills before. Could Steward Liu not be excited to see Miss Yu take out 5 pills? Logically speaking, he should refuse. But he really didn't want to refuse. These were good medicines that couldn't be bought even if one had money. Recently, his father had a craving for cold food and ate too much iced watermelon, so he had an upset stomach. After taking several doses of medicine, there still wasn't any improvement in his condition and it seemed to be worsening. The doctor said that his father was old and his organs were aging, and thus even a minor illness might kill him. When Steward Liu came out today, his father was already bedridden with an ashen complexion. Among the pills given by Miss Yu, there were 2 that treated diarrhea. Refusing to accept them might cost his father's life. After struggling for a long time, Steward Liu gritted his teeth and accepted the 5 precious pills with trembling hands. He wasn't even 40 years old yet, so he could strive for his future again in the future. However, he only had one father. He would never come back after leaving. Seeing that Steward Liu had accepted the pills, Yu Xiao breathed out a sigh of relief. This Steward Liu was too timid and overcautious. He had to think for so long before accepting the pills that she casually made. It almost seemed as if he was afraid that she would go tattle to third young Master Zhou about him accepting bribes. It should be known that the pills that she casually made were much more effective than the pills produced in the workshop. On one hand, there was a higher concentration of mystic stone water. On the other hand, during the process of making the pills, the spiritual energy of the multicolored stone on her wrist had flowed into the medicine. The unassuming pill was 2 or 3 times more effective than the pills made in the workshop. Therefore, when Steward Liu fed his father the pill upon returning home, his father's diarrhea immediately stopped, and his complexion also became more healthy. Half a day later, he was able to get up from his bed and stroll around the fields. His body was even stronger than before he fell ill. Steward Liu regarded the remaining pills as holy medicine. These pills could save their lives during critical moments. It was no wonder that so many wealthy families scrambled to buy Tongren Medicine Hall's pills. Even if they had a lot of money, it couldn't revive a life. How could the news of the steward of the Zhou family buying fine seeds from the Yu family's farmstead be kept a secret from those households who kept a close eye on the high-yield wheat kernels? There were quite a lot of rich people in Tanggu town, even for those who got rich from doing business, who didn't purchase a few hundred mu of fertile farmlands when buying property. It was necessary to have all these real estates, okay. The second household to buy fine seeds was the Yao family, who only bought vegetables from the Yu family. Steward Yao had already been promoted to a trusted head steward who served the patriarch. But after all, he was more familiar with the Yu family, so he was sent to talk with the Yu family. He didn't bother Yu Hai, who was busily working in the fields, and directly went to find Yu Xiao, who was planting corn. He greeted her with a smile. Long time no see. How are you doing, Miss Yu? Steward Yao, it's been a while since I have seen you. I heard that you have been promoted to a head steward. Congratulations. Yu Xiao congratulated him. Steward Yao waved his hands and humbly said, wasn't it all thanks to the Yu family? Your family's vegetables helped me gain some merit in front of our old master. Thanks to our old master's kindness, he has transferred this old servant to serve him directly. It's a pity that more than half of your family's vegetables had been destroyed by the Woku pirates. Since we aren't able to buy the Yu family's vegetables, our old master's appetite has greatly reduced. During meals, he would always sigh in front of the dishes. Miss Yu, when will the construction on your house be completed? It's still too early. However, we have decided to open up some space for a vegetable garden at our plantation. We will plant vegetables of the current season that will be specially sold in the Tanggu area. Leafy greens have a short growth period, so they might be on the market in about half a month. Yu Xiao had long wanted to expand the scope of their vegetable cultivation. The few mu of land in their courtyard at home gradually didn't have enough supply to provide to the Junshou restaurants in Tanggu town and the prefectural city. Except for old customers like the Yao family, they had stopped selling vegetables to the rich families in Tanggu town. Cries of discontent could be heard everywhere from those who were used to eating the Yu family's vegetables. Now, the Zhou family had opened up another branch of Junshou restaurant at the harbor. It was even bigger than the ones in Tanggu town and the prefectural city. Furthermore, it was a big hotel that provided lodging, food, and bathing. Third young Master Zhou had freed up some time to go to Dongshan village and pestered her to overcome all difficulties to ensure that she could provide vegetables for the Junshou restaurant at the docks. He wanted to strive for a good start. He wanted those visiting merchants to think of Junshou restaurant whenever they came to Tanggu docks. In this way, the expansion of vegetable cultivation was imminent. Fortunately, the Yu family's farmstead was closer to Tanggu town and the prefectural city than Dongshan village. Moreover, there was an official road right in front of the plantation connecting Tanggu town and the prefectural city, which made transportation more convenient. After discussing with her father, they first plowed 10 mu of vegetable garden in the plantation and found 2 meticulous and loyal families to manage it. In the future, the vegetable fields in the farmstead needed to provide vegetables to the restaurants and families in Tanggu town and the prefectural city. Dongshan village was located closer to the harbor, so the vegetables grown at home were specially used to supply the Junshou restaurant at the docks. Yu Xiao acted without delay and called over Widow Li and her son and the family of the matron, whose husband broke his leg when the Yu family just bought the plantation. After the husband's leg recovered, he had a slight limp, but it didn't affect his ability to work. The two families were very grateful to the owners for they took care of them, and thus they were more loyal than the other tenant farmers. In particular, Widow Li and her son, who were divided 3 mu of land last autumn, had tended the fields meticulously. When it was time for harvest, they even got first place in the village. With an average yield of 680 caddies per mu, they were awarded with 1 tael per mu by the masters. In addition, there were also over 1,000 caddies of fine wheat kernels. They had earned an income of 13 taels within half a year. Allegedly, the masters would also buy the kernels of corn, which would be harvested in the latter half of the year, back at market price. In this way, they could make at least 20-something taels in a year. This was something that Widow Li and her son had never dared to imagine. After working for a few more years, her son would have enough money to get married. When Widow Li and her son and Lu Dazhuang's family author's notes, the tenant farmer who walked with a limp, were called over by the masters, all the tenant farmers in the plantation discussed animatedly, they are the two families with the least labor force and they aren't responsible for a lot of fields. Do you think that the masters are planning on kicking them out and hiring new people? That can't be, right? The master and young miss are so kind-hearted. When distributing farmland last year, they even counted women and older children, who are capable of working. Didn't Widow Li and her son get awarded by the masters? A tenant farmer, who was jealous of her family being rewarded, curled up her lips and said, their family of 2 only need to take care of 3 mu of farmlands. Had it been me, I would have done better than them. Widow Li and her son received a dozen or so taels, so even if they got kicked out, they wouldn't be penniless. In fact, although Lu Dazhuang is crippled, it doesn't hinder him from doing farm work. His son is also 16, and thus can also be considered an adult worker. His wife is also a capable worker, so they probably wouldn't have their land taken away and kicked out, right? There were 16 families in the farmstead now, and none of them wanted to leave the Yu family's plantation. There was no need to mention the kindness of the masters. During the locust plague, they not only refused to accept rent, but they also subsidized them by hiring them as long-term workers. While the tenant farmers in the nearby villages and other plantations became emaciated and sold their children and women, they were able to live a good life without worrying about food and clothes. This year's summer harvest was even more gratifying. The family with the lowest harvest also got a dozen or so taels as income. The supervisor's family, who had the most land, earned 80 taels when they sold the seeds they reaped. In this way, their family could earn 100 taels in a year. It was 8 lifetimes of blessing for them to be able to follow the Yu family. They would soon be able to live a good life. In a few years, they would have earned enough money to buy some property nearby. They would no longer be tenant farmers without a house and farmlands. This was all thanks to the owners. They had gotten high-yield seeds for them to plant, so even after they paid the rent, they still had a lot left over. The tenant farmers at the plantation were mostly people left behind by the previous owners. At that time, they just had barely enough to eat. After paying rent, there were at most 100 or so caddies of grain per mu left over. Each caddy could only be sold for 4 to 5 copper coins, so they could only earn 5 to 600 copper coins per mu. The tenant farmers reaped wheat, but they were reluctant to eat wheat flour. Instead, they exchanged them for coarse grain in order to somewhat fill their stomachs. It was different from the present. Now, each family could earn a dozen or so taels. They wouldn't be able to use up the money even if they ate wheat flour throughout the year. With money, they no longer had to worry about not being able to fill their stomachs. Moreover, they could also occasionally buy some meat back to satisfy the kids' craving. They didn't have to dig around for money to celebrate the new year, and they could buy some clothes for their families every year. When the tenant farmers saw Widow Li and Lu Dazhuang getting called over by the owners, they felt sorry for them. Everyone understood that the masters naturally had the rights to choose to hire people who could work. It was just that these two families were short-handed and weren't of much help to the masters. Widow Li and her son felt very uneasy right now. Had it been the previous owners, they would have long been driven out when her husband died. The current master and young miss were kind-hearted. Not only did they keep them, but they also considered them as second-class laborers when dividing land to them. Although 3 mu of fields wasn't a lot, she and her son wouldn't starve to death if they carefully tended the fields. Widow Li was shocked by their income after the summer harvest. She felt very uneasy within her heart. Could it be possible that she was dreaming? Would she wake up and realize everything was fake? When she heard that her family and crippled Lu's family of 3 were called over privately by the masters, her heart instantly sank. Could it be that the masters thought that their families were burdens and wanted to drive them out? When she looked at crippled Lu's family of 3, she saw that they also looked very alarmed and anxious. Yu Xiao saw the anxious expressions on the faces of both families. She quickly reassured them, "Don't worry. I called you guys over because I have a new job for you." Widow Li and Lu Dazhuang's families all looked at each other. In the end, Widow Li timidly asked, "Young miss, aren't you doing to drive us out?" "Drive out? Why would I? Your 2 families are doing a good job taking care of the lands distributed to you. Your families are within the top 3 in terms of harvest. Wouldn't it be a loss to our farmstead if we kick such capable people out?" Yu Xiao was slightly stunned, but she quickly showed a reassuring smile and calmed the hearts of the 2 families. When the 2 families heard this, the big rock on their hearts immediately fell to the ground. Lu Dazhuang finally had a smile on his dull-looking face. He rubbed his hands and asked, "Young miss, we'll do whatever you want us to do. We are very relieved to be able to work for master and young miss." Yu Xiao looked at him with a calming gaze and said, "Have you guys heard about Dongshan village's early maturing vegetables?" Lu Dazhuang was a man, so he would work odd jobs in his spare time. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I've heard about it. I heard that the Junshou restaurant in town uses vegetables from Dongshan village. At the beginning of spring, one plate of sautéed vegetables cost 1 tael ah. The wealthy and influential families in town also scrambled and competed to buy Dongshan village's vegetables. The town's patriarch Xiao is very famous in town because all his vegetables were supplied by Dongshan village. Unfortunately, the range of vegetable cultivation in Dongshan village was too small to provide vegetables for everyone in town. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him approvingly. Seeing the shocked expression on Widow Li and her son's faces, she said, "You guys should know that we're from Dongshan village." Lu Dazhuang widened his eyes and couldn't help shouting, "Young miss, could it be that those vegetables came from the master's family?" "That's right, the early maturing vegetables came from my family. Had we not made money from selling vegetables and watermelon, how would we, normal farmers, be able to own a plantation in our lifetime?" Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of letting them know more about her family. If she wanted them to work for them wholeheartedly, she must give them confidence that they could live a good life. "Watermelon, the best-selling watermelon in Dongshan village is also from your family." Not only Lu Dazhuang, but even Widow Li, who rarely went to town, couldn't help but exclaim. The master's family was too capable. In just a few years, they had transformed from ordinary farmers to owners of a plantation. It was no wonder that everything that the masters planted were in great demand. Even their wheat output was higher than others. The two families were even more determined to live a good life by following the masters. "Young miss, just let us know what you want us to do." Lu Dazhuang declared his resolution first. "Yes, that's right," Widow Li also hurriedly replied for fear that the young miss would dislike her slow response and not give them the new job. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile and said, "As you guys know, Dongshan village has just experienced a disaster and most of the vegetables have been destroyed. If we want to start over again, I'm afraid that it will take up to next spring. There's a lot of land in our farmstead, and there are a lot of places suitable for growing vegetables. So." Lu Dazhuang immediately understood and asked, "Young miss, do you mean, you want our two families to help manage the vegetable fields?" She didn't expect that the dull-looking Lu Dazhuang was quite clever. Yu Xiaoxiao liked to work with smart people because it wasn't as tiring. She looked at him with approval and said, "That's right. I believe that your two families are experienced in growing vegetables, so it shouldn't be difficult for you guys to tend the vegetable fields, right?" "Not hard, not hard," Widow Li quickly replied. She had heard that the Yu family had a shortage of vegetables, so there was definitely a market for it. Which family in the farmstead didn't grow some vegetables in the front and back of their house? As long as they carefully took care of the vegetables, would it even be possible to not grow them well? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Rest assured, we won't grow too much in the first year. Each family will start with 10 mu. Don't worry, my family's vegetable seeds have been improved, so they don't need to be fertilized. They also aren't afraid of pests and diseases. As long as you work diligently, they just need to be watered and weeded every day. Don't worry about the water. I'll ask my father to hire someone to dig 2 wells next to the fields, which are specially used for the vegetable fields. No need for fertilization and pest control. Can the vegetables grow well?" The two families were full of doubts, and their expressions naturally revealed their feelings. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't explain either. They would know after the vegetables were grown. The next day, Yu Hai asked a well-digging craftsman to dig a well next to the selected vegetables fields. Since they were in a hurry to plant vegetables, Yu Hai gathered the tenant farmers in the farmstead and had them plow the 20 mu of land first. Widow Li's family and Lu Dazhuang's family were given 8 mu and 12 mu respectively. They stayed in the fields for the entire day. They loosened the larger clumps of soil with hose and carefully weeded the fields. Although the young miss said that they didn't need to fertilize the fields, the two families still took out most of the manure that they had saved up for over half a year. After drying and crushing them into powder, they scattered them over the fields. The young miss had said that 10% of the field's income belonged to them. Lu Dazhuang had asked around and found out that they could earn at least a dozen or so taels a month per mu of vegetable field. Didn't that mean that they could earn at least 1 tael per mu each month? 12 mu of land would be 12 taels, so with the exception of 4 or 5 months that would be too cold to grow vegetables, their families could earn an annual income of 80 to 90 taels. Moreover, this was calculated based on the least amount they could possibly receive. The price of vegetables would be several times more expensive at the beginning of spring, which meant that their income would also increase several folds. Widow Li felt even more motivated to work after hearing his analysis. If they took care of the vegetable fields meticulously, then they would have a higher output and earn more money. It would be worth it even if it was somewhat tiring. It was a cloudy summer day with birds singing. The sky was full of rosy clouds like it was dyed with paint. It reflected upon the figures of the busily working laborers, appearing beautifully magnificent. On the edge of the field was an elegant and handsome figure, who made the slender figure beside him appear even more petite. The two people were Zhu Junyang, who had just returned from transporting wheat kernels to the capital, and Yu Xiaoxiao, who was supervising the tenant farmers to grow corn on the edge of the field. "Look, this is the money from the Imperial court for the purchase of the seeds. It's 5,000 taels in total. Put it away." Upon his return to the capital this time, Zhu Junyang had reported the output of Tengu's wheat, which shocked the whole Imperial court. The emperor and a group of ministers, who were concerned about the people in the country, were also elated when they heard the news. The high yield of corn was due to the fact that the crop itself was high-yielding and it was coupled with meticulous care. So although the officials were somewhat surprised at the results, they weren't in complete disbelief as they were now. After Minister Lu heard that they had planted winter wheat over at Tengu town, he also planted some in the experimental fields at the Imperial plantation in the capital. The best wheat seeds were selected, and a good amount of fertilizers had been used. They also had experienced old farmers taking care of the crops. Even though they had done their best in all areas, the yield still didn't exceed 400 caddies per mu. Minister Lu and his subordinates had also gone to check out the fields at Tengu town. The soil wasn't as fertile as the soil at the Imperial plantation, and the wheat seeds were delivered over from the capital. They had hired long-term workers to tend the fields. There wasn't a single aspect in which they were better than that of the Imperial plantation, but their fields achieved an output of 600 caddies per mu, which was nearly double that of the Imperial plantation. What exactly was the reason? It definitely wasn't due to Royal Prince Xiang. Who in the capital didn't know that Royal Prince Xiang had been detained in Prince Jing's estate for some unknown reason since he was young? Even if he went out, he would be followed by highly skilled martial artists. Had the emperor not forced him to take the task of growing corn, he might never have the chance to deal with farming in his life. He was the type of person who only knew about cooked rice and steamed buns, but didn't recognize rice and wheat. Minister Lu carefully made a conclusion and comparison. The only difference between Tanggu town and the Imperial plantation was that the fields in Tanggu were managed by the Yu family. He had specially inquired the royal prince about the Yu family's farmstead, which was not too far from the 800 mu of farmlands in Tanggu. They had also reaped a high yield. The nearby plantations all ordered the improved variety seeds from the Yu family. The price of the wheat kernels had gone up to 50 copper coins per caddy. Minister Lu had specially compared the wheat produced by the Imperial plantation and the grain transported from Tanggu town. He noticed that the wheat grains from Tanggu town's fields were a size bigger than that of the Imperial plantation. Moreover, they all looked like a little fatty and appeared very full. He was also surprised to see the wheat ears that Royal Prince Xiang brought back. It was about the same length as an adult man's middle finger, and it was almost twice as long as the ears of wheat produced by the Imperial plantation. No wonder the output was so much higher. If they used these wheat kernels as seeds, would they be able to have a big harvest next year? To be able to reach a yield of 500 caddies per mu would also be considered a great improvement. There would still be people willing to buy it for a higher price, let alone 50 copper coins per caddy. In order to make a thorough comparison, the emperor had specially ordered people to grind the wheat from the two places into flour. They were made into steamed buns for the officials in court to taste. People should be content and not make unnecessary comparisons. The steamed buns made of the Imperial plantation's wheat flour appeared like a humble maidservant compared with the steamed buns made of Tanggu's wheat flour. The Imperial plantation's steamed buns were fine by themselves. They were just regular steamed buns with a decent taste. However, when compared with Tanggu's steamed buns, the results were apparent. Tanggu's steamed buns were white and plump, and they emitted an alluring smell. With a chewy mouthfeel, it had a sweet and delicious taste. Even though it wasn't some special dish, people wouldn't be able to stop after eating one. For the two steamer baskets of steamed buns, the officials only tried a small bite of the Imperial plantation's steamed buns, and completely devoured the steamed buns made of Tanggu's wheat flour. Two military officials had even fought for the last piece of bun, and nearly got into a fist fight. Zhu Junfan, who sat on the imperial throne, ate half a bun and yearned for more. Since he had transmigrated here, he had always eaten the steamed buns similar to that of the ones made of the Imperial plantation's wheat flour. Without a flour bleaching agent, it appeared darker and had a sticky mouthfeel. It didn't taste as good as the high-gluten flour from his previous life. Today, he had finally eaten a delicious steamed bun that was white, soft, and fragrant. It was even tastier than the steamed buns he ate in his previous life. This must be the credit of his fellow transmigrator friend. How did she improve the wheat into this current version? Or could it be that she had a blessed spot to plant crops as her transmigration cheat? Wasn't it like this in all the novels? Transmigrating with a realm, farming in a transmigration void, personal realm, 100,000 mu of fertile farmland. Zhu Junfan was immersed in his daydream as he sat on his imperial throne, and totally didn't notice that his officials were about to get into a physical fight due to a steamed bun. Su Ran noticed that his master's mind had drifted far away, so he quickly coughed twice to remind him to pay attention to the two military officials. It was too embarrassing. They weren't beggars in the slum area, so was it really necessary for them to act this way for a steamed bun? By the time Zhu Junfan returned to senses, the two old generals, who were over 100 years old together, had already begun to fight. He loudly cleared his throat, and the people around the two old generals hastily pulled them apart. Seeing that the emperor had a displeased expression on his face, the court immediately quieted down. Only the sound of the two old generals' heavy breathing could be clearly heard. Zhu Junfan didn't know if he should laugh or cry, and said, "It seems like my beloved officials favored the improved variety of wheat from Tanggu town's plantation. We do too. There's such a big difference between the grain grown from the same seeds. WHT exactly is the reason." The ministers immediately began to debate. Some expressed that it was due to the water and soil, while some said that it was because of the climate. There were also some who said that it was related to the people who manage the fields. At this time, Minister Lu exerted Zhuge Liang's vigorous debate skills and refuted all of the factors speculated by the officials. The conclusion was somewhat mysterious yet irrefutable. As long as the Yu family participated in the process in the cultivation, their results would almost always be different from others. They grew early spring vegetables and sweet watermelons. They had a good harvest of corn despite the locust plague, and they also got a high yield of wheat. Facts spoke louder than words. Those who strongly opposed the Yu family becoming imperial officials earlier had stopped and no longer came out to voice their objections. Zhu Junfan smiled and said, "The Yu family is really capable. Especially the little girl from the Yu family. We heard that it was the 12-year-old girl who suggested to plant the vegetables, watermelon, corn, as well as the winter wheat. It seems like the one who is truly capable in the Yu family is this unassuming young girl. Your Imperial Majesty, I don't oppose the men of the Yu family joining the Imperial court as an official, but, if your Majesty wants to promote the little girl, I'm afraid that the people will criticize the decision." Imperial Censor Yang jumped out again. This person was seriously inflexible and didn't know when to stop. Zhu Junfan chuckled and said, "Criticism. As long as the people have enough to eat and wear, why would we be afraid of some criticism? When we were still the heir of Imperial Prince Li, we had built a shipyard and constructed large ships. Weren't there also a lot of officials who said that we were wasting money and manpower? Those doubts were automatically disproved after we personally set sail to seek the high-yielding and stomach-filling sweet potatoes. Without those ships that we made, would we have the high-yield sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes now? Your Imperial Majesty is wise. The officials bowed to the Emperor and were sincerely convinced by his foresight. Corn and potato had not been popularized, but they knew very well the importance of sweet potatoes. In the north, the number of people who died due to successive years of disasters was far less than that of previous years. Moreover, they were also able to quickly return to their normal lifestyles. In addition to the Emperor's benevolence in tax reduction and exemption, it was also because sweet potatoes were high-yielding and suitable for all types of soil. Therefore, the victims of the disasters wouldn't die of starvation due to a lack of food. Since ascending the throne, we have attached great importance on the livelihood of the common people. For the sake of the people being able to fill their stomachs and wear warm clothes, we have been looking for experts who can promote agriculture. Now, an extraordinary talent in farming has appeared. Do we really have to give up on her because of her gender? Zhu Junfan asked in a very sincere manner. The bowing court officials didn't say anything, but Imperial Censor Xiang still very tactlessly voiced his opinion. Emperor, you can reward her father and older brother. Beloved official Xiang, the girl is still young, so her father and older brother can help her with the cultivation for the next few years. But what happens when she grows up and gets married in a few years? Her father and brother occupies her position but can't do much for the common people. Is our great Ming dynasty going to bestow positions to officials who hold the office and enjoy the privileges without making any contributions? Zhu Junfan spoke in a serious tone and questioning manner. He hated those pests who held onto a position without doing any work and didn't let others take over. However, these good-for-nothing officials still existed and there was no way to prevent them from clinging on. Imperial Censor Xiang wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to reply to the Emperor's words. He frowned and seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Seeing that the Emperor was enraged, the other officials didn't dare to make any more comments. Zhu Junfan lightly sighed and said, let's discuss this matter again after we see the father and daughter of the Yu family. Junyang, send 100 caddies of the wheat you brought over to each official's house. Consider it a reward. Your Majesty, please don't. The officials were very happy and were about to thank the Emperor when Minister Lu of the Ministry of Revenue jumped out and tried to stop the Emperor's order with his life. Zhu Junfan was mentally tired. He sighed and asked, beloved official Lu, what high opinion do you have? Emperor, the wheat kernels that Royal Prince Xiang brought back are all plump grains, which makes them excellent seeds. This official thinks that the wheat should be used as seeds and planted around the capital. Your Majesty, imagine how many people will benefit if these seeds produce a high yield and are popularized all over the country. This official thinks that these wheat kernels should be stored as improved variety seeds and not be eaten as food. The officials were still reminiscing the taste of the white, plump steamed buns. When the Emperor said that he would give the grains to them, their hearts burst with joy. With 100 caddies of wheat, they could grind 70 to 80 caddies of flour, right? Wouldn't they be able to make a lot of steamed buns then? It would definitely be enough to satisfy their cravings. What was wrong with this Minister Lu? To ask the Emperor to retract his imperial edict, he was seriously harming others without any self-interest. Your Majesty, you stand your ground. Zhu Junfan felt very relieved yet tired to have an official who wholeheartedly cared about the common people. In fact, Minister Lu's words were quite reasonable. However, could he really not even reward these officials, who had helped him with a lot of worries, with a mere bag of wheat? Beloved official Lu, Royal Prince Xiang has brought back at least 500,000 caddies of wheat. Giving each official in court 100 caddies would only use up less than 10,000 caddies. Although the improved wheat kernels are important, giving away a little bit is fine. The officials all nodded in assent and threw daggers with their eyes at Minister Lu, as if he was a sinner who had committed a crime that caused public wrath. Seeing that Minister Lu wanted to say something, Zhu Junfan quickly said, Chief Steward Su, pass on our order to summon the father and daughter of the Yu family to the capital. Beloved official Lu, we will assign the father and daughter to work under you, specializing in farming. Do you still be worried about not having high-yield seeds in the future? Perhaps, in the future, there will also be improved varieties of rice and millet. As soon as he heard that the father and daughter of the Yu family, who were farming experts, were assigned to the Ministry of Revenue, Minister Lu was so happy that it seemed like he had picked up 800 tails. He no longer worried about the 8,000 caddies of wheat kernels. As the Emperor had said, with the two treasures, there would definitely be a lot of improved variety of wheat seeds in the future. After the court session ended, Minister Lu stopped and asked all sorts of questions to Royal Prince Xiang, who was the most familiar with the father and daughter of the Yu family. Zhu Junyang was so annoyed with him that he almost exploded in anger. In the end, Minister Lu went back to official business. Royal Prince Xiang, did Miss Yu say whether these wheat kernels could continue to produce high yield? Zhu Junyang had asked the same thing to Xiao before, and Xiao's reply was, if it's the first generation of seeds, then I can guarantee that an output of at least 5 to 600 caddies. However, I can't guarantee the same for the second generation of seeds. She was also clueless. The spiritual energy of the mystic stone water could help germination and heading of the seeds. Hence, the yield wouldn't be too bad. But, if the kernels were used as seeds, she didn't know whether they could continue to produce a high yield. Zhu Junyang also answered Minister Lu in the same way. Minister Lu felt somewhat disappointed in the answer, but if the first generation could be high yielding, then the second generation shouldn't be too bad either. It would at least be better than normal seeds. Besides, even if the kernels couldn't be used as seeds again, they definitely didn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. At least the grinded flour of the wheat could make delicious food. The next day, Zhu Junyang used the excuse that he needed to supervise the corn cultivation at Tanggu Town's plantation to leave the capital. At that time, Zhu Junfan had jokingly scolded, "A man's heart leans towards outsiders. It's hard to keep a grown son at home." This younger cousin of his always ran to the Tanggu area whenever he had time. Although he always successfully completed all his assigned tasks, he always finished them within the shortest amount of time possible. In addition, he would ask for a vacation right after he finished his tasks. He would run off to Tanggu Town, refusing to work. In the past, he had thought that this kid was very filial and freed up time to accompany his lady mother. However, it now seemed that the fellow began to understand how to please girls. The stinky brat had quite keen eyes. His little transmigrator friend was still just a budding flower, but he had already started guarding her all the time, for fear that she would be taken away by someone with the same keen eyes. Zhu Junfan thought of the 5,000 taels that he had been cheated of and couldn't help but feel angry. That stinky brat had actually let the little girl from the Yu family manage the 800 mu of fields at Tanggu. It seemed that in order to please the young girl, his younger cousin had gone all in. He had given away the 800 mu of farmlands without hesitation and reluctance. Now, he, the emperor, should be the one whose heart ached. The brat didn't lower the price even a bit for the nearly 50,000 caddies of wheat kernels and sold them to the Imperial court at market price. Moreover, he even had an expression as if he got taken advantage of. It was wheat kernels produced by the Yu family's farmstead, but 50 copper coins per caddy was expensive. It almost seemed like the brat was unwilling to sell them for just 50 copper coins per caddy. He was resigned to his fate and took out 5,000 taels from the Imperial treasury to give to the brat. No matter how difficult it was for his country, he couldn't let his people suffer. Zhu Junfan strongly suspected that the brat had an ulterior motive. If the plantation at Tanggu belonged to him, would he really be that shameless to take his Imperial older cousin's money? That stinky brat was very cunning. The 5,000 taels of banknotes, which caused the emperor's heart to ache for a few seconds, was currently in Yu Xiao's hands. Her pair of big eyes were full of confusion as she looked at the young royal prince. "My lord, what do you mean? What are you looking at? Are you trying to compete with this prince to see whose eyes are bigger?" Zhu Junyang poked her forehead with his index finger. He thought that her cute expression was very adorable, and he really wanted to pinch her tender cheeks. "This money, you're giving it to me?" Seeing Zhu Junyang nod, Xiao continued to ask, "Why?" Those who liked money would have a proper way to get it. She didn't want this money that came from an unknown source. It wasn't like she lacked money. "At such a young age, your memory is quite worrying." Zhu Junyang teased her with a gorgeous smile on his face, and then he continued, "This prince has already given you the deed for the 800 mu of farmlands as a betrothal gift, did you forget?" "Betrothal gift? When did you say you were giving me the farmlands? How come I didn't know about this?" Yu Xiao still had a bewildered expression on her face and didn't dare to withdraw her hands, which were holding the banknotes. "If I'm not giving them to you, then why did I give you the title deed?" Zhu Junyang didn't know what to do with this little muddlehead. Although he didn't directly say it at that time, he felt that his intentions were very obvious. She agreed to his pursuit and he gave her the title deed. In the future, everything that belonged to him would be hers. Wasn't that very clear? The corner of Yu Xiao's mouth twitched and she whispered, "I thought that you just wanted me to help you keep it for you. I thought you wanted me to help manage the fields more often." Little muddlehead. Zhu Junyang pinched her nose dotingly, and then said, "Do you understand now? Aren't you going to quickly put away the money? But, we agreed at that time that if you found another girl that you liked, then we would split up. If you give me all land and money, you will regret it in the future. I won't give it back." She didn't know that, in Zhu Junyang's eyes, she looked like a spoiled kitten when she threatened people. She was scratching people with her palm rather than her claws. Zhu Junyang's heart softened. He ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "Rest assured, this prince has a very small heart, which can only hold you. Don't worry about me falling for someone else. This prince doesn't even want to take another look at those pampered noble young ladies in the capital." "You're wrong. In fact, all girls are angels who are lovely in their own ways. You can't generalize everyone just because of one special case." Yu Xiao felt that the young royal prince had the wrong mentality. There were so many noble young misses and girls from humble families in the capital, so there must be one that suited him. How would he know about their good sides if he didn't even try to understand them? Angel, messenger from the heavens. Zhu Junyang was already used to the weird terms that came from her mouth from time to time. He shook his head and said, "Let's leave those angels for others because this prince already has an angel sent from the heavens to save me." As he said that, he looked at Xiao affectionately with his charming phoenix eyes. "Devilish, he's too devilishly handsome." Yu Xiao got goosebumps from his staring. She quickly lowered her head, folded the banknotes, and carefully put them into her money pouch. Zhu Junyang felt very helpless. When will my little lass understand? When corn and potatoes were planted in the plantation at Tanggu, several leaves of the leafy greens in the Yu family's farmstead's 20 mu of vegetable fields had already grown out. In a few more days, they should be ready to be reaped and sold. When Yu Xiao spread the news in Tanggu town in the prefectural city that her family had planted vegetables, many people had been keeping an eye on them. There was no need to mention Junshou restaurant. There were also many famous restaurants and some old customers from Tanggu town who expressed their desire to purchase the vegetables grown in the Yu family's farmstead. 20 mu of vegetable fields should be more than enough to supply the entire Tanggu town and several restaurants in the prefectural city. Yu Hai had already signed a supply agreement with them, but they kept the practice of not providing delivery services. If they wanted to buy vegetables, then they needed to send a cart over. The Yu family was only responsible for picking and loading the vegetables onto the carts, but not delivery. Had it been another vegetable farmer, they would definitely send the vegetables all the way to their kitchens if they managed to get one of those families as their customers. They would be afraid that their services weren't good enough and that the customers wouldn't buy their vegetables. The Yu family, on the other hand, were big shots. Well, who told them to have such delicious and high-quality vegetables? In order to get a chance to purchase the Yu family's vegetables, those normally smug and respected stewards in Tengu Town spoke in a soft, humble manner with a flattering smile. Not to mention that there was no delivery service, but they wouldn't dare to refuse even if they were ordered to personally go gather the vegetables in the fields. What could they do when it was considered an honor in Tengu Town to be able to eat the vegetables produced by the Yu family? They were just that amazing. Since the plantation and farmstead were both on track, the father and daughter pair went back to Dongshan village to check on the progress of their house. As for the job of picking and selling vegetables after they were put on the market, Yu Xiaoxiao asked the steward of the plantation to help keep an eye on them. If they lacked manpower, he could hire some short-term or long-term workers, and he could also set the wage. Yu Xiaoxiao felt quite at ease with this steward. He had come from the Prince Jing's estate. To be able to become a steward, he naturally had his own abilities. After Zhu Junyang gave away the 800 mu plantation, he also gave away the slave contracts of the steward and servants of the plantation. Now, this steward worked for the Yu family. Steward Wang was very clear about his own position. His royal prince cared deeply about Miss Yu, and he was very determined to have her be his wife. Although he was given away as a servant, he would be able to return to work under his master when Miss Yu married over. In order to help his master to please Miss Yu, he must work even harder. If he ruined the royal prince's matter, he might sell him in a rage in the future. At that time, there was no use to even cry. His entire family worked in the Prince Jing's estate. Even the doorkeeper of the Prime Minister's estate was considered a 7th-rank official, so it was such a great honor to be able to work in the prince's estate. He couldn't ruin his entire family's future. Steward Wang did his best and worked wholeheartedly, and thus Yu Xiaoxiao trusted him even more. Not only was he responsible for the matters of the plantation, but he also helped keep an eye on the farmstead's vegetable fields. In actuality, as a steward, he didn't need to do everything himself and he just needed to have a good grasp of the situation. His assistants, who he had trained for a long time, weren't just used as a piece of art. But, since Miss Yu attached great importance to the vegetable fields, he must visit more often and help his future mistress keep an eye on them. By the decree of the emperor, father and daughter, Yu Hai and Yu Xiaoxiao are to enter the capital to meet his imperial majesty. Su Ran's figure stood firmly and appeared very spirited and radiant. He gave off the feeling as though he were a banished immortal that was above the common folk. This commoner girl accepts this decree. Many thanks to the emperor. As it was his first time receiving an imperial decree, Yu Hai was a bundle of nerves and almost did not manage to stand up from the ground as he had gone weak in the knees. It was only after Yu Xiaoxiao supported him that he was able to hold the imperial decree in his trembling hands. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the smiling Zhu Junyang who stood behind Su Ran. The both of them had their own distinctive features. In terms of appearance, one was devilishly charming and the other was otherworldly clean. One emitted a cold aura, while the other warm. They were both extremely beautiful men who were very pleasing to the eye. Noticing Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze, a comforting smile appeared on Zhu Junyang's cold face and he nodded at her, as though telling her that it was a good thing. Just as he smiled, flowers bloomed in the wind of spring blew for 5 kilometers, stunning Yu Xiaoxiao who thought that she was already immune to his charm. It's already come to such a situation, yet she still has the mood to appreciate beautiful men. Seeing that his youngest daughter gave no reaction even though so much time had passed, Yu Hai took out a piece of banknote worth 500 taels from his sleeve and reluctantly presented it to Chief Steward Su, stuttering, Chief Steward Su, this is a small token of my appreciation. Su Ran glanced at the Yu residence that was undergoing renovation. He did not reach out for the banknote in Yu Hai's hand. Instead, he smiled, making them feel as if they were bathing in the wind of spring. Master, you need not be so courteous. Yu Hai was a little undecided about whether or not he should keep the banknote. Could it be that Chief Steward Su thought the amount was too little? That could be the case, since he is the emperor's most trusted chief steward. Which side of society has he not seen? Why would he care for these mere 500 taels from his family? He should have taken out 2 pieces of banknotes just now. Yu Hai felt very regretful. Casually, Yu Xiaoxiao took the banknote from her father's hand and forcibly stuffed it into Su Ran's fair and delicate hands. She somewhat shamelessly smiled at him. Sir Su, we've troubled you to come so far from the capital, so just take this money as Xiaoxiao treating you to tea. Su Ran lightly pushed the banknote back. He did not seem to have used much strength, but it had managed to easily push away Xiaoxiao's enthusiastic little hand. He smiled slightly and his voice sounded gentle and warm as he spoke. Miss Xiaoxiao, if you sincerely want to treat me to tea, then you should personally brew the pot of tea yourself. The country wild tea you brewed last time for the heir of Prince Jing was quite lovely. It would be even better if it was accompanied by desserts. Seeing that he was adamant about not receiving the banknote, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that it would not look good if she continued to persist, so she went with the flow and kept the banknote. She stuffed it into her pouch and said to Chief Steward Su, Sir Su, my home is undergoing renovation, so it's a little more chaotic than usual. Please rest in the manner, Chief Steward Su. Zhu Junyang flashed a smile at Yu Xiaoxiao, smoothly continuing her sentence. Su Ran's gaze moved between Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao for a few times before he let out a faint smile. That's also good. Since I've come to Dongshan village, it is expected that I go and greet the princess consort. Towards the rest of the Yu household who were at a loss, Yu Xiaoxiao said, Father, you should go and pack your bags for the capital. Mother, can you see if we have any specialty products for us to bring to Godmother? Godmother likes to eat the bacon and dried fish that we make. Hearing the words of their daughter, the two of them were akin to waking up from a dream and immediately started to busy themselves. When he heard that he had to enter the capital to meet the emperor, Yu Hai was so nervous he tensed up completely and even walked awkwardly. His arms and legs would not listen to his commands, and his brain was also near giving up. He never thought that he would be able to have the opportunity to meet the emperor in the years he was alive. It was a real-life emperor, not the ones that appeared in operas. His life was now without any regrets. Madame Lu was a little tentative, so she turned towards her husband after the figures of Chief Steward Su, Royal Prince Xiang and her youngest daughter disappeared into the stone pathway covered by trees, whispering, Xiao Xiao's father, why do you think the emperor wants to meet us? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Yu Hai was also a little lost, replying with uncertainty, I'm also not sure, Kaur has followed Chief Steward Su. If she were here, even if she didn't know the reason, with her cleverness she'd still be able to make an approximate guess. The old village head, who had accompanied the Yu household to receive the imperial decree, held it in his trembling hands as he observed it. He was actually fortunate enough to be able to receive the imperial decree twice during his time as the village head. Even though the imperial decree was not directed at him, he still felt proud regardless. The first time he received the imperial decree, Hunter Zhao's family went to the capital and he even became a general. This time, the Yu family was about to rise to new heights with this imperial decree. He eventually returned the imperial decree to the Yu family, smiling as he comforted Yu Hai and his wife, don't panic. You see, the person who came to read the imperial decree is the chief steward. His expression was calm and treated your family warmly, and even Royal Prince Yang's face had a hint of a smile, it's definitely not a bad thing. Eldest nephew, good things are coming your way. When the time comes, don't forget to look after our Dongshan village. Village head is exaggerating, I'm only a farmer, how could I be capable of looking after the village? Yu Hai felt calmer now that he had heard what the village head had said. The village head smiled, his bearing now even warmer, I'm guessing that your family did a great deal last time when we fought off the Woku pirates. Regardless, if it weren't for Xiao Xiao, our village would be faced with the threat of destruction like the neighboring village. If your Xiaosha hadn't risked his life to relay the news to the garrison, they wouldn't be able to arrive in time and the harbor would have been awash with the blood of merchants, and their goods would be plundered, causing a huge loss. Considering your family's contribution, the emperor will surely reward you with a lot of good things when you arrive at the capital, maybe even a noble title or something. I'll borrow your auspicious words. Surrounded by fellow villagers who looked at him with gratitude and envy, Yu Hai cupped his hands together and made a deep obeisance before he went back to the Zhao residence to prepare the luggage he was to bring to the capital. Madame Lu also followed him up the mountain as the dried meat and preserved ducks and chickens in the ice house had not been ransacked by the Woku pirates. She could still pack some for them to bring to Xiao Xiao's godmother. When Xiao Xiao's godmother heard of the Woku pirates' invasion, she had hurriedly delivered an entire cart of supplies from the capital. The supplies included food, clothes and all of their necessities. She even sent 1,000 taels over for fear that they would be short of money because the village was completely ransacked. Her daughter was fortunate to have gotten such a sincere godmother. They did not have anything valuable to give her, and she did not lack anything in the capital. Thus, Madame Lu prepared some of their local products for Xiao Xiao's godmother to enjoy. Su Ran, Zhu Junyang and Xiao Xiao casually walked on the path in the forest. In the early summer, the hot sun blazed in the sky, but a cool and slightly humid breeze could be felt along the shady path, giving them a comfortable feeling. Green was all that filled their sights, and when they turned around for a look, the blue surface of the ocean seemed like a badly polished mirror. The blues of the sky and the sea blended together until no one could tell where the line was in which they met. This seems like a good place to retire. A light breeze carried the edge of Su Ran's pristine robes, making it seem as though he could fly away with the wind at any moment. Xiao Xiao could not help but stare. Zhu Junyang felt sour in his heart. His little lass used to only stare at him, but now she was cheating on him right in front of his eyes. This was too outrageous. He coughed heavily, reminding that little lass who watched other men until she forgot herself, be reserved. His cough did not pull the little lass back from her daze, but instead attracted the attention of Su Ran, who had been appreciating the view. He followed the jealous gaze of Royal Prince Xiang, only to see that little lass lost in a daze as she stared at him. He outstretched his long hand that could be compared to that of a pianist's and waved it in front of Xiao Xiao's face, smiling, Miss Xiao Xiao, what are you thinking about? Sir Su is like a god from the heavens who is above the common folk. Xiao Xiao mumbled her thoughts as though she was hypnotized. She quickly realized what she had said and her face immediately reddened. She lowered her head and pretended to be a quail. Bright laughter erupted from Su Ran. Since he was young, his appearance had only attracted vulgar, greedy and lustful desires. He had become the emperor's most trusted chief steward and even first-rank officials had to be courteous with him, but he could still feel a lot of jealous and contemptuous gazes behind his back. It was actually his first time receiving such unadulterated appreciation and compliments. He was touched, but he also felt rueful. Yu Xiao Xiao was not aware, but Zhu Junyang knew very well that Chief Steward Su Ran's biggest taboo was comments about his appearance. Many of those high-ranking officials who desired him as their male bed servant because of his looks had eventually lost their position and died very horribly. The little lass was so blatant she was only one step away from saying he was beautiful. If he continued to let her speak, he did not know what kind of shocking words would come out of her mouth. Zhu Junyang quickly took a step forward and blocked Chief Steward Su Ran's line of sight. He wanted to say something to help the little lass justify herself, but he heard Chief Steward Su say with a smile, Miss Xiao Xiao's culinary skills are so extraordinary that even the Imperial cooks hold you in high esteem. If Su Ran doesn't eat cooked food, wouldn't that mean I wouldn't be able to taste Miss Xiao Xiao's craft? Wouldn't I be missing out on a lot of delicacies? Chief Steward Su Ran wasn't smiling out of anger, right? He even has the mood to joke around, he probably isn't mad at the little lass, right? Zhu Junyang hurriedly spoke before Xiao Xiao could respond, let Xiao Xiao make some signature dishes for Chief Steward Su this afternoon as an apology. Apology, Royal Prince Yang has exaggerated. Su Ran's gaze lightly brushed over Zhu Junyang, seemingly slightly colder than before. He turned around and continued to stare at the place where the sky met the sea, feeling as though his mind had broadened just by watching the vast ocean. Yu Xiaosao was left confused. She glared at him and crinkled her nose as she whispered, "Why should I apologize to Sir Su? I didn't do anything wrong. Don't blindly cut into our conversation. Can't you see that Sir Su's mood was quite good before, but now he's displeased because you decided to cut in?" Zhu Junyang also felt that Su Ran was not as happy as he was just now. He tried to focus his attention to sense Chief Steward Su's thoughts, but she had a sudden realization. Eunuchs were always placed lower than the common folk. Even if he was a trusted and favored eunuch, many people still disdained him behind his back even though they treated him courteously. Chief Steward Su had experienced so much of this that it was natural that he had a deep understanding of the complexity and viciousness of the human heart. The little lass was pure at heart. In her eyes, Chief Steward Su was just like everyone else, and she would naively appreciate his appearance and get close to him because of his aura. Every reaction of hers towards Chief Steward Su was purely because of himself, not his identity, and she was sincere in her every compliment and gaze. As such, Chief Steward Su treated her differently. "Sir Su, this place backs the mountains while facing the sea while the surroundings are beautiful and the feng shui is exceptional. When Sir Su retires, you can come here to pass off the rest of your days." Seeing that Su Ran liked this ocean view, Yu Xiaosao's eyes flickered before she grinned broadly, "Sir Su, can I recite you a poem?" Su Ran turned around, a warm smile on his face as he looked at her. "Oh. You also know how to recite poems? Don't underestimate me. At the very least, I've studied for 2 years with my county official little brother." Yu Xiaosao adorably rolled her eyes, clearing her throat. "From tomorrow onwards, become a blissful man. Feed horses, chop firewood, traverse the world. From tomorrow onwards, care for grain and vegetables. I have a house, facing the sea, with spring blossoms. Give every winding river and every mountain an endearing name. Stranger, I, too, wish you happiness. I wish for you a glittering path ahead. I wish for you to meet your lover, make a home. I wish for you to receive happiness in this world. I only wish to face the sea, with spring blossoms." 1. Zhu Junyang secretly held his breath, resisting the urge to laugh. He did his best to maintain his emotionless face, but the slight tilt of the edge of his lips said otherwise. "Xiaosao, are you sure this is a poem? You're so uncultured, do you even know how to appreciate the artistic concept of poems?" Yu Xiaosao threw him a disdainful look. In her previous life, this lyrical poem written by modern poet Hai Zi Tu had been spread among the people for a long time, and it expressed the poet's yearning for happiness in his loneliness and desolation. It was just right for Su Ran's current state of mind. Su Ran faintly nodded his head. "Although Miss Xiaosao's poem seems more like an epode, it is comparatively freer than that. The artistic concept of the poem is clear yet deep, bright yet implicit, easygoing and hearty yet dignified and rich. It is indeed a rare, good piece. Facing the sea in the warmth of spring while the flowers bloomed. It was such a beautiful yearning. Perhaps it was the average little warmth that he longed for in his heart, but would never obtain." Su Ran took one last look at the calm ocean waters before he turned around and continued his steady ascent uphill on the stone steps. Among the favored eunuchs recorded in history, how many of them were actually able to smoothly retire? Most of them were unjustly blamed for the emperor. They became the person who had bewitched the emperor into his misdoings, and even in death they did not have a place to rest in peace. Right now, the emperor was still young. He was wise and loved his people, but what about the future? The human heart changed easily, so who knew what would happen in the future? Facing the sea in the warmth of spring while the flowers bloomed. Perhaps it would be the only yearning in his heart. "Sir Su, I think you're more fit to be a recluse, living in the mountains facing the sea, a peach blossom tree beyond your door, and beneath the tree, a gukan." Yu Xiaosao felt moved by the scene she drew. Ah, a person who was akin to a banished immortal, playing his gukan as he sat beneath the brilliant peach blossoms, the breeze caressing his long hair as the edge of his clothes danced with the petals of the peach blossoms. It was such a wonderful scene. Su Ran climbed the steps quietly, slowly, as though by doing this, he would be able to get closer to the peaceful life she had made up, to the beautiful yearning in his heart. The edges of his lips faintly curled upwards, and it was as if he was no longer the person who commanded the emperor's hidden guards. He was no longer the head steward who could flood the court with blood in a split second, but instead a recluse who secluded himself in the forests, with a jug of wine in hand while he was surrounded by flowers, lying drunk in a forest of peach blossoms. In Prince Jing's West Mountain Manor, Su Ran stood to leave after he greeted Princess Consort Jing and drank the tea that Xiaosao had personally brewed. He was afraid that he might feel more and more reluctant to leave if he stayed even a while longer. Perhaps it was time he found a successor. Before leaving Dongshan village, he stood in front of his white, immaculate steed and passed a jade pendant to Yu Xiaosao, smiling as he said gently, "When you arrive at the capital, if you meet a situation that you can't resolve, take this jade pendant to Eastern Dwelling Distillery. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely help you." Yu Xiaosao took the jade pendant into her hand joyfully. It looked like an ordinary double fish jade pendant, but the letter, Su, was carved on the back of it. Was it Sir Su's personal seal? Sir Su was the emperor's trusted head steward. With his backing, she could parade about the capital without fear. "Many thanks to Sir Su. Here is some peach blossom wine that we made ourselves, and peach blossom tea that I personally crafted. If you don't disdain this gift, bring it back and try it." It wasn't polite to be gifted something and have nothing to give back in return. She didn't have anything else on hand. This homemade wine and handcrafted tea could help maintain the good health and youthful appearance of the consumer, and they were quite excellent in taste. Besides, it was the sincerity behind the gift that mattered, not the price, right? Of course, Su Ran would not disdain the gift. He smiled, replying, "There's no one in the capital who isn't aware that the peach blossom tea in the general's residence is fragrant, delicious to drink and even helps to maintain a youthful appearance and remove freckles." It was rumored that Lady Fang's freckles from her pregnancy had completely disappeared as a result of drinking this tea. Not only that, but she even seemed to have become a few years younger. Her complexion is much better than before. So this peach blossom tea that's so hard to procure is actually the craft of Miss Xiao. Yu Xiao had no idea that the peach blossom tea she had asked her godfather to bring to his wife had caused such a big sensation in the capital. She was happy, and also fortunate that her godmother had not told anyone of the origins of the peach blossom tea. Otherwise she would never be able to live her life here peacefully. When she raised her head, she saw Sir Susuke's that was filled with laughter and cleared her throat. This peach blossom tea not only helps to maintain one's youthful appearance, but it also helps to dredge meridians and replenish chi and blood, and this peach blossom wine will help to prevent diseases if you drink a small cup of it twice every day in the morning and at night. Alright, I appreciate Miss Xiao's sincerity. In the future, I will definitely follow Miss Xiao's instructions and drink a small cup of it every morning and night. Although Su Ran still had his doubts about the effectiveness of the wine as the little miss had claimed, he instinctively felt that there were only benefits to be gained from drinking this peach blossom wine. Once Su Ran left, Xiao hurriedly returned to pack her things for the trip to the capital. Naturally, Zhu Junyang would not leave her alone and accompanied her along, fearful that the little lass would be anxious. Although she was a little tentative, Xiao was still calmer than her father after she found out from the young prince that their summons to the capital this time was a good thing. After all, she had entered the Imperial palace and met the Emperor and Empress before. Oh, right, and the Emperor Emeritus, that adorable and esurient old man. She believed that even if she made a few mistakes in her speech, the Emperor and Empress would not take it to heart. She had, after all, helped the little Imperial prince before. She dismounted from her horse in front of the general's residence. When the page saw Xiao's figure, he hurriedly ran inside to notify the madam. After a short period of chaos, Lady Fang appeared with Junju and Linglong following behind her, along with an entire crowd of her courtyard servants. Yu Xiao went up to greet her, but was instead pulled into an embrace by Lady Fang. Lady Fang lightly slapped her back twice, chiding, "You heartless little lass. It's as though telling you to come to the capital is equivalent to harming you. Every time, you only send things to me, but don't you realize that no matter how many things you send me, it doesn't hold a candle to you coming here personally. I missed you so much." Xiao's eyes felt warm. Seeing her godmother's eyes turn red, she quickly turned towards the plump little boy in the arms of a nanny who stood behind Lady Fang. "Yo, is this our little Linlin? He's so big already, he's quite handsome, luckily he doesn't look like godfather." The little boy Fang Howlin had been curiously eyeing the little miss in his mother's embrace. Seeing her look in his direction, he shyly turned his head away. "You dare say, the last time you saw your little brother was on his first birthday. Only now, when he's nearly 2 years old, does he get to meet his older sister. You see, little Linlin doesn't even recognize you anymore." Lady Fang was full of grievances as she glared harshly at her goddaughter. She rarely got to see this little lass. If it wasn't for the food that she sent to her once in a while, she would have thought that this lass had already forgotten about her godmother. "Hee, it's my fault, okay. This time, I brought you some peach blossom wine, and several caddies of peach blossom tea. If you can't finish them, then you can give them to the other madams that you're usually closer to. Not to mention the peaches we planted last year, quite a lot of them bore fruit this year, but it's not so easy to transport, so I only brought one basket full of them. I carried them on my back the entire journey to the capital, afraid that others might bruise them if they were careless. The other peaches had been canned and there's enough for you to enjoy for a whole year." With a pleasing tone, Yu Xiao offered the peaches to Lady Fang like she was presenting treasures. Although the peach tree in the Yu residence's back courtyard was actually a wild peach tree that was dug out from the mountain, it still couldn't withstand the mystic stone water that she watered it with every day. Not only did its flowers bloom beautifully, but the peaches it bore were also very big. The pink peaches were as big as the fist of an adult and emitted an enchanting fragrance. The peaches were also imbued with some spiritual energy that benefited the human body. Perhaps it was because the little boy, Fang Howlin, had been fed the mystic stone water by Xiao before when he was younger, but he was more sensitive to this kind of spiritual energy. His head immediately turned back and he stared unblinkingly at the peaches in Xiao's hands. Yu Xiao used the mystic stone water in her water bag to wash a peach. Then, she held it in front of the little fellow. Fang Howlin shyly looked at the somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar older sister in front of him, and slowly, a bashful smile blossomed on his face. Without saying whether he wanted it or not, he stared fixedly at the peach. Then, as though he was tempted by the fragrance of the peach, he slowly outstretched his little paw. He wasn't able to hold it in one hand, so he extended his other arm and, with both hands, held the peach to his chest. The smile on his face grew even sweeter. Only then did Lady Fang notice that Royal Prince Xiang had been accompanying Yu Xiao, and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Zhu Junyang stopped her, smiling as he said, "Lady Fang doesn't need to be so courteous. Xiao will need to enter the Imperial Palace to meet the Emperor tomorrow, so she should rest early today. I'll come pick her up tomorrow morning." They escorted Royal Prince Xiang out the door, and then Lady Fang arranged for Yu Hai to settle in the outer courtyard. Fang Zizhen also returned to the capital yesterday, and, at the moment, he had been summoned to the Imperial Palace by the Emperor for questioning. When he returned a while later, the two of them would have a good drink together. Xiao and Lady Fang were crowded into the inner courtyard. The little fellow, Fang Howlin, held the big peach in his grasp and smelled it with his nose, but he didn't bite into it. Once they were within the inner courtyard, the servants dissipated once they greeted Yu Xiao, and only Wedung and Pippa were left to serve her. At this time, Fang Haolan, who had been placed on the floor, secretly glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao before he toddled towards Lady Fang. He did his best to outstretch his chubby little arms that looked like lotus roots, cutely saying, "Mommy, eat fruit." Lady Fang picked up her son and placed him on her lap. She shook her head and said, "Your sister gave you that, so you eat it." Little Linlin stubbornly put the peach to her mouth. "Linlin, eat after mommy, eat." "Godmother, Linlin is so filial. You should just take a bite." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly as she looked at the little toddler, who was barely 2 yet already knew to first let his mother eat the good things. Although this little fellow was a little shy, his parents had taught him well. Only after Lady Fang pretended to take a small bite into the top of the peach did little Linlin happily eat the peach. The peach was full of juice and extremely sweet. Just by biting into the skin and lightly sucking it, a piece of sweet and juicy peach went into the little fellow's mouth. So yummy, it's even better than the cherries that mommy bought before. It's almost as good as the watermelons that older sister sent from Tengu town. Little Linlin secretly looked at his fair-skinned, doe-eyed older sister. So this is my older sister who lived in Tengu town. She's the one who can make delicious food, and often sends delicious pastries and fruits over to us, right? Older brother Xuanxuan said that his older sister treated him very well and spent all her monthly allowance on him. Now that Linlin also has an older sister, will she also treat Linlin as good as older brother Xuanxuan's older sister does? Our little friend, Fang Haolan, who was barely 2 years old, thought about all this as he ate the big peach, but he accidentally ate too much while he was distracted. He had gotten spleen-stomach disharmony recently. Moreover, he did not cooperate with the treatment. Therefore, he ended up rolling on the bed while clutching his stomach and wailing until tears and mucus streaked his face. Lady Fang felt both amused and helpless. She resignedly gave out orders to brew the medicine, but the little fellow refused to take his medicine even though his stomach was in pain. "Mommy, Linlin doesn't want to drink that bitter medicine." "I don't wanna. If you don't drink the medicine, your stomach will hurt for the whole afternoon." Coaxing her son to take his medicine was a difficult task. Lady Fang saw the little fellow bury his head into his blanket while leaving his wiggling little butt exposed outside, looking like a big, stupid caterpillar. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel her head ache. Our little friend, Fang Haolan, also felt very aggrieved. His tummy was so painful, yet his mother still wanted to make him drink the bitter medicine. Was she even his biological mother? He hugged his stomach and wailed, "I don't want to drink that bitter medicine. I want to drink the sweet medicine that older sister sent." Syrup is used to treat coughing, so it can't be used to treat your indigestion. Madame Fang admonished earnestly, but the little fellow was barely 2 years old. Thus, he did not understand anything about using the right medicine for the right disease. Since he did not need to drink bitter medicine to treat cough, the same could be said for his stomachache. "I want older sister. Older sister is a doctor and she has medicine that isn't bitter." Little Linlin's eyes brightened as he pulled his head out from under the blankets. His eyes that had been washed with tears now shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Didn't his mother say that his older sister was very skilled? Imperial physicians would only give bitter medicine to little children, but his older sister was able to make sweet-tasting medicine. Older sister must be more skilled than Imperial physicians. "I hear that little Linlin is looking for me. Why is Linlin looking for older sister?" Yu Xiaoxiao returned to the main courtyard after she got cleaned up and changed into another set of clothes in her courtyard. She did not expect to hear Fang Haolan wailing for her before she even entered the room. It seemed that she was still quite popular among children. She had not met him for almost a year, yet little Linlin was still quite close to this older sister of his. When she entered the room, she noticed that little Linlin had 2 streaks of tears running down his cheeks while he pitifully and somewhat shyly looked at her. The sight made her heart melt. She went up and held the little fellow who had a milky scent into her arms, gently and softly asking, "Little Linlin, why did you cry? Tell older sister, where are you feeling uncomfortable?" Older sister's embrace is so fragrant and comfortable. Our little friend, Fang Haolan, buried his face into his older sister's embrace and deeply took in her scent. "My tummy doesn't seem to hurt as much when I'm in older sister's embrace." The little fellow stayed in Xiaoxiao's embrace, refusing to leave no matter how hard his mother tried to coax him. He even used an adorable tone to pitifully moan, "Older sister, Linlin's tummy hurts." Xiaoxiao looked up at Lady Fang with a gaze filled with curiosity. Lady Fang felt angry yet amused as she watched her son, rebel, and leap into her goddaughter's embrace. She glanced at him, saying, "He has some indigestion issues lately, but he forgot all about it because he was overcome with joy that you're here. This little guy must have overeaten after eating such a big peach." Fang Haolan nervously watched his older sister, lowering his head in embarrassment. Would older sister disdain him for being gluttonous and disown him? The little fellow stared at his chubby fingers and the tears in his eyes threatened to fall at any moment. Xiaoxiao lightly rubbed the little fellow's abdomen and softly said, "It's older sister's fault. I shouldn't have given you a whole peach. Older sister will make you a cup of milk tea later, it can help digestion." "Is milk tea bitter?" The little fellow was the most afraid of consuming something bitter. He blinked his doe-like eyes and looked at his older sister with a hopeful expression. Xiaoxiao lightly tapped the tip of his nose, smiling, "It's not bitter, it's sweet and fragrant." "Mommy, you see, older sister has medicine that isn't bitter." The little fellow Fang Haolan still had a drop of tear on his cheek as he broke into a smile. Since Royal Prince Xiang brought back a few dairy cows from his expedition to the Western Hemisphere, drinking milk became all the rage among many people in the capital. In a farmstead under the name of Royal Prince Xiang, some dozen mu of farmland had been converted into pastures. Now, he already had more than 20 dairy cows and this dairy now supplied milk to the majority of the wealthy and powerful families in the capital. Lady Fang had accepted her goddaughter's suggestion. Not only did she make her son drink cow's milk even after stopping his intake of breast milk, she also persisted in drinking cow's milk. The benefits had already started to show after a period of time. Her body and bones became stronger, her sleep quality had improved, and her skin also became much more delicate than before. When combined with the effects of the peach blossom tea and wine that her goddaughter sent her, even her close friends who were younger than her now looked like her older sisters. They were so envious of her that they also began to drink cow's milk themselves. Xiao took the milk that they already had in store and boiled it with white sugar. Then, she added a few ladles of tea and a few drops of mystic stone water. She let it cool down, and then served it to the little fellow, Fang Haolan. Perhaps it was the psychological effect, or the mystic stone water's effect, but the little fellow quickly patted his stomach with a grin. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm cured. Older sister is more skilled than the Imperial physicians. Don't speak these words carelessly. Be careful that you won't be able to invite any Imperial physicians to treat your illness in the future. Xiao pinched the little fellow's chubby face and couldn't resist kissing his cheek. Little Linlin suddenly became bashful, hiding his face into his mother's embrace. Mommy doesn't smell as good as older sister, but, since older sister kissed little Linlin, does this mean older sister likes little Linlin? Little Linlin also likes older sister. He pulled away from his mother's embrace and said to his older sister is skilled and makes delicious medicine that isn't bitter. Since I have older sister, I won't need Imperial physicians to treat me in the future. Then when older sister returns to Dongshan village, who'll treat you when you fall sick? Xiao could not help but tease him. Hearing this, little Linlin's face creased up, tearing up. Don't go back, older sister. Isn't it okay to just stay here, older sister? See, your little brother doesn't want to part with you, so you should stay in the capital for a few more days this time. Lady Fang glared at her reprovingly. Ever since she returned to the capital to await labor, this busy goddaughter of hers had only visited her twice. What a heartless girl. Xiao rubbed her nose, laughing dryly. All of a sudden, her gaze lit up as it landed on little Linlin. Godmother, little Linlin is older now, so you can bring him to Tanggu town. Now that they're winding up the last few details of the harbor, Godfather would be busier and need to stay for a while longer at Tanggu town. If you bring Linlin to Tanggu town, he wouldn't have to worry about the two of you after work. After a moment's silence, Lady Fang raised her head and shot her a side glance. It's as though I'm trying to harm you by keeping you in the capital for a few more days. Now you've even come up with the idea of abducting the two of us to Tanggu town. Linlin, isn't your older sister bad? Not bad. Go to Tanggu town, find daddy. Little Linlin had gotten pertussis not long after he had been born, and even after Xiao had treated his illness, the servants of the general's estate still treated him with the utmost care. The general and the madam were only able to conceive this golden child when they were nearing 40 years of age, so the servants were naturally afraid that they did not serve well enough. Little Linlin was almost 2 years old, but he had never gone out of the general's estate before. He only had friends to play with when Lady Fang's close friends brought their own children over. It was why he was very attached to older brother Xuanxuan and older sister Waner. He often pestered Lady Fang, asking her why they had not come to play with him. Once he heard that he could go to Tanggu town to visit his father, little Linlin was naturally very enthusiastic. Going to Tanggu town was good because his father could come back home every day, and he could see his older sister much more often. He would be able to enjoy his older sister's pastries more frequently, too. You little traitor, you don't want your mother anymore once you see your older sister. Lady Fang felt happy to see her son get close to her goddaughter so quickly, even to the point of attachment. She was already extremely grateful to be able to have a blood relative like this in her lifetime. If this child was close with his older sister, he would have another family member in the future. Xiao had a mind of her own, so in the future when she and her husband passes away, the brother and sister duo would still be able to discuss matters with each other and be each other's support. This was what she hoped. Mommy. Linlin likes mommy the most. Linlin wants mommy, but Linlin also wants older sister. Our little friend, Fang Haolan said cutely as he leapt into his mother's embrace and hugged her neck. The sweetness in his voice went straight to their hearts. Lady Fang laughingly called him, little flatterer, and teased him. Then, if mommy stays in the capital and older sister returns to Tanggu town, will you stay here with me, or follow older sister to Tanggu town to see daddy? Fang Haolan's face was full of ambivalence. He looked at his mother, and then at his older sister who was smiling sweetly. He thought long and hard about it, until he eventually reluctantly said, then, Linlin will still stay in the capital with mommy. Why? Xiao pretended to be hurt, pressing her hand to her chest. Little Linlin hurried to hug her in an effort to comfort her. When older sister returns to Tanggu town, daddy will have older sister's company. Mommy is alone in the capital, so Linlin will stay and keep mommy company. Lady Fang was touched. She hugged her son tightly. Good son, mommy hadn't pampered you for nothing. Fang Zizhen had returned yesterday night and he taught his adopted family all that they had to know about the etiquette of the Imperial palace. Both father and daughter had been woken up early in the morning today and, after a flurry of preparations, they rode a horse carriage to the Imperial city under Fang Zizhen's lead. Outside the Meridian Gate, they got off from the carriage. Su Ran had already been waiting from behind the gates since dawn. Xiao, who was originally a little unnerved because she had to meet the emperor in court, felt her body and soul relax once she saw the ever-graceful Sir Su standing there. Sir Su was the head steward who took care of all the internal matters of the imperial city and was the trusted aide of the emperor. Every single official that came to attend court smiled and saluted him courteously. What was there to be afraid of when he personally came to meet the two of them? In any case, the whole court already knew that she and her father came from the countryside, so it was justifiable if they were lacking in the aspect of court etiquette, right? Xiao's steps became lighter and lighter the more she thought about this, and her original reservedness turned into nonchalance. Since there was still some time before court proceedings began, she slowed down in her footsteps and started to appreciate the sights of the imperial city. Above the meridian gate sat a pavilion with double eaves that looked as though they were 5 phoenixes about to take off into the air. This was also why the Imperial city was called the Hall of 5 Phoenixes. Once she passed through the meridian gate, she saw 5 bridges made of white marble that passed over the moat. Paired with the majestic meridian gate and the brilliance of the buildings, they formed an enchanting painting. The intricately carved bridge railing that looked like white jade belts made Xiao want to take down a piece to bring home and keep as a memento. She caressed the white marble railing, reluctant to part with it. Xiao was about to walk onto the center bridge that was carved with a coiling dragon when Su Ran pulled her back, pointing to the stone bridge to the right as he smiled. That's our bridge. Only the emperor can cross on this center bridge. The court officials cross over on all the others. Realization hit Xiao that moment, and she chanced another glance at the intricately carved coiled dragon. Even after she crossed the stone bridge, she still couldn't help but look back at it. Su Ran shook his head in amusement and slowed down in his footsteps, following Xiao's speed. After they passed the 5 white marble bridges, they quickly arrived at a brilliant and magnificent palace. This was the Hall of Supreme Harmony that was depicted in countless dramas. She walked until she was at the wide platform in front of the hall. There, she saw copper turtles and cranes that were crafted so skillfully they looked almost alive. It was just as her younger brother from her previous life had told her when he came back from his visit to the Forbidden City. These graceful and magnificent copper statues represented the long reign of this nation. She honestly couldn't see the relation. She stopped in her tracks and looked up. On the eaves of the roof of the palace sat a carving of an immortal sitting on a phoenix. Behind it, there were many small beasts of different forms, and every one of them was extremely lifelike. The glazed, golden yellow roof tiles of the palace, the bright red pillars and all the mix of the colors, it was just too much for her eyes to take in. The throne room was where matters of the state were discussed, but now, there was actually a little girl who was relaxed and leisurely strolling about, as though she were strolling through her garden at home. All the officials that came to attend court gave her a sidelong glance. What surprised them even more was the fact that the person who was leading the little miss was actually Chief Steward Su, who served the emperor. What was the origin of this little miss? Even though the clothes and accessories made her look as though she was an official's daughter, they were ultimately still ordinary clothes and accessories. But Chief Steward Su was amiable towards her, even to the point of accommodation. Chief Steward Su's every action and word represented the emperor's intentions, so didn't this mean that the emperor thought highly of this unfamiliar little miss? Look, isn't this little miss acting too casually? She actually dared to touch the copper crane in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Did she think that this was a stroll in her own garden? And not only did Chief Steward Su not reprimand and stop her, but he was also smiling and even stood to the side to wait for her. If they weren't aware that the emperor only had one 5-year-old little princess, the court officials would believe that this little miss was actually the emperor's most favored princess. It was possible. This little miss looked about 10 years old, and the emperor loved to travel around the world before he took over the throne. Could it be that she was his daughter who had been lost among the commoners? The more they made up, the more the court officials believed their story to be true. If she was a daughter from the prestigious families of the capital, she would be careful with every action she made, especially when she entered the imperial palace. Which daughter of the capital's prestigious families would be like her and touch the beak of the copper crane with her small hand? Many court officials couldn't help but slow down in their steps as they reached the platform in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, their eyes shining with gossip. At this moment, Minister Lu hurried up the steps. His gaze paused when he saw a spot of pink among the throng of court officials' robes. Recognizing the familiar figure, Minister Lu's face erupted into a grin, walking to the person that had attained the focus of all the court officials. He called out, "Miss Yu, long time no see. How are you?" Hearing this, Xiao turned around and saw Minister Lu. A smile broke out on her face as she said, "Official Lu. You're here to attend court." The crowd of court officials all thought, isn't this a redundant question? If we're not here to attend court, then what are we doing? Su Ran noticed that Minister Lu seemed to have a lot to say to Xiao, so he hurried to cut them off before the other man could continue. Towards Xiao, he asked warmly, "Miss Xiao, it's about time for court. Shall we enter the hall and await for the emperor?" Xiao nodded, smiling, "Sir Su, do you all attend court at this hour every time? It's so early, it seems that it's quite difficult no matter if you're the emperor or the court officials." Su Ran smiled faintly but didn't reply, simply gesturing for her to enter. Xiao turned her head to look at her reserved father who had been quietly following behind her all this time, and comforted, "Father, don't be afraid. You've met the emperor before. He's quite a nice person. When the time comes, we'll just answer whatever he asks. If we can't answer, we can just shake our heads. We're only commoners after all, and we haven't seen any big affairs before, so it's completely understandable if we don't know." The officials that passed by her gave her another sidelong glance when they heard her words. When in court, who didn't consider their answer over and over before they answered the emperor's questions? Who wasn't extremely careful with their words, afraid that they would say the wrong things if they were careless? This little miss said it so casually. Did you think that your family owned the court, that the emperor would play with you? After her conversation with Minister Lu, every court official now knew that Xiao was the little countryside lass who was skilled in agriculture. No wonder, after all, she was of low birth. Oh right, isn't this lass also the goddaughter of General Fang? Did General Fang and his wife not teach this little lass palace etiquette yesterday? It was not a surprise either. Fang's vision was so uncouth, so what would he know? It was enough if he didn't mess up himself. In a moment, they needed to watch as these peasants disgraced themselves in front of the emperor. Those court officials that disagreed with the idea of awarding an official's rank to the Yu family waited to watch the drama and their gazes lit up with epicaricacy. Zhu Junyang, who had been unable to pick up Xiao from the Fang residence because he was late to leave his residence, felt the ill intent of the officials and couldn't help scrunching up his brows. His face turned cold as he took to standing beside Yu Xiao, using his actions to tell everyone else that he supported his little lass. Yu Xiao leisurely came to the doors of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and looked inside. The Emperor's imperial throne sat on top of the 7-layered platforms in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Naturally, as the Emperor's throne, it was intricately carved and extremely lavish, and behind the throne was 7 dividers that had carvings of clouds and dragons. There were about a dozen golden dragons coiled around the rim of the throne, and the pattern of 2 dragons spitting a pearl was carved onto the base of the throne. The whole throne shimmered with gold, displaying the absolute preeminence of the person who sat on that treasured seat. The moment she stepped into the hall, Yu Xiao noticed that all the civil and the military officials had already separated into 2 sides and lined up in an orderly fashion. There wasn't any space for her and her father to stand, so she dumbfoundedly asked, "Sir Su, where do we stand?" At the side, an official with a thin beard wearing a set of dark red, second-rank court official's robes sneered, sliding his gaze over, "Where is there space for you to stand in this hall?" "Official Yang, don't you think your words are too much?" Zhu Junyang exuded a terrifying cold aura and his phoenix eyes filled with a growing darkness. An air of bloodlust seemed to engulf him, and even such an old and experienced official as Imperial Censor Yang was struck with terror. No wonder Royal Prince Yang was said to be a devil. He was rumored to have a bad temper and not be able to recognize his own relatives when he was furious among the people of the capital. It seemed that the rumors were not groundless. Imperial Censor Yang shifted his eyes away, not daring to meet his gaze. Chief Steward Su Ran lightly glanced over Imperial Censor Yang. This surnamed Yang seems to have gotten sick of being an official, always looking for trouble when there is none. It seems that it's about time for the hidden guards to do a sweep through the Yang residence. He turned towards Xiao, softly saying, "You and your father will wait here. In a while, His Imperial Majesty will call your names and summon you. He'll casually ask you a few questions and then commend and reward you for your contributions. You don't have to be nervous, you definitely won't make a mistake if you maintain your composure." Yu Xiao nodded slightly, a look of obedience on her face. "Rest assured, Sir Su. I am aware of the gravity of the situation, I won't speak carelessly." Head Steward Su Ran smiled at her, and moved to the Hall of Central Harmony that was behind the Hall of Supreme Harmony with quick steps. The Hall of Central Harmony was the place where the Emperor rested before attending court. At this time, he should already be there. When he entered the grand doors of the Hall of Central Harmony, he indeed saw the Emperor, who was wearing bright imperial robes, sitting on one of the red sandalwood chairs. "How was it? The little lass wasn't scared silly, right?" Seeing him enter, Zhu Junfan asked with a smile. Su Ran recalled Yu Xiao's leisurely pace, and how she didn't show a hint of fear or worry as though she was strolling through her backyard and couldn't help but laugh, replying, "To your majesty, Miss Xiao is very collected." Zhu Junfan raised his eyebrows, recalling the time when he had only transmigrated here and scorned the supposed rank restrictions and ideology on the distinguished and the humble. That lass probably had yet to experience the terrors of imperial authority, so naturally, she was still able to go about without much worry. At most, she would feel slightly unsettled as she was not familiar with this situation. "That lass has always been quite bold. Junyang told me that he once almost lost control in front of her, but it was because she made impromptu jokes that he was pulled back to sanity. You've also witnessed Junyang's violence and the degree of terror he instills when he rages. The little lass didn't faint under those circumstances, so how could the mere atmosphere of entering the imperial palace to meet the emperor scare her?" Zhu Junfan was a little regretful. He wasn't present at that time, but he also wanted to witness how the little girl managed to subdue the cold-faced god of death. Su Ran resignedly watched the fascinated emperor, softly reminding, "Your Imperial Majesty, it's time to attend court. The emperor has arrived. May the emperor live for 10,000 years." The civil and military officials all greeted the emperor in one voice. Yu Hai and Yu Xiao, who were in the back behind all of them, were stunned for a second and then kowtowed half a second later. Zhu Junfan majestically walked in and stood in front of the intricately carved dragon throne as he glanced at the direction of the Yu family's father and daughter pair. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile as he lifted his right hand. "Rise, my beloved officials." "Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty." All of the officials came up and then respectfully stood in their places. Yu Xiao clumsily pulled herself up. Bowing down, kneeling, and then standing up was truly tortuous. This society was too cruel for having a centralized monarchy and a culture that was heavily based on rank and status. If there are important affairs, bring up the memorials. If there's nothing to be said, then retreat. Su Ran's voice sounded gentle and reserved and didn't have a hint of shrillness in it. He had a very soothing voice. Yu Xiao was short and couldn't see much over the heads of the officials. She wanted to clearly see the man who was sitting high up on the dais in the throne room, so she craned her neck to look. Su Ran easily spotted the little head that was peeking through behind the orderly ranks of the civil officials. Because the head was slightly tilted, the dangling hair ornaments in that person's hair also swayed a few times. The little lass seemed to have sensed his eyes and naughtily grinned at him. If Su Ran saw this, then Zhu Junfan, who was sitting next to him in a dignified manner, naturally also spotted this. He knew that his old transmigrator friend wasn't a cowardly and timid person. How could she be intimidated by the grand and splendorous throne room? It was more likely that the little lass was taking this as a leisurely tour and enjoying the sights here. Zhu Junfan spaced out for a bit while sitting on the throne. The official standing beneath him was reporting on the affairs of the people in Tengu town and the vicinity, so he only got the general gist of things. Following that, a few other officials sent up reports. Zhu Junfan occasionally took some time to glance at the little lass's head that was still curiously looking around the room. It was as if she was watching a play that was very interesting and engrossing. For some reason, her blatant curiosity rubbed him slightly the wrong way. Finally, none of the officials in court brought up anything else. Zhu Junfan looked at his younger cousin and raised an eyebrow. Looks like you're quite patient today, ah. Zhu Junyang noticed the emperor's gaze and stepped forward. Your Imperial Majesty, the Yu family's father and daughter are already outside the throne room. They're waiting in the back to be called in. His cousin was clearly lying through his teeth. That lass was clearly already inside the throne room. She had been craning her neck this whole time to see. At this rate, she was going to become a giraffe very soon. Zhu Junfan silently roasted his cousin, yet he acted in his usual dignified manner and announced, allow them in. Su Ran stood up straight and announced, bring the Yu family inside the throne room. When Yu Hai heard this, his whole body trembled from head to toe. He felt like his limbs weren't listening to his mind anymore. The highest ranked official he had seen in his life was the county magistrate. Although General Fang and Royal Prince Xiang both had relatively high positions, he only interacted with them privately and had never spoken with them in such a formal situation. Even though General Fang had given him a crash course on the court etiquettes when meeting the emperor, he was incredibly nervous and he felt like his head had turned into a bunch of useless mush at this time. It was his daughter who roused him from his induced panic. As she walked by him, she lightly pulled at his sleeve and that action calmed him down a bit. He saw that his daughter had her head properly lowered and her two hands were modestly placed on her abdomen as she went forward in small steps. She easily traversed through the officials in front of them. Her entire demeanor was calm and collected and there was a slight smile on her face. Even the hair ornaments on her head didn't sway much as she walked forward. Yu Hai felt a bit ashamed now. In front of such a grand occasion, his daughter must not be as calm as she seemed. As her father, he couldn't become his daughter's backbone and even required her to help him at such a crucial point. He was truly an incompetent father. With these thoughts running through his head, a burst of courage came up and he straightened his back and neck. His steps going forward had also become more steady. The two of them didn't make a single mistake as they properly greeted the emperor. After the emperor absolved them, the father and daughter pair stood up straight. Zhu Junfan didn't say a word as he silently observed the reactions of the father and daughter pair in front of him. Although Yu Hai did his best to keep himself calm, he still had a hint of anxiety and frazzledness about him. This was the first time he was meeting the emperor and the first time he was in such a situation. His reactions were normal. As for the Yu family's little lass, she was only putting up an act. Every movement she made was as graceful and elegant as those noble young maidens in the capital. Not a single movement was wrong or out of place. But why did her actions rub him the wrong way? It was because, within her bones, there was a certain attitude. She was neither servile nor overbearing and was extremely calm and collected. In fact, she even had a hint of excitement. Little lass, don't think that because you have your head down that we cannot see your true expression. The emperor had called in the Yu family's father and daughter inside yet hadn't said a word. The officials all looked at each other in dismay. Just what was going through the emperor's mind right now? Zhu Junfan waited until he saw that Yu Hai was about to break from the pressure. Only then did he slowly start, we've heard that you were the one who first discovered the presence of the Woku pirates near Tanggu town. Furthermore, you also warned the authorities there, is that correct? The most important person in the Great Ming dynasty was asking him a question. Yu Hai opened his mouth and felt like there was something stuck in his throat. His heart pounded furiously as if it was going to jump out of his chest cavity. He reminded himself that he was a father and needed to bring honor to his children. He bowed and stammered, in reply to your Imperial Majesty. In reply to your Imperial Majesty. This subject has decent swimming skills and has signed a contract with the Zhou family to help them obtain seafood. That day, this subject had unconsciously swam into the deep ocean and saw a fleet of around 100 ships in the distance. They didn't look like merchant ships and also didn't look like navy ships from our Great Ming Empire. I thought it was a bit odd and secretly swam over to one of the ships. I found out that the people on the ships not only wore different clothing than us but I also couldn't understand what they were saying. They were absolutely not people from our country. This subject once heard the elders from my village talking about the fact that Tanggu town is not too far from a neighboring country. In the past, they had experienced Woku pirates attacking them. In addition, in the past few days, there were the remnants of a typhoon that blew past us from the direction of that country. The people from that country likely encountered a natural disaster. This subject also heard that, in the previous dynasty, many commoners here had been forced to become bandits after natural disasters struck where they lived. Thus, this subject wondered if the people in that country decided to become pirates due to the disaster and were coming to our Great Ming dynasty to steal things from us. Thus, I swam back with all my might to warn my village chief. This subject's godfather is in charge of the construction of the harbor and I was worried about his safety. I had my older brother ride a steed at top speed to warn him. It was this subject's adopted father who made the prompt decision to inform the authorities. By doing so, they managed to organize all of the soldiers in the area and snatch the opportunity to protect the docks when the pirates struck. Yu Xiao was quite tired from her speech. Speaking in such a formal and flowery manner was not a strength of hers. However, if she spoke too directly, would that cause problems for her godfather and godmother? After all, she had spent quite a bit of time learning the proper etiquette and manners of a well-bred maiden from her godmother. Her godmother had spent quite a bit of effort to teach her how to become a noble maiden. From what you're saying, this great effort and contribution is all thanks to your godfather, who was overseeing the construction of the harbor. Zhu Junfan had a slight smile on his face as he looked towards the military officials to find a certain someone. Yu Xiao didn't have a single hint of wanting to pull glory onto herself as she modestly replied, in reply to your Imperial Majesty, the successful defense of the docks was from the joint efforts of Commander Sun and General Fang. Furthermore, the soldiers of the county and docks were brave and heroic. The common people and all of the soldiers worked together to produce this outcome. This is not the credit of one person alone. Fang Zizhen looked at his daughter with admiration as his back became straight. He had a proud look at his face. He felt like all of his colleagues knew that the person who was in front of the emperor, the little girl with the calm demeanor who was under the eyes of all of the officials in the room, was his daughter. With such a daughter, he was proud and full of glory. Zhu Junfan revealed a faint smile and slightly nodded his head as he praised, however, you cannot discount your own efforts. If you weren't there to give the timely warning, then when those pirates attacked the docks, it was likely it'd be a Pyrrhic victory even if we won. Now, the county's soldiers had fully defeated the pirates and the damage to the docks were kept to a minimum. This is definitely related to your efforts. Thank you for your compliments, this subject is ashamed and dares not to accept the honor. In fact, Yu Xiao was quite pleased to receive the emperor's compliments under the eyes of all of these court officials. Since the emperor himself had admitted that she had done a good job, didn't that mean that he wanted to give her some type of reward? The rewards from the emperor had to be expensive and good, right? Sparkling gold and beautiful jade, the more the better. Just bury me in riches. Your Imperial Majesty, this subject is a bit confused about something. General Shi, who didn't have a good relationship with Fang Zizhen, suddenly stepped forward and interjected as he looked at Yu Xiao from the corner of his eye. Zhu Junfan knew that General Shi was a great general who had previously fought with his imperial grandfather. At that time, he had actually fought against the previous dynasty's General Zhao and General Fang when they were still master and disciple. On the battlefield, he had lost more than he won against those two, so he had never forgiven them for that. After the previous dynasty was overthrown, General Fang had been given the title of Zhaoyang General by his imperial grandfather after his wounds had healed. Although it wasn't a position with a lot of power, it was still a court-appointed position that got an official salary. This never sat well with General Shi. So many of his soldiers had died under the hands of Fang Zizhen, and he had vowed to personally take revenge for those men with his own hands. However, these two enemies were now colleagues under the same court. How could he not be sullen about this? Thus, from time to time, he would jump out to provoke Fang Zizhen. It was rumored that, in private, the two of them had fought numerous times and each were victorious or defeated at different times. Luckily, both of them knew how to restrain themselves for the greater picture and had never ended up fighting to the death. Whether it was the Emperor Emeritus or the current Emperor, both of them turned a blind eye to this. Weren't they supposed to reward the people who were good at farming at Tanggu Town today? How come Fang Zizhen, that bastard, was also being pointed out for a reward now? If this went on, wouldn't that fellow, Fang Zizhen, be promoted to the ranks of nobility? That was not okay, he absolutely could not allow that fellow to get something good. General Shi fiercely glowered at Fang Zizhen. Beloved official Shi, what are you confused about? Zhu Junfan felt a bit powerless. Someone else was trying to raise issues now. General Shi seriously looked at Yu Xiao and said, little girl, you say that you're good at swimming and can swim deep in the ocean. This, I believe. However, you are also claiming that you can swim faster than the ships, fast enough to get to land before them. Furthermore, you also had enough time to warn the docks. This is something that I and other people find hard to believe. There were quite a decent number of officials in the court who had decent swimming skills. However, were any of them willing to claim that they could swim faster than a ship and at a speed that was much faster? No one was willing to say that. This was something impossible that no one could believe. Just how brave was this little lass? She was so gutsy that she was willing to come up with such an absurd lie to fool the emperor. Did she not know that deceiving the monarch was a crime worthy of death? Yu Xiao, what do you have to say to this? General Shi's doubts did make some sense. Did his old transmigrator friend have some sort of treasure on hand? Zhu Junfan rubbed his chin and looked with great interest at the little lass who didn't seem frantic at all. Yu Xiao turned her head to look at the old general who was nearing 60 years of age. She was quite perplexed. I have never seen him before, let alone have the opportunity to offend him. He looks like Zhang Fei Wen and an old crabby old man, so why is he targeting me? Perhaps, he's jealous of the recognition that I'm getting. Your Imperial Majesty, and this old general. You probably don't know that this subject had saved a juvenile dolphin about 2 years ago when I was swimming in the ocean. That little dolphin is very clever and lively. After healing its wounds, it remembers me and always comes over whenever this subject goes to gather seafood on the beach or dives in the water. It always frolics around me and swims to play around. This subject accidentally found out that the little dolphin can also carry a person in the water as it swims at high speed. It swims faster than a fast ship. From time to time, it'll take me along into the deeper ocean to play around. Everyone in my family and Royal Prince Xiang knows about this. This is also the main reason why they are okay with this subject going out to the deep ocean alone. That day, it was Xiaobu, that is the name that this subject gave to the little dolphin, who carried me on its back as I swam in the ocean. Yu Xiao looked very calm and collected. Even though the things she was talking about seemed a bit bizarre, the vast majority of officials at court believed what she said. However, there was also a group of people who snorted at this story, such as the nearby General Shi. Zhu Junfan noticed that General Shi seemed to not believe a single word, so he looked at Zhu Junyang and asked, Junyang, is everything that Yu Xiao said true or not? In reply to your Imperial Majesty, everything she said is true. This subject has personally seen it. Royal Prince Xiang stepped forward a couple of steps to arrive next to Yu Xiao. His phoenix eyes swept a look at her and, for a second, met Xiao's eyes. It was as if he was trying to say, don't worry, this prince is here. Zhu Junfan faintly nodded his head and looked towards General Shi to ask, General Shi, do you still have anything to say? Your Imperial Majesty, it's not that this subject doesn't believe Royal Prince Xiang, but this story is a little too inconceivable and hard for all of us to swallow. General Shi frowned until his face became a mess of wrinkles. His messy beard moved as he spoke and gestured, trembling occasionally. Yu Xiao furrowed her delicately shaped eyebrows and gave General Fang a look full of doubt. General Shi, have I offended you in the past? Why are you deliberating targeting me, a young maiden? Impertinent, in front of the emperor, who can stand you spewing nonsense? When has this old man ever tried to deliberately target you? I am only stating the facts. The claims you are making are too inconceivable. General Shi opened his eyes wide, such that they resembled gongs, and glared fiercely at her. The look on his face would have scared a true girl around 10 into tears. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't intimidated by his act. She wasn't lying, so what was there to be afraid of? That being said, it was clear that the situation was in her favor as the emperor seemed to be on her side. This bad-tempered and stubborn old general wasn't going to get anywhere even if he continued to make trouble. The facts? What facts are you talking about? Everything I said was the truth. Without proper investigation, you have no leg to stand on. Any villager in Dongshan village knows about this. As soon as you investigate, you would find that out. Why would I try to lie to the emperor? Ah. The laws state that deceiving the emperor is a crime worthy of death and could even implicate 9 generations of one's family. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ah. That I'll gamble with my life to make a joke. Yu Xiaoxiao no longer tried to embellish her words in an elegant way. In any case, the general was a military official. If she said things in a way that was too flowery, he might not even be able to understand. Dolphins can get close to people and also play with you. A bunch of crazy nonsense. Your Imperial Majesty, this official hopes that you will heavily punish this lass who is misleading the public with her rumors. General Shi was infuriated that a little lass was schooling him, an old man. How could he possibly endure this? Why do you have to say that I need to be punished? Because I'm telling the truth. Old general, don't try to use your status as an old man against others and try to threaten the court with your previous contributions to force the emperor to make a decision. The emperor himself will give this subject justice and determine what is right or wrong. Yu Xiaoxiao gave the crabby old man a fierce glower. You want to proclaim me guilty? Your words don't mean anything. General Shi was furious, but an inkling of alarm appeared in his heart. Using his might as a general to threaten the emperor was a crime that wasn't insignificant. He had underestimated this little girl. Although she looked like a naive, rural country brat, he didn't expect her to have such a crafty and cunning mind. Don't speak nonsense. When has this old man ever tried to force the emperor? Your Imperial Majesty, please believe this old official. Ah. General Shi cried out his grievances. Zhu Junfan looked at General Shi in an amicable manner and gently asked, Beloved official Shi, have you been to the ocean before? This old official has never been. General Shi was a bit perplexed that the emperor would suddenly change the subject and ask him about something unrelated. Regardless, he obediently replied. Then have you seen the creatures that are named dolphins before? Zhu Junfan continued to ask a follow-up question. This old official has not seen them before. General Shi's confusion increased, but he continued to honestly respond. Zhu Junfan smiled. In the past, when we were at the shipyard, we had gone out to sea for a period of time. While testing out ships, we had once come across a pod of dolphins in the water and they chased and swam around the ship, jumping and playing excitedly. Dolphins are a type of gentle and clever sea creatures. If you train them, they can do quite a few complicated maneuvers and tricks. We have also heard of stories from old fishermen who said that dolphins had saved people in the past. Thus, the things that Miss Yu is saying aren't completely out of line or unbelievable. General Shi noticed that the emperor was clearly on the side of the Yu family's lass, so he felt a bit upset. He still needed to persevere to the end. Your Imperial Majesty, stories, after all, are just stories. Your Imperial Majesty, old general, I'm not making up stories here. Animals are very sensitive. If you treat them well and have good intentions, they will be gentle back. If you have bad intentions towards them, then they will treat you accordingly. That year, during the locust disaster, all of the herbivores in the mountain had nearly died out. Thus, the carnivores were on the edge of starvation. My younger brother and I went into the mountains to gather firewood and encountered a very thin and skinny gray wolf. All of the officials in the throne room seemed to be very interested in this story and turned slightly to hear better. Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a second and then continued, however, it didn't hurt me or my younger brother and instead brought us to a cave in the mountains. It took out 2 little wolf pups that were about to starve to death. It placed the 2 wolf pups in front of me and my younger brother and gave us a look before it staggered away. And then, Zhu Junfan stared at her intently, seemingly interested in what happened next. And then, we saw that the wolf pups looked quite pitiful, so we brought them back home to raise. Later on, our family was attacked by a pack of starving wolves. That grey wolf appeared again and not only helped us fight off that pack of wolves but also saved my father's life. Ah. I knew that the grey wolf was thanking us for helping it raise its pups, which was why it came over to help. Yu Xiaoxiao simply sketched the story out for everyone. Zhu Junfan gave her a disapproving look as he felt her storytelling skills were not that great. Such an interesting and thrilling story was told in such a boring and lifeless manner. Are you certain that you're not making this all up? You encountered a starving wolf and it didn't rush over to kill you to become its dinner, who would believe that? General Shi persisted in his own views. He truly believed that Yu Xiaoxiao was full of lies and not worthy to be trusted. I don't care if you want to believe me or not. As long as the emperor believes me, that's what matters. Your Imperial Majesty, those 2 wolf pups have already grown up to become adult wolves and they're taller than me. They now guard my family's residence. This time, when the Woku pirates attacked, my whole village along with Princess Consort Jing fled into the West Mountains to hide. Those 2 wolf pups went out to hunt every day and caught a lot of game for us to add to our meals. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the old man. Are you certain you're talking about wolves and not dogs? General Shi snorted disdainfully. Our family's wolves have been hand-raised since they were young, so they're even more obedient than dogs. My family also has a small roe deer that knows how to go to the restroom on its own. It's up to you if you want to believe me or not. I'm too lazy to argue more with you. Yu Xiaoxiao twisted her head around to let the old man only see the back of her head. Your Imperial Majesty, just listen, there's nothing believable that the little lass is saying. Old General Shi, don't get too emotional. Whether or not she's telling the truth can be easily found out when the Emperor sends people over to investigate at Dongshan village. Royal Prince Xiang was getting annoyed with this old man who was always bullying his little lass and couldn't stay silent anymore. Zhu Junfan also nodded his head. Beloved official Shi, the lass from the Yu family also said that everyone in Dongshan village knows about this. If you don't believe her, you can go there yourself to take a look. Wouldn't you be able to find the truth then? You can claim that the little lass is lying, but can you say that the whole village is also lying too? Your Imperial Majesty is wise and brilliant. Yu Xiao proudly glanced at General Shi with a hint of amusement in her eyes as she expertly flattered the Emperor. Since there are people who have doubts about your contribution to the Woku pirate disaster, then we will shelve this issue for now. We have also heard that your Yu family's farmstead planted wheat that harvested up to 600 caddies per mu. Is this true? Zhu Junfan finally remembered what he had summoned the Yu family's father and daughter for, so he waved a hand at General Shi to dismiss him and started to ask about their wheat. Yu Xiao retreated one step and gently pulled at her father's sleeve, hinting that he should be the one to take this honor. Yu Hai let out a quiet sigh and stepped forward. In reply to your Imperial Majesty, this is a true fact. Zhu Junfan sat up straight on his throne and inquired in a voice that had a hint of eagerness, tell us, just how did you manage to cultivate wheat to have such a high output? Yu Hai thought for a bit and then replied, in reply to your Imperial Majesty, this subject's daughter had carefully picked through the wheat kernels to only select the plump and big ones. When planting, we made sure to be very careful and the tenant farmers all worked very hard. In addition, the past year has had good favorable weather, so. That is not the whole truth. Minister Lu hurriedly jumped out and interrupted Yu Hai to explain, the experimental fields at the Imperial plantations all have one person in charge of each mu. In addition, we also pick through the seeds very carefully to select the very best. The capital's climate is pretty much the same as Tengu Town's. However, whenever we harvest, our fields have never reached around 400 caddies per mu. Brother Yu, don't hide it anymore and tell us the entire truth about your process. Yu Hai revealed a somewhat awkward expression and carefully thought before he finally replied, as Minister Lu said, there doesn't seem much difference between how this commoner's farmstead planted until the winter wheat. This commoner finally recalled something. When we were done selecting the seeds and before we started planting, we had sprayed the seeds with a special pesticide that this commoner's daughter had mixed up. Perhaps that is the reason. Minister Lu suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Yu Xiao, who had her head lowered in an attempt to receive less attention. He laughed and said, fantastic. The secret to having high-yielding crops must be here. Last spring, Miss Yu had gone to the Imperial plantations once to look at the experimental fields. At that time, she had also given us a pesticide and said that it could prevent pestilence and bugs from harming the crops. That autumn, we had an immense harvest of corn and the ears of corn were larger than the previous year by a great magnitude. The kernels of corn were also large and plump. The fields had surpassed 1,500 caddies per mu. Miss Yu, do you still have any of that pesticide left? We've already planted the corn now, but it shouldn't be too late now, right? Yu Xiao raised her head to look at this old man. Minister Lu's head of hair had gone completely white and his skin seemed somewhat rough and tanned from going to the Imperial plantations often and getting sun exposure. A few wisps of admiration rose in her heart. She lightly nodded her head and replied, this subject did bring some of that pesticide along this time. It'll be the same as last year. 1 bucket of water mixed with 1 drop of the pesticide should do the trick. The mixture should be sprayed on the corn seedlings and should have the same effect. Director Bai of the Imperial court clan noticed that Royal Prince Xiang was protecting the Yu father and daughter pair. His eyes whirled quickly and he stepped forward to say, your Imperial Majesty, you often say that, the court must work for the people and food is the god of the people. The country will only be stable and prosperous if the common people do not have to worry about starving and dying from the cold. This subject has already heard that Miss Yu has made contributions to medical science, but I didn't know that by combining her medicinal skills and farming knowledge that it could make such a great benefit. Emperor, if Miss Yu can publicize the recipe for her pesticide, then that would be a great contribution to the whole country. Yu Xiao's eyes flickered when she heard the official's proposal and she looked down. Uneasiness bubbled up inside of her. She definitely had the recipe for the pesticide. However, the problem was that the most important ingredient wasn't something that could be found normally in this world. If she told them that the pesticide required mystic stone water that was full of spiritual energy as its main ingredient, then it was likely that the emperor and all the officials would think she was a raving lunatic. On the other hand, would they think that she was trying to fool them? She was screwed. What should she do now? Zhu Junyang could minutely tell from the little lass's stiff demeanor that she was feeling very nervous and anxious. The little lass clearly had a big secret. This was something he had known for some time. Was this pesticide one of those secrets that she was hiding? Your Imperial Majesty, this official believes that forcefully taking someone's personal recipe is harming their livelihood. Yu Xiao spent many months slaving over this to create such an efficacious pesticide. If your Majesty does as official Bai says, using your imperial authority to take your recipe, wouldn't that be an abuse of your power to force the common people off? Zhu Junfan found Zhu Junyang's every word and act to be very hilarious. His younger cousin had finally grown up and he now knew how to protect the person he admired the most. Official Bai was the person in charge of the Imperial court clan, so he was very aware of who had the most prospects within the Imperial clan. It was clearly that the juniors from Imperial Prince Jing's estate were the future stars. Prince Jing had 3 sons. His eldest son was steady and calm and would inherit the estate in the future. His second son was talented at martial arts and had gone to the northwest 2 years ago. His talents had shown on the battlefield and caught General Zhao's eyes. It was clear that his future would definitely be boundless. As for Prince Jing's youngest son, the rumors said he was cold and unfeeling with an explosive temper. However, in the past 2 years, the emperor had been regarding him with increasing importance. Furthermore, he consistently finished all of the tasks assigned to him by the emperor. Thus, he had been given the title of Royal Prince Xiang before the age of 20 and had also been awarded with feudal lands. In the future, it was likely with his continued hard work, the youth may easily become a titled imperial prince. A family that had 2 imperial princes in it was definitely something to look out for within the extended imperial clan. Official Bai was a shrewd man. After the last few court sessions, how could he not tell that Royal Prince Xiang regarded the Yu family in a different light? He had originally tried to get on the prince's good side by reminding the Yu family to give up their recipe for the good of the country. That way, the emperor would be pleased and reward them with sinecure titles in the court. Yu Xiao would naturally become the daughter of an official's family then. Thus, in the future, if Royal Prince Xiang wanted to, he could easily take her into his back courtyard without anyone quibbling about her status. However, his attempt at flattery had utterly failed as the first to object to his proposal was Royal Prince Xiang. Since it was like this, he couldn't continue to persist and instead hurriedly said, Royal Prince Xiang is right. The emperor loves his people as if they were his own children. It was this official who was not thinking things through. Zhu Junfan had been an emperor for almost a decade, so he naturally spotted the minute change in the little lass's demeanor. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Wasn't it just the recipe to a pesticide? Why was the lass so nervous all of a sudden? Was it, perhaps his previous suspicions were right and the little lass had gotten a separate dimension to use when she transmigrated over? Thus, the so-called pesticide was just a way to disguise her usage of the spiritual water from the separate dimension. The more he thought down those lines, the more he decided this made sense. By giving up the recipe for the pesticide, it would be of great benefit to the country and the people. Even without official Bai's reminder, a dummy would also know that giving it up would be advantageous in all ways. However, this Yu family's lass, who was clearly a sharp one, didn't open her lips at all. When official Bai started hinting, she also pretended to hear nothing and only lowered her head more. Furthermore, his younger cousin had immediately jumped out as soon as the lass started to become uncomfortable to help her get out of this situation. In fact, he used the excuse of abusing one's imperial power to bully the commoners to stop him. For the sake of giving the common people enough to eat, would he, the emperor, care about gaining the reputation of bullying one person? HMPH, did that fellow, Zhu Junyang, also know something that made him want to protect the little girl so much? After thinking a bit more, Zhu Junfan started to become angry. This old transmigrator friend was truly too blatant about things. How could she so easily tell someone else the secret of her separate dimension as well as a spring full of mystic water? These were extremely valuable possessions. Furthermore, if she had to tell someone, why didn't she tell him, her fellow transmigrator? Was she afraid that he would kill her to gain her treasures? Was he, the emperor, truly such an evil person? However, if this little lass truly had these treasures on hand, then he needed to pay more attention to her. That way, he could prevent someone else from suspecting her. The sound of Yu Xiao's clear and crisp voice roused him from his thoughts. Your Imperial Majesty, this subject isn't being stingy over the recipe for the pesticide, but there is a problem with one of the ingredients. It is very hard to find. Because of that, other than myself, no one else is truly able to create a pesticide that is as efficacious. How about that? Wasn't his guess correct? That incredibly hard to find ingredient had to be water from the mystical spring. Other than the little lass's separate dimension, there wasn't another spring to be found in this world. HMPH, HMPH. The incredible pesticide was only a way to hide the fact that she had access to a spring with spiritual water. The heavens were too unfair. The little girl was given a giant golden finger when she transmigrated, a special, separate dimension, but what about him? He had only downed 2 bottles of beer and fallen drunk. After transmigrating over in a muddled manner, he ended up in the Great Ming Dynasty in an alternate reality. Fortunately, his imperial grandfather was also a transmigrator. Otherwise, he would have been locked up long ago by people mistaking his odd thoughts and ways as the signs of a crazy maniac. When he transmigrated over, other than having a head full of knowledge in regards to shipbuilding, he didn't get any other advantage. However, that wasn't a complete loss. Using his knowledge, he was able to engineer new ships that were able to cross oceans to travel to the Western Hemisphere and return with precious goods. Furthermore, he was able to bring over new crops early. In addition, he had altered early forms of rockets and cannons to be much more effective. When he traveled across the seas, using those new weapons, he was able to defeat many pirates. The results could be seen recently. When the Woku pirates had attacked, the reason why the prefectural city's navy was able to push them back with minimum losses had a lot to do with his contributions to the engineering in this country. However, he also wanted to have a mystical spring and a separate dimension where he could plant crops and improve their yields. What should he do? Perhaps, he should have his secret soldiers catch the little lass, then threaten and torture her until she gave up her goodies. Was that a bad idea? After all, they were both fellow transmigrators and, in his past life, he had been a person who tried to do good for the world. Then should he force the little girl under house arrest and have her use her special items for him for the rest of her life? Ahem, that seemed a bit too dishonest and cruel. The little lass didn't have it easy either. She had also been forced over into a strange world and she didn't even get to transmigrate into someone of status. He had heard that she had endured quite a few years of hard times in this world. Arg, how could he bear to torture someone in the same boat? Then, maybe he should use a honey trap to bewitch the little lass such that she would willingly work hard for him. Ahem, this might cause misunderstandings. He wasn't the sort of bastard who would steal a woman from another man. In fact, he was thinking of using his little cousin, who had a high IQ but low EQ, as bait. If his cousin married this little lass, then they would all be one family in the future. As the older cousin, it wouldn't be too dastardly to have a few requests, right? Your Imperial Majesty, Su Ran, who was standing next to Zhu Junfan, could tell that the Emperor had been spacing out for a while and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind the Emperor that he was currently at court. Concentration was a must. Zhu Junfan sat up straight and had a sanctimonious look, ahem, it was an earnest expression on his face, and said to Yu Xiao, lass, since you're the only one who can make this pesticide, then I'm afraid you'll have to work harder in the future to make as much pesticide as possible. There have been disasters plaguing the people these past 2 years and they have suffered quite a lot. In many places, eating until one is full is an extravagant hope and most only wish to have enough food to not starve to death. Since you have the ability, we are afraid that you'll have to do the most work in the future. Yu Xiao let out a deep sigh in her heart. She was truly afraid that the Emperor would force her to cough up the recipe for the pesticide. If that was the case, she had just come up with an idea. The recipe for the pesticide was complicated and if other people couldn't make it correctly, it had nothing to do with her. She was fortunate that the Emperor was a good ruler and didn't force her. Otherwise, she would have to make up a fake recipe for the pesticide to hand out. This subject will do my best to deserve the Emperor's trust. I didn't have much to do during the winter season, so I made quite a bit of pesticide that I stored in the hidden cellar at my home in Dongshan village. Fortunately, when the Woku pirates came, they didn't find it and destroy it. This subject will send a letter home and have my family bring it all over. With the crisis over, Yu Xiao felt every cell in her body relax perceptibly. Zhu Junyang, who was watching her from the back, silently laughed at her. There truly was a batch of pesticide in her family's cellar at Dongshan village. However, Yu Xiao didn't actually make it during the winter. Instead, she made it recently as she wanted to take advantage of her family's success at cultivating high-yielding grains to sell it to people in Tanggu town. Who would have thought that before she could implement that plan, she and her father had been called into capital by an imperial decree. Sigh, she had missed out on making a bunch of money. Her heart was currently aching at the thought. As Yu Xiao talked about bringing this batch of pesticide in, she couldn't completely hide her sorrow at losing out on another money-making plan. Zhu Junfan thought that her money-grubbing ways were quite amusing. It looked like this old transmigrator friend of his was truly someone who loved making money. After thinking about it, he had to admit that everything she did made money. First she started selling braised pig offal, then she came up with early ripening vegetables. Following that, she cultivated large and sweet watermelons and opened a pharmaceutical workshop as well as a braised food shop. Everything she did was a method to become rich. This Yu family was truly hiding more than it showed. He reckoned that their family was quite wealthy at this point. They may not be at the point to rival wealthy imperial merchants, but they had to be among the top of the families in Tanggu town. In a corner of the capital, at a small tea house. Did you hear about the news? A father and daughter pair from a fishing village were summoned to see the Emperor because they are good at growing crops and were even awarded with an official's position. The person who was speaking was a man around the age of 40. He was dressed in homespun clothes that had patches on it, and his feet were crusted over with yellow mud. He was a sturdy fellow with a full beard on his face. What, someone can become an official from planting fields? Don't take everyone for a fool. Who doesn't know that if you want to become an official you need to spend decades studying your pants off and slowly test your way up? Even during the most disorderly times of the past dynasty, you needed a lot of money in order to become even a lowly official. This person looked like a county official who had fallen on hard times. He was dressed in a long robe that was going white from being washed and he had a thin figure. His whole head had gone white with age and the look he gave the peasant farmer was full of disdain. County official Suan, did you just come to the capital? Ah. The whole capital has heard about this, so who wouldn't know? It's said that the Yu family is truly spectacular. The winter wheat they grew yielded up to 500 to 600 caddies per mu, which is multitudes higher than what other people have done. If this type of wheat can be disseminated throughout the country, we would all be able to eat white flour every day and then eat some meat every few days. The peasant farmer who had mud on his feet had a face full of longing. Becoming an official was a goal that was too far away for him. His true desire was to be able to eat until he was full and allow his wife and children to eat some delicious foods. Older brother Zhang, my youngest brother-in-law's second aunt's cousin, works at the yamen. I heard that the imperial court will set aside a portion of these high-yielding seeds to be sold at a fair price. The seeds sold will be the wheat seeds that they got from the Yu family as well as last year's seeds, which were from some kind of new plant that can yield 1,000 caddies per mu. I asked my youngest brother-in-law's relatives to help with keeping an eye on things. As soon as news gets out, we can rush over to stand in line to buy some. The person who just spoke was a man who was a bit younger than the other peasant farmer. He had tan skin and the corners of his eyes had some faint wrinkles. His clothes had a few patches in them and he had rolled up his pant legs high. He had one foot on the bench and when he spoke, his voice sounded like thunder as it was quite loud. County official Suan snorted sardonically and shook his head with disdain. Can such a good thing actually fall upon lowly people like you? Who doesn't want to get their hands on high-yielding seeds? I'm afraid that, as soon as word gets out, all of the wealthier families will buy them out. The younger man who had patches on his clothing glanced at him and noticed that the man surnamed Zhang was now worried. He hurriedly reassured him, older brother Zhang, don't panic. My youngest brother-in-law's family said that the emperor sent Royal Prince Xiang to oversee the seeds. Have you heard of Royal Prince Xiang yet? All of the members of the imperial family and the high-ranking officials' families have to tread softly around him. Even the officials at court are afraid of offending him. With Royal Prince Xiang in charge, none of those noble and wealthy people will try to hoard the seeds without thinking about the consequences. Our village isn't very far from the capital. If we come here as soon as the news gets out, we can probably buy some before it runs out. The man surnamed Zhang let out a sigh of relief. If it's truly like that, then we will soon have better lives. Let's not talk about the grain that can yield 1,000 caddies per mu. Even the Yu family's winter wheat could help us better our situations if we plant a few mu with those seeds. If this can allow us peasant farmers to live a life where we can get enough to eat and not freeze to death, I have no objections to the Yu family's father and daughter becoming officials, no matter how high rank they are. What nonsense. People who plant crops well can also become officials. Then where does that place us scholars? It's truly too scandalous to even think about. Doesn't that mean Zhang so-and-so who raises pigs well and Li so-and-so who raises cows well can also become officials too? County official Suan thought about how hard he had studied for 15 years and he had only passed the county level exams after all that work. The fact that someone else could become an official simply from planting crops well was too unfair. The farmer named Xiang had long gotten annoyed with this haughty scholar's demeanor and couldn't help but interject, what's the point of becoming an official from studying alone if you can't help the common people better their lives? The emperor himself has said that the commoners are the backbone of our country. The country will only be stable and prosperous once everyone has enough to eat and enough to wear. Can raising pigs and cows well help us commoners eat to our fill and not freeze to death? The Yu family's father and daughter are just this skilled, so their official titles were also given to them on basis of their hard work. There's no point in being angry about this. County official Suan sneered. People who walk different paths couldn't see eye to eye. It was useless for him to argue with these coarse people who couldn't read a single word. He picked up his teacup and drank a mouthful of bitter tea. Although his heart was full of disdain, he didn't say anything else. The younger man dressed in clothes full of patches started talking again. I heard that the Yu family's daughter is only around 12 to 13 years of age, but she had also been given the title of a 6th rank official under the Ministry of Revenue. I've only heard of women becoming officials in plays and stories. Whether in the previous dynasty or this one, this is the first time I've heard of a female becoming an official. When he heard this, county official Suan, who had originally planned on staying silent, couldn't hold himself back. He slapped the table and raised his voice. This is a woman who usurps authority and is turning society upside down. Can a 12 to 13-year-old girl plow the land or turn dirt? Yet she was given a 6th rank official title. How can this be so? Are you questioning the emperor's wise decision? The younger man wasn't very impressed by this county official who only knew how to make acerbic and stinging remarks. He snorted and said, my youngest brother-in-law's relatives also said that although this Miss Yu is young, she's very clever and hardworking. The minister from the Ministry of Revenue looks highly upon her. Last year, they were only able to nurture that new grain to produce 1,000 caddies per mu because Miss Yu had gone over and helped them plant. That's the only reason why they had such a great harvest. Also, she's the one who came up with the pesticide that helped the Yu family's winter wheat get yields higher than the Imperial plantation can get. The young man paused to take a breath and then continued, that being said, ever since the emperor ascended to his throne, he has elevated the status of women over and over again. Now, there are plenty of women who don't wear veils when they go out on the streets. Furthermore, there are more and more women working in business now. The young woman from the Zhang family is talented at crafting and sewing clothing. Even the empress and imperial consorts have bought custom-made clothing from her. What's so odd about the Yu family's daughter being elevated to a small official position? The man surnamed Zhang guffawed. If they could sell me enough high-yielding seeds to plant a few mu, I wouldn't protest her becoming a 6th-level official or an even higher one. Brother, I bet the Yu family probably has a lot of seeds back home. Your connections, can they? The younger man gave him a look and replied, that Yu family's ancestral home is in the Tengu area and nowhere near the capital. Even if my youngest brother-in-law's relatives had good connections, they can't possibly reach all the way to Tengu town. However, I heard that the Yu family only sent up around 800 mu of grain to the court out of their almost 1,000 mu plantation. As for the remaining 100 or so mu of grain, other than keeping enough back to plant for next year, they sold the rest at a higher price. In fact, the price they set was 5 times the current market price for wheat. Can you afford it? What, 5 times the regular market price? Then isn't that saying that a caddy of seeds is around 50 copper coins? So planting 1 mu with these seeds would cost 1 tael. That's a bit too expensive, right? Farmer Zhang was stupefied at the price and immediately backtracked. His family had 5 mu back home, so the cost of seeds alone would be 5 taels to plant it all. Even if he sacrificed everything he had, he wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. The younger man shook his head and smiled. Brother Zhang, I was telling you the price that they set for the grain that they sold to people in Tengu town. The Yu family sold this grain to the rich and wealthy families in town, so those people don't lack for that bit of money. You only see the high price, but have you ever thought that if you could get 600 caddies of wheat per mu, you could still earn around 3 taels per mu even if you sold it at the regular market price? Do you think those rich merchants and families are stupid and would go into a business to lose money? But, there's no one in our village who could come up with that much money to buy seeds, right? Arg, it looks like such a good thing can't fall upon us commoners. Farmer Zhang was a bit dispirited as he sighed over this. The younger man immediately comforted him. Brother Zhang, you probably don't know all of the news. The emperor loves us commoners as if we were his children. He absolutely wouldn't try to earn a profit from us. I heard that the high-yielding seeds will be sold to the public at the regular market price for wheat, which is 10 copper coins a caddy. That new grain is already being sown in the Imperial plantation. They're probably planning on selling the rest in a few days. Is the news about the new grain that yields 1,000 caddies per mu reliable? Farmer Zhang was a bit hesitant about this. How could it not be reliable? I heard the emperor specifically sent down the order to have Royal Prince Xiang go to the Western Hemisphere so he can find some. What was it called? Ah, I remember now, it's called corn. Corn can be ground into cornmeal and then carefully filtered. The steamed buns made from corn are a golden yellow and have a sweet fragrance. They are very delicious. The younger man wanted to show off his superior knowledge and had a very self-satisfied look on his face. County official Suan interjected to deflate the young man. You say it as if you have personally eaten some. The rarer something is, the greater the value. For a crop that has such a high yield, it definitely won't be expensive in the future. That being said, most of the commoners don't know anything about the corn that you're talking about, so who would dare to buy it? It's possible that after you plant it, you might not be able to sell it. That'd be a gigantic waste of your time, fertilizer, and money. Stop being such a wet blanket. If you don't talk, no one will mistake you for being mute. My youngest brother-in-law's relative said that his immediate superior was fortunate enough to get to eat corn once at a friend's house. Steamed buns made out of fine corn flour were fragrant and delicious. They even have a slight sweet flavor, and the more you chew the better they taste. Older brother Xiang, just think, one ewe can produce 1,000 caddies. Even if one caddy can only be sold at the price of coarse grain, you can still make around 3 to 4 taels per field. In any case, my family has 3 mu of farmland and we plan on using one to try to plant some corn. Even if we can't sell any, for the next year, at least we'll have grain to eat. I heard that the leaves and stalks from the corn plant can also be used to feed pigs and other farm animals. Next year, my family plans on grabbing 2 extra pigs and we won't have to worry about finding food for them to eat. Just thinking about it makes me happy, the younger man rambled as his eyes shone with light. It was as if he could already see himself in better times. Farmer Xiang hesitated for a second and then slapped the table and grimaced, since you have already said it out loud, then I too will also get around 2 mu worth of seeds to plant back home. In any case, it's still grain. If I can't sell it, my family can still eat it. 2 mu of corn at the very least can produce around 2,000 caddies at harvest time. At least for the upcoming year, my whole family won't have to starve with that much grain on hand. The younger man nodded his head approvingly. County official Suan was still preoccupied with the thought of the Yu family becoming officials. He stated in a manner that belied his disapproval of the matter, a silly little lass was given a 6th rank official position. Then what about her father? Would he be given a higher ranked position, like a 3rd level? These people were just a bunch of muddy peasants who couldn't read a single word. If they could become a 3rd ranked official just by being good at raising crops, would the other officials at court be okay with that? However, the younger man burst out into giggles and said, it's actually quite interesting. The Yu family's daughter is now a 6th ranked official under the Ministry of Revenue, but her father is only a lowly 7th ranked official. I heard that he's stationed at Tanggu town and is especially in charge of managing Royal Prince Yang's feudal grounds farmlands. Brother, do you think a 7th level official is small? That's the same level as the county magistrate. That being said, the Yu family has close ties with Royal Prince Yang. On the Royal Prince's feudal lands, even the prefectural magistrate has to give them some leeway. Right now, the Yu family has a lot of clout in Tanggu town. Farmer Xiang expressed his feelings of envy and jealousy. How come such a good thing didn't fall onto him? The younger man was about to say something when suddenly a skinny youth ran into the tea house. The young man immediately stood up and welcomed the youth as he asked urgently, is there news already? The skinny youth picked up a cup from the table and guzzled it down. He used his sleeve to wipe his mouth and then started talking, obviously. Starting at noon today, Imperial Prince Jing's 18 grain shops will all be selling corn seeds and will close after 5 days. What about the seeds for wheat then? Are they being sold? I didn't bring a lot of money with me, so I don't know if I have enough. Farmer Xiang started scrambling frantically as he didn't know what he should do next. The skinny youth glanced at him and knew that this farmer was with his older brother-in-law and hurriedly said, they will only start selling winter wheat after the autumn harvest. Right now they're only selling corn seeds and the price is so low that it's unbelievable. 1 caddy is only 5 copper coins. The younger man pulled at his arm and said, one of the prince's grain shops is on this street. Let's get there before the news gets out. That way we can get a place in line. The other peasant farmers who were in the tea house eavesdropping also followed these 2 men after settling their bills. They all jogged in the direction of the Imperial Prince's grain shop. By the time they got there, they discovered that there was already a line with a dozen or so people in it at the front. It didn't need to be said just how popular the Imperial Prince's grain shops were right now. Every single one had a winding line in front of it. Yu Xiao, who had just been given the title of a 6th rank official, was still lost in wonder. In her past life, she hadn't even acted as the class monitor. The highest position she got was when she was in the factories working and had been appointed a small group leader. Now, she suddenly became an official that was 2 levels higher than the county magistrate. Although she was only an official in the Ministry of Revenue in charge of farming affairs, it was still a ranked position. Today, the official uniform that had been personally tailored for her, a small-sized 6th level official's robe that was green-blue in color and had an embroidered heron in the front, had arrived. She changed into it while she was in her rooms and proudly walked back and forth with it on. While she was joking along with her maidservants, the palace sent down a decree for her to enter. Good timing, she didn't even need to change clothing. What was the point of having official clothing? Obviously, when the emperor called her in, she needed to wear it right. Like this, she had the maidservants arrange her hair into a neat bun that was fastened with a jade hairpin and then boldly entered the imperial palace. In the imperial study, only the emperor was there with his head lowered, reading documents. When Yu Xiao saw this, she immediately relaxed. If there were other court officials there who saw her wearing official's clothing, they absolutely would find her to be an eyesore. Since it was only the emperor seeing her, it absolutely couldn't be a big issue. At most, he would only want to talk about some farming affairs. She was very familiar with this stuff, so there was nothing for her to be afraid of. However, she would have never expected that the emperor's first words would scare her silly. I'll say, old friend, when will you ever spill the beans to me? Apparently, as soon as Yu Xiao entered the imperial study, Zhu Junfan had immediately noticed her. At first, the little lass's every movement was quite cautious and she stayed obediently behind Su Ran like a little bird with her head tucked down. However, once she noticed that it was only him in the room, she suddenly straightened her back and became much more lively. He pretended to be engrossed in the documents in front of him. The little lass was becoming more and more bold. She was looking around the Imperial study as if she was on a tour. She craned her neck to look at the books on the bookshelves and then secretly touched a few items that were on the treasure shelf. She even bent down to take a whiff of the incense censer that was burning ambergris. Little girl, do you think the Imperial study is like your own backyard? Ah. Just watch as I scare you a bit, you bold little thing. Yu Xiao felt her heart skip a beat and cold sweat immediately poured out of her pores. She stuttered, what, old friend? Your Imperial Majesty, is your ancestral home in Tengu Town? Pretending, always pretending, are you still going to pretend that you don't know what I'm talking about? Peking roasted duck, braised food, Buddha jumps over the wall, and those large watermelons as well as the early ripening vegetables, even an idiot would know that you are from the same place as I am. Zhu Junfan propped his chin up in an unruffled manner and watched as the little lass revealed expressions of unease and fright. This subject, no, this official had found an old cookbook that was damaged. Yu Xiao still attempted to defend herself but her excuse seemed quite pathetic at this moment. Beloved official Yu, deceiving the monarch is a crime worthy of death. Zhu Junfan revealed an emperor's presence and stared at her fixedly like a tiger staring at its prey. It made Yu Xiao feel as if she was under a lot of pressure. Yu Xiao lowered her head and slumped her shoulders. She had always known that once her old transmigrator friend, the emperor, had suspicions towards her, she would be pulled out of the dark by the tail. Struggling to death was of no use, so she could only brace herself as she answered, whatever your Imperial Majesty says will do. Zhu Junfan saw that the little lass was now acting like a depressed little bunny and had an expression that showed she had accepted her fate. He grinned, why do you need to act all down and depressed? Ah. I'm not a tiger that will eat you, right? You are the emperor and I am only a tiny official who has just stepped into office. In your hands, I don't even have the chance to struggle so I can only accept my fate and die. Yu Xiao felt her heart quiver with anxiety. She wasn't sure how this old transmigrator friend would act and how he would treat her. Accept your fate and die. Why would I want to kill you? Did you do anything that is worthy of death? Or were you an evil bastard in your past life and murdered dozens of people? Zhu Junfan ridiculed her as he replied. You are the evil, the word, bastard, didn't leave her lips as she raised her head to look at the shining dragon robe on the other person. She immediately shut her mouth and shrank back like a frightened quail. Zhu Junfan laughed noiselessly for a moment before he finally relieved her worries, don't worry ah. As long as you don't commit any heinous crimes, we will not kill you. We are quite delighted to encounter another transmigrator after so long, so why would we kill you for no reason? Yu Xiao let out a long, relieved sigh and felt her body relax completely. Zhu Junfan looked at her and then asked, old friend, what did you do in your past life? What happened to make you transmigrate over to here? What year and month did you transmigrate over on? When she saw that Zhu Junfan's attitude seemed quite gentle, not at all like those transmigrators who were afraid of fellow transmigrators stealing their thunder and wanted to kill them as rivals, she felt her fears melt away. She paused for a second and then obediently replied, in my past life, I was a very ordinary commoner. I didn't even graduate from middle school when I had to go out to work. Later on, I opened up a braised food store and the business went quite well. At this point, she paused and thought of her younger brother's exciting and dignified wedding. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. That day, it was my younger brother's wedding. I was so happy that I drank an extra 2 glasses of alcohol. When I was going down the stairs, I wasn't careful and fell. Once I woke up, I found out that I had transmigrated into the body of a poor little fisherman's daughter. You also drank alcohol before you transmigrated over. Aish, I was out with my roommates celebrating at a restaurant on the night of our graduation. I didn't even finish a bottle of beer when my head became dizzy. When I woke up, I was being born in the turmoil and chaos of war. Looks like you replaced a soul while I was reborn into an infant. But we were both put into this situation by alcohol. Ah. Zhu Junfan let out a sudden sigh. He had just graduated from a prestigious university and was about to go out into the world to do something big. However, he never expected that his soul would be sent into a different world and that he'd become a tiny infant that only knew how to cry. It was truly such a letdown. Even more annoying was that the previous dynasty's emperor was still making his last struggle to keep his throne. He, who had just been born, had to flee with his new mother under the protection of some soldiers like a bunch of homeless vagrants. He almost died from this struggle. Luckily, his new grandfather very quickly managed to overthrow the dynasty and establish the new Great Ming dynasty. Only then did his life stabilize a bit. Old friend, when did you transmigrate over? Zhu Junfan asked out of curiosity. Around October 18, 2017, likely right as the 19th started. Yu Xiao had originally been planning on going home that night to go online and listen to her leader's lecture. However, tragedy happened instead. Sigh, her younger brother must have also been upset. His wedding day was now the anniversary of his older sister's death. Zhu Junfan nodded and then casually said, you were later than me by about 3 months. I transmigrated over in July. Old friend, tell me the truth, when you transmigrated over, did the god of transmigration give you a big golden finger? Yu Xiao's pupils suddenly narrowed and both of her hands tightened. How could such a small movement escape the discerning eyes of Zhu Junfan, who had been an emperor for 7 to 8 years? A flicker of joy flashed in him and he urgently followed up to ask, what sort of golden finger is it? Is it a separate dimension with a spiritual spring where you can plant vegetation? Originally, Yu Xiao was quite nervous and on edge. When she heard this, she opened her eyes in disbelief and couldn't help but say, Your Imperial Majesty, is the hole in your head a bit too big? Ah. Not a single change in expression escaped Zhu Junfan's gaze. When he saw this, he felt a bit disappointed. If it wasn't a separate dimension, then what was it? Old friend, don't worry. Ah. I'm not one of those shameless people who's going to steal your treasure. Just obediently tell me what it is and stop hiding it. If you don't have a separate dimension with a mystical spring, then how are you able to grow crops so well? It doesn't seem to matter what type of plant it is either. In your hands, even the most common wheat doubles its output at harvest. Also, there's the watermelons. They are sweeter than the ones sent for tribute and are even more delicious than the ones I ate in my previous life. If you don't have a mystical spring, then how can you, someone who had worked and was a small business owner, possibly come up with methods to craft medicinal pills and tinctures that are so effective? Tell the truth and stop trying to resist. Xiao glanced at the multicolored stone that was strung on her wrist with colorful string. She reluctantly said, "What separate dimension? That stuff doesn't exist. I'm willing to vow an oath to the god of transmigration. If I have a separate dimension and I'm not telling, then let me fall into an endless circle of reincarnation with all of my memories." Reincarnate with all of your memories? Are you sure that's not a reward instead of a punishment? Zhu Junfan gave her a pointed look. However, judging by the little lass's attitude, he was pretty sure that she didn't have a separate dimension. Then just what sort of golden finger did she have? Zhu Junfan looked in the direction that the girl had gazed at earlier. On her pale wrist, there was a colorful stone the size of a marble strung on some braided colored string. The little lass loved money but didn't like to wear gold, silver or jade. Was her special item somehow related to this small stone? Xiao, whose heart was filled with unease, noticed that the emperor's gaze had fallen on the multicolored stone on her wrist. She hurriedly hid her hand behind her back in a seemingly guilty manner and said, "There's no separate dimension. There really isn't another realm." In Zhu Junfan's eyes, her reaction seemed like a clumsy denial that resulted in self-exposure. He felt even more certain that there was something with the multicolored stone. The little divine stone's scornful voice sounded in Xiao's mind, "What are you afraid of? With this divine stone here, would I let you get bullied? With my current power, I'll immediately abolish him if he dared to harm you. But, according to this divine stone's probing, the other party currently doesn't have any malice towards you. Tut, this fellow has a pretty character. In the face of such a big temptation, he unexpectedly doesn't have any intention of taking it for himself." After Xiao heard what the little divine stone said, her heart somewhat relaxed. The little divine stone was right. The emperor just didn't have any intention of taking it for himself at present, but if he continued to misunderstand, he might change his mind one day. After all, the possession of a realm that defied all laws, or a spiritual spring that could resurrect people, were a major challenge to one's heart. He was the high and majestic emperor. In this ancient society, the supremacy of the imperial family was the norm. Even if she had the protection of the little divine stone, she couldn't let him feel suspicious about her. After all, she just wanted to be a dutiful little peasant girl. She didn't want to live a life where she had to flee to the end of the world if she murdered the sovereign. Since it turned out this way, it would be better to be honest than let him think that she had a law-defying realm. A celestial stone that could improve one's health and accelerate the growth of crops should be much less tempting than a law-defying realm, right? Xiao bit her lower lip hard, and a faint taste of blood spread in her mouth. As if he could see the struggles within her heart, Zhu Junfan just stared at her silently with a calm gaze. Seeing that her fists were tightly clenched as if she had made a decision, he finally spoke up, "What? You've decided? Do you want to be honest and receive a lighter sentence, or refuse to confess and get a harsher punishment? If I refused, would your Imperial Majesty cut off my head?" Xiao had calmed down a lot as she asked in reply. Zhu Junfan seriously pondered for a couple seconds, and then laughed. "Since I became the emperor, I vowed to be a wise ruler. It seems to contradict my ideals if I want to kill you merely because of the separate dimension in your hands. So, I won't kill you. No matter how tight one's mouth is, the Ministry of Justice seems to be able to pry it open. Do you want to go have a tour?" "No need. I'm still underage, so it's bad for a preteen's mental and physical health to see such a bloody scene." Xiao was somewhat curious about the top 10 tortures of the Ming dynasty and Qing dynasty, but she would politely decline the offer to see it in person. Zhu Junfan curled up his lips and said, "Preteen. In your previous life, even your younger brother was married, so how can you be underage? Who knows, you might even have a few kids. Stop pretending to be young. You're the one who has a bunch of kids. I'm still a single young woman, who has passed the average age of marriage. I don't even have a boyfriend, so where will I get a kid?" Xiao bravely glared at him. "You're a single young woman past the average age of marriage, yet you're still shamelessly pretending to be underage." There was finally someone who he could talk in a casual manner with, so Zhu Junfan started to joke with her. Xiao pouted and stubbornly said, "I'm young at heart. To be able to always keep a pure childlike innocence is very rare and commendable, don't you think so? Alright, let's stop talking about all this nonsense. Quickly tell me about your separate dimension. What does it look like? How big is it? What did you plant inside? Do you have hybrid rice? Wheat that can produce 1,000 caddies per mu?" Zhu Junfan really had no intention of taking the realm for himself. In his opinion, the possession of a treasure was predestined and couldn't be forced. Xiao rolled her eyes and interrupted the emperor's series of questions. She said in a stern and serious manner, "Emperor, I really don't have any separate dimensions." "Then what is that little rock on your wrist? Don't tell me that it's just a normal little rock." Zhu Junfan stared at her wrist with a "stop lying" expression. "You're a little rock. Your whole family are little rocks." The little divine stone rolled its eyes and sharpened its claws on the side. After briefly thinking about it, Xiao took the multicolored stone bracelet off her wrist, walked forward, and handed it to him. She said, "Your Majesty, you have sharp eyes. This is indeed not an ordinary stone. It said that it is a multicolored stone left from when Goddess Nu mended the sky. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it had gained intelligence and spirituality, and could transform into a human form. It could also talk." After Zhu Junfan heard this, he thought, this little stone has become an immortal law. He took the stone and thoroughly examined it with an incredulous expression. Hey, my fellow transmigrator friend, even if you want me to believe that you don't have a separate dimension, you don't have to fabricate a fantasy story to lie to me. I might believe you if you tell me that a monkey will come out of the rock. But to say that this stone has cultivated into an immortal, do you think that I'm a fool? Dummy, fool, stupid, take your dirty hands off of me. Why are you touching me? How can a vulgar mortal like you disrespect this divine stone? The little divine stone's young yet haughty voice suddenly emerged within Zhu Junfan's mind. He trembled with fear and threw the multicolored stone on the ground. Xiao quickly stepped forward, picked up the little divine stone, and gently wiped it. The voice sounded in Zhu Junfan's mind again and seemed to be filled with anger. DMN, you actually dared to throw this divine stone. If I don't let you have a taste of my power, you won't understand why the flowers are so red. Little glutinous dumpling, don't. From the little divine stone's tone, Xiao knew that the little fellow was really angry, so she hastily stopped it. However, before she finished speaking, the gold-coated carved wooden chair that Zhu Junfan sat on suddenly scattered into a pile of wood. As for him, the emperor wearing his imperial robe, he was now sitting awkwardly within the bits of wood awkwardly with a bewildered expression on his face. Suddenly, Zhu Junfan's eyes widened and his expression was full of disbelief. It turned out that a faint golden light had emerged from the multicolored stone on Xiao's wrist and slowly turned into a golden baby. The little baby was chubby and only wore a little red top. Its exposed limbs looked like lotus roots, while its hair was tied up like a launching rocket. It looked like it had come out of a New Year painting. The little baby appeared very pleased with itself as it snorted. You dared to disrespect this divine stone. Do you know how powerful I am now? If you do it again, I won't let you off so lightly. Xiao, quickly pinch me. Am I dreaming? Zhu Junfan was completely stunned to see a little baby appear out of nowhere. It was too mystical, wasn't it? After hesitating for a second, Xiao immediately went forward and stretched out her hand to harshly pinch the emperor's cheek. She felt very satisfied in her heart. At the present time, I'm probably the only one to have a chance to pinch the emperor's face. Such a good feeling. Zhu Junfan, who had seen through her thinking, helplessly smacked away her hand, which was torturing his cheek. He said, you're really pinching me just because I said that. Haha, wasn't it an imperial edict by you, the emperor? How can this lowly commoner not comply? This lowly official received an imperial edict to pinch you. With a slightly crafty smile, Xiao spoke in a very right and confident manner. Who told you to pinch my face? It's all red now. How am I supposed to see people later? Can't you give me some face, my fellow transmigrator? Zhu Junfan rubbed his painful face as he glared sulkily at the young girl. She really didn't treat him as the emperor. Xiao nodded and replied in a matter-of-fact manner, all right, I'll pinch somewhere else next time. You want to do it again? Zhu Junfan stared at her with a fierce gaze, revealing a domineering force. This caused the young girl to finally realize the difference between their statuses. She immediately stepped back and stood a safe distance away. Tell me, what exactly is that thing? Zhu Junfan asked as he pointed at the little baby who was walking around and touching the things in the imperial study. Seeing that the other party still spoke in a disrespectful manner, the little divine stone was infuriated. It put one of its hands on its hip like a teapot and scolded, how dare you? You dared to speak of this divine stone in such a manner. It seems like your fall earlier was too light. All right. I'm wrong. You're not a thing, okay. Zhu Junfan felt very wronged. He was the emperor, but the little girl didn't take him seriously and even pinched his face. This unknown thing scolded and punished him whenever it liked. Was there anyone more wrong than him? Humph, foolish human, this divine stone is a disciple of Goddess Nuwa. I was ordered by Goddess Nuwa to cultivate in the mortal realm. The little divine stone picked up a crane and evergreen ornament and scratched the crane's mouth. Humph, little white crane looked down on me because it's Goddess Nuwa's mystical mount. It also called me a slow-witted and obstinate stone. See if this divine stone doesn't break your beak so that you can't speak. Zhu Junfan glanced at Xiao with eyes full of questions. Xiao nodded at him and said, little glutinous dumpling, which is the divine stone's current name, accidentally recognized me as its master. Had it not been for it, I would have died a long time ago and wouldn't have the chance to be reborn into this era. Once it accumulates enough merits, it will leave this world. Zhu Junfan, on the other hand, thought of another matter. He ceased his brows and had a gaze full of worries. Based on what you're saying, the reason you're able to produce high-yield crops has a lot to do with it. If it leaves, then... Xiao thought about it and said, the spiritual energy that the little divine stone emits while it cultivates can gather in water and help accelerate the growth of crops. It's thanks to the little divine stone that my family early ripening vegetables can be harvested in early spring. It's also responsible for the high yield of my family's corn and wheat. However, there's still several decades before it's time for it to leave. If we carefully cultivate it, we will definitely be able to produce high-yield crops. I have already told the tenant farmers at the farmstead to collect bigger wheat ears, and if we also grow them meticulously, I believe that the output of wheat will increase in a few years. A yield of 1,000 caddies per mu isn't just a dream. Good, we were right about you. Whether the people in our country can fill their stomachs will depend on you. Oh right, without the divine stone's spiritual energy, can the seeds from the crops you grow still be able to produce a high yield? Zhu Junfan expressed his worries. Xiao had already gotten a confirmation from the little divine stone, so she replied without hesitation, at present, if we plant the wheat kernels transported from Tanggu town, the output should be the same, or even higher, than that of our farmstead. As for the second generation of seeds, I reckon that there will be a reduction in the yield. After all, little glutinous dumplings' power in the seeds will gradually dissipate after multiple generations of planting. Doesn't that mean that if we want to maintain a high yield, we must buy seeds from you at least once every 2 years? A worried expression appeared on Zhu Junfan's face. If it was like this, then the output of the crops would return to the previous state when the stone goblin accumulated enough merits. Yu Xiao nodded and said, therefore, we must try to breed high-yield seeds and not rely entirely on little glutinous dumpling. Zhu Junfan pondered for a moment, and then asked, you're brazenly wearing such a precious cheat on your wrist, aren't you afraid of being robbed? Yu Xiao glanced at him, and then replied with a spurious smile, won't people be more suspicious if I hid it? This multicolored stone looks beautiful, but isn't it still just a stone? I made it into a bracelet and wore it on my wrist, so if others asked about it, I would just say that it was blessed by an eminent monk. Like a safety amulet, it will protect me to grow up healthily. Who would be so shameless and steal a pretty-looking rock? I'm not an idiot who would publicize that I found a treasure. At present, other than myself, you, the Emperor, are the only one who knows about the magic of the multicolored stone. Her meaning was very obvious. As long as the Emperor didn't have any bad ideas, there wouldn't be anyone else eyeing the multicolored stone. Oh, you really trust me, your fellow transmigrator, so much. Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly change my mind and steal it from you? After getting a clarification from her, Zhu Junfan had the urge to tease this eccentric little transmigrator friend again. You're the knife, while I'm the fish. What can I do when you're so lucky? You transmigrated into the Imperial family and even became the Emperor, so would I dare to not answer your questions honestly? Like you said, those who lie to the Emperor will be executed. Moreover, at present, the little divine stone's power only works on crops. Your Majesty, with your noble status and busy schedule, you can't actually go work in the fields yourself, right? It's better to have little commoners like us help you with these types of hard labors. Yu Xiao acted in a very fawning manner. Well, he was the Emperor after all. Since she was in a feudal society ruled by the Imperial family, she must know her place. She shouldn't forget who she was just because they came from the same place. If she really did that, then she would probably die really quickly. Of course, she also didn't have to always flatter the Emperor like everyone else. After all, for someone who was in such a powerful yet lonely position, there would be times when he would want to relax for a moment. It was quite tiring to always act high and mighty. Oh, does your multicolored stone really only work on crops? While Xiao was talking, Zhu Junfan had seen the baby, who was gnawing on his cup, roll its eyes at her and had a dissatisfied expression. Thus, he couldn't help but ask. Yu Xiao glared at her pig-like teammate, sighed, and resignedly said, it can also do some other things like strengthening one's body. It can enhance the effects of medicine. It can help brighten and smoothen one's skin, and so on. Zhu Junfan casually fiddled with the ruler in his hands and asked in a seemingly casual manner, oh. Only these and nothing else. For example, something like bringing the dead back to life. Yu Xiao widened her eyes and made an incredulous expression, how is that possible? The little divine stone has limited spiritual power, so how can it do something of law-defying? It won't be able to do that even after returning to its heyday. Zhu Junfan curled up his lips as he looked at the young girl's slightly exaggerated expression. He pointed at the little baby, who was currently drinking water from a ceramic teapot and lightly chuckled, then, how much power will it have when it returns to its heyday? Who knows? After all, it only has less than 1% of its power now. Yu Xiao didn't dare to get deeper into this topic. She was really afraid that her fellow transmigrator would suddenly want to take the little divine stone. Zhu Junfan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. He could feel the young girl's anxious mood, so he deliberately said, this little stone can only use 1 or 2% of its power, yet it's already so powerful. What will happen when it returns to its heyday? I really anticipate it, what to do? I have the urge to take it away. It has already recognized a master, so there's no use in taking it. Yu Xiao felt slightly alarmed in her heart. She carefully observed the Emperor's expression, but she couldn't tell if he was joking or being serious. Then, what if its master dies? Zhu Junfan deliberately showed a cruel gaze and curled up his lips so that his expression appeared sinister. Yu Xiao's entire body turned cold, and her lips instantly lost all color. Yeah, if she died, then wouldn't the little divine stone be without a master? Could it be that her fellow transmigrator finally wanted to get rid of her? Don't be scared, since you're already bound with this divine stone, how can you die so easily? You will definitely die peacefully in bed. Little divine stone couldn't help but cover its face when it saw the stupid expression on its master's face. Why did it have such a coward as a master? It must never let its friends in the other realm know about this. It was too embarrassing. Zhu Junfan finally looked at the pantless baby seriously and calmly asked, if the sovereign wants the official dead, then the official will have no choice but to die. What if I really want her life and take the treasure? Then you can try, who knows who will end up dead. The little divine stone spoke in a tone that was full of the arrogance of looking down on all living beings. Not to mention the palace's imperial guards, but even with tens of thousands of soldiers, they still might not be able to ensure the complete safety of their master. Yu Xiao really wanted to block the little divine stone's mouth. Wasn't it just adding oil to the fire? The other party was the Emperor. If he really got angry, then that would lead to a death sentence. Although the little divine stone could ensure her safety, she yearned for a stable and peaceful life, rather than being a refugee for her entire life. There were more than a dozen lives altogether in her entire family, including her extended family. Without a change of expression, Zhu Junfan deepened his gaze and said with a light chuckle, she's only an ordinary commoner, so is she really worth you doing this for her? We are the son of the heavens, and thus have the chi of a dragon on my body. Isn't it better to cultivate around us than her? The barefooted baby walked up to him and looked him up and down, as if it was examining the value of an object. After a long time, the little fellow shook its head and sighed, it is indeed more beneficial for my cultivation to stay around you. It paused to give the alarmed Yu Xiao a reassuring look, and then continued, if this divine stone had not recognized a master yet, you're indeed the best candidate. Unfortunately, this divine stone has already signed a blood contract with this girl. If I betray my master, I will turn back into my original form. By the time I recover my intelligence, it will probably be several hundreds or even over 1,000 years later. The meaning of the little divine stone's words was very obvious. Kid, don't even think about trying to instigate this divine stone to rebel against my master and break our relationship. You won't be able to get anything good out of it unless you can live for over 1,000 years. Then you will have to wait for the divine stone to recover my intelligence and make a contract with you. Unfortunately, you're only a mere mortal. By that time, you would have long turned into a pile of dry bones. Who knows where you'll end up at that time? It seems like the possession of a treasure really did depend on fate. After hearing the little divine stone's words, the slight trace of desire within Zhu Junfan's heart was completely cut off and a relaxed feeling replaced it. Seeing that his little transmigrator friend was scared out of her wits, he quickly revealed a pacifying smile and said, don't be scared. I was just joking with you. However, he knew very clearly within his own heart whether he was purely joking with her. It was such a rare treasure, so who wouldn't want it? Since he wasn't fated to have it, he could only give up. Emperor, Royal Prince Xiang requested an audience. Chief Steward Su Ran's voice sounded from outside of the Imperial study and broke the apparently awkward atmosphere in the room. Zhu Junfan chortled and teased, let that kid come in. We aren't a man-eating tiger, so did he have to be so worried? As soon as Zhu Junyang stepped into the Imperial study, he could clearly feel an uncomfortable emotion coming towards him. If Xiao was the only woman who he couldn't detect the feelings of, then the Emperor and his Imperial grandfather were the only two who could block his mind-reading ability. He concluded that this was because they had the chi of a dragon protecting them. The two people in the Imperial study were both people he couldn't see through, but he was sensitive enough to feel the weird atmosphere in the room. He looked worriedly at the little lass, who he was worried sick about. Seeing that she still had a frightened expression on her face, he felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle and the pain penetrated into his internal organs. Emperor, Yu Xiao was born in the countryside, so she doesn't know proper etiquette. If she offended you in any way, this official will apologize to you on her behalf. Zhu Junyang knew that the little lass was bold and would say whatever she wanted in front of him. However, the person in front of her was the Emperor. He wouldn't tolerate all her actions. Did the little lass offend the Emperor with her words and got scolded, so she got frightened? With a meaningful smile on his face, Zhu Junfan chuckled and teased, oh. You guys aren't even married yet but you're already so protective. I didn't expect that Royal Prince Xiang, who is known as a cold-faced killer, to also have such a gentle and considerate side. Zhu Junyang slightly blushed. He glanced at the little lass who was hiding behind him. She gently held onto the edge of his clothes and looked as if she trusted and relied on him. An inexplicable feeling surged within his heart. He was afraid that the little lass would be shy, so he quickly said, Your Majesty, girls are thin-skinned, so please be merciful with your words. This official doesn't want to add more obstacles to my long pursuit of my wife. Tisk tisk, younger cousin you can't always spoil women, lest they walk all over you. Others might not, but he was certain that this fellow transmigrator of his wasn't someone who would obediently listen to others. His younger cousin would definitely be tortured in the future. As soon as Royal Prince Xiang came in, Yu Xiao, who was in a panic, instantly calmed down. She was like a little grass in the rain and wind that had finally found a big tree to shelter her from the furious storm. Thus, she couldn't help but move closer to his back, seeking protection. His broad and lofty back seemed to be able to block all kinds of storms. She felt a full sense of security when she hid behind him. No matter how strong women were, they still needed a safe haven to stop at, right? A burst of hot summer wind blew towards them when they came out of the Imperial study. There was still a moist feeling on her back, which had been drenched in cold sweat. As she stepped on the white marble platform, she looked back at the yellow glazed tiles on the roof of the palace hall and the golden dragon and multicolored paintings on the double-eaved roof. Looking at the magnificent palace, Yu Xiao had personally experienced the horror of Imperial authority. Perhaps, there was actually a moment earlier when the Emperor really thought about taking the multicolored stone. However, he just suppressed it with his rationality. As for herself, she had just barely dodged death. Stepping on the flat surface of the marble flooring, she walked forward silently. She didn't have any energy to talk as if she had just exhausted all her courage in the Imperial study earlier. Zhu Junyang quietly accompanied her. Seeing that the little lass didn't have any intention of speaking, he didn't disrupt her confused feelings in hope that his silent company could help her calm down. He didn't know what just happened in the Imperial study, but he was certain that the little lass had been greatly frightened. Didn't the Emperor think highly of the little lass? Could it be that he intimidated her in order to make her obedient? Or, did the Emperor find out about the lass's secret and wanted to inquire about it? He turned around and saw the young girl's silky black hair, which was styled into a small flower bud on the top of her head and adorned with green hairpins. The top of the little lass's head hadn't even reached his shoulders, yet she seemed to be carrying a big secret on her thin shoulders. He wanted to tell her that he was the only person that she could trust, so she could rest assured and tell him about her worries. He would help her carry the burden. However, he was afraid of scaring her. He should forget about it for today and try again in the future. Seeing that the lass had stopped next to the terrace in Qianqing Palace and her gaze was fixed on a metallic gold pavilion on the stone step, Zhu Junyang said, This metallic gold pavilion is called Magnificent Palace of the Country, which symbolizes that the country is in the hands of the Emperor. Yes, the country was in the hands of the Emperor. She, on the other hand, was just a little ant that he could easily kill at any time. He had let her go today, but it wasn't because she was someone very important. Instead, it was because she was still useful to him. How astonishing would it be for a woman to become an official? How many officials would have objected? Yet the emperor still bestowed her the position of a 6th-ranked official. What did this mean? In addition to her cheat for farming, he had also displayed the supremacy of imperial authority. As imperial officials, they had the right to voice their opposition, but they couldn't control the emperor's decision. Yu Xiao touched the multicolored stone on her wrist. Today's conversation in the imperial study seemed like a casual chat, but it was actually full of danger. Had it not been for the fact that the little divine stone had already recognized a master who couldn't be easily replaced, perhaps. This prince doesn't know what you and the emperor talked about before I arrived that made you so scared. You also know about this prince's ability. When I stepped into the imperial study, I didn't feel any killing intention from the emperor. Thus, he had no intention of harming you in any way. As long as the emperor isn't planning on harming you, with this prince here, no one would dare to touch you. Seeing that Xiao was staring at the magnificent palace of the country, in a daze and didn't appear as lively as usual, Zhu Junyang couldn't help but comfort her. He hoped that she could break away from her perplexed feelings. Yu Xiao still appeared somewhat listless, but she gave him face and replied, "Is it really okay for you to privately speculate the emperor's intentions? This is the imperial palace, there are ears and eyes everywhere, so it's better to be cautious with your words and actions." The little lass, who usually acted in a reckless and bold manner, had now become timid and overcautious. Seeing this, the darkness within the deepest part of Zhu Junyang's heart started to become restless and a burst of violence escaped from within. At this time, he wanted to overturn everything in front of him, including the large and thick palace walls. Su Ran, who was personally escorting Royal Prince Xiang and Yu Xiao out of the palace, alertly sensed the change in Zhu Junyang. He had long known that the royal prince would sometimes lose control of himself due to a childhood trauma. There was once an episode that was so serious that even the emperor had been alarmed, and thus sent him to assist head steward Lu to suppress the royal prince, who had gone completely out of control. At that time, he, head steward Lu and several martial arts experts, who served the royal prince, had exerted a lot of efforts to prevent Royal Prince Xiang from hurting others. In the past 2 to 3 years, the royal prince seemed to have overcome his childhood trauma and had never gone out of control again. Why was the royal prince suddenly on the verge of going on a rampage? What caused his inner demon to come out and led him to lose control? Su Ran realized that this was a bad situation. They had just walked not too far from the imperial study. If Royal Prince Xiang lost control in the palace and hurt the emperor, not only would it affect the royal prince, but the entire imperial Prince Jing's household would also be doomed. In a flash, Su Ran had quickly turned around and shortened the distance between himself and Royal Prince Xiang. He was now 2 steps away from him, and he was secretly on guard. Su Ran's vigilance might have triggered Zhu Junyang. His charming phoenix eyes gradually turned crimson red and the veins around his eyes became apparent. His slender hands were like the strong talons of an eagle. "Oh no, master, your man is about to go crazy. Quickly stop him." As soon as Zhu Junyang stepped into the imperial study, the little divine stone had already turned into a golden light and went back into the multicolored stone. When it sensed that something was wrong with Zhu Junyang, it immediately jumped out to stop him. Damn it, there are so little resources for cultivation here, so why would there be demon possession? With my current power, I won't be able to beat this demon. What should I do? What should I do? Whose man? Little glutinous dumpling is seriously speaking more and more recklessly. However, Yu Xiao didn't have time to rebuke it. She immediately grabbed onto Zhu Junyang, who was on the verge of losing control. Her soft and slightly cold hands seemed like sweet spring water that went straight to the heart of a thirsty man and soothed the uncontrollable rage within his heart. The little divine stone also hurriedly gathered all its spiritual power and let it flow into the deepest part of Zhu Junyang's consciousness through his veins. The demon inside was about to break through its shackles. A demon could control one's heart because it could hold on to the weakness of human nature. It could also hide in the deepest wound in one's heart and expand infinitely until one loses control of their consciousness. In this way, it could take control of the person's body and do irreparable things. The process would repeat over and over again until the person collapsed completely and finally became the puppet of the demon. This meant that if a person had a strong enough mind, the demon would never be able to do anything and would be suppressed within the deepest part of one's mind. The moment Yu Xiao grabbed onto Zhu Junyang, the pure sense of worry, anxiousness, and concern directly entered his heart. The raging fire within his heart slowly cooled down and extinguished, as if it had encountered a spring rain. The spiritual power that the little divine stone had released, with the help of its master's hands, had also entered the deepest part of Royal Prince Yang's consciousness and disrupted the demon that was about to emerge. The inner demon's control on Zhu Junyang had been weakened, and with the anxious calls of Yu Xiao, Zhu Junyang gradually recovered his senses. The darkness of the demon was suppressed bit by bit until it reluctantly retracted back into a corner. Su Ran was inwardly stunned as he watched the redness in Royal Prince Yang's eyes gradually fade and he regained his senses. He looked profoundly at Yu Xiao, who was holding onto Royal Prince Yang's hands with an anxious and worried expression. It seemed like this last was quite important within Royal Prince Yang's heart. She could actually pull him back before he lost control of himself. Could this be the so-called, there was always one thing to overcome another? Since the emperor ascended the throne, he had been shackled down by the old ministers and had always wanted to nurture his own capable ministers. Royal Prince Xiang was the emperor's younger cousin, and he had both capabilities and ways to get things done. But as the emperor described him, he was like a bomb that could explode at any moment, hurting others and himself. Thus, he would be hard to control. In recent years, he might have strengthened his self-control as he aged. There had not been another incident when he lost control and hurt others again. Thus, the emperor gradually began to let him handle some matters. Royal Prince Xiang also didn't let people down and successfully completed his tasks. Based on what he had heard from the emperor, it seemed like he was planning on putting the royal prince in an important position in the future. Earlier, he almost thought Royal Prince Xiang would be possessed by the demon again and lose control of himself. With Royal Prince Yang's current martial arts skills, it would be quite difficult to suppress him. It was fortunate that the lass of the Yu family was here. She appeared like such a thin and weak person, but she could actually help the Royal Prince instantly recover his senses. Perhaps, Royal Prince Xiang attached great importance to her deep within his heart. He was afraid of losing her, and thus he desperately tried to suppress his inner demon and control himself before he exploded. It seemed that as long as Miss Yu was here, all of the Emperor's worries would be unnecessary. In the future, the Emperor would have another capable assistant. He had gotten one step closer to his dream. When he sent them out of the palace, Royal Prince Xiang had already recovered to his usual state. It appeared as if the ferocious demon earlier was only Su Ran's imagination. When the young girl got on the carriage, the tall physique of Royal Prince Xiang, who sat on his horse, appeared even more stalwart. The strong and gentle figures seemed very harmonious. Even the gorgeous sunset dimmed in comparison with them. When he returned to the palace hall, the eunuch told him that the Emperor was still in the Imperial study. After receiving permission, Su Ran entered the Imperial study again. He noticed that the Emperor, who was usually a diligent worker, had left the Imperial memorials aside and sat beside the bookcase in a daze. Earlier, the Emperor had kicked everyone out of the room, so even he couldn't stay to serve by him. Could it be that the Emperor and Miss Yu had discussed a difficult matter, and thus he was acting abnormally now? Fortunately, the Emperor soon cleared up his mind. He let out a long sigh as if he had made some sort of decision. He took a look at Su Ran, who stood in front of him, and slowly said, Junyang and Miss Yu, have they already left the palace? In reply to your majesty, this servant personally escorted them out. It seems like Royal Prince Xiang intends to send Miss Yu back to the general's estate. The latter part of Su Ran's response seemed to have a deeper meaning. Oh, Junyang is already 19, right? Most similar-aged men in the capital have children who can already help with errands. He, on the other hand, always regarded the noble young misses in the capital as ferocious tigers. He would avoid them as much as possible. If he can't, then he would pull a long face and scare them off. We thought that the kid would be single for the rest of his life, but we didn't expect that he would suddenly understand love and fall for Miss Yu. But that lass is only 12 this year, right? That kid will still have to wait for a while. Zhu Junfan experienced a struggle within his heart, but he finally made a decision. Since he couldn't have possession of the treasure, he must ensure that the treasure would stay close to him for his usage. His imperial uncle, Imperial Prince Jing, was quite capable and had no greedy ambitions. His eldest son had a steady character, while his second son was radical. His third son had the most unpredictable temperament, but he was the most capable among the three brothers. Had it not been for Junyang's instability, he would have long put that kid in an important position and let him handle important matters. There was no way that he would let him constantly run off to Dongshan village. While he was deep in his thoughts, Su Ran, who seemed to have seen through his thoughts, thoroughly recounted what had happened earlier in front of Qianqing Palace. Zhu Junfan raised his brows. To be able to pull his younger cousin back from the verge of tyranny, that lass was really quite capable. There was a lid for every pot. The heavens must have specially prepared that young girl from the Yu family for that kid Junyang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have transmigrated back thousands of years to meet him. As his older cousin, Zhu Junfan was finally at ease to know that a girl who could control that kid had appeared. On second thought, it was fortunate that he didn't make the wrong decision of killing in order to obtain the treasure. Otherwise, that kid Junyang would probably go on a rampage and destroy Qianqing Palace. Zhu Junyang, who was riding on a horse and following the general estate's carriage, leaned over and looked into the carriage through the window. He finally couldn't help but ask, Xiao, why were you so nervous in the Imperial study? Did the Emperor force you to do something? Regarding her secret, it was already quite dangerous to have the Emperor know about it, so there was no way that she would dare to disclose it to another person. Since ancient times, a person's heart was the hardest to predict. Royal Prince Xiang took great care of her and her family, but who could guarantee that he wouldn't be interested in such a tempting treasure? No, nothing, it's just that the Emperor thinks too highly of me. He wants me to cultivate wheat and rice grains that produce 1,000 caddies per mu. I might have been a little dazed due to the pressure. Young Royal Prince, I didn't act improperly in front of the Emperor earlier, did I? In order to avoid the earlier topic, Yu Xiao pretended to be at a loss. Zhu Junyang couldn't use his mind-reading ability on her anyway, so it was harmless to tell a little lie. Zhu Junyang looked seriously at the little lass. Since she didn't want to tell the truth, he wouldn't force her. He was willing to be a protector, who silently guarded her for a lifetime. It was just that he didn't know what the Emperor's intentions were. For the two people on either side of the carriage, one was in an unsettled state, while a myriad of thoughts went through the other's mind. For a moment, they fell into a silence and only the crisp sounds of the horses' hooves and the wheels rolling over the road could be heard. Zhu Junyang escorted her to the main entrance of the general's estate and looked at the doorkeeper, who hastily opened the side door to welcome the young Mrs.'s return. An idea came up in his mind, so he said in a soft voice, "You're now someone who has to deal with official matters. In the future, the supervisor of the Imperial plantation and lower-ranked officials of the Ministry of Revenue will come ask for advice from time to time. Even Minister Liu might also come to disturb you. Therefore, it will be inconvenient for you to stay at the general's estate. This prince has a small and exquisite house nearby. If you need to, feel free to use it." Yu Xiao considered it carefully, and then declined the offer. "My father will go back to Tanggu town in a couple of days. There are a lot of matters that he needs to take care of at our farmstead. Since the Emperor is paying close attention to our farmstead, we must manage it properly. My father was granted the position of a 7th-ranked official, so he should naturally take responsibility for his duties. In this way, I'll be the only one staying in the capital. My godparents would definitely be worried and not let me move out. At best, I can ask my godmother to let me reside in a separate courtyard with a side door. Zhu Junyang didn't force her anymore. The little lass was only 12, which was an age when the children of other families would be acting like a spoiled child in front of their parents. If she really lived in a house alone, he wouldn't feel at ease, let alone others. As the two of them talked at the door, a head peeked out from the side entrance. With a closer look, it turned out to be one of Yu Xiaoxiao's maidservants, Xichun. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very good at coming up with names, so her godmother helped her name the head maidservants in the courtyard. Yingtao was in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop in Dongshan village, while Yangliu was responsible for the braised food shop in the capital. The other two girls, Wudong and Pippa, had more ideas in their heads and were less loyal than the others. Thus, they were only responsible for serving her daily life. However, she was now granted a position of a government official and was responsible for managing the Imperial plantation. So, she needed to urgently train some capable assistants. For the names of the second-ranked maidservants, she had plagiarized the names of several of the young misses of the Jia family in dreams of the Red Chamber like Tanchun, Shichun, Yingchun, and Hekan. The name, Yuanchun, was too eye-catching so she didn't use it. Her godmother praised that the names were artistic and well-named. Anyway, dreams of the Red Chamber didn't exist in this era and that Cao Shuechen wasn't even born yet. Why should she feel shameful about it? Thus, she shamelessly accepted the compliment. Among the four, Chun, there were two who were capable. For example, Shishen who was currently in front of her. With a clever and flexible mind, she never did things sloppily. She was also capable of working independently. Most importantly, this girl was absolutely loyal to her, and she also somewhat idolized her. Since she was bestowed a position of an official, this girl always looked at her with little stars in her eyes. The girl obeyed everything that she said like it was an imperial edict. Moreover, she always completed her assigned tasks in a strict manner. At this time, the young maidservant dashed over at full speed with excitement in her eyes. Before she had even caught her breath, she eagerly said, "Young miss, Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue has been waiting at the estate study for a long time." Yu Xiaoxiao knew in her heart that he must have come for her potion, which was good for the growth of crops. She glanced at the last Shichun and noticed that she was currently staring admiringly at the official's gown that she was wearing. Zhu Junyang reached out to help fix the crooked jade hairpin on Xiaoxiao's head, and softly said, "Minister Liu is seriously such a workaholic. It's already this late yet he's still staying at another person's house with no intention of leaving. You should go and send him away. This prince will take you to the Imperial plantation tomorrow morning. Go to rest earlier, have your maidservant burn some calming incense for you and brew a cup of soothing tea." Yu Xiaoxiao's heart warmed up because of Royal Prince Yang's concern. She nodded her head obediently like a gentle kitten, waved goodbye to him, and then followed Shichun to the study in the outer courtyard. Minister Liu had already drunk the nth cup of tea in the study, and his intention was very obvious. The faster he could get the pesticide and spray it on the corn seedlings, the sooner he could feel at ease. Today was the first day that the 18 grain shops in the capital started selling corn seeds, and it was extremely popular. He heard that the villages around the capital had been notified in advance, so under the leadership of the village heads, the villagers were rushing to the capital. He reckoned that the stores around the grain shops would have decent business in the next few days. He had hurried over to the general's estate in order to share the news with Miss Yu. He hadn't expected that she got summoned by the emperor right after lunch. It seemed like the emperor shared the same view as him. The current priority was to increase the output of crops so that the common people wouldn't have to starve. Minister Liu sighed when he thought about the problem of people's livelihood. In the past 2 years, the north had been suffering from drought and locust plague. Fortunately, the emperor made a timely decision to send Royal Prince Xiang to transfer grain from the south to the north via waterway so as to avoid widespread starvation. The emperor had racked his brain in order to ensure that the people wouldn't starve. If these high-yield crops could be popularized and every family had surplus food, they wouldn't be thrown into chaos in times of disaster. The sun was slowly moving closer to the west. Miss Yu had been in the palace for the entire afternoon, so it was apparent how much importance the emperor placed on her. Those officials, who discriminated against Miss Yu because she was a girl and tried to stop the emperor, should have realized their mistakes now, right? Miss Yu didn't get the position of an official to be an ornament, but instead she was an official who worked diligently. She was much more capable than those fellows who held a position but didn't do any work. From now on, he could finally take his hands off the matters of the Imperial plantation with ease. In the past 2 years, he was seriously exhausted from running back and forth between the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial plantation. He believed that the Imperial plantation's experimental fields would thrive under the management of Miss Yu. Just as Minister Liu held up his 8th cup of tea and felt too full to stomach it, he heard some movement outside of the study. A moment later, Yu Xiaoxiao, who dressed in a red official's gown, came in from outside and she was followed by a young maidservant who couldn't hide her excitement. "Official Liu, you must have waited for a long time." Minister Liu was a second-ranked official, so he had a much higher status than her who was just a low 6th-ranked official. As a lower-ranked official, she should show proper respect to the higher-ranked official. Minister Liu didn't wait for her to finish her bow and stretched out his hands to stop her, saying, "You, official Yu, please don't be so courteous. Quickly have a seat." After staying in the Imperial study for the entire afternoon and suffering a fright, Yu Xiaoxiao really did need to sit down for a rest. She politely asked Minister Liu to sit down and had someone get a new pot of tea before she sat down. "Miss, official Yu, may I know how much of the pesticide you have on hand?" Minister Liu almost called her Miss Yu, but when he saw the small official's gown on her body, he quickly changed his words. Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Official Liu, you're a higher-ranking official and an elder to me, so you should just call me Xiaoxiao. It sounds more cordial. When you say, official Yu, I almost thought that you were calling my father." Originally, with Minister Lu's rigid temperament, he wouldn't easily change his way of speech. However, the young girl in front of him was about the same age as his granddaughter. She also spoke and behaved in a very amiable and lively manner. Thus, people couldn't help but to feel a sense of affinity towards her. He smiled and said, "Then I'll call you, Miss Xiao." As long as he didn't insist on calling her official you, it didn't matter what he called her. Yu Xiao picked up her cup of tea to moisten her throat, and then said, "Xiao really admires official Lu's dedication to the people. But, I didn't bring a lot of the potion with me this time. I just have some samples for the emperor and officials to look at." Seeing Minister Lu's eager and anxious expression, she quickly continued, "But, after seeing the emperor last time, I started to work on gathering the ingredients for the medicine. I almost have all of them now. It's getting late now, so it's a little late to leave the city. I'll work overtime tonight to make more potions so that tomorrow's work won't be delayed." Since Yu Xiao said that, Minister Lu could only suppress the anxiety in his heart. He nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble Miss Xiao tonight. This old man will come over early tomorrow morning." Official Lu is being too polite. One really needed skills when interacting with officials. How was she going to survive in the future? After sending away Minister Lu, Yu Xiao stretched her back and put her legs up on another chair. Shi-chun alertly crouched down beside her and helped her massage her tired calves. This was the scene that Fang Zizhen saw when he came in. He chuckled and said, "Oh, who is this lord? You don't have a very high rank, yet you're quite haughty. If your godmother sees you, she will definitely nag you for several days." When Yu Xiao was appointed as an official, Fang Zizhen was very happy for her for a while, but Lady Fang was very worried. As a girl, she wasn't staying in the inner court and learning how to manage a household, but instead she had to deal with a bunch of men. What would outsiders think about her? Perhaps, many of the people who were on bad terms with the general's household had already prepared snacks and were waiting to watch a good show. Lady Fang had originally planned on having her goddaughter move into the estate when she was around 12 or 13. She wanted to fix her temperament, teach her things that a young lady should know, bring her to some flower appreciation gatherings and tea parties, and find a good marriage partner for her. Now, that royal Prince Xiang, who was rumored to be the cold-faced death god, followed her everywhere without any sense of propriety. This caused her close friends to ask her whether she decided to let her goddaughter be the royal prince's concubine for the sake of her husband's future. Was she that kind of person? She knew very clearly herself how much she cared about Xiao. She treated her even better than if she was her biological daughter and wanted to give her all the best things. Especially in terms of marriage, she didn't want her to be mistreated. Why would the rumors turn her into a shameless person who wanted to send her goddaughter to be a concubine for the sake of her husband's future? Lady Fang felt very wrong. The emperor also joined in and made things worse. If he wanted Xiao to help with matters of farming, he could just privately send an imperial edict or give an oral order. Why did he have to go through all that trouble to summon her to the imperial palace and make her a little sixth-ranked official? Wasn't this just making things hard for people? Since ancient times, how many women were able to become government officials? Even Shangguan Weiner, who served Empress Regnant Wu Zetian, didn't have a good ending. Which of those officials in the imperial court weren't proud and arrogant? Which one of them would be willing to let a woman be an official in court? The emperor had sent out an imperial edict, but besides the emperor and Minister Lu, who genuinely cared about the good of the people, how many of them really had a good opinion of her family's Xiao? How was this being favored by the emperor? This had really destroyed all hopes for her goddaughter marrying a son of an official. Which of those young masters of aristocrat families and scholars who failed the imperial examination would be willing to marry Yu Xiao, who constantly worked outside the house and had a government post that people ridiculed? When the imperial edict was announced, Lady Fang was so angry that her chest started to hurt. "Your Majesty, you're seriously so annoying for doing this." Yu Xiao, who was being teased by her godfather, knew about her godmother's concern. She giggled and put down her legs. After greeting her godfather, she said, "I won't occupy godfather's study any longer. I'll go back to my courtyard to change my clothes so that godmother won't see me wearing this official's gown and say that I look out of place and feel angry again." When Fang Zizhen recalled what his wife told him last night, he sighed and said, "Your godmother is seriously thinking about your future. Think about it, many of those young masters of the noble families in the capital don't even have a position as a sixth-ranked official. Which young man with some reputation would want his wife to be more capable than themselves? Your godmother is worried about your future marriage. Yu Xiao, on the other hand, laughed nonchalantly and said, "I know that godmother wants the best for me. My father said that he wanted to keep me until I'm 18, so isn't there still 6 to 7 years? A person who sincerely loves and values me won't be blinded and shackled by those common views. I, your daughter, don't want someone who thinks too much, is restricted by his concerns, and despises women in his heart. To be able to meet a man who genuinely loves me will be a blessing, but if I don't, then that's life. Let's leave it up to fate. In the future, if I don't find someone I like, I'm fine with living by myself. With godfather, godmother, and little Linlin around, would you guys just watch me starve and get bullied?" "Papa, what are you saying? Why would my, Fang Zizhen's, daughter be worried about not being able to get married? Our Xiao is so talented. At a young age, you're an even better cook than the imperial chefs, and you also know how to earn money. Those who look down on us are blind, so they don't deserve our Xiao. You're not allowed to talk about being single for the rest of your life anymore. If your godmother heard it, she would probably lie in bed for nearly half a month." Fang Zizhen glared at the little lass and chided. Yu Xiao wasn't afraid of her godfather, but she was a little scared of facing her godmother. It wasn't that her godmother treated her badly, but it was because she treated her too well. Her godmother was always trying to do what's best for her and strive to turn her into a virtuous noble young lady. Her heart ached when she thought about having to walk, speak, and act in a restrained manner like a monkey controlled by the band-tightening spell. Yu Xiao made a funny face at her godfather, and then walked back to her courtyard with Shichun. As soon as she entered, a round ball-like figure tottered over and hugged her leg. He looked up and called, "Older sister," in a babyish voice. "Oh, little Linlin, why are you at older sister's courtyard? Are you waiting for me to come back?" She bent down to pick up the little fellow, which really required some strength. The little guy was quite heavy. Fang Haolin's wet nurse smiled happily and said, "Eldest miss, right after you went out, the young master has been looking for you. Like this, he has been waiting for the entire afternoon. During the wait, he asked about you many times. If you had come back any later, our young master will probably throw a tantrum." Lady Fang had long instructed all the maidservants and senior servants in the estate to treat Yu Xiao like the legitimate blood-related young miss of the household. They must never slight and disrespect her. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the estate after a beating. In addition, the madam's 4 personal maidservants were all very respectful to the young miss, so the others didn't dare act in a reckless manner. The wet nurse was also a clever person. From time to time, she would bring the young master over to the young miss's courtyard for a visit. There was an older sister who he couldn't help but want to get closer to and a lot of snacks that he had never eaten before, so the little kid Fang Haolin would visit his older sister's courtyard 3 times a day. He would always stay until it was time for lunch or dinner before leaving. Yu Xiao carried her younger brother back to her room. The news of the young miss's return had spread to the courtyard as soon as she entered the estate. At this time, hot water had already been prepared in the washroom and Pippa was waiting on the side with a set of clothes the young miss usually wore. "Pippa, give the young master a peach to eat. It's almost time for dinner, so just feed him half of it." Yu Xiao handed the heavy ball of flesh to the wet nurse. It was only a short walk from the entrance of the courtyard to the room, but her arms were already sore. Later, when the little guy could walk steadily, she must suggest to her godmother to not let others carry him. He should run around himself as exercise, lest he turn into a big fatty and couldn't find a wife. She couldn't help but laugh out loud at that thought. She was seriously worrying over nothing. With her godfather's background as a military official, would he just let his only son grow up in the inner courtyard? Perhaps, her godfather was now making plans to have his son practice basic martial arts when he was 3 or 4 years old. After she took a simple bath and changed into a comfortable set of clothing, Yu Xiao took her younger brother, who had finished eating more than half a peach, back to the main courtyard. Lady Fang had been waiting in the room for a long time. Lady Fang let the wet nurse carry the little fellow, who wanted to stay by his older sister, away, and then asked with concern, "Why did you go for so long? Did the emperor make things hard for you?" Yu Xiao saw that her godmother's face looked somewhat sallow and the dark circles under her eyes were very apparent. It was obvious that she hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. She quickly went forward, held her hands, and said with a smile, "Godmother, His Majesty has always been kind, so why would he make things hard for a little girl like me? The emperor is worried about farming and asked me a lot of questions about farming. Don't worry, the task that the emperor assigned me is something that I'm good at. I definitely won't disappoint you and His Majesty." Lady Fang patted her daughter's soft, delicate hands. This was a pair of tender and fair hands that even the noble young misses couldn't compare with. This pair of hands should be doing needlework and casually flipping through the books at home. At times, she could tend the flowers and plants, or make some pastries and drink some tea. But she was now working with a group of officials from the Ministry of Revenue to help tend the crops. It wasn't that she looked down on women who helped their family do farm work. She didn't say anything in the past when her daughter helped her family grow vegetables, grow watermelons, and make braised food. She had unintentionally thought about troublesome matters again. In a short period of time, Lady Fang had sighed numerous times. Yu Xiao quickly pacified her, "Godmother, I was granted the position of an official because the emperor acknowledges my ability. I'm responsible for managing the Imperial plantation, which bears the emperor's expectations for me and his love for the people. When I get back to Dongshan village and my friends find out that I have become an official, they will be so envious." Seeing that Lady Fang still appeared very worried, she continued, "Godmother, whether it's a punishment or reward, it's still a grace from the emperor. Besides, I like this job. As long as the crops are planted well, wouldn't your daughter be in charge of the entire Imperial plantation and the mountains around it? We can plant all kinds of fruit trees on the mountains and leave a portion of land to grow vegetables and melons. In this way, we can harvest vegetables in the spring and reap melons in the summer. Not only will it be convenient for us to eat, but we will also get more income." "Nonsense. Since His Majesty has entrusted you with such an important task, you must do your work in a serious and honest manner. Don't do unnecessary things. If someone complains about it and the emperor wants to punish you, then you'll be in serious trouble." Hearing her words, Lady Fang had no choice but to accept the facts. Since things couldn't be changed, she had to give her the greatest support so that she wouldn't have any worries. She wasn't a good godmother. Her daughter was appointed as an official and summoned to see the emperor alone, so she must be very nervous and scared in this situation. Instead of supporting and helping her, she had fallen ill and needed her daughter to comfort her. She was really becoming more and more immature as she got older. In the past, when she didn't have a son, didn't she also bravely survive the groundless rumors in the capital? Why did she become so timid after becoming a mother? Her daughter was right. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it still couldn't be avoided. So there was no use in being afraid. The key was to know how to turn the bane into a boon. With her husband's position as a third-ranked general and noble title of Count Zongchen, author's note, the title was granted to him after the Woku incident. Would they not be able to find a good husband for their daughter? General Fang and his wife were worried about their goddaughter's marriage, but they would have never expected that a big-tailed wolf had been watching their precious goddaughter. The next morning, the other party had gone to their house, saying that he had been ordered by the emperor to escort the agricultural officer, Miss Yu, to the Imperial plantation. General Fang, who had personally welcomed him into the reception room, clicked his tongue and complained in his heart, "My royal Prince Xiang, can you make a reasonable excuse? A little official of the 6th rank can be easily found in the capital, how could they trouble you to come? You are a perfect example of a drunk who isn't interested in the wine, having ulterior motives." The two people each had a cup of tea and Yu Xiaosao, who was wearing a red riding outfit, came out of the backyard. Shichun, Linglong, and Wedong, who followed behind her, were also dressed in clothes that allowed more movement. Linglong was originally Lady Fang's most capable personal maidservant. She was worried about her goddaughter's first day at work, so she had Linglong act as an assistant. In the future, some of the trivial matters of the Imperial plantation must be handled by someone that could be trusted. Shichun was a young girl but she was capable and none of her work was sloppy. Xiaosao planned for her to be her assistant after training her. As for Wedong, she would serve and follow Xiaosao. Wedong and Pippa saw that Yingtao and Yangliu, who were loyal toward their master, had respectable jobs. Even the head senior servants in the estate had to be polite upon seeing the two. Those two were originally like them, just serving maids in the young Mrs. courtyard. Now they were more powerful than those stewardesses in front of the madam. They were also able to have some standing in front of their masters. They, on the other hand, not only did not change in the slightest, but they also had lost favor with their master. Their identity and status didn't just differ a little. Wedong and Pippa felt extremely regretful. At first, when their mistress asked who would be willing to go to the countryside to serve the young miss, why hadn't they jumped out to express their loyalty? Otherwise, one of them would be in charge of the most famous braised food shops in the capital. In the worst case, they could have become a female steward of a pharmaceutical workshop. If they had known, the pharmaceutical workshop Yingtao managed didn't produce ordinary drugs but was the Tongren medicine hall pills and syrup that were hard to find in the capital, and all the prescriptions were in the hands of their sister Yingtao, they would have been so regretful that they would have found a block to tofu to knock themselves to death. When they came out of the general's estate, a clever red horse and a green shed carriage were waiting outside. The red horse was the foal that the general had given his goddaughter years ago, and now it has grown into a plump and sturdy adult horse. The little red horse was a very common breed, but upon being raised by Xiaosao, its hay was mixed with diluted mystic stone water and its drinking water was also diluted mystic stone water. No matter how inferior the horse was, it would have been conditioned into a quality horse. Even General Fang's carefully selected beloved steed was not as good as Little Red. Only the fine steed under Royal Prince Xiang could compete with it. The little red horse grew up with her master and the benefits of the mystic stone water for many years. This one might look like a little mare but she has a proud temperament. Especially in front of Royal Prince Yang's Fergana horse, she showed an air of defiance. When Yu Xiaosao and Royal Prince Xiang were riding side by side, the little red horse would constantly make petty actions. She would either intentionally use her body to push Royal Prince Yang's horse, which was called Fierce Wind, or frighten him by stretching out her mouth as if she was going to bite Fierce Wind when her master wasn't paying attention. Horses would resemble their masters. Royal Prince Yang's Fergana horse wasn't a docile one either. With the exception of Royal Prince Xiang, no one else could ever have the slightest chance of riding him. If you thought you would be able to jump on his back and subdue him with your riding skills, then you were very wrong. This horse was very strong, and many skilled riders had been flung off by him. Not only were they flung to the ground, but they were also almost seriously injured from being stepped on by his hooves. Now, this fierce thoroughbred horse was as tame as a sheep. No matter how Little Red provoked him, even if he was kicked in the legs, he didn't get angry at all. His big wet eyes looked at Little Red with tolerance, as if he was a good-natured gentleman indulging his lady's temper. Royal Prince Jun jokingly scolded Fierce Wind for being so useless and blinded by beauty that it allowed Little Red to play the domineering role. He even said that the beast was spoiled, and it would only be obedient after being disciplined. Before he finished speaking, he saw Xiaosao's raised eyebrows and her angry round eyes glaring at him. He hurriedly changed his words and said, "I'm talking about horses. Don't worry, how could I bear to hit you? Aren't you normally the one beating me?" He had changed his words quite quickly. Who was the useless didn't one, my lord? Steward Liu and Commander Zheng turned their faces in the opposite direction, for fear that their master would see their distorted expressions. Yu Xiaosao snorted coldly and said, "Fierce Wind's actions are called gentlemanly manners. There's a huge power gap between men and women. What kind of man would fight a woman? You're right, women are supposed to be cared for and pampered. Look at my family's style. There has never been a precedent for hitting women. My father is reluctant to even say anything harsh to my mother. I'm their son, so this fine tradition has been deeply rooted in my bones since I watched it growing up. So my future princess consort will be blessed." This shameless guy was speaking like Grandma Wang selling melons and praising her own products. "Oh, who is this? How can you have such thick skin? Looking to see if a young girl can be deceived and taken home with colorful words. Is this something that you, Royal Prince Xiang, would do?" Alas, it said that Royal Prince Xiang has a cold personality and is a man of few words. Surely I didn't meet a fake Royal Prince Xiang today. A fair-skinned and chubby man, who was around the age of 20, walked towards them. There was a hint of smile in his squinty eyes that gave him the appearance of a smiling tiger. He was wearing a brocade robe and the jade pendant on his waist seemed to be of great value. He fanned himself with the fan in his hands. Yu Xiaosao had heard that Royal Prince Xiang had very few friends in the capital but a lot of enemies. However, with his skills and temperament, not many would dare to outright provoke him. This guy had a tone of finding fault the minute he opened his mouth. He didn't seem like a good person, but since he dared to come over to provoke Royal Prince Xiang, he surely had a high status. She wondered if Royal Prince Xiang would get in trouble for slapping him to death. The smiling tiger detected Xiaosao's unfriendly gaze. He opened his squinty eyes with a surprised face and said, "Oh. I was thinking it was Royal Prince Xiang who was flirting with women on the street. Turns out that one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Looks like I was too impulsive." Xiao frowned, and her face suddenly became cold. This person had a face that needed a beating. How could he be so annoying? Her hand was itching to beat him up. What to do? Seeing that the little lass looked like a cat that had been offended and eager to show off her claws, Royal Prince Xiang hurriedly urged his horse over to the smiling tiger and punched him in the shoulder and said, "This mouth of yours. You must have been beaten up a lot over the years. When did you come back?" "Hee, all the beating that I've gotten in this life would never add up to the time I got beaten up by Royal Prince Xiang. Back then, I couldn't get out of bed for 3 months." The chubby young man with fair skin retracted his crooked smile, looking less annoying. Zhu Junyang laughed and said, "This fellow, you are one to bear grudges. That happened when we were 10, yet you're still talking about it. Didn't I already send you a gift to apologize? You call that an apology gift? You dislocated my arm, broke 3 ribs and my tibia, and took half my life. Your father had to use force and cajolery to finally get you to reluctantly apologize, leaving the matter settled just like that. At that time, I was upset and didn't forgive you. My bones hadn't even recovered before they were broken again by you, this brat, with petty tricks. You even threatened me, saying that if I didn't forgive you then you would beat me up every time you saw me. My mother felt heartache and cried for me to admit defeat. If I wasn't worried that my mother would worry, only a ghost would forgive you. If the chubby youth wasn't riding a horse, he would have been jumping up and down." Zhu Junyang's poker face hadn't changed at all, but his words could choke someone to death. Who let you learn so poorly? If you have the ability, just win it back openly. You used so many little tricks over the years, but not once have you succeeded. Aren't you too shabby? The little fatty was so angry his nostrils flared like a mule's and said, "You think everyone is like you, practicing martial arts like they're desperate. Even your talent for it is surprisingly high. Let's not talk about me, just in the entire capital, can you find someone that can beat you? You're just a monster. Alright, we wouldn't have met each other if we hadn't fought. The things of the past, why are we still fussing over it so much? Are you planning on leaving after coming back this time?" Listening to Zhu Junyang's tone, he has a pretty good relationship with this guy. At least, it was not the attitude of killing with a cold glare. The little fatty was unhappy and snorted a few times before he said, "It's also me who was the bigger person and was magnanimous. I pitied you for not even having a single person in the capital to speak to and just reluctantly became friends with you. Not leaving, not leaving. A few days ago, I just accepted the position of an Imperial guard in the Yulin division. I will take up the official post next month. Congratulations, this prince should get half the credit for you being able to get this job. If I hadn't spurred you on, would you even be able to get a job within the 12 divisions of Imperial guards with your measly martial arts skill? In the future, I will urge you more, with all my heart, lest you let the emperor down." The expression on Zhu Junyang's face didn't change but his eyes were full of bad intentions. "Oh, I should really thank you then. Your kindness will be remembered in my heart. This delicate body of mine can't handle being tossed about by you. If you have that spare time, you better practice speaking honeyed words, or thickening your skin, in case the lady dislikes you." The little fatty politely declined his good intentions. Although he never stopped practicing martial arts all these years, there was still quite a large gap compared to that monster Royal Prince Xiang. Even Chief Steward Su Ran might not be able to beat Royal Prince Xiang in a fight, let alone a small fry like him. If he fell into this guy's hands, he'd be half dead. Scared now, you weren't like this in the past. You would continue fighting despite setbacks and was full of valor and vigor. Now you've eaten so much that you have lost your nerve. Royal Prince Yang's sharp tongue was very powerful. If you know you can't do it, then it isn't brave, it's stupid. This is called changing my actions to suit the changing times. The fat young man could be said to be one of Zhu Junyang's few bad friends. This fellow's thoughts were simple and he worshipped the strong. He had very complex emotions towards Zhu Junyang, who had beaten him until his own mother almost didn't recognize him. Feelings of anger and dissatisfaction had swirled within him, and he was always trying to find a way to take his dignity back. However, he never took advantage of Zhu Junyang, a wolf cub 2 years younger than him, when the latter interacted with him. Zhu Junyang also never detected any malicious intent from him, so although they fought whenever they met, their relationship became deeper with each fight and they had somehow become best friends. This person wasn't of low birth. His grandfather, Lu Dewei, was one of the founding fathers of the country and was a strong general. After the Emperor Emeritus abdicated, the old general also retired. The Emperor urged him to stay many times, and even repeatedly went to his estate to invite him, but he refused to come back from retirement. None of his sons succeeded him. His eldest son received an empty title that had a salary but no political power. His second son took the path of the imperial examinations. At present, he was only a small official of the 5th rank. Thus, he may not be able to take upon bigger tasks in the future. His youngest son abandoned his official position and started a business, which was currently booming. At that time, the high-ranking old master Lu often lamented that his martial arts and military arts were unable to be imparted onto the next generation. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao, the only legitimate son of his eldest son, suddenly had a change in personality when he was 10 and pestered him to teach him martial arts. Although 10 was a bit too late to start learning, the little guy was talented. After learning for a year, he managed to catch up with those who had been practicing for 3 to 5 years. However, this kid didn't do him proud. His grandson learned his martial arts well, but he lacked practical experience. Old Master Lu didn't know who he had offended to get beaten to the point that he was black and blue with his eyes all swollen. Old Master Lu was angry but, at the same time, he refused to accept what had happened. He secretly searched for the perpetrator. In the end, he discovered that the culprit was a kid who was 2 or 3 years younger than his grandson. The way that kid fought was ruthless, as if he didn't care about living or dying. That type of callousness made old Master Lu feel a bit scared, but he also appreciated the kid's guts. At that time, with Lu Hao's martial arts skills, his grandson may have been that kid's opponent if he gave it his all. Yet, his grandson lacked the drive to give it his all. When he threw a punch, it was naturally weaker by about 3 fractions. Thus, every time he was beaten badly. At that time, old Master Lu's love of talent came up and he wanted to accept the kid as his last disciple. In this way, his mantle would be passed down and, in the future, his fat grandson would have a helper. However, as soon as he started asking around, he ended up inquiring all the way to the Emperor and Emperor Emeritus. This wolf cub was the grandson of the Emperor Emeritus, which was quite unexpected. With a regretful heart, he had to give up on his previous idea. With his worldly wisdom, no matter how talented Zhu Junyang was at the time, he couldn't accept the Imperial grandson as a disciple. However, from time to time, his little grandson would go fight the other and he pretended not to notice. Since then, his grandson's martial arts skills had greatly increased. Although he came back black and blue every time from the fights, the kid always practiced more vigorously in the future. When Lu Hao was around 17 or 18, the old master threw him into the old army to gain experience. At that time, Zhu Junyang had just been granted the title of royal prince and got the task of heading to the west. Thus, this pair of bad friends only met up on the streets many years later. Some other day, I'll invite you to Junshou restaurant to drink wine. I'm still on the job. I'll take my leave from this point. Zhu Junyang looked at the sky. If he didn't say anything soon, he was afraid he would have to spend the night over at the Imperial plantation. Although the layout of the Imperial plantation wasn't bad, he had to consider that Xiao was a female. It wasn't good if word got out that a girl had stayed the night outside. There were already many people saying bad things about her since his last became an official. They couldn't let something else happen that would allow the others to gossip about her during their meals and tea time. Lu Hao took a look at Xiao and his face showed a, "this brother knows," expression. He smiled knowingly and said, "Okay, this brother won't delay your business anymore. In the future, I will be in the capital. Let's get together another day." The two said their farewells and Lu Hao nodded politely to Xiao. He patted his horse's stomach and they passed by each other. Xiao was very pleased with the way the two got along. No wonder there was a saying, "Qinwei one still has 3 good friends." It was said that Royal Prince Xiang had a solitary personality and was hard to get along with. In his darkest times, wasn't he considered quite lucky to have a friend beside him? After they passed the city gate, there weren't many people on the official roads. The people traveling were all people from the suburbs on the outskirts of the capital, carrying burdens to sell. When there were fewer people, the little red horse suddenly gave Fierce Wind a look full of provocation. The little red horse spread her 4 legs and ran like a gust of wind. Xiao had a connection to her steed. When Little Red was making eyes at Fierce Wind, she knew what this horse wanted to do. She gently clamped down on the horse's belly and leaned forward slightly so that they were one. Before Royal Prince Xiang could react, the one entity had already ran into the distance. The dust that rose from their run made him and head steward Lu cough. Zhu Junyang felt slightly exasperated and amused. He patted Fierce Wind's neck and said with a smile, "Fierce Wind, you are a good for nothing. The other has already thrown a challenge at your face. Hurry and pull out your fighting spirit for this challenge. If you lose to a woman, then you will lose your reputation as a Fergana horse. There are times to spoil a woman, but there are also times to show her your strength and dignity." When he finished speaking, with a shake of the reins in his hand, Fierce Wind chased the red figure that was growing smaller and smaller in the distance. As a Fergana horse, the title of 1,000-mile horse wasn't just for show. With the addition of Zhu Junyang's consummate riding skills, the advantage Little Red obtained with her head start slowly disappeared, and the distance between them got gradually smaller. When they were almost at the Imperial plantation, Zhu Junyang had caught up with Xiao. He drove Fierce Wind to keep the same speed as her, traveling side by side. The little red horse defiantly sped up, but, no matter how fast she went, the other could always keep up with her. After the little red horse ran for a while, she felt bored and slowed down on her own. "This little red horse of yours is pretty good," Zhu Junyang couldn't help but praise. Xiao gently stroked Little Red's smooth mane and modestly said, "Little Red is good, but she can't compare with your Fierce Wind. The title of a Fergana horse isn't false." Zhu Junyang looked into her eyes with a doting look and softly said, "Daewon had offered several Fergana horses as tribute and one of them just recently foaled. I went to see it and it's a fine specimen, one that is hard to come by. If you raise it well, it won't be any worse than Fierce Wind. If you want to change horses, I can go ask the Emperor." Head Steward Li, who had been left behind in the dust, finally caught up in a disheveled manner. After overhearing their conversation, Head Steward Lu had a constipated look on his face and complex feelings ran through him as he thought, "My master, that horse has been born for less than a month. Who doesn't know that the Emperor has earmarked it for the Empress's little prince? They're just waiting for the young prince to get well and for the horse to get a little older before arranging riding and shooting courses." Consort Li also covets that horse and begged for it for the little princess several times, but the Emperor didn't change his mind. "Is it really good for you to outright snatch at the little princess things like this?" Although he thought like this in his heart, Head Steward Lu didn't show anything on his face. He knew just how much his master valued Miss Yu. If a wisp of desire escaped her mouth, the master would get it for her despite all the difficulties. He prayed in his heart, "Miss Yu, please resist." Maybe the gods and Buddhas pitied his loyalty toward his master as Miss Yu refused as he had wished. "I think my Little Red is very good. Just like how important Fierce Wind is to you, Little Red isn't just a tool for me but also a close partner. As you know, all the animals in our family have intelligence. If I abandon Little Red, she will be sad. As if she understood her master's words, Little Red's defiant eyes became soft and gentle. Even her steps were light and made rhythmic sounds on the ground. However, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that this little horse held grudges. She might not do anything to Royal Prince Xiang, who proposed replacing her, but she was definitely going to take actions against Fiercewind in private. Just like the young man who loved her and would always tolerate her little temper and willfulness, Yu Xiaoxiao was willing to bet that Fiercewind must also have some feelings for Little Red, which was why he was always so docile towards her despite her violence. She raised her eyes to look up at Royal Prince Xiang, who occasionally looked over from time to time. Sure enough, a person with a certain personality would raise his or her horse into the same personality. In the future, this guy would definitely be someone who cherished his wife, right? If he could keep his promises, he would be a good marriage partner. Maybe, she needed to consider his proposal more seriously. After thinking more about this, she decided that she didn't actually reject the prospect of marriage as much anymore. Even in her previous life, one's choice in spouse may not be the correct one. After all, there were scumbags in every era. Why shouldn't they give each other a chance at happiness? Zhu Junyang noticed that the gaze of the person beside him had changed. Although he didn't know the reason for the change, his keen intuition told him that the change wasn't a bad thing. For no reason at all, his mood soared with the breeze, and even the rising summer heat had become lovely and amicable. The two of them silently rode side by side until they arrived at the Imperial plantation. The carriage carrying Shichun and the others hadn't arrived yet. Yet at this time, many carriages had stopped in front of the Imperial plantation. It seemed that there were people more excited than them. Sure enough, once they entered the Imperial plantation, they discovered that Minister Lu had brought some officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the managers of the Imperial plantation to wait for them there. Out of these people, some had met Xiaoxiao and knew her skills. Although they didn't admire her as much as Minister Lu did, they still gave the appropriate greetings. Some had eyes that were full of contempt. What could a girl around the age of 10 even do? She had only been awarded the title of a 6th-rank official on the whims of the emperor. If they didn't cooperate, what could she come up with? If she didn't have any achievements, then that meant she had no ability. When that time came around, wouldn't the matter of her office being taken be certain? The thoughts of these officials were already known by Zhu Junyang. He resisted the anger in his heart and remembered the names of the managers and officials who wanted to embarrass his lass. He was now prepared to find a chance to get at them. Didn't you want my girl to lose her job? Why don't I make you lose your job as an official of the court and never have the chance to turn your fortunes around? Those people who did not intend to harm the girl, for the time being, weren't in the position to say anything either. No, it was useless to scold these insincere people. Zhu Junyang stepped forward and stood next to Yu Xiaoxiao. He stood side by side next to her, expressing with his action that he was here to support. By the emperor's orders, whether it is the agricultural officials in the Ministry of Revenue or the stewards at the Imperial plantation, everyone has to listen to agricultural officer Yu's orders. If you disobey her orders, then there will be severe punishment. Zhu Junyang's sharp gaze swept across the officials harboring bad intentions. He paused for a moment before he continued speaking. The Imperial plantation has been given to the Ministry of Revenue and I to take charge of. I suggest that all the matters in the Imperial plantation should be decided by the newly appointed agricultural official. Minister Lu, what do you think of my decision? I have no objection. In terms of farming, this old man is still an amateur. Miss Yu has far surpassed this old man when it comes to farming. This old man will be at ease if she is in charge of the Imperial plantation. Next, Minister Lu introduced the officials and the stewards in charge of the plantation to Yu Xiaoxiao. He clearly stated all the details of what everyone was in charge of. Yu Xiaoxiao listened attentively. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue were all dispensable. For example, the official responsible for keeping records and the official in charge of the warehouse did not know much about farming. Therefore, she couldn't depend on them. The stewards in the Imperial plantation did their job well and their arrangements were reasonable. She wasn't planning on taking any action for the time being. She only listened to their report quietly. After everyone finished their reports, someone reported that the carriage-carrying servant girls had arrived outside. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the time and got up, saying, "The pesticides are here. Steward Wang, please help me ask the tenant farmers in the Imperial plantation to gather here. After this official finish mixing the pesticides, we will begin the irrigation immediately. After all, the farms don't wait for the farmers to plant themselves." Steward Wang was personally sent here by the emperor. He was also one of the most dependable stewards under Su Ran. Because of Su Ran's positive attitude towards the Yu family and Yu Xiaoxiao, Steward Wang was naturally more respectful towards her and listened to her commands. Soon, all the workers in the Imperial plantation slowly gathered around in the field carrying buckets and poles. These tenant farmers are divided into 10 different groups. Each group had a group leader in charge of mixing the proportions of the pesticide correctly. Once the well water was mixed with the pesticide, the water will be irrigated into the fields. Xiaoxiao had the little divine stone transform into a ray of golden light as it circled around the entire Imperial plantation. Although the little divine stone didn't have strong powers right now, it was still able to improve the soil in the Imperial plantation after circling around it. The spiritual energy in the field was now enough to support the growth of the crops in the field. The autumn harvest would definitely be bountiful this year. There were many people in the Imperial plantation. Whether it was men, women, or children, they were all assigned a task. Even the stewards were ordered to work around the fields. In half a day's time, they finished irrigating 3,000 mu of cornfields. Minister Lu was unwilling to leave the field no matter what, so the officials from the Ministry of Revenue accompanied him around the sidelines of the fields. Looking at the small leaves of the corn sprouts glistening underneath the setting sun, it was a touching and verdant sight. Minister Lu stroked the beard under his jaw with a gratified smile on his face. Miss Yu, I don't know if this old man is seeing things, but the corn sprouts looked much more alive after we irrigated the pesticide on it. It also seemed like they had grown a little. Zhu Junyang looked at him and his mind began to ponder. It seemed like he was trying to find an excuse to help Yu Xiao lie. Official Lu, I think that's only a figment of your imagination. No matter how effective the pesticide is, it's impossible for it to have an instant effect on the crops. It's complete nonsense for plants to suddenly grow. All living things grow at their own pace. Agricultural official Yu is not an immortal, how can she have that kind of magical power? Minister Lu also felt that he was overly sensitive and laughed. What Royal Prince Yang said is correct. This old man was probably too anxious to see results, hence, I began to see illusions. The agricultural officials around him all murmured in their minds. Although we're unclear whether the corn seedlings have grown or not, we are certain that the corn sprouts appeared more spirited than this morning. The whole field is brimming with vitality and each blade from the fields is full of spirit. Is this all just part of our illusions? Under the sky that was full of red clouds, a red and a black horse walked side by side on the spacious, smooth land. A tree with a crooked tree trunk would occasionally stretch its verdant leaves on its branches under the summertime light. Two figures were dyed red from the sunset, one figure was petite and delicate, while the other figure was tall and lofty. Two saddled horses and an ordinary green carriage followed behind the two figures. What are you thinking about again? Yu Xiaoxiao had her head lowered and Zhu Junyang could easily tell from her expression that she was pondering some important issues. Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at Zhu Junyang and asked, do you think the emperor will agree if I plant some fruits trees on the mountain behind the imperial plantation, or build a greenhouse to grow vegetables next to the imperial plantation to sell to the high officials and nobles of the capital? He knew that this girl would never sit idly by. Just as he expected, she had only arrived at the capital for a few days, and she already wanted to utilize the imperial plantation. The imperial plantation was originally a place used by the emperor to cultivate and improve crops. As long as she successfully fulfilled the task entrusted to her by the emperor would not mind if she used the mountains near the imperial plantation for some personal benefits. There shouldn't be any problem if you don't take up the fields that are part of the imperial plantation. Why don't I write a memorial to the emperor and ask about it? In addition to helplessness, Zhu Junyang also felt a sense of admiration for the endless money-making ideas that came out from Xiaoxiao's mind. Writing imperial memorials was not her strength. Besides, the emperor will probably struggle to read her messy handwriting, which she had only practiced for a few days. Thus, she was naturally happy that someone else was willing to do it for her. However, if you want to build a greenhouse, you will need a lot of glass. Large pieces of glass are quite expensive. The several houses in the capital that have greenhouses only used it to plant precious flowers and plants. If you use the greenhouse to plant vegetables, it will take a while for you to earn a profit. Zhu Junyang remembered that the manufacturing department had recently received a batch of glasses of excellent quality, but he was uncertain whether the emperor had planned to use the glass or not. How likely would it be for him to succeed if he asked the emperor to give it to them? Yu Xiaoxiao calculated the cost in her mind. It simply wasn't profitable if she only grew vegetables in a large greenhouse. As Royal Prince Xiang had said, the cost of the glass was too high, and the initial investment was too costly. It was not a cost-effective idea. Then, would it be possible for young royal prince to be able to obtain some fruit tree saplings? Saplings from last year's fruit trees work too. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that if she wasn't able to build a large greenhouse to grow vegetables this year, she should try planting some fruit trees first. When the fruit trees ripen next year, she could make them into canned fruits and earn some money from selling them. It was not easy to live in a large capital. Although the capital was a nice place to live in, it was expensive to live in the capital. She had to spend money left and right. Although she earned an official salary, the salary was not enough. 1 year's salary wasn't even enough to buy a hairpin or a bracelet in the capital. Therefore, she needed to expand her financial resources instead of only trying to save money. Zhu Junyang had a confident expression on his face. What type of fruit trees do you want? There are no fruit trees that I cannot get. Just tell me and I'll get it for you. Apples, oranges, peach trees, pear trees, apricot trees, and grapevines. Can I get a few of those first? When is the soonest you can get them here? Of course, Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't buy or sell the fruit trees from the south. They were too garish. The ones she listed were all common fruit trees in the north. Do you want them right now? Isn't the best time to plant fruit trees in the spring? Will the fruit trees survive if you plant them right now? Zhu Junyang was worried. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck out her small nose and snorted. She said in an arrogant tone, with my ability, is there anything that I can't grow? Just wait to eat some fruits next year. Zhu Junyang saw that the little girl's expression was quite similar to the expression of the golden kitten she raised. Her head was almost raised all the way back. He couldn't help but say, stop boasting so much. Be careful or else all your boasting will turn out to be empty. Stop looking down on people. Do you want to eat fruits or not? The little girl began to threaten him courageously. Zhu Junyang trusted the little girl's ability. He was only teasing her because he wanted to see her angry appearance. The peach tree in the back of the Yu family's house in Dongshan village was originally a wild peach tree on the mountain. The fruits on the tree were small and tasted slightly sour. It was not tasty at all. However, after the peach tree went through the meticulous care of the little girl, the peach tree produced large peaches that tasted as sweet as honey. The peaches were so soft that even elderly people without teeth could eat a few. There was also a grapevine in the courtyard. They were able to eat sweet grapes starting in April. The grapes from other people's homes started to go bad 2 days after it was picked. In contrast, the grapes from the Yu family still maintained its sweet taste a week after it was sent to the capital. The grapes were as large as a bull's eyes, and it was well received by the noble ladies in the capital. His lady mother became quite troubled after many noble ladies asked her where she got the grapes. He could imagine that if the little girl planted an orchard of fruit trees in the imperial plantation, it would be absolutely astonishing. It was very likely that the fruit business in the entire capital would be monopolized by her. It seemed like it was necessary for him to buy a few fruit shops under his own name. When the time comes, he could sell the fruits that the lass grew. Wouldn't they look like an old married couple? With this plan in mind, after he sent Xiao back to the general estate, Zhu Junyang wrote up a memorial that night and sent it to the emperor. Then he ordered his men to collect fruit trees near the capital. He collected only 5 or 6 trees of each type. He wanted to let the lass experiment with it first. It would be great if the fruit trees managed to live, but it also wasn't a big deal if the fruit trees died. After the morning court ended the next day, Xiao was called into the palace again. Perhaps the last time she entered the palace had cast a shadow over her heart. Her heart began pounding as soon as she entered the palace this time. She didn't know whether the emperor would go back on his words and covet her multicolored stone. This time, Sir Su did not lead her to the imperial study but led her in the direction of the imperial garden. Sir Su, how is the emperor's mood today? She felt that it wasn't smart if she tried to inquire directly about the emperor's intentions. So, Yu Xiao thought that she could judge whether entering the palace this time was good or bad for her by knowing the emperor's current mood. If anyone else had asked such a question, Su Ran would have ignored them directly. However, since it was Xiao, Su Ran reminded her kindly, "Miss Yu, don't worry. The emperor probably didn't summon you for something bad." Don't worry, how could she feel at ease? Ever since the emperor had guessed that she had a golden finger, she had been feeling like there was a knife constantly hanging around her neck. The knife could fall down at any moment. Who knew whether the emperor would have a cramp one day and decide to kill her? Alas, it seemed like she needed to keep a lower profile. That being said, when did she ever keep a low profile? When she had no money, she made braised food and sold a lot of recipes on roasted chicken and duck to other people. She was even able to produce out-of-season produce and watermelons. Not to mention, she opened a braised food shop. This stack after stack of accomplishments, anyone with a discerning eye would easily be able to figure out her status with just a glance. Your Imperial Highness, please slow down. Be careful so you don't fall. It was unknown which palace servant had said that, but the voice came from behind the cluster of flowers not far away. Shortly after, Xiao heard footsteps heading in her direction. Su Ran straightened up and bowed at the little figure that appeared in front of the two. He said, "This servant pays his respects to his Imperial Highness." Yu Xiao followed after him and bent her knees to salute the young prince. Perhaps the little figure had been running too fast because the young prince continued to rush towards Xiao. He was about to fall on her leg. Xiao hurriedly stood up and leaned over to support him with her arms. She said softly, "Be careful, don't fall." The young prince stabilized his footing and looked up at Xiao's eyes. After he frowned for a moment, he suddenly shouted in realization, "I remember you. The last time I was sick, you made sweet medicinal candy for me. You also know how to make seafood congee. Your Imperial Highness is quite clever. It has been a while since it happened, yet you still remembered. Your memory is better than ordinary people's." Yu Xiao praised the young prince. Her younger brother and little Linlin from her godmother's household were both little boys. Thus, she had her own ways of getting along with children. As expected, the young prince revealed a bashful but proud expression on his face. But he suddenly pursed his lips and said, "Why did you leave? The seafood congee made by the imperial chefs isn't as good as the one you made. Are you going to leave the palace after this? Why don't I ask my imperial father to let you work in the imperial kitchen? Is that okay with you?" Yu Xiao looked at the official's robe she was wearing and crouched down. She glanced at the young prince and had a soft smile on her face as she said, "If your Imperial Highness wants to eat seafood congee, I can make it for you after I visit the emperor. However, I can't work in the imperial kitchen because I have some official matters that I need to attend to." "Why, you are a woman, so what kind of important task would my imperial father give you? Isn't working in the imperial kitchen and serving me food a better job for you?" Since the young prince was born into the imperial family, he was naturally influenced by the imperial household's honor and arrogance. One shouldn't look down on children just because they were young. They still comprehended many things. As long as one patiently explained everything, they will gradually begin to understand. Yu Xiao didn't dare to have the slightest impatience in her tone as she softly said, "Your Imperial Highness, this humble official might be good at cooking, but that is not my best skill set." "Oh, then what are you the best at? Is it medicine?" "That's not right. The official's robe that you're wearing is not one that an imperial physician would wear." The young prince's face revealed his confusion as well as contained some expectation. She was so talented at cooking, yet she said she had something that she was even more skilled in. She must be amazing. Yu Xiao continued talking with a smile, "This humble servant is not the best at cooking or medicine, but farming." "Farming, is that when you sprinkle the seeds into the soil, wait for them to grow into small sprouts, and then finally harvest them when they grow into wheat?" The young prince blinked his big eyes. His expression was both innocent and adorable. "Your Imperial Highness is very smart. You even know about farming." Yu Xiao's words made the young prince feel that he was very intelligent. But he still explained honestly, "My imperial father opened a small field in the northwest area of the imperial garden. He once took me there to farm with him. I also helped him put the seeds in the small holes in the soil. When harvesting time came around, my imperial father gave me a small sickle to reap the grain. Then, we used the wheat I cut down to grind it into flour. The flour was then used to make steamed buns. The steamed buns were tastier than the ones bought from outside. Your Imperial Highness even helped with farming. You really are really capable." Yu Xiao praised him and continued, "Do you know why the emperor grew wheat in the imperial garden?" "I know. My imperial father said that there are many people in the world who don't have enough to eat. Each year, there are children around my age who starve to death because they have no food. Some children are even sold off by their parents in exchange for food. The young prince was indeed smart, so it was only natural that his knowledge was linked to the emperor's teaching. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and said, "That's correct. The emperor tries his best and thinks of many ways to prevent all the children in the world from starving and for all the parents in the world to be able to stay with their children. This humble official is good at farming. The emperor ignored the objections of the other officials and appointed me as an official. Now, I'm in charge of the entire imperial plantation. He did this in hopes that I will be able to cultivate high-yield seeds as soon as possible and distribute them to the people. Your Imperial Highness, please ponder over this question. Originally, 1 mu of land could produce 300 caddies of grains. But after the farmers paid the rent for the fields, the remaining grain could only keep the family from starvation. If the output per mu of land is increased to 600 caddies or even 1,000 caddies, what do you think will happen? The commoners will not only be able to have enough food to eat to their fill, but they will also have surplus left over." The young prince was only 6 or 7 years old, but he followed the emperor around and learned many things from the court. He also knew a lot about farming. The emperor often sighed before the empress on this matter. The young prince remembered that and asked, "Can you grow 1,000 caddies of grain per mu now?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head gently, and disappointment filled the young prince's eyes. However, Yu Xiaoxiao said firmly, "This humble servant is working hard in that direction. Your Imperial Highness, have you heard of the Yu family from Tanggu town?" "Yes, my imperial father told me that the Yu family has grown wheat that yields 600 caddies per mu. If we can spread this across the country, then within 3 years, the people of the great Ming dynasty will have enough food and clothing. In addition, the world will stabilize. The Yu family has really done an outstanding service to the great Ming dynasty." The proud expression on the young prince's face was quite adorable and funny. Xiaoxiao almost reached out her hand to squeeze his face. "Many thanks for the praise, Your Imperial Highness. This humble servant will definitely do my utmost and strive to plant wheat that will yield 1,000 caddies per mu. This humble servant will pursue this goal even until my death." Yu Xiaoxiao solemnly expressed her gratitude. The young prince looked at her in surprise and said, "So, you are a part of the Yu family. Now that you have taken charge of the imperial plantation, can you guarantee that you can produce high-yield wheat that can also grow in the capital?" "This humble servant can guarantee that I will only produce wheat with higher and higher yield rates." Yu Xiaoxiao was confident in this aspect. Su Ran waited quietly on the side. When he saw that the conversation had come to an end, he said, "Your Imperial Highness, the Emperor is still waiting in Jinlan Pavilion for official Yu. The Emperor has some questions for her." The young prince waved his hands at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, "You can go visit my imperial father first to discuss your business. When you have free time, I will ask my mother to bring you to the palace to have a good chat with you." "Are you only going to summon me to have a good chat with you?" "Young prince, your words do not reflect your true heart. Do you feel embarrassed to tell me directly that you want to eat the food I make?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything and only bid the young prince farewell. She followed Chief Steward Su Ran and soon arrived at Jinlan Pavilion. "Little girl, you sure are brave to make me wait for so long." Zhu Junfen looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with a faint smile on his face. Steam began to rise from the pot of water that was being heated on top of the clay stove. He lifted his slender hand and lightly picked up the dragon-engraved Yixing clay teapot before he lightly poured the tea from the teapot into a cup. Chief Steward Su Ran took the Yixing clay pot from the emperor. His posture when he was brewing tea was pleasing to the eye and his voice was like a clear spring as he said, "We had bumped into the young prince when we walked through the imperial garden. As a result, we were delayed for a moment. After he recovered from his illness, his body has strengthened a lot. This is all thanks to official Yu." Zhu Junfen picked up the Yixing clay cup with a dragon carved on it, gently blew on the tea, took a small sip, and shook his head lightly. Even the best quality Da Hong Pao didn't taste as good as the wild tea the little girl made. Could it be due to the multicolored stone on her wrist? His gaze couldn't help but wander towards the multicolored stone on Yu Xiaoxiao's wrist. Suddenly aware of his stare at her wrist, Xiaoxiao only made matters worse by hiding her hand behind her back. She put on a fake smile and flatteringly said, "His Imperial Highness is blessed by the gods. Even if this humble servant didn't help, his illness would have still been cured. I only helped the young prince by allowing him to drink fewer bowls of bitter medicine." This humble official does not dare to take credit for the young prince's quick recovery. Saving Wenner from drinking all that bitter medicine is already a contribution. During the time when he was still ill, Wenner had nagged for you more than once. He insisted on arguing with his imperial mother that all the physicians in the imperial palace cannot compare with your medical skills. Zhu Junfen put down the teacup in his hand. The look in his eyes was unclear. Xiaoxiao laughed dryly. His Imperial Highness is overpraising this humble official. This official doesn't dare to compare her skills to the imperial physicians. This would mean that I will offend all the imperial physicians in the Imperial Medicine Bureau. In the future, if this humble servant has a headache or fever, none of the imperial physicians will be willing to help me. Su Ran glanced at her and thought, "Miss Yu, you cannot be too honest. You shouldn't have said that even if you were thinking that. Are you saying that the young prince had caused trouble for you? Moreover, you don't have the right to ask an imperial physician to personally go to your estate to treat you since you're only a 6th-ranked official. Unless, the emperor grants it." Zhu Junfen motioned for Su Ran to leave and then he beckoned Xiaoxiao over. He pointed at the Yixing clay teapot and said, "With your medical skills, why would you need to summon a doctor to cure your fever or minor illnesses? You're being too modest." He continued to talk, preventing Xiaoxiao from opening her mouth and acting modest. "Ever since I drank the tea that you brewed at Dongshan village, the tea in the palace seemed to has lost its flavor. Come, help me brew a cup of tea so I can taste your craft again." Yu Xiaoxiao resigned to her fate and picked up the Yixing clay teapot. She opened the lid and tested the temperature of the tea inside the water with her hand. Then, she said, for this type of tea, you can't use water that is too hot. You should use water that is around 80 degrees. The first time you boil the water is to wash the impurities off of the tea. The tea will taste the best on the third and fourth brew. She knew only a bit about how to conduct a tea ceremony. She could only wash the tea awkwardly and pour another cup of tea for the emperor. Then, she instructed him to taste the tea. Zhu Junfan took a sip of the tea, frowned, and said, "Are you trying to fool me? I want to drink the tea that I drank in Dongshan village." Did she really think he asked her to come here to perform a tea ceremony? He could grab any eunuch in the Imperial palace, and they could perform a tea ceremony much more professionally than her. She really was uneducated. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Xiao rolled her eyes in her heart and once again commanded the eunuch, who was standing far away, to bring over a pot of clear water. She took off the multicolored stone from her wrist and let it soak in the water for a short period of time before she finally placed the Yixing clay teapot one on the small clay stove. Is that stone of yours clean or not? Will I get a stomachache from drinking water from it? Zhu Junfan was making a fuss over nothing. He watched Xiao Xiao's movements and naturally assumed that putting the multicolored stone in the water was necessary to release spiritual energy in it. Before Xiao Xiao could open her mouth to retort, a golden light flew out of the multicolored stone. It shaped itself into a small golden kitten about the size of a person's palm and stood on the table. The little divine stone tended to prefer to take this kitten shape versus the fat and chubby baby shape. Stupid humans, this divine stone's bathing water has always had good effects on your bodies. How could you possibly end up with diarrhea? If you don't want to drink it, there are plenty of people who would rather drink it instead and will line up to do so. The golden kitten lazily stretched forward and its mouth opened and closed. Only Xiao Xiao and Zhu Junfan could hear it speaking. Zhu Junfan looked at the Yixing clay teapot that was warming up on the clay stove and had an expression on his face that was full of disgust, as if he had just stepped into dog poo. What? You say that is your bathwater? Isn't that a bit too disgusting? How long has it been since you last bathed? Do you think this divine stone, am like you dirty humans? That unsanitary? This divine stone bathes every day and sometimes I bathe several times in one day. The little divine stone naturally liked water and often ran to nearby sources of water or wells to soak in. It currently had a good control over its spiritual energy and wouldn't leak any out inadvertently. Without its master's command, it wouldn't let any energy out. However, Zhu Junfan understood this explanation in a different manner. In his mind, Xiao Xiao had the little divine stone create mystic stone water every day in order to keep the crops growing well. This tiny little rock was probably working very hard in order to make enough mystic stone water. It looked like the little divine stone wasn't omnipotent. Since the multicolored stone's abilities were nowhere near what he thought it was, he naturally lost the desire to keep this treasure all to himself. As he was lost in his thoughts, the water in the teapot was finally heated to a boil. After waiting for the water to cool down, the process of brewing tea started. Before the tea could be tasted, a delicate and alluring fragrance spread into the air. The tea leaves used were the highest quality oolong, da hong pao. It was said that the leaves for this tea were picked off an ancient tea plant that was over 1,000 years old and grew on a high cliff. After undergoing a complicated process to stir-fry and oxidize these tea leaves, they only got around 2 caddies of finished tea leaves per year. Da hong pao that had been brewed a second time seemed to have a more mellow and rich flavor, and its aroma became a bit more elegant. Zhu Junfan had long forgotten the fact that the water being used for this tea was technically the bathing water of the little divine stone. He gently sniffed at the fragrance of the tea and then delicately tasted a sip. It had a pure flavor that seemed to tell the person to keep drinking without stopping. This is the right taste. After he finished this cup of tea, Zhu Junfan personally poured himself a second cup. Tea that was brewed from the third wash of leaves seemed to have an even more full and round flavor than the second. The emperor seemed to be engrossed in drinking tea and had apparently forgotten that Xiao Xiao was still on the side, waiting for his command. Xiao Xiao finally opened her mouth after she saw that he finished his third cup of tea. Your Imperial Majesty, your purpose in summoning this official wasn't for the sole sake of brewing this pot of tea, right? Of course it's not. He drank another cup before he finally reluctantly set down the porcelain cup and said, I've already read the reports that Junyang sent up. Were you the one who asked him to send them up? I only saw that the Imperial plantations has some hills nearby that are completely vacant. I thought that it was a waste of resources and wanted to do something good. That being said, if the fruits grown on these mountains are good, would I not give you a portion? Yu Xiao cajoled with a sickly flattering smile on her face. Zhu Junfan didn't seem to need to think much about this as he simply nodded his head. This world doesn't have enough variety of fruits and they don't taste very good either. The apples sent from Yantai Prefecture are not as large nor as delicious as the Fuji apples from my previous life. The pears here have coarse meat and not enough juice. They're also not sweet enough. The grapes here are more sour than sweet, and the watermelons. Although they are sweet, there is something wrong with the melon flesh. Only the ones that you grow are similar to the ones in our previous lives. They are large, the flesh is red, and the flavor is juicy and sweet. This means that you are quite good at cultivating and planting fruits. Alright, all of the hills near the Imperial plantation are yours to use to plant fruit trees. However, all of the fruit for the palace must be provided for free by you in the future. For the fruit for the palace, does that exclude the regular eunuchs and palace maid servants? Yu Xiao frowned and started to haggle over the conditions. Zhu Junfan pointed a finger at her and said in amusement and exasperation, if all of the hills near the Imperial plantation are planted with fruit trees, you'd have more than enough fruit to supply the whole capital let alone the palace alone. Just how stingy are you? You're not even willing to lose even this little bit. If you add up all of the eunuchs and palace maids together, there must be at least a few hundred if not 1,000. If I had to provide fruit for every single person in the palace, just how much would it be? I'm only doing a small business and can't handle giving out that much for free. Yu Xiao's frugalness was being pushed to the extreme. Alright then you'll only provide enough fruit to supply the masters and the higher-ranked eunuchs and maids then. Altogether, that's not more than 30 to 40 people. Is that alright then? You won't be losing out, right? Zhu Junfan agreed irritably. He suddenly thought of something else and brought the topic up. As for using a greenhouse to grow vegetables, if you use glass to construct these facilities, then it would cost too much to expand it, so you can't do it on a large scale. A few years ago, when I was figuring out how to manufacture rubber tires, I also came up with a method to make some thick plastic membrane. However, the strength, flexibility, and transparency of this plastic is only so-so. At that time, it wasn't considered an urgent item and making it also pollutes the surroundings, so I didn't pursue it further. If you plan on growing vegetables on a large scale in greenhouses, I can send down an imperial decree to have some people in the Ministry of Works to work overtime and help you come up with more. Does that work? Yu Xiao was pleased beyond expectation. She nodded her head as if she was pounding garlic with it and breathlessly said, if there's plastic membrane available, that would be even better. We're just at the start of summer, so it's not something that needs to be done in a hurry. How about, you first have the people at the Ministry of Works experiment a bit and see if they can increase the transparency a bit on the plastic membrane. Done. Doesn't that take only a word from me? Don't look down upon these ancient people. Sometimes I can get a lot of results by only giving them an idea here or there. It appears that there are geniuses in every era. Zhu Junfan had often sighed over this in admiration. Since he had an engineering background from his past life, he regarded these inventors and workers who had talent in these areas with importance. Thus, the Ministry of Works had also gradually enlarged throughout his reign and recruited people of talent. If we are able to build large greenhouses out of this, then I will take care of all of the vegetables for the palace for free. Yu Xiao patted her chest and happily gave this promise. Zhu Junfan glared at her and rebuked, you're only going to provide the palace with vegetables for free. That's giving you too many advantages. I'm giving you 200 mu at the Imperial plantations so you can grow vegetables in greenhouses. We should be splitting the income 40 to 60. I get 40% while you get 60%. Yu Xiao was just about to protest when he swiftly interrupted her, don't cry at me yet. I'm going to give you a brief calculation. The farmlands, plastic membrane, and workers are all given to you for free by the court. You're only providing the expertise, so how can it be that you're the only one who gets all of the profits? Yu Xiao calmed herself down to think a bit. He was right. Other than the knowledge of growing vegetables in greenhouses and the mystic stone water, there wasn't much else she could provide to this endeavor. However, the fact that she had to give away 40% of the income made her feel a bit unhappy. She grumbled sourly, the farmlands were already under your ownership and the workers were already there. You're only providing the plastic membranes yet you want to get 40% of the income. Isn't that a bit too much? Without the plastic membrane technology, you would have to use greenhouses constructed entirely out of glass. That would increase the amount of capital you have to put in, so how many vegetables can you grow? Thus, what kind of income would you have then? Have you calculated all of this out? Right now I'm allotting 200 mu from the plantations to you. This is still the first year. If this is successful, then we can expand even larger. Just think, in 1 year, how much can you make by using the plastic film over glass? Just what makes more sense money-wise. That being said, although this 40% of the income was going into his private purse, he had spent a lot of money ever since he ascended the throne. The money he personally spent was to help the country recover and the economy to stabilize. For the first 2 years, his income from taxes and such was not enough to cover all of the country's expenditures. Only after 2 years of hard work of expanding business opportunities did the pressure gradually abate. The giant mountain of money he had made when he had gone out on his sea journey had gradually shrunk in order to subsidize the imperial treasury. If he didn't rebuild his coffers, in the future, his descendants would only have an empty shell to inherit. Yu Xiao had already calculated everything out in her mind. If she could only use glass to construct these greenhouses, she couldn't even harvest 100,000 caddies of vegetables in 1 year. Even at a good price, that was only a few thousand taels in income. Now, if she switched to using plastic film to construct these giant greenhouses, then she absolutely could harvest around a few 100,000 caddies of vegetables from these 200 mu in 1 year. It would be stupid of her to not take this opportunity to make more money. Consequently, Yu Xiao readily agreed to the emperor's request. Before she left, Zhu Junfan also had her go to the imperial kitchens and have her use the multicolored stone to alter the well water in the kitchens. The last time the little lass went to the kitchens, the food had tasted much better for a little bit after she left. Originally, he thought that the imperial chefs had improved their skills under the little lass's instructions. However, after that period of time passed, the food that the imperial chefs made went back to their old flavor and were not as good as when the lass was there. Now, he finally understood the reason for the difference. It wasn't because the imperial chefs had poor skills. Instead, it was all due to the fact that the water quality was different. Similar to that pot of tea earlier, the little lass must have secretly put the stone in the well water to alter it, which changed the water quality and ultimately changed the way the food tasted. Since she was at the imperial kitchens anyway, Yu Xiao once again started to cook there. This time, she made 2 desserts that she was good at. One was honey cakes while the other was flaky egg tarts. Both were desserts that little children loved to eat. When she was in the imperial gardens, she had encountered the young imperial prince and promised him that, if she had the opportunity, she would make something especially for him. Now, she was about to stay good to her word. While she was personally teaching the imperial chefs how to make these 2 types of pastries, the emperor's trusted little eunuch had secretly put the multicolored stone into the well. When she was about to leave, he made sure to give it back to her. In actuality, even if she forgot to retrieve the multicolored stone, it wouldn't be an issue. the little divine stone would automatically take its stone body back to her. Yu Xiaoxiao only left the Imperial Palace after she finished eating lunch. The Imperial chefs who worked in the kitchens naturally had to be pretty talented to work there. With that added onto the altered water, the food they made was naturally better than before. Yu Xiaoxiao happily ate a sumptuous and delicious meal in the palace before she left. Even the masters of the palace were very satisfied with this meal and made sure to send down a lot of rewards afterwards. It was said that the little Imperial prince and princess were extremely ecstatic over the desserts today. They especially liked the egg tarts and didn't seem to want to stop eating them. They even sent down an eunuch down to state that they wanted to eat this pastry tomorrow as well. The young Imperial prince even made a bet with the empress whether the pastries today were made by Yu Xiaoxiao herself. After they investigated, he joyfully took his Imperial mother's forfeit and even implored his mother to call Yu Xiaoxiao into the Imperial palace more often in the future. The reason was quite obvious. The blistering heat of summer had arrived. All of the young maidens in the capital had switched to wearing light and airy cotton clothing. The Imperial plantation was backed against the mountains and had a clear creek surrounding it. When the wind blew over it, it felt cool and refreshing. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently wearing a short dark green riding habit with narrow sleeves. It was paired with a pair of thick, soft boots. She energetically directed the tenant farmers on the plantation to plant the fruit trees in the already dug up holes. Royal Prince Xiang was quite efficient. In just 2 days' time, he was able to deliver all of the fruit trees that she wanted. There were 10 peach trees, 10 pear trees, 10 citrus trees and 10 apple trees. She also had 15 apricot trees, plum trees and persimmon trees. There were a bit more grapevines, around 20 or so. This was the first year she was trying to cultivate these fruit trees and it also wasn't the right season to move and plant them. Thus, the prince didn't give her too many and feared that if they died, she would be very sad. Most of these samplings had already flowered and borne fruit in the past. As long as they were planted well and taken care of, it was likely they would bear fruit in the following year. She didn't know where Royal Prince Xiang had gone to get such good fruit trees, but it was likely he exerted quite a bit of effort. Each fruit tree had its roots with a bunch of soil attached and their root systems had been preserved very well. After the trees were all planted, Yu Xiaoxiao personally took over the task of watering these trees. Xichun and Wedong held the water buckets as they followed their young miss from behind. They watched as she went back and forth between the bucket to get dippers of water. She was bent forward constantly to water the trees properly. Xichun eagerly stated, "Young miss, you should rest for a bit. Let this servant try instead." Yu Xiaoxiao put the ladle into her hands and smiled. Watering plants isn't something that requires a lot of skill. You only need to make sure that each tree gets 2 full dippers of water. I know you're worried about me. Relax, in the future, if the entire hillside is full of fruit trees, then I will make sure to assign people to take care of them. We won't have to do the hard labor then. Xichun cheerfully replied, "It's only watering a few plants, nothing too tiring. Young miss, do you think we'll be able to eat some peaches and grapes at this time next year?" Yu Xiaoxiao used her hand to fan her face and smiled as she nodded, "Yes. If the trees are taken care of, they might even fruit early. Then, will they be as delicious as the honey peaches you brought from Dongshan village?" Xichun was a natural foodie. Last time, after finishing her tasks well, the master had rewarded her with a peach. Since eating that peach, she couldn't seem to forget about it. Yu Xiaoxiao replied in a forthright manner, "Don't worry, these peaches will be even more delicious. If you don't believe me, next year at the start of spring, I'll have my family back at Dongshan village ship some peach branches over. We can graft the branches on these small peach trees. I promise the fruits will be incredibly good." Graft, is that what you mentioned before, young miss? Using pumpkin vines to grow watermelons. Xichun was very interested in this concept. Wedong, however, found her question hilarious. How can pumpkin vines possibly produce watermelons? Xichun, are you feverish right now? Be careful what you say unless you want to get made fun of by other people. Xichun was originally only a second-rank maidservant. However, the young miss was starting to see her in a different light. Wedong gradually felt more and more unhappy about this. In front of her master, she managed to control herself. However, she was starting to reject the other maid in surreptitious ways and this was one of her methods. Xichun had a generous and magnanimous personality. She smiled innocently and said, "Older sister Wedong, don't just take my word for it. The young miss said that you can graft watermelon sprouts onto pumpkin vines. The resulting melons from these 2 vines are large and sweet. Furthermore, they're more resistant to disease and pests harming them. We should do our best to learn about these farming methods that the young miss in charge of. That way we'll be able to help her more in the future." This maid was always forthright and outspoken. She didn't have any other intentions in what she said as she only wanted to persuade Wedong to take more interest in the young miss's farming affairs instead of being narrowly preoccupied with managing that small inner courtyard. However, her good intentions, in Wedong's ears, became a sarcastic criticism of her own inability to take care of her master, as if she was not detail-oriented enough. Anger immediately blossomed in Wedong's heart and her expression darkened. She deliberately used coarser movements when watering the plants and, accidentally, splashed Xichun's pants and shoes with some water. All of this was observed by Yu Xiaoxiao. From her perspective, there would be conflicts wherever people were. It was pretty normal for maids to fight for favor and power. In some ways, it could be a good thing as it would spur them to compete with each other and therefore elevate all of their abilities. However, the people that she could not tolerate were those who relied on small tricks, gossiped behind people's backs, or gave their rivals the cold shoulder. After choosing her 4 main maid servants at the onset, she discovered that Yingtao was efficient and responsible with a good handle on managing affairs. Thus, she gave the job of managing the pharmaceutical manufacturing to her and it was thriving. Yangliu had a steady temperament and was obsessed with cooking. She was also hardworking and her culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds. At the rate she was going, she was soon going to surpass her master's skills. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao had no qualms in handing over the management of the braised food store that was opened in conjunction with the Emperor Emeritus in the capital Tiangliu. Pippa was on the slower side and only had average abilities. She also wasn't very ambitious, but her ability at taking care of Xiaoxiao's inner courtyard wasn't bad. Thus, other affairs outside of the residence weren't suitable for her. Wadong had illusions of grandeur and was on the more selfish side. She was also more prone to petty actions, but she didn't have a lot of ability. As long as her maids abided by the rules and showed restraint, Xiaoxiao wouldn't treat them poorly. However, it was possible that as time went on, some of them might become more bold. The sun is quite fierce today. How come you're not wearing a hat out? Zhu Junyang had been roaming around the hills and had caught 2 wild hares, 1 wild pheasant, and gathered some pheasant eggs. He noticed that her face had turned bright red from the sun and hurriedly took off the straw hat from his head and placed it on Xiaoxiao's head. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head in dislike as if she wanted to have the hat fall off her head. However, Zhu Junyang stopped her from doing so. Keep it on. Otherwise, your skin might start peeling from the sun exposure and you won't be pretty. You should delegate this type of hard labor to the tenant farmers and servants. Why do you always need to do everything yourself? You also said that this isn't the season to plant fruit trees. If I don't keep an eye on them and the fruit trees die, wouldn't that waste all of the effort you expended to get me these trees? Xiaoxiao touched her somewhat hot face. When she got back, she needed to use some mystic stone water to cool her skin down. What if, like Royal Prince Xiang mentioned, her skin got burnt by the sun and started to peel? How could she go and see people then? It won't. As long as you put mystic stone water on your face a few times, I guarantee that your skin tomorrow will look as smooth and flawless as a boiled egg. It'll be tender, glowing, and soft to the touch. A tiny golden kitten appeared out of nowhere and scrambled towards a fruit tree. It batted at one of the branches with a tiny paw. It's so cute. Where did such a tiny kitten come from? It's so small. Was it just weaned from its mother's milk? Shichun stared at the adorable cat with stars in her eyes. She desperately hoped she could bring the creature back so she could take care of it. Zhu Junyang bent down and picked up the kitten by the scruff of its neck. He examined the cat, which was hissing and growling at him, head on. Its angry demeanor was very similar to its master's. He happily placed the little kitten in his palm and let the creature gnaw on his thumb with its tiny milk teeth. He smiled at Xiaoxiao. You also brought your cat along. You've been raising this little fellow for a few years now, so why is it still so tiny? Seems like it hasn't grown at all. Yu Xiaoxiao took the little divine stone from Royal Prince Xiang using both of her hands and gently stroked its soft and glossy fur. She casually remarked, who knows I picked it up at around this size when I was in the mountains. Perhaps this species only gets this big Shichun quickly finished watering the remaining few fruit trees and threw the ladle down to run over. She looked at the tiny adorable kitten in her master's hands and asked curiously, young miss, is this cat yours? How come I don't see it usually? This fellow is more wild than tame and often runs off to who knows where for a few days. Not only you, I haven't seen it since I came to the capital. I even thought that it had gotten lost and wasn't able to find its way. I would not have expected to encounter it at the Imperial plantation. Yu Xiaoxiao smoothly constructed a lie without even batting an eye. The Imperial plantation is quite a distance away from the capital. Did it run all the way here by itself? Shichun's eyes opened wide and looked very similar to the little golden kitten's large and cute eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and replied, who knows perhaps it was hiding in some corner of the carriage. Little glutinous dumpling is very smart and clever. Shichun extended her hands and asked her master, young miss, you should let this servant hold the kitten instead. You might get tired. Yu Xiaoxiao gave the maid a sidelong glance. If you wanted to hold the little kitten, then just say so instead of making an excuse. How heavy could a tiny kitten about the size of a person's palm be? Despite the little divine stone's protests, she handed it to Shichun. Shichun hurriedly held the little kitten close to her as it was struggling to get out. She continuously comforted the cat. Little glutinous dumpling, don't be scared, be sweet, young miss, it seems like little glutinous dumpling is a bit shy of strangers. Am I scaring it right now? Not at all, the little fellow is extremely bold and brave. In fact, it even teases the wolves it encounters in the mountains. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't making things up this time. The little divine stone was a bit bored for a period of time and went off to bother Big Gray. Big Gray ended up chasing it everywhere. Wow, it's so amazing. Shichun's eyes immediately became dazzled with stars again and she instantly became the little divine stone's biggest fan. The little divine stone could sense the maid's worship and it became unduly proud and arrogant. Thus, it allowed her to hold it for a bit. Zhu Junyang glanced at the fruit trees, which still had their leaves slightly curled under the sun. He suddenly stated, little lass, are all of the people at the plantation usable? If there are any who are not good, make sure to tell me. I'm now in charge of everything at the Imperial plantation. If there are any people who are not usable, we have the power to change them out. Yu Xiaoxiao carelessly waved a hand at him, clearly not interested in the topic. With Steward Wang around, those people with ulterior motives will have to weigh the pros and cons before acting. It's not like I'm the only person here at the Imperial plantation. Furthermore, don't I have the Emperor himself as my backer? As long as the Emperor treats me with importance, those people with grievances can only obediently follow my orders anyway. I have to go into the palace to report anyway, so it's not as if they can do anything. As for those people who dislike me, they can only grumble underneath their breath and say a few sour words behind my back. It doesn't matter what they say as long as they obediently follow their orders, right? Alright, as long as you don't think those guys are eyesores, then you can continue using them. Zhu Junyang sincerely didn't want his little lass to be wronged in any way. He thought for a bit and decided to let those unruly people jump around a bit. He was confident he could find their weak points easily. When that came, haha, he wouldn't be lenient with them. Yu Xiao's eyes flickered with a light and she changed the subject. I heard that you bought the neighboring plantation, right? What plans do you have for it? Oh, you have an idea for me. Just say it. What sort of crazy idea did you come up with now? Zhu Junyang had a good grasp on all of her expressions. Whenever her eyes got this particular look, he knew that the little lass had come up with another idea. I want to take advantage of the warm weather to grow some watermelon seedlings. I plan on grafting them on some disease and pest-resistant gourd vines. By the time the Ministry of Works is done developing the plastic film, then we can make some giant greenhouse tents and grow watermelons and cantaloupes in there. If we can get some hammy melon seeds, that'd be even better. Yu Xiao never let a money-making method slip through her hands. The farmstead next to the Imperial plantation wasn't very large and only had about 600 mu in land. It was previously owned by an idle member of the Imperial clan. Somehow, Royal Prince Xiang was able to convince this person to give it to him. The vast majority of the fields had already been planted with soybeans and sorghum. It was apparent that this idle member of the Imperial clan didn't regard this farmstead with much importance. All of the people at this place, from the stewards to the tenant farmers, were all incredibly lazy. If they didn't prep the land now, then the timing for farming would be over this year. In actuality, it was still the middle of June, right? If she got them planted now, she could harvest a batch of watermelons by September with the help of the mystic stone water. At that time, it would be the right time in the market to sell these watermelons. Royal Prince Xiang had already switched out all of the stewards at the farmstead and recruited a bunch of new tenant farmers to tend the fields. He had already sent down his orders that every single person at this place needed to listen to official Yu's commands. Consequently, Yu Xiao had very little pressure when ordering these people around. She first had the tenant farmers clear out a batch of land as she grafted watermelon seedlings to gourd vines. The well at this farmstead had already been altered by the little divine stone's energy. She not only used the mystic stone water to irrigate the grafted watermelon vines but she also instructed the tenant farmers to water all of the crops on the land with this water. Recently, the capital had been on the drier side and it hadn't rained for several days. Thus, her orders to irrigate all of the crops made sense to the farmers working there. For the following few days, Yu Xiao frequently ran to the Imperial plantation to check on things. Lady Fang often complained that the emperor had given the work of an adult man to a 12-year-old young girl. However, only Yu Xiao knew that the reason she went there so often wasn't for the corn growing at the plantation. Instead, she was more concerned about the fruit trees on the mountains as well as the watermelon vines at Royal Prince Yang's farmstead. After some precious rain fell, Yu Xiao once again arrived at the Imperial plantation with the moist wind surrounding her. The people under Steward Wang, who were in charge of the everyday details of the fields, were currently reporting to her on how the corn was growing. Furthermore, they also gave her the reports that the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue wrote on the progress. She flipped through these reports briefly and stated in an uninterested tone, "There's not much difference between this and the materials I provided in the past. Even the most detailed documents cannot replace walking through the fields for a personal look." After she talked, she strolled into the fields with a bunch of somewhat unwilling stewards and officials. Under the blazing hot sun, they arrived in the middle of one of the experimental fields. With the little divine stone as her cheat, it'd be odd if the corn didn't grow well. "Miss Yu, all of the fruit trees on the hills are still alive. Other than a few that don't look quite lively, the vast majority don't look like they've just been transplanted over." Although the fruit trees on the mountain were the private property of Yu Xiao, Steward Wang still helped her keep an eye on them. Yu Xiao gladly accepted this favor from him. In the future, once the fruit orchard expanded and the canning factory and preserved fruit factory started, she was planning on giving him a few shares. However, didn't Steward Wang state that some of the trees weren't growing well? That couldn't be, right? Yu Xiao walked towards the fruit orchard on the hills in unhurried steps. When she got to the fruit trees that Steward Wang said were not quite lively, she couldn't help but frown. These fruit trees had all been moved. As the proverb said, trees die when moved, people live when moved. Finicky and precious fruit trees were the most afraid of being transplanted casually. If she didn't have mystic stone water on hand, Xiao would have never been sure that moving these trees now, out of season, would be successful. Apparently, there were people who took advantage of when she was gone and moved all of her trees. It looked like those people who had ulterior motives could no longer wait anymore and had finally acted. "Steward Wang, let me get this straight. The Imperial plantations usually don't allow outsiders to easily step in, right?" Yu Xiao bent over to loosen the soil near the roots of one of the trees that was looking listless. At the same time, she secretly had the little divine stone infuse the tree roots with some spiritual energy. The little divine stone angrily complained to her in her mind that all of the fruit trees on this hill had been moved. If it wasn't for its energy keeping them alive, all of them would have dried into sticks and died. Steward Wang felt chills run through his heart. Was the problem with these fruit trees something that was caused by humans? He hurriedly stated in a serious manner, "Miss Yu, these are the experimental fields of the Imperial plantation and the Emperor places great importance on this. Even those tenant farmers were specially picked before they were sent here. Ever since the high-yielding crop corn has entered the country, the Emperor has also sent his personal soldiers here to patrol the area. Thus, outsiders absolutely cannot enter here. So doesn't that mean that the culprits are the people who work here instead?" Yu Xiao shot a knowing gaze at the people behind Steward Wang. She slowly looked at every single person present and coldly smiled. Someone automatically spoke up in discontent, "This isn't even the season to transplant fruit trees, so the vast majority of these trees can't even stay alive. It's not unusual for a couple of trees to die here and there. Official Yu, all of us have been sent over by the Emperor himself. You can't just suspect us for no reason." The cold smirk on Yu Xiao's face became more prominent as she slowly replied, Steward Lang, it's not as if you guys are the only people who are working at the Imperial plantation. Aren't there a few hundred tenant farmers too? You're so eager to jump out to defend yourself. Is it because you have a guilty heart? Lang Fang, have been here since the Emperor Emeritus was on the throne and have been helping the Emperor manage the Imperial plantation. I've already been here for many years, yet I have to deal with the sarcasm and disdain from a little girl. I can't take such disgrace anymore. This steward named Lang Fang looked to be around 40 to 50 years of age. His hair and beard was speckled with white hairs, but the skin on his face was pale and smooth, without many wrinkles. At a glance, one could tell that he very rarely spent time out in the fields. Instead, he looked like an idle and wealthy lord who did nothing at home. Yu Xiao quirked up an eyebrow and was not even the slightest bit polite as she said, you also know you've been here for quite a while. You've spent many years here and it's about time for you to think about retirement. The next time this official enters the palace, I will make sure to mention to the Emperor that those officials who are over the age of 50 are no longer suitable due to physical health to manage the fields at the Imperial plantation. Lang Fang was so angry that he turned red from head to toe. However, he also didn't dare to say anything at this point. This girl in front of him was viewed by the Emperor with great importance and would go into the palace to personally meet the Emperor every month to report. What was his status? He was only a tiny little assistant official at the Imperial plantation. If the little lass truly said what she had stated earlier to the Emperor, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stay much longer at the Imperial plantation. Steward Lang backed down, but Yu Xiao wasn't planning on letting this issue go. I don't care what your status is at the Imperial plantation. Whether you're a steward or a tenant farmer, I will absolutely not tolerate anyone who tries to harm any of the affairs here. This time, you guys have decided to harm my fruit trees. Doesn't that mean next time you guys will start causing problems for the experimental fields in the Imperial plantation? Official Yu, aren't you being a bit too unjust here? Let's not talk about the fruit trees as we can't even prove that people have tampered with them. Instead, let's talk about the experimental fields. As soon as a problem shows up, all of us can't run away either. Who would harm a project that is tied up to their own lives and livelihood? The person who spoke up was a steward named Zhou Yang. He was on the younger side and always had a friendly and approachable air around him. Because of that, he had a good relationship with most of the people at the Imperial plantation. Yu Xiao smiled faintly and looked at him discerningly in the eye. I know that I am very young and also a woman. Thus, there are many stewards and officials here who are quite upset that I am in charge here. If anything bad befalls the Imperial plantation, the first person the Emperor would blame would be me, the official in charge of all of the operations here. As for you guys, all you have to say is, we did everything according to the leader, to wash most of your shortcomings away. Once the Emperor loses faith in me, then won't all of you, who have been making things difficult for me, still be able to keep your positions here? I can't say for sure, but I bet there are already people who have thought of this and have come up with methods to get rid of me, the person you don't like. What a bunch of nonsense. Do you have any proof? This is only your own personal suspicions and nothing else. Lang Fang angrily rebutted. Whether or not my guess is right or wrong, I'm sure the perpetrators know for sure. Looks like this official, have been too benevolent. I thought that everyone here at the Imperial plantation had been here for a good amount of years and held fondness for their positions. Thus, when the Emperor gave me the power to change out any people I wanted, I couldn't bear to move any of you away. However, the facts tell me that my decision then was wrong. Yu Xiao sighed and then spoke to Steward Wang. Steward Wang, you're now in charge of this situation. Please find the people who are responsible for harming the trees here in 3 days. Otherwise, I will have to take drastic measures and send up a report to the Emperor. Then I will change everyone here for new people. When she mentioned that the Emperor had given her the power to swap people out of the Imperial plantation as she pleased, everyone present, except for Steward Wang, immediately started to panic. The Emperor had placed great importance on the experimental fields at the Imperial plantation, so naturally, whatever they needed was given to them quickly. Thus, the treatment of the people working here was naturally much better compared to other places. Even the lower-ranked stewards at the Imperial plantation got treated about as well as the eunuch stewards in the Imperial palace. Furthermore, they could sometimes get a few other side benefits from working here. No one wanted to be stripped of position here and have to leave such a flourishing site. When Steward Wang was just about to start investigating, there were already plenty of people volunteering up information to him and telling him exactly what they knew. In actuality, Steward Zhou was trying to privately give Yu Xiao a lesson by having his trusted subordinates retransplant all of these fruit saplings. Although he wasn't very old, he was a proud man and had usually done very well for himself due to his connections here at the Imperial plantation. However, once Yu Xiao started taking over, everyone had to listen to her. As soon as she arrived, she had ordered all of the stewards to start working in the fields along with the tenant farmers to do hard labor. In private, all of the stewards complained and moaned about this. Whenever they got together as a group, they all grumbled and wailed that this little lass didn't know her proper place in life. When Yu Xiao transferred some tenant farmers to the hills to help transplant fruit trees, they found out that these fruit trees were privately owned by the little lass. She was blatantly using the Imperial plantation's resources for her own private gain and profits. Wasn't this lass being too bold about this? Zhou Yang was speechless by this misuse. Once he saw that the fruit trees were thriving, he felt even more unhappy about this. He came up with a method to create a stumbling block for her and have her eat a silent loss. One night, he brought along a few trusted subordinates and had them pull the trees up before putting them back into the ground. Originally, he had thought he had accounted for everything. In any case, this wasn't the right season for transplanting fruit trees, so no one could guarantee whether these trees would live or die after transplanting. Even if they died, there wasn't any leeway to suspect anyone of wrongdoing. That being said, the lass was using the hills of the Imperial plantation for her own private affairs. Even if she ate a loss, she wouldn't dare to bring this problem up. However, he would have never expected that she had already reported her idea to the Emperor and was now going to send up a report about people sabotaging the trees. Those who were able to act as stewards at the Imperial plantation were naturally shrewd and not stupid. Zhou Yang's private affairs naturally didn't escape the eyes of those people. However, they also wanted to teach this little lass a lesson, so they turned a blind eye to this. Unfortunately, how could they know that the lass would rather slaughter 100 innocents instead of letting go of a single thief? For the sake of their own affairs, they needed to sacrifice Zhou Yang first in order to keep their own skins. Once Zhou Yang had been pointed out by the rest, he was sure that he was doomed to leave the Imperial plantation. He didn't know what sort of punishment was in store for him as well. However, who would have expected that Yu Xiaosao would decide to do something completely outside of their expectations? Instead of driving him out and punishing him, she actually put him in charge of the fruit orchard on the hills. She was following this saying, using work to make up for your past mistakes. Zhou Yang was extremely surprised at this turn of events and he didn't know quite how to feel. However, in the end, he couldn't bear to leave his position at the Imperial plantation and took on this task of managing the fruit orchard. Furthermore, he did a very good job in doing so. In the future, Yu Xiaosao's fruit orchard encompassed the entire hill and the fruits from the orchard were sold all throughout the country. These fruits were famed and well known among the people. Zhou Yang resigned from his position at the Imperial plantation and became the head steward at the fruit orchard. His position and treatment there was twofold higher than when he was at the plantation. In addition, the master even gave him 5% of the profits. 5% may not seem like a lot, but most people were poor for their entire lives and had never seen as much money as this steward got in 1 year from bonuses. All of his previous co-workers at the Imperial plantation envied him completely. Obviously, this was all in the future. The stewards and officials at the Imperial plantation finally settled down and started to earnestly do work. With someone also especially in charge of the fruit trees, Yu Xiaosao could focus her efforts on Royal Prince Yang's new farmstead and their melon vines. Since they had planted watermelons at a later date than usual, she had the little divine stone shorten the sprouting phase by a third of the time. In any case, there weren't a lot of people cultivating watermelons in the capital. Furthermore, she was the only one in the capital using this special grafting method to raise them. After the melon sprouts were grafted on the vines, she had Royal Prince Yang handpick some trusted servants and then taught the grafting method to them. These people were not the tenant farmers on the farmstead. Instead, they were all trusted servants from Imperial Prince Jing's estate and their loyalty to their masters were a guarantee. After all of the melon sprouts were grafted onto the gourd vines, they were transplanted into the melon fields. They were irrigated with mystic stone water from the well, so they naturally grew very well. The people who had been snickering behind her back, claiming that she didn't know the first thing about farming, now had nothing to say. They no longer had a leg to stand on. After all, Yu Xiaosao managed to finish the agricultural tasks assigned to her in a timely manner and also managed to transplant her own fruit trees and watermelon vines such that they were flourishing. They now had to admit that she was very skilled in the area. The emperor's decision to give her the title of an agricultural official was truly a wise idea. There were countless people in the capital who were keeping a close eye on the Imperial plantation. After 2 months passed, the tenant farmers on the plantation, under the management of the stewards, began to harvest the corn like wildfire. Which of the tenant farmers who worked at the Imperial plantation weren't old hands at farming and harvesting? These people all had giant grins on their faces as they picked the plump ears of corn. They discussed amongst themselves just how good the harvest was this year. Minister Lu came over early that morning to inspect the Imperial plantation. When he saw the ears of corn that had been harvested, he smiled so broadly that all of his wrinkles became apparent. The size of the ears of corn were significantly larger than the previous years and each kernel seemed to be plump and bursting with juice. Compared to the harvest from last year, this year's harvest was of an entirely different grade. After one new from the experimental fields was fully harvested, Minister Lu personally took some people along to impatiently weigh all of the ears of corn. Oh my, one new had actually yielded around 2,000 caddies of grain. He had originally thought that last year's 1,000 caddies per mu was considered a high yield. However, compared to their giant harvest this year, last year's numbers looked really too wretched. As expected, having Miss Yu take on the position of an official and being given responsibility of the Imperial plantation was a very wise decision. All of the officials who had been keeping a close eye on the situation at the Imperial plantation could only shut their mouths now. The vast majority of court officials rejected the idea of having a tiny little lass become an official at the Ministry of Revenue. However, the emperor was adamant. Minister Lu and Royal Prince Xiang also supported this plan, so they didn't stubbornly fight this appointment and decided to wait and observe instead. If the harvest this year at the plantation was about the same as last year or even not as good, then they would have a leg to stand on to voice their objections. After all, the weather each year differed, which influenced the resulting harvest. This was the reason why there was this saying, the common people depend on the heavens to eat. This year, the weather conditions had not been very good. There wasn't a lot of rain after summer started and even the deepest wells at the Imperial plantation had water levels that were incredibly low. After autumn started, a few downpours of torrential rain also occurred. Thus, these unfavorable conditions naturally influenced the growth of the crops. In fact, the commoners who lived around the capital all had their grain harvests decreased by about a third or even more this year. They were so sure that the little lass was doomed. Contrary to their expectations, the Imperial plantation was not affected by the poor weather conditions. Instead, the yield of corn there actually went up. The officials that were sent by the Ministry of Revenue had tallied up the numbers and the numbers were incredibly shocking. The farmers who had bought corn seeds to plant in their own fields also got yields around 1,000 caddies per mu. As things were going, corn, as a true high-yielding crop, would soon be propagated throughout the northern parts of the country. It was likely that there would be many more farmers standing in line to buy corn seeds. The grain stores in the capital would likely explode with popularity then. The numbers from the farmstead in Tanggu town also came back to court. The Yu family's farmstead, which now had over 1,000 mu in fields. Author's note, Royal Prince Yang's 800 mu farmstead had been given to Yu Xiao, so now the land was naturally a part of the Yu family's farmstead, had produced over 180,000 caddies of grain. In other words, their fields had also reached a yield of 2,000 caddies per mu. It was rumored that all of the villages in the vicinity had sent out representatives to negotiate with Yu Hai as they wanted to buy these corn seeds at a high price. If the Yu family agreed to this trade, then the high-yielding crop corn would first be widely planted in the areas around Tanggu. Tanggu was the feudal lands of Royal Prince Xiang, so they couldn't let the Royal Prince monopolize the benefits of growing high-yielding crops alone. Consequently, for the next few sessions at court, there were lively debates about how to disseminate the high-yielding corn to areas around the capital and the process to do so. The endless arguments at court didn't have much to do with Yu Xiao, who was only a small 6th-level official. She, on the other hand, was currently busy making another fortune. During the summer, Yu Xiao had planted 100 mu with grafted watermelons at the farmstead next to the Imperial plantation to test it out. These watermelons were now ripe and entering the market. From her rough estimations, she figured that this season they could harvest more than 8,000 caddies of watermelons from the fields. Watermelon sprouts that had been grafted to gourd vines were more resistant to pests. In addition, the soil on these fields had some spiritual energy there, so this made the watermelons grow better. Furthermore, all of the people in charge of watermelons were very hardworking and did a good job in taking care of these plants. When the first batch of watermelons was ripe, the other watermelons on the market had already disappeared. Once these large and extremely sweet melons hit the shops, they all sold out within moments. They were currently in the middle of the hot spell of autumn, and being able to eat some sweet and cooling watermelon to quench one's thirst was truly such a great feeling. In addition, the watermelons from Royal Prince Yang's farmstead were not only larger than the other watermelons, but the inner rind was also fully bright red and didn't have any of the depressing stripes of white in between. Thus, eating this watermelon was much more enjoyable. If these watermelons came onto the market during the summer, then those other watermelons would have been ignored completely. With large, sweet, and juicy watermelons to be had, who would still want to eat those small and not as tasty watermelons instead? 100 mu of watermelons was not enough to provide enough melons for all of the rich and noble families in the capital. Whether it was for stately banquets, drinking parties, flower banquets, or dignified dinner parties, everyone would feel like the hosts were being too stingy if there wasn't at least one plate of watermelon at the table. Gradually, the people who didn't offer watermelon at their gatherings found out that their friends and acquaintances would find any excuse to decline their future invitations. Furthermore, their friends were also not as close and intimate with them anymore. Yu Xiao was only able to be happy over the blazing watermelon sales for a few days before she became busy again. The Ministry of Works had finally finished working on the plastic film and incorporated her requests. Not only was the new product stronger and more flexible, but they also managed to improve its transparency. Thus, construction on the greenhouse pavilions for vegetable cultivation began at breakneck speed. There were people bustling around everywhere on the Imperial plantation. Within the experimental fields, the corn stalks had all been chopped down and their roots needed to be pulled up one by one from the ground. The ground also needed to be plowed in preparation for the second crop. Yu Xiao was occupied with directing the people constructing the greenhouses while also overseeing the breeding of an improved wheat crop. Although she said she was breeding, in actuality, she only had the little divine stone transform into its golden kitten form and run around the grain storerooms a few times to let its spiritual energy settle into the seeds. The construction of these greenhouse pavilions was also done by people from the Ministry of Works. Just the ceiling alone caused the workers to work very hard for a period of time. In terms of how to construct these greenhouses, Yu Xiao also only knew about half. She used the experience she had from her previous life, when she spent half a year working in a greenhouse, to come up with ideas and methods to properly build this. Thus, progress on these pavilions took quite a long time. Furthermore, the technology for working with iron was much more primitive in this time period. Steel output was very low, so using a steel backbone for these greenhouses was out of the question. She could only use bamboo and wood as the building materials for the backbones of these structures. The thick plastic film was then put across the wooden structures. During the winter, they could use more layers of plastic to increase the insulation and keep it warmer inside. By the time the farmers were done sowing the winter wheat, the greenhouse pavilions had also finished construction. This was her first year in trying this, so she only had them make enough to cover 100 mu. The neighboring farmstead also had large pavilions set up on the fields. However, those greenhouses weren't intended for growing vegetables. Instead, they were going to be used to grow some out-of-season watermelons and hammy melons. What did people here lack the most in the winter? Obviously, it was a lack of access to fresh vegetables and fruits. During the winter, people either ate cabbages with radishes or radishes with cabbages. As for fruits, the only fruits available were the dried and shriveled up fruits stored from late autumn, such as apples and pears. In the past, even if you had money to spend, you still couldn't buy fresh fruits. However, this winter was going to be completely different. Once the greenhouse pavilions were done, Yu Xiao personally used her own money to hire some experienced vegetable farmers to look after the vegetables planted in the greenhouses. Green vegetables had a short growing cycle, especially the ones that were infused with spiritual energy. After the seeds were planted, they grew very quickly and were ready to harvest after about a month had passed. As for the cucumbers, eggplants, green beans and tomatoes, they were being grown in special large greenhouse tents. They grew even faster than they did at the start of spring. The hired vegetable farmers all thought this was very odd. However, they thought that it was because the tents helped the vegetables grow. The awe and envy in their hearts grew and they began to wish that the court would start selling this plastic membrane to the public. In the future, wouldn't they also be able to grow such vegetables too? Every year when it was about time for frost to start in autumn, everyone had already made sure to stock up their cellars full with cabbages and radishes for the winter. They had to store enough to eat for an entire winter. The wealthy and noble families in the capital usually cut down on their banquets at this time of year because there wasn't much variety of food to be served, so it made for a poor table for the guests. However, this year was entirely different. The capital was loosely organized with the rich and wealthy in the eastern and western parts of the city and the poor in the northern and southern parts. Imperial Prince Xiang's estate had added 5 more fruit and vegetable shops in the eastern and western parts of the city. Usually, at the end of autumn and start of winter, these shops would either switch to selling other goods, such as dried goods and candied fruit, or they would shut down for the season. This was because there were no vegetables or fruit to be sold. However, this year, Prince Xiang's estate had actually opened a decent amount of vegetables and fruit stores. The rich and wealthy instantly thought of the greenhouse pavilions that housed vegetables and melons on the prince's farmlands. Then, all of the rich, powerful, and noble families turned their attention to the stores. Everyone knew that this year the prince's estate didn't plant that many vegetables and melons, so they didn't know if these greenhouses could supply enough vegetables and fruits for the whole capital. Finally, these fruit and vegetable stores opened and satisfied these people's expectations. The first day they opened, they were stocked with fresh green vegetables. There was fresh spinach, tender Indian lettuce, crispy celery, and lush and verdant romaine lettuce. In addition, they had shepherd's purse, amaranth greens, Malabar spinach, pea shoots, and a whole host of other leafy greens. These vegetables were all stacked high in the shops. The lush green color of the vegetables made people feel happy just looking at them and they all wished they could buy all of it home to eat. The day the shops first opened, all of them exploded in popularity. Because there was a quota placed on these vegetables, limiting the amount each household could buy, these wealthy and rich families only started fighting. Luckily, Royal Prince Xiang had experienced the immense popularity of the braised food store before and had the foresight to send bodyguards to keep order at all of these shops. That was the only reason why fistfights didn't break out around the shops. The young miss is back. The young miss is back. When Yingchun got the news, she happily went back to the young miss's courtyard, chirping like a cheerful bird. She ran all the way from the drooping flower gate and had a sunny smile on her face. Wadong walked out from inside and had a stern look on her face. She hollered at Yingchun, "What are you being noisy about? No sense of etiquette. The young miss was only gone for a few days yet all of you flout the rules and etiquette. As a servant, having good etiquette and manners brings prestige to our young miss. It's no wonder that the young miss doesn't bring someone like you, who has her head in the clouds, out when she leaves." The giddiness within Yingchun's heart was extinguished as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. Her cheerful steps stopped and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Wadong was the personal maidservant of the young miss and was one of the earliest people to follow her. No one knew when she had become the maid in charge of the entire courtyard, but she was now in charge of all of the maids and senior servants in the young miss's residence. At first, Wadong treated the other maids amiably. However, once the young miss promoted Shichun and Hecken to fill the empty positions within the personal maid servants, Wadong changed. She became moody and prone to anger. Sometimes, the eyes she used to look at other people seemed as if they had daggers coming out of them. It always made the other maids feel a bit scared. All of the maids and senior servants in the courtyard knew that the young miss didn't have a lot of rules and regulations. As long as you did your work well, she was satisfied. The lower ranked maids all secretly whispered that they felt more relaxed in the presence of the young miss as they didn't have to guard their every action. Even small mistakes were waved away by her with a smile. However, in Wadong's hands, if she wasn't in a good mood, you might be punished lightly with a fine or heavily by getting beaten with the plank. Ever since the young miss went back to Tengu with Hecken and had given the management of the Imperial Plantation's greenhouses to Shichun, Wadong had been in a bad mood. She and Pippa had been left behind to manage the courtyard again. Every day, she roamed around the courtyard looking for victims so she could vent her discontent. The smallest mistakes would be picked out by her and used to torture the other maids. All of the maids in the courtyard didn't dare to say anything out loud but they cried out their grievances in secret. They were all looking forward to when the young miss got back from Tengu because Wadong would restrain herself a lot more when the young miss was around. Yingchun wasn't as lucky as Shichun and Hecken as she didn't catch the eye of her mistress to get promoted to a first-ranked maid. She naturally didn't dare to have an outright conflict with Wadong, so she suppressed the displeasure within her heart. Instead, when Wadong was not looking, she made a funny face at the other girl's back as she viciously thought, "You're such a two-faced person, so it'd be surprising if the master trusted you. Serves you right that the young miss left you behind to only guard a courtyard that is the size of 3 mua." Yu Xiao had just entered the inner courtyard when a group of maids surrounded her and escorted her to her own courtyard. As they walked, she asked if anything important happened recently. Wadong had a face full of smiles and had rushed in front of Pippa to take the lead. She gently smiled and said, "Ever since the fall harvest, you have become a well-known figure throughout the capital, young miss. Especially once the green vegetables grown in the pavilions came to market. Everyone in the capital knows that you're able to cultivate fruits and vegetables out of season and that you can make anything become ripe during any time of the year. While you were out and about, many young maidens from good families had sent invitations to you to attend some banquets and such. If you hadn't just left for Tengu, I'm pretty sure you'd be very busy right now." Yingchun surreptitiously curled her lip. Wadong was such a two-faced person. Earlier she had been as vicious as a female wolf when scolding her but now she was pretending to be as sweet and innocent as a white bunny rabbit. The smile on Wadong's face was so flattering. "Pick only the important things to tell me." Yu Xiao was not the least bit interested in interacting with these young maidens in the capital. These girls either started spouting poetry as if they were ill or had to show off their other skills in some fashion. She wasn't good at any of this stuff. All of those people sending her invitations to parties and banquets likely wanted to see her stumble in these social settings so they could laugh at her, right? Consequently, even when she was in the capital, she had no desire to attend any of those boring parties. Wudong's eyes flickered and she smiled. The best modiste in the capital, Zhang Xiniang, who is also the owner of exquisite garments, also sent an invitation asking to see you. Young miss, are you interested in meeting her? Many years ago in the capital, Zhang Xiniang had endured lots of criticism from naysayers similar to Xiao. However, she used her own abilities to suppress all of these people. Her exquisite garments boutique not only became famous in the capital but she also opened several branch stores in the nearby prefectures. The stores did very well with the public and was in no way inferior to the popularity of Junqiu restaurant and the Yu's braised food shops and fruit shops. The clothing that Zhang Xiniang designed was not only bold in their usage of color but they also harmonized very well. Even bright reds and greens, when used together, could become an impeccable work of elegant art in her hands. Furthermore, all of her clothing was beautiful and flattering to the female form. People often offered grand sums of money to have one of her stores make a piece of clothing for them. All of the ladies and maidens in the capital desperately wanted to have a piece of clothing personally made by Zhang Xiniang. It would allow them to have immense status and boasting power in their circles. Unfortunately, for the past few years, Zhang Xiniang only took 5 custom orders each season. Furthermore, not just anyone could be lucky enough to get a custom order slot. From her words, it all depended on fate. Those who caught her eye, even if they didn't have a single penny, she was still willing to design and sew a custom piece of clothing for them. Those who didn't, even if they offered 1,000 taels of gold, she would still refuse to make one for them. Even the Imperial concubines in the Imperial palace had to comply with her rules. After all, the Emperor himself had given her a handwritten document personally written by him that stated, the epitome of a talented woman. In Wudong's eyes, the fact that such an incredible woman, who had legendary designing and crafting skills, wanted to see the young miss was an incredible honor. If those other young maidens in the capital found out, then wouldn't they be incredibly jealous? In fact, even the lady of the residence didn't have a custom-crafted piece of clothing from Zhang Xiniang. Zhang Xiniang, Yu Xiao paused in her motion of taking off her cloak. Was that the Zhang maiden who had refused an offer of marriage from the son of the prime minister on the grounds that she wanted to focus on her career? The two of them had never interacted before, so why would she want to see her suddenly? Also, Royal Princess Minglan is hosting a flower war banquet in the middle of this month and sent you an invitation to you. Do you want to see if the other young maidens were one thing but Royal Princess Minglan was the treasure of her family? She was actually paternal cousins with Royal Prince Xiang. Flower war banquet, what does a flower war mean? Yu Xiao did actually recognize Royal Princess Minglan's name. It was said that this princess had learned how to ride and shoot arrows since she was young with her older brother. The average person was not her match. She had a bit of an arrogant and headstrong personality but also wasn't a person who looked down on those who were lower ranked than her or someone who deliberately made things difficult either. Wudong took the cloak from her young miss and handed it over to Yingchun. She hurriedly explained, it's actually quite simple. It's just that every invited person must bring along a pot of flowers. Whoever brings the most valuable specimen is the winner. Oh, does the winner get a prize for this? Yu Xiao was more interested in this. When it came to rare and expensive plants, her godmother and princess consort Jing both had plenty that she had given to them. These were the flowers that were found in that mountain ravine. The last time they had to take refuge there, the princess consort even brought her personal maid servants around to stroll around the valley. When they left, she was able to bring back another bunch of rare flora. Wudong smiled. Every person who participates not only has to bring a pot of flowers but also needs to bring a forfeit item. The winner can take all of the forfeit items from everyone else home. They can take away everyone's forfeits. Yu Xiao stroked her chin and her eyes crinkled up into a smile. She looked like a little fox who had thought up a sly trick. The noble misses of the capital all cared about their reputations, so they absolutely wouldn't bring forfeit items along that were cheap. Then, didn't that mean that she could make a small fortune from this? After changing into a set of clothing suitable for the indoors, Yu Xiao headed out of the courtyard. Let's go, I need to greet godmother. It's been a few days since I last saw little Linlin and I quite miss him. Wudong followed along and said, young miss and the little master are truly siblings. The young master always keeps asking, where has older sister gone? And, when will older sister come back? He even has no desire to eat his most favorite egg tarts anymore. Xiao's courtyard was very close to the main courtyard. As they talked, they already arrived at the gate to the main courtyard. Linglong grinned as she welcomed her inside. Young miss, the mistress and young master were just talking about how much they missed you. The young master especially does. When he found out that you came back, he wanted to go to your courtyard to wait for you and only the mistress kept him back. Older sister, the curtains to the door had just been lifted when a little pudgy ball rolled out and held onto Xiao's leg. The little fellow raised his plump little face and pouted his lips as he unhappily whined, older sister, you didn't bring Linlin out to play. Naughty, naughty. Yu Xiao bent down to try to pick up the little fellow and almost stumbled over. Fang Haolin had gotten plumper again and she almost couldn't hold him anymore. When Wudong saw this, she took the little master into her arms. The little fatty didn't like this change and his hands waved as he exclaimed, I don't want you, I want my older sister. Xiao carried the little fatty into the inner room while Linglong and Wudong carefully escorted her from the side as they were afraid their two masters might fall over. Lady Fang saw this spectacle and burst into laughter, look at you two siblings. One gets thinner as time passes while the other gets fatter. Right now it looks like a skinny monkey is carrying a fat little piggy. Linlin is not a fat little piggy. Linlin is Sun Wukong and I have a golden cudgel to kill monsters. When Xiao was at the residence, the journey to the west had become Fang Haolan's usual bedtime story. Although the little fellow was young, he worshipped heroes. For example, the Monkey King was now his idol. He even begged his father to get him a round stick and claimed that it was the golden cudgel that Sun Wukong used. He brandished it constantly at the flora in the garden, claiming that he was destroying monsters. It was so bad that Lady Fang didn't dare to bring out her precious flowers out anymore. She was afraid that the little brat might destroy them. Lady Fang picked the little fellow up and sat on the chaise lounge. She gently slapped his bottom. If everything went the way the little boy wanted, then every piece of furniture or decoration in these rooms would have long been broken by him. She patted at an open area on the lounge and had her daughter sit down before she asked, "Was your trip this time smooth? Is everything going well over there in Tanggu?" Royal Prince Yang's bodyguards escorted me the entire way, so it'd be more surprising if it wasn't smooth. 100 or so mu of land next to the farmstead have also been bought by Royal Prince Yang, and the greenhouse pavilions have also been built there. The artisans in charge of building the pavilions as well as the workers in charge of taking care of the plants were all highly skilled workers from his lands in the capital. I only had to provide a bit of advice here and there, so there wasn't much for me to do. Yu Xiao picked out a small piece of cantaloupe and delivered it into little Linlin's wide open mouth. She also picked a slice of watermelon for herself and happily dug into it. Mommy is biased. How come older sister is allowed to eat watermelon but Linlin isn't? The temperatures at the start of winter tended to be very cold and watermelon was considered a cold-natured food. Little Linlin had only recently become stronger in the past half year, so Lady Fang didn't dare to feed him a lot of watermelon. However, it seemed like the little fellow was unhappy about this. Lady Fang tried to frighten him. Your older sister's body is healthy and won't get sick. Have you forgotten that you had to take the bitter medicine for a while because your tummy hurt after having one more mouthful of shaved ice during the summer? Little Linlin rolled up his sleeves to reveal his chubby arms as he argued, unconvinced, Linlin's body is also healthy. You see, Linlin has more meat than older sister. If older sister can eat, Linlin too can eat it, too. The little fellow was so adorable that Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. She took a small piece of watermelon and placed it in his hand, saying, Little Linlin has been obedient lately. You have been eating well and persisting in your daily run around the garden, so this is your reward. You can only have one piece a day. If you eat more, you'll fall sick. The little fellow, Fang Haolan, stuffed the watermelon into his mouth with a grin. I'm not afraid. With older sister here, I don't need to drink the bitter medicine. After having a piece of watermelon, the little fellow knew to stop pestering them even though he still wanted more, and followed his nanny to the garden to play. Madam, young miss, Zhang Xiniang of Exquisite Garments is here. Lin Lang was smiling and her voice was clear as she drew the door curtain and entered the room. A while ago, modiste Zhang Xiniang had sent them a calling card and came to visit young miss, but the young miss was not here at that time. Who knew that Zhang Xiniang would come and visit again when the young miss had just returned? Did this mean that her young miss was special in the eyes of modiste Zhang? Lady Fang also felt proud. The master of embroidery that others were rarely able to invite to their residence had come as a guest to her residence on multiple occasions. It was such a great honor. Her close friends would be so envious if they knew about this. Hurry, invite her inside. Lady Fang held her daughter's hand as she stood up. Come, let's go to the main hall to greet the esteemed guest. Yu Xiao looked at her own casual attire and thought, would it be impolite if I wore this out to greet guests? She lifted her head and smiled. Godmother, I need to go back to change my clothes. I'll immediately go to the main hall afterward. I've been careless in my considerations. Lady Fang took a look at her daughter's clothes, then lowered her gaze to her own clothing, which had wrinkled after she lay on the seat. She laughed. See, even I, as your mother, am not as collected as you are. Godmother, this modiste Zhang is only a master of embroidery, but you're a third-rank noble madam. Why do you regard her so highly? The Zhang Xiniang that others deemed highly of was only the owner of Exquisite Garments to Xiao. These madams and misses must not have enough entertainment to have worshipped Zhang Xiniang like a fan towards their idol. Lady Fang laughed. My daughter sees the situation clearer than all of the capital's women. For the past few years, the madams and misses in the capital have indeed gone a little overboard with their adulation towards modiste Zhang. However, this Zhang Xiniang does indeed have the skills. The phoenix that she embroiders seems almost able to take off into the air, and the flora she embroiders able to attract bees and butterflies. The clothes that she designs are able to cover up a person's shortcomings and bring out the good points of a person's figure. No matter how young or old a woman is, who doesn't like to be beautiful? That's why many began to adulate Zhang Xiniang's skills. I don't have any association with her, so why has she come to visit several times? Yu Xiao mumbled. She was not so interested in apparels, and the clothes her godmother had prepared for her was, in her opinion, already good enough. Besides, the skills of the servants in the sewing department of their residence were quite good. She was satisfied with their needlework. Lady Fang changed into another set of clothes and smiled at her confused daughter. Stop worrying and go change your clothes. Wouldn't you understand once you meet the guest? Yu Xiao returned to her courtyard and told Pippa to take out her newly made modified chi-style attire 1. This set of clothes was actually the result of a whim when she went to the sewing department to commission for a set of practical garments suitable for traveling on horseback. The outer garment was lilac and reached down to her thighs. It split into two sides at the waist and, in effect, accentuated the curve of her waist. A little folded collar sat prettily on her neck, while slightly darker Confederate roses were embroidered on the oblique collar and the hem of her bell sleeves. The lower part of her garment was a light yellow, pleated skirt, and the front part of the upper garment and hemline of the skirt was embroidered with the same pattern. She let Wedung style her hair into two cute hair buns and used strings of rice-sized pearls as a hair tie to hold them in place. The hair at the sides of her neck were bound into two small yet long braids that hung until her chest, making her seem playful and bright. Zhang Xinyang was softly conversing with Lady Fang when Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the main hall. Zhang Xinyang's eyes lit up as she noticed her. Actually, Zhang Xinyang was a fanatic for clothes and was completely obsessed over fashion design. This was also one of the reasons why she was always able to innovate on her old designs and receive the praises of the upper class. Since she was 10 years old, Zhang Xinyang had displayed a surprising talent for fashion design, but it had been so many years, and her inspiration was bound to dampen at some point. Although they were not as cooped up in their homes as the women of the previous dynasty, the women of this era still rarely traveled very far. In recent years, Zhang Xinyang had reached her bottleneck in fashion design, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not reach a breakthrough. She was distressed over the fact that she could not seem to come up with anything new. About a month ago, she almost bumped into a passing rider on a horse outside of exquisite garments because she was too preoccupied with the design of the hemline of a piece of clothing. She was so startled that she immediately looked up, but she was instantly enraptured with the rider's clothes. To be honest, if she were to describe the clothes the young girl was wearing in one word, it would be plain. It was made from ordinary muslin, and there was nothing special about the craftsmanship, but the design itself was never before seen in this region. It was a light green, straight-cut cheese-style attire with an oblique collar. It was made from muslin, and a pattern of peonies surrounded by butterflies was embroidered onto the outfit using colorful threads. Worn on top was a light blue, sleeveless jacket embellished with colorful clusters of flowers, and the edges of the sleeves and the hemline of the skirt was decorated with an inlay of faint, white flowers. The lower garment consisted of a loose pair of skirt pants made of the same material, and the hemline of the trousers were also adorned with the same pattern of peonies surrounded by butterflies. Although it was an outfit paired with trousers, it did not feel vulgar, but rather brought about an air of neatness. It was just a split second, but that small and delicate figure had deeply imprinted itself into the mind of Zhang Xinyang. A voice in her heart told her, "This girl will be the key to my breakthrough. I must absolutely find her." She inquired about the identity of that girl through various sources, and only then did she find out that the young girl was actually a sixth-ranked official under the Ministry of Revenue. That day, that girl was riding towards the Imperial plantation outside of the capital. She guessed that the trouser attire was so that it was more practical to carry out any agricultural activities. She could not hold back her excitement, so she sent a calling card and visited the very next day, but the person who greeted her was Lady Fang. She was quite disheartened after she found out that the girl had left for Tenggu town 2 days ago and they weren't sure when she would return. She forced herself to discuss a few topics on apparel and accessories with Lady Fang before she excused herself. After that, she had her servants pay extra attention to the whereabouts of the only female official at court. In actuality, when the emperor awarded her to be an official, she had become the capital's hottest discussion. At first, many were skeptical and made a lot of sarcastic remarks, but this young female official was quick to shut their mouths with her actions. She cultivated high-yield crops to the point where a single mu of land was able to produce 2,000 caddies of crops, and even managed to successfully plant fruit trees and watermelons out of their proper season. During fall, she managed to yield fresh vegetables by cultivating them in greenhouses so the people could enjoy a larger variety of dishes at mealtime during fall and winter. Even though it was already the beginning of winter, the prestigious families could still serve their guests with an exquisite plate of fruits filled with watermelon, cantaloupe, and a type of small tomatoes that seemed to be called cherry tomatoes. It was pleasant to their taste buds, tasting both sweet and sour at the same time. Those madams and misses of the prestigious families would also comment about this young female official once in a while. Although they disapproved of a girl being appointed as an official, they couldn't help but praise her for the results of her work. It was not hard to track the whereabouts of this young female official. Once she found out from her subordinate that Miss Yu had returned to the capital today, she hurriedly came to visit. Regardless of everything else, just the sight of this pretty young girl's attire had already made her trip worthwhile. It was as though a door leading towards a new fashion had opened right in front of her eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao was taken by surprise by Zhang Xinyang's zealous gaze that seemed as though it wanted to swallow her whole. She forced a stiff smile on her face and politely offered the guests some fruits and dessert, but the other person's burning gaze was fixed on her clothes, as if she wanted to strip her bare. Was there something wrong with this person? Zhang Xinyang's personal maidservant knew that her mistress's obsession had resurfaced and shot Lady Fang and Miss Yu an apologetic smile. She lightly tugged on her mistress's sleeve and softly called her, intending to remind her to be a little more reserved. Zhang Xinyang, who was seemingly entranced, ignored her efforts and stood up, walking towards Xiao. Her slender and fair hand slowly reached towards Xiao's collar, lightly feeling the embroidery as she mumbled, "The design of this collar is truly ingenious, and although the craftsmanship of this button knot is a little unrefined, it's quite stylish. This pinched waist design which splits in the middle accentuates the waist, and the layers of pleats gives volume to the skirt, the only thing lacking is the embroidery. If I made this, the quality of this attire would definitely improve tremendously and be able to reach the height of its beauty. Not one person in the world wouldn't react to a pair of unfamiliar hands feeling about their body, to be precise, their clothes." Imaginary black lines hung on Yu Xiaoxiao's forehead as she inwardly rolled her eyes as hard as she could. "Zhang Xinyang, modiste Zhang, is it all right for you to do things so carelessly?" Zhang Xinyang's maidservant felt so awkward she wanted to hide somewhere no one could find her. She felt so embarrassed every time her mistress's obsession surfaced, to the point where she wanted to cry. She apologized on behalf of her mistress, Lady Fang. "Miss Yu, I'm really sorry for this. Every time my mistress sees a new design or a particularly stylish set of clothes, she'd become a little different. She's not usually so impolite." The shock on Lady Fang's face faded as she slowly nodded. Only when one person reaches the point of obsession in a certain field, can they become the expert of said field and be true to the title of master. That is modiste Yang's true nature. How can it be considered impolite? A significant amount of time passed, and by the time Zhang Xiniang finished studying Yu Xiao's clothes, Xiao felt that her muscles were going stiff. Zhang Xiniang slowly let out a breath and returned to her seat, sipping the tea that had been served before she said, "Official Yu, if it's possible, can you tell me who designed the clothes you're wearing?" Yu Xiao also let out a deep breath, and the smile on her face was a bit stiff as she replied, "Modiste Zhang is too courteous. Please, call me by my name. It feels like someone is calling for my dad when I hear them call me, Official Yu." Zhang Xiniang chuckled, "All right, I won't be courteous since Miss Yu is so easygoing. I'm only a few years older than you are, so if Miss Yu doesn't mind, please call me older sister Zhang." "Older sister Zhang, let's also forego, Miss Yu. Since I'm calling you older sister, you can call me younger sister Xiao." Yu Xiao smiled sweetly and her expression was filled with joy. She did not disdain the other maiden at all, even though she was an official and Modiste Zhang was just a merchant. Zhang Xiniang's heart had completely relaxed. Official Yu had indeed made a fortune by means of trade. She was unlike the madams and misses of other families who secretly looked down on merchants yet still wanted to get some benefits from her. Did they ever realize that if it weren't for the merchants in the capital, it would be extremely hard for their supposed high officials to carry out their work? "Older sister Zhang, why did you visit us twice?" Yu Xiao already had her own guess in her heart, but she still asked nevertheless. Zhang Xiniang had a somewhat embarrassed smile on her face. "To be honest, younger sister Xiao, I came because of the design of your clothes. I've never seen the likes of the one you're wearing right now in the capital before. Can I know where you bought it?" Yu Xiao smiled. "This outfit I'm wearing was actually paired with a pair of pants so that I can move around the fields with ease. But wearing trousers while I'm greeting guests would be a little too impolite, so I had the servants make this white, pleated skirt. Clothing that is tightly fitted at the top and loose at the bottom really accentuates a person's figure, don't you think?" Hearing this, Lady Fang laughed. "You really don't have any shame, do you? You dare to speak as though you're a person in this trade in front of the true master. How can you display this outfit that you blindly came up with in front of others?" Zhang Xiniang hurriedly interjected, "Lady Fang, you're too humble. Although younger sister Xiao's outfit doesn't have wide sleeves, a train, nor is it paired with fancy accessories, there is exquisiteness in its simplicity. I should have known that when splendor and complexity reached its limit, we should turn around and return to the basics, progressing towards the direction of simplicity and humility. Younger sister Xiao has inspired me and opened a new window in fashion design for me. She is my benefactor. How did younger sister come up with this design?" Looking at the excited Zhang Xiniang, Lady Fang secretly laughed. Indeed, the rumors weren't false. This Zhang Xiniang is quite an obsessed person, but it's really because of her obsession that she is able to throw herself wholly into her work and become a master, isn't it? "You sisters keep talking. I still have other things to do, so I'll be taking my leave." Lady Fang noticed that the two sisters were conversing amiably, so there was no need for her to be around. She was naturally happy to see her daughter become close to Modiste Zhang, and not wholly because of Zhang Xiniang's craft, but rather so that Xiao could widen her connections in the capital and make more friends. The so-called, well-bred maidens of the capital were blindly arrogant and looked down upon Xiao, who was born into a farmer's family. From time to time, mocking words aimed towards her daughter reached her ears, and because of this, she had cut off all ties with a few other families. She did not understand what those pampered little misses were so arrogant about. Were their chins lifted high up into the sky just because they knew how to recite a few poems, play a few instruments, and work a needle and thread together? Even Zhang Xiniang, who was a merchant, seemed better than them. At the very least, she used her own skills and effort to create beautiful pieces of clothing for others. What right did those little rich misses who only knew how to wait for others to serve and pamper them and never contributed anything to anyone have to look down on others? Lady Fang was inwardly elated when she saw her daughter chat animatedly with Zhang Xiniang. Only those who could appreciate her daughter's capabilities were worthy to interact with. As such, what importance do the words and opinions of those supposed well-bred ladies hold? Zhang Xiniang politely stood up with Xiao and waited until Madame Fang went back into the inner courtyard. Then, she held Xiao's hand and asked eagerly, "Quick, tell me. Where did you get this idea from?" Yu Xiao seriously pondered about it and then said, "My aunt originally married over to the northeastern mountain region, and there's an ethnic group called Manchu over there. Most of them wear clothes that are designed like this, and it's called Qi-style attire, not the Qi from riding a horse, it's Qi-style attire, from the word flag, 1. This outfit is not only practical, but it also saves a lot of cloth." Zhang Xiniang drifted into a daze, seemingly mumbling to herself, "So it's the outfits of another ethnic group. I've heard that the clothes of the Hu ethnic group that live towards the northwest are very special and pretty, and they use a veil to cover their faces. If I have the chance, I'd really want to travel around and see the world outside, then I wouldn't be lacking in inspiration." "That's right, it's better to travel 10,000 kilometers than read 10,000 books. I've heard that the people in the southwest use silver accessories, and their clothes are dyed with a special method. It's really marvelous. If I had the chance, I'd like to follow our great Ming's ships to the western sea to see it for myself. Rumors say that the people over there have white skin, golden hair, blue eyes and a head full of curly hair. Isn't it interesting?" In her 2 lifetimes, Yu Xiao had never traveled outside her country, and, though the chances were small, she still yearned to see the world for herself. Zhang Xiniang's eyes widened as she held her hand to her mouth in surprise. Blue eyes, yellow hair, moreover, curly hair. It sounds like the description of monsters from the legends. Are there really people like this? Of course, both the Emperor and Royal Prince Xiang have traveled across the Western Sea and seen Westerners before. I heard that not only do they have yellow hair, but some of them also have red hair. They look different from us, and their language is also different. I don't know how the Emperor and Royal Prince Xiang were able to communicate with them. The clothes that the Westerners wear are also different from ours. If the opportunity arises, we can have the fleet get us some of the clothes that the Westerners wear for reference. Yu Xiao said a little whimsically. However, the great Ming dynasty's trade ships were all currently under the command of Royal Prince Xiang. She would only need to ask, and Zhu Junyang would definitely be willing to bring back not only their clothes, but also even all of their rare and strange trinkets and items for her. That would be wonderful. I'd really like to travel everywhere and sightsee. Zhang Xinyang's current expression was akin to a young girl who was filled with hopes and dreams and seemed unlike that of a master of embroidery's bearing. Yu Xiaoxiao watched her and suddenly thought that having a dream was such a wonderful feeling. What is my dream? Cultivate high-yielding crops so that the civilians would never starve. This dream is too noble and should be one belonging to a person of higher authority. It doesn't have much to do with me as I'm only a small official. Make a fortune so that my family is able to pass their lives comfortably. But I'm not lacking money, and my family's conditions only keep improving. What exactly is my dream? I really need to seriously think about it. Zhang Xinyang collected herself and returned to the more practical topic. She attentively inquired about the Qi-style attire's concepts, but Xiao Xiao only knew a little and did not understand the craft of making clothes at all. Can younger sister draw out the impression you have of the Qi-style attire for older sister to see? Zhang Xinyang felt that understanding the concept through sight was somewhat better in this case. Yu Xiaoxiao said somewhat embarrassingly, I don't know how to draw. I'm afraid that my drawings wouldn't serve any purpose and I'll only serve to humiliate myself. Why not let me describe while you draw? This seems much easier. The two of them moved to Xiao Xiao's courtyard. Servants fetched them the writing tools from the outer courtyard and Zhang Xinyang's maidservant ground the ink as Yu Xiaoxiao slowly introduced the designs of Qi attire that she knew to the modiste. Yu Xiaoxiao, who loved to watch shows set in the Qing dynasty such as Empresses in the Palace, Scarlet Heart, and Nothing Gold Can Stay, was more than familiar with the apparels and accessories of the Qing dynasty. The length of its skirt nearly reached the feet, which was a similar design to Qipao that came later. It was paired with a sleeveless jacket and had various types of the collars such as saddle-shaped, round-shaped, and slightly folded. There were several different designs of the upper garment, like pipa style, buttoned down on the right side, and buttoned down in the middle. The matching skirt or pants had printed flower patterns, embroidery, and pleating. The edge of the lapel, collar, and sleeves were decorated with different techniques like inlay and embroidery. The sleeves were wider on the bottom and shaped like a horse hoof. It could be said that Zhang Xinyang's drawings were even more beautiful and exquisite than what Xiao Xiao had pictured. Zhang Xinyang produced a few sketches of different beautiful designs. The other girl was indeed talented in clothing design, and she was able to create designs that were even better than what Xiao Xiao had imagined as long as Xiao Xiao was able to describe even just a little part of the outfit. Her maidservant's eyes shone with pride, yet said with a little haughtiness, Mistress, the designs would be better if you'd used our colorings to draw them. There was a design where the upper garment's length reached the knees and was decorated with inlays. It was paired with a pleated skirt. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at it and smiled, my godmother would look so good in this outfit. Since the weather is getting colder, you can sew on some fox fur on the collar and the opening of the sleeves. It'd be warm to wear and it'll still look good at the same time. The inspiration that had collected in Zhang Xinyang over the past few months seemed to have found an opening and exploded. She consecutively drew more than a dozen different designs of the Qi-style attire. Some of them followed Xiao Xiao's descriptions while others were innovations of her own ideas and understanding of the concept. Each design was unique in its own way and was extremely elegant and exquisite. Looking at these designs was like seeing the sets of outfits present themselves to an observer in real life. Zhang Xinyang's heart itched when she looked at these designs. She yearned to rush back immediately so she could start turning these sketches into stunning sets of clothing. Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Zhang Xinyang laughed. Younger sister Xiao Xiao indeed has a good eye for things. I have created this design with Lady Fang's figure in mind. Xiang, take Lady Fang's measurements later. 2 days later, older sister will visit you again after I've created the outfit according to the design. At that time, we'll see if it's the correct fit for Lady Fang. Yu Xiaoxiao was aware that her godmother had long desired to own clothes that were made personally by Zhang Xinyang, so she smiled and expressed her gratitude. Then I shall trouble older sister. You'd be treating me like an outsider if you're too courteous. If it wasn't for you, I'd have already been exhausted and my inspiration would have run out. Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you well. Exquisite Garments will sponsor all of you and Lady Fang's future clothes. I'll personally make a set of clothes for you and Lady Fang every season, and I'll give you 20% of the profits from the Qi-style attires. Don't refuse me, or else I'll throw these designs into the brazier. If Zhang Xinyang was not a determined person, she would not have come out despite all the pressure and taken over the Exquisite Garments that was about to close up operations. She also would not have been able to successfully establish her reputation along with Exquisite Garments through her skills and hard work. Zhang Xinyang had initially planned to find the person who designed official use clothes and subsequently buy off the drawings and designs. However, she hadn't expected that she would connect so well with the designer, Yu Xiaoxiao, and they even became sisters of a different surname. She had always put emphasis on integrity when she did her business, and reciprocity when she interacted with others. As the older sister, she most definitely would not take her younger sister for granted. Not only did she promise to personally create Xiao Xiao and Lady Fang's clothes, she had also considered Xiao Xiao's designs and ideas as an important element and decided to share her profits with her at the end of the year. With the Yu family's current conditions, Xiao Xiao didn't care whether she got the profits or not. However, she felt Zhang Xinyang's insistence, so she was not courteous with her. I'll unabashedly accept older sister's gift, then. Only now did Zhang Xinyang's face light up with joy as she stood up and said, I'll return now, I still have to sort out these drawings and write up a profit-sharing agreement, which Xiang will send over to you later. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to have her stay for lunch, but she tactfully declined under the pretense of having things to do back in Exquisite Garments. Xiao did not insist, and called the servants to prepare a basket containing a few watermelons and cantaloupes for her to bring home. Once they were in their horse carriage, Xiang happily put aside the watermelons and cantaloupes and said, "Mistress, Miss Yu is quite generous, even just these watermelons are worth over 100 taels. The fruits and vegetables store owned by Imperial Prince Jing sells a medium-sized watermelon for 10 taels each, and we wouldn't necessarily be able to get one even at this price. Not to mention that they're sold in limited numbers, 50 watermelons and 30 cantaloupes a day." She paused, then tried to stifle her laughter as she gossiped. "I heard Duque was holding a birthday banquet, and in order to have a plate of fruits for each table, he had his servants queue up since the middle of the night. It so happened that his rival, Imperial Prince Rong, also wanted to hold a feast. The two of them nearly fought to buy the fruits. The melons and fruits produced in the greenhouse of Royal Prince Yang's farmstead is like a chicken that lays golden eggs. Then do you know who was the one that made growing vegetables, fruits and melons possible during winter?" Zhang Xinjiang asked without lifting her head as she flipped through the drawings in her hand. "How could I not know? Who in this capital doesn't know of official Yu that works in agriculture under the Ministry of Revenue? Not only can she cultivate high-yielding crops, but she also made it possible to grow produce out of season. In the future, the people of the capital will be able to enjoy these delicacies. Who would have known that all of this is actually the result of the contribution of a smart yet gentle girl in her teens?" Xiang's face was filled with envy and admiration as she said this. Younger sister Xiao isn't only talented in agriculture, but she's also gifted in culinary. It's been said that many of the best-selling dishes of Junshou restaurant are her creations. Her medical prowess should also be praised. She'd even successfully treated the little prince's illness. Zhang Xinjiang couldn't help but feel in awe as she thought about the girl who was only several years younger than her and yet had already possessed such capabilities. Xiang's eyes lit up as she held her face in her hands and dazedly breathed. Official Yu looks only about 11 or 12 years old, yet she's so knowledgeable and proficient. Could it be that she's a genius? Zhang Xinjiang could not bear to move her gaze away from the pieces of designs, and she loathed that she could not immediately turn these drawings into pieces of clothing. She could imagine the sensation these extraordinary designs would cause in the capital. She agreeably nodded to Xiang's words. Simply from the words of her relative, younger sister Xiao was able to identify the many special elements of the designs and had servants make an eye-catching outfit out of it. If younger sister Xiao would only spend a little more time on her drawing skills, it would only be a matter of time before she would have to surrender the title of Great Ming Dynasty's Master of Embroidery. When Zhang Xinjiang returned to her residence, she immediately began work on making chi-style attires throughout the day, and she was so immersed in making the clothes that she even forgot to sleep and eat. After she left the Fang estate, Yu Xiao returned to the inner courtyard. She climbed and lay lazily atop a cushioned seat that was placed next to a heated wall. By her side, Lady Fang silently listened to Hecan's animated prattles. "Madam, you don't know how amazing the young miss is." With just a few simple sentences, she was able to let Modiste Zhang sincerely treat her like her sister. This servant was also amazed when young miss described the chi-style attire. Although it was only in black and white, the designs that Modiste Zhang made based on young miss's descriptions were enough to make people long for it. "I'm filled with pride whenever I think that the chi-style clothing that will be the trend among those well-bred ladies of the capital all came from young miss." Hecan was only a 14-year-old girl after all. She took it as a form of pride to be serving such a talented young miss, so her words were full of energy and filled with admiration. Yu Xiao only smiled. "That's because older sister Zhang is amazing. She's capable of sublimating and refining my thoughts and words into something better. She is the true talent in the world of fashion." Hecan agreed with this statement, but she still felt that her own young miss was better. Modiste Zhang also said that, if it weren't for young miss that gave her a spark of inspiration, she would never be able to design outfits that are so unique and beautiful. Young miss had made a great contribution to her. Linglong, who was usually solemn and serious, also chipped in. "To have Modiste Yang's sincere friendship, our young miss is definitely the first among the capital's young ladies." Hecan nodded her head almost as if she were kowtowing, and her face blossomed with a smile. "Madam, take a guess at what Modiste Zhang had promised to young miss." "What did she promise?" "Make a set of clothes for our cower." Lady Fang did not have a single thing to say against her own daughter. "Cower, you're growing, it's about time you have a few sets of apparels and accessories that you can wear out." Hecan's smile deepened. "In the future, young miss can wear the clothes that Modiste Zhang personally makes for you when you go out. With a set of clothes from Modiste Zhang every season, you'd definitely be the envy of those arrogant young ladies." A set of outfits every season? For every year? Lady Fang was astounded. It should be known that it was enough bragging rights for a year if any one of the young ladies competing managed to get their hands on even just one set of Modiste Yang's creations. Moreover, this was getting a set of clothes every season. It's not only for young miss. Madam, you also get a set of clothes every season, made personally by Modiste Zhang. Modiste Zhang also said that the first set of chi-style clothing would be made according to your measurements. You'd be the first noblewoman in the entire capital to own a chi-style attire. Once the words escaped Hecan's mouth, all the maid servants in the room immediately exclaimed and congratulated their mistress. Lady Fang could not believe what she was hearing. It was good enough that Zhang Xinjiang connected well with her daughter and even offered to make clothes for her, but she didn't expect her daughter to weigh so much in Zhang Xinjiang's heart until Zhang Xinjiang's favor extended even to her, and promised to make clothes for her, too. Everyone in the capital knew that Modiste Zhang of exquisite garments would not simply make clothes for anyone. How lucky she was. "Cower, since Modiste Zhang treats us so well, we should reciprocate and return the favor." Lady Fang thought about what she could possibly give back to Zhang Xinjiang. Without much thought, Yu Xiao said, "At the most, I'll sponsor Zhang family's fruits and vegetables for this winter." But Hecan responded hesitantly, "Young miss, Modiste Zhang only promised to make clothes for both you and the madam because you gave her the designs of the chi-style attire. If you also provide her with fruits and vegetables, isn't it a little? Lady Fang pondered about it, and then nodded. Heckin is right, if there are too many benefits between friends, the friendship would no longer be pure. However, some harmless little gifts should still be alright. Don't you like making pastries? You can occasionally send her some so she can try. Xiao laughed when she noticed that Heckin seemed like she wanted to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. It's not like someone is covering your mouth, why make such an odd face? Heckin tittered, young miss, we actually have something new that can be sent as gifts to one's BFF. She'd heard the term, BFF, from young miss before. From now on, Zhang Xiniang would be considered as her young miss's BFF, right? Xiao's eyes lit up as she said, you mean, the handmade soaps? Heckin nodded fiercely, yes, yes. I followed the instructions that you gave and tried for a long time before I finally made aloe soap and honey milk soap. I'm only waiting for you to return and check the results. Go bring it over for me to see. Xiao was excited. Speaking of handmade soaps, the idea only came by when she was washing her face one morning and complained about the rough soap. This soap is expensive but it's not particularly useful. It can't keep moisture, nor can it whiten the skin, it's not worth buying. Heckin always wanted to look pretty. On normal days, she liked to make some cosmetics like rouge and face powder. Once she heard her young miss complain about the soap that cost 5 taels each, the Heckin who idolized Xiao began to pester her, asking about the kind of soap that would be able to moisturize and whiten the skin. Thus, Xiao told her 2 ways to easily make soap. Although the person speaking was careless, the listener had the intention. Heckin remembered the instructions and secretly tried them out. Xiao had not expected that she would be able to successfully craft them after only a month's work. The other maidservants in the room snickered when Heckin brought back 2 pieces of oddly shaped handmade soap. The aloe soap was only a green lump that looked like squished vegetable balls. The color of the honey milk soap was neither yellow nor white and it looked like expired cheese. Could these actually be used? Wedung felt that she had stolen her limelight earlier, so she was eager to deride her. Heckin, this is the handmade soap that you mentioned. Are you sure it's not a failed product that you brought out to fool young miss? Who would dare to use such a thing like this? Heckin's face reddened from their mockings and she retorted, it looks bad, but it works better than the soap we buy from outside. Using the aloe vera soap moisturizes your hands and using honey and milk soap won't dry your hands. In fact, it'll even make them feel fine and smooth. Wedung continued to mock her, with your lousy skills, others won't even buy it for half a tael, much less for 5 taels. Hurry and take it back, don't humiliate yourself. Xiao's gaze lightly slid over her, and Wedung knew to immediately shut her mouth. Let me see it. Xiao took the 2 handmade soaps from the maidservant. Their shapes were indeed too horrible to look at. Heckin was too careless with this. Did she just casually shape them with her hands? She placed the light green soap to her nose and took a light sniff. The smell was quite refreshing and exquisite, with a hint of the fresh scent of aloe. The coloring of the soap was uneven. It was probably because Heckin had not thoroughly stirred the mixture when she had poured in the aloe juice. She let Wedung bring in a pot of water and use the honey and milk soap to wash her hands. The soap suds were quite fine, and her hands felt smooth and moisturized after washing. There was a slight smell of milk candy left over. The soap worked quite well, the only thing lacking was the appearance. She gave Heckin some tips in a bottle of mystic stone water, claiming that it was an extract of many herbs that had many benefits for the skin. She instructed the maid to drip a drop of the herbal extract into the mixture the next time she made soap, so the effects would be better. Heckin revered her mistress's skills in medicine. If her mistress said that this extract was beneficial to the skin, then soaps containing this extract would definitely have the same effects as her mistress had claimed. They would be able to brighten, moisturize, and remove pimples from a person's skin. In Heckin's heart, her young miss was an existence comparable to the gods. Older sisters Yingtao and Yangliu were both people that she admired and also the target she was working hard towards. Older sister Yingtao was talented in medicine, which was why she became the manager of the pharmaceutical workshop. Meanwhile, older sister Yangliu showed great talent in the culinary arts and was placed in charge of the kitchen of their braised food store in the capital. If she could perfect these handmade soaps and add some finishings, could she also become young Mrs. Important subordinate like them in the future? Lady Fang smiled as she watched her daughter fool around with the maid servants. Seeing Heckin getting fooled by her daughter with just a few sentences, she laughed. Heckin, your young miss has a lot of unique ideas, and what she really requires are girls like you who have the guts to try and like to take action. Try your best, this might be your chance. Xiao only smiled, but Heckin was full of vigor. At the side, Wedung sulked, does the young miss not like me? She'd rather promote that lowly little girl than give me a chance. Could it be, that wretch had told the young miss that I was unwilling to follow her to the outskirts to suffer, and that I had even said some sarcastic remarks at that time? Her worries consumed her as she thought really hard about what she could do to let her mistress change her opinion of her. On the other side, Xiao and her godmother were discussing the young ladies of the capital. Cower, Royal Princess Minglin has already personally sent the invite over for next month's flower war party. If we continue to decline her invite, others might say that we're arrogant and disrespectful, but I'm afraid you'll suffer grievances if you go. Lady Fang was also very hesitant. On one hand, she wanted her daughter to interact with more peers and slowly create her own circle of friends, but on the other hand, she was fearful that the other arrogant, pampered little misses would look down upon her daughter's lowly birth and use it to mock her. Xiao smiled and said, there's nothing to be aggrieved about. Those supposed well-bred maidens of prestigious families only behave so because they're backed by their family. If we disregard their backgrounds, what else is left for them to be arrogant about? Rest assured, godmother, I won't get upset because of people who are unrelated to me. You've always been free and easy, so I won't say any more. You're right, making friends require fate. We should just go with the flow. Seeing that Xiao Xiao understood the current situation, Lady Fang didn't say any more on that topic. Royal Princess Minglan's quite brisk and generous, unlike others. However, she does tend to be really down to earth with her words, so she doesn't necessarily have prejudices against you if she said something that's a bit offensive. This, you'll have to feel for yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao obediently nodded as Lady Fang continued, it's not a secret in the capital that Royal Princess Minglan loves chrysanthemums. For the flower war, you should bring the pot of 2 chows from our greenhouse and present her the thing that she likes. Even if you can't get first place, Royal Princess Minglan would still look at you differently. After thinking a bit, Lady Fang still did not feel completely at ease, so she started to prattle about the other well-bred maidens of the capital. Among the ladies of the capital, the ones who are most well known are the 4 talented girls of the capital, and the 2 beauties. Among the 4 talented girls are the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy's daughter, Cao Panyan. The granddaughter of the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Library, Wu Lingfu, Wen Shuhan, daughter of a scholar at Hanlin Academy, and Lin Weiyu, daughter of an official under the Grand Secretariat. They're all skilled in many aspects and are the target of pursuit of many scholars in the capital. These people are aloof and conceited, but they care very much about their reputation and won't offend others easily. As for the 2 beauties, they're judged by their appearance and bearing. One of them is the daughter of Prime Minister Yuan Shuiyan, who likes to wear white and is usually cold. The other is the granddaughter of the Princess Royal, He Wanning, who wears red and has a fiery temperament. Although the 2 of them have opposing temperaments, they're actually quite good friends. Yuan Shuiyan is fine, but remember to never offend He Wanning. If she's angry with you, she'll hit you no matter who you are. Lady Fang also introduced the traits and temperaments of other young ladies and was unwilling to stop even when she had ranted on until dinner time. She was afraid that if she missed out even just the slightest detail, her daughter might be at a disadvantage. Yu Xiaoxiao only quietly listened to her. She had not intended to interact much with those well-bred young maidens who carried themselves arrogantly and seemed so fake. When the time came, it would be just fine as long as they could get along on the surface. Days passed. As the weather slowly turned colder and colder, the greenhouse vegetables now fully displayed their charm. The farmstead had only tried cultivating 100 mu of vegetables this year, but the capital was full of people that had wealth and authority. If one were to casually throw a stick on Chaoyang Street, they would hit a person that was either rich or distinguished. Neither the wealthy nor the powerful lacked money, so when the supply of greenhouse vegetables could not reach the demand, the prices of the vegetables spiked. Even at the price of 50 copper coins a caddy, one wouldn't necessarily be able to buy the green, leafy vegetables that normally sold at a few copper coins per caddy. The prices were even higher for eggplants, yard-long beans, tomatoes, cucumbers and the likes. People would still fight for them even if they were sold at the price of 1 tael per caddy. People queued in front of the fruit and vegetable stores at the east and west sides of the city even before dawn, and all the limited quantities of produce would definitely be sold out before half the day had gone by. The person who suffered the most because of this was definitely Imperial Prince Xiang. Once the people found out that the fruit and vegetable stores in the east and west of the city were owned Prince Xiang, all of his peers, regardless of whether they had been acquainted before or not, approached him to chat, but every one of them eventually led to topics relating to fruits and vegetables, hoping that he would supply them with more produce outside of the set quantities under the table. Imperial Prince Xiang was so annoyed he could only sell out the emperor. The greenhouse vegetables are the result of a cooperation between the emperor and official Yu under the Ministry of Revenue and has nothing to do with the Imperial Prince Xiang's estate. We're only in charge of sales. I'm an imperial prince, but I really have no say in this matter. Rather than wasting your time here, it'd be better if you tried their luck with the little official Yu instead. Those civil and military officials were mostly against the appointment of Yu Xiaoxiao as an official. Back then, when she was being appointed, some officials who were more headstrong and obstinate almost rammed their heads into a pillar. How could they, for the sake of fulfilling their cravings, put down their dignity to beg a mere 6th-ranked official? Some of them even began to accuse Yu Xiaoxiao of not trying to fix her relationships with other court officials. These people wanted her vegetables, yet still acted haughtily while expecting her to hurriedly hand them over. It was really stupefying. Yu Xiaoxiao would definitely spit her rice out if she knew how these people thought. The emperor only appointed her as a small official for practicality's sake. She did not think that she could be promoted to a 1st-ranked official just by cultivating agricultural produce. 6th ranked was as far as she could go. However, the general's estate received an increasing amount of calling cards recently. A small part of them came for Yu Xiaoxiao from some unknown young ladies with unknown motives. The rest were invites for Lady Fang to some gatherings that also specified for her to bring along her daughter, Yu Xiaoxiao, but Xiaoxiao had tactfully declined all of them under the pretense that she was busy with work. Rather than deal with those pretentious young ladies, she felt it was easier to go to the plantation and do some actual work. It was exactly because she rarely attended these gatherings that she became a mystery among the young ladies of the capital. Of course, the young ladies whose invitations she had declined had spoken badly about her, like how she was so arrogant, petty, how they gave her face but she didn't want to save face and the likes. This had incited more curiosity from others. What kind of person was this 12-year-old girl who was born in a farmer's family but was now a 6th-ranked official? The day of the flower war party arrived quickly. Days before the event, a lot of people were already asking about, trying to see if official Yu under the Ministry of Revenue was attending the event. Even more eagerly awaited for a good show. If that person surnamed Yu would dare to not give face to Royal Princess Minglan, then she could only wait to be left out of the circle of well-bred young ladies. Yu Xiaoxiao, is this even important? Zhang Xinyang had sent the Qi-style attire she had made to the general's estate in advance. The Qi-style clothing was about to make its first appearance on exquisite garments display. She wanted to use this flower war party as an opportunity to create a huge sensation for it among the prestigious circles in the capital. When Yu Xiaoxiao was trying on the clothes, she even mocked herself, older sister, I'm only afraid that I'll go in bright and beautifully but come out covered in ash and mud. Wouldn't it be a shame if someone were to, accidentally, spill tea or some sauce over such a pretty set of clothes? Zhang Xinyiang's hand, which was helping her to adjust the garment, paused. She recalled the difficult times at the beginning when she was barely holding up exquisite garments and her lips thinned into a line. She proclaimed coldly, it's all right. Those people still want to maintain their reputation, so they won't dare to do anything to you directly. At most, they'll say some unkind words, just take it as wild dogs barking. I've brought you an additional set, just remember to be careful while you're changing, or else you might fall into someone's trap. You'll have to guard against the secrets and schemes of the young ladies. The day before the flower war banquet, Zhu Junyang, who usually couldn't be found, had finally appeared for some reason. The little lass looked like she had grown taller again and was now at the height of his chest. He was worried about her and reminded her, lass, if anyone tries to bully you, don't keep it inside of you. Come back and tell me. After not seeing the young royal prince for over a month, the only thought Yu Xiaoxiao had going through her head now was, this fellow is even more bewitching now. She didn't dare to look deeply into that pair of alluring phoenix eyes as she was afraid that, if she wasn't careful, she might get lost in their depths. Someone needed to take this guy down a notch because otherwise he was going to harm everyone else. When she heard this, Xiaoxiao, who was somewhat lost in her thoughts, burst out into laughter. She lifted her tiny head and looked at that devilishly handsome face and said, why do I need to tell you? Are you going to beat them up? Zhu Junyang was speechless for a second and then coldly huffed, although I don't hit women, these girls do have brothers you know. Yu Xiaoxiao silently gave a moment of silence to the brothers of the maidens who were planning on making things difficult for her. She then faintly smiled, in actuality, you don't have to go through so much trouble. We just won't allow the families of those who are stupid enough to try to bully me to buy vegetables or fruits then. In any case, if she looks down on my background as a farmer, then she shouldn't be eating fruits and vegetables grown by this farmer's daughter, right? As for next year's fruit and watermelon harvest, we also won't sell it to them. When the canned and jarred fruits come out, we won't sell those to them either. Wasn't the reason why those people looked down upon her because they came from wealthy and powerful families? However, if they had the money but were still unable to buy popular goods, would they still believe that they were better than others? Apparently his little lass wasn't a little white bunny who was easily bullied by others. Instead, she was a tiny cat who hid her sharp claws until she needed them. Usually she looked quite gentle, obedient and adorable. However, whenever she was unhappy, she would reveal those claws and leave a bloody mark on you that you could never forget. Zhu Junyang, who had been escorted to the gate of the outer courtyard, helped Xiaoxiao by pulling her cloak and furry little hat into place. He smiled, recently I haven't spent much time with you. When winter is in full swing, I'll have more time to spend with you. Whoever tries to bully you, remember them and tell me. I will make sure to get them all back for you. In actuality, for the past month or so, Xiaoxiao had been even more busy than Royal Prince Xiang. She was the only one in charge of the vegetable stand in Tanggu and also was in the midst of managing the pharmaceutical factory's new products. Recently, Tongren Medicine Hall came up with a few new pills for nurturing the body, which were the masterpieces of her work from the past month. So, the young royal prince didn't have to be concerned about Xiaoxiao pining for him. In fact, she was too busy to even think about him. The next day, early in the morning, Yu Xiaoxiao changed into the set of cheese-style clothing that older sister Xinyiang had personally designed and sewn for her. Her hair was combed into a pair of cute flower buns with two side braids that were expertly arranged on her head to make it look like she had two elegant flowers on her head. The buns were decorated throughout with hairpins encrusted with pink pearls. The remaining lower layers of hair were combed into small braids to swing at the front of her chest. It made her look younger by about 2 years and she looked especially adorable and unique. When Xiaoxiao entered the inner courtyard of the Duke Zhengguo's estate, countless pairs of curious eyes looked at her from head to toe. She was dressed in a simple and elegant cheese-style dress that was a light pink. Her white sleeves resembled the petals of lilies as they had 2 to 3 layers. She wore a rose-red outer short coat that was dotted with clouds embroidered with gold and the collar was embroidered with icy white lotuses in full bloom. To combat the cold of the winter, the collars and cuffs of her clothing all had puffs of white fur lining it, which looked very cute. On closer look, the pleated skirt on her dress had artful layers that were colored a rosy pink. It contrasted very elegantly with the icy white lotuses and harmonized perfectly. One of the maidens there, who had sharp eyes, had noticed that this girl's clothing had a telltale seal on it. She was incredibly surprised. This set of clothing was clearly the handicraft of Yang's exquisite garments. In fact, it had to be made by the owner of the shop herself and was a brand new style. The clothing not only broke through the previous conventions of how dresses should be styled but also showed a brand new design. It was truly a stunning piece of work. The young maidens who had arrived at the gathering early all looked at this strange little face that had skin as transparent and luminous as jade. They were all trying to guess who she was. Which family's young miss was fortunate enough to catch the eye of Modiste Zhang and be able to show off her new work in this type of setting? Oh ho, which family are you from, little sister? You don't look familiar to me. Is this the first time you're attending a gathering with his fellow sisters? Ah. Royal Princess Minglin couldn't help but smile and stand up when she saw this unfamiliar, adorable little girl. She was previously sitting next to He Wanning, who was a beauty and had a personality that complemented with hers. Lady Fang was a bit worried about her daughter attending such a party, so she had Linglong accompany Xiaoxiao. The maid quietly reminded her and Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly placed her delicate white hands on her abdomen and bowed a greeting. She used a dulcet voice as sweet as a skylark to reply, I am Yu Xiaoxiao. Greetings to Royal Princess Minglin and the other older sisters here. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was that? When the unfamiliar little girl said her name, everyone had a confused look on their faces. There was only one official that was surnamed Yu, one in the capital. He had just taken up a position last year at the Ministry of Appointments and was the left assistant minister, Xiang. It was said that his younger daughter was around 10 years old. Was this little girl in front of them his daughter? The daughter of the right assistant minister at the Ministry of Appointments, Li Mero, smiled as she walked over. She intimately pulled on Xiao Xiao's hand and used a familiar tone of voice to address her. So it's the little sister from the Yu family. Ah. I have long wanted to meet you and wished to invite you to my family as a guest. However, your honored mother always said that your health wasn't good, so you couldn't leave the residence. From what I see today, you must be feeling better, right? Xiao Xiao had a more weak and delicate-looking body. The chi-style clothing cinched in at the waist, which made her seem even more dainty and ethereal. In addition, with her slightly bony chin and a large pair of eyes that seemed to overwhelm her face, it made her egg-shaped face seem even smaller. Luckily, her pale skin had a rosy glow to it. Otherwise, it would really look like she had just recovered from a great illness. Young miss, she is Miss Li, the daughter of the right assistant minister at the Ministry of Appointments. Although Linglong was a bit perplexed at the other girl's enthusiasm, she didn't forget her status and made sure to remind her young miss. This type of attitude didn't seem quite right. Why was she pretending to be on familiar terms with her? Was this some type of trap? Despite her doubts, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't show any of her confusion on her face and instead revealed a sweet smile as she politely replied, "Many thanks, Miss Li, for your kind thoughts. It's what I should do." Li Mero pulled on Xiaoxiao's tiny hand and waved gracefully at the group of young maidens as she said, "Come, older sister will introduce you to a few good sisters to let you become familiar with them." Everyone who she met in the warm room had revealed a kind smile at her. Although they were not as warm in attitude to her as the young miss from the assistant minister's family, they also weren't cold. "Younger sister Yu, is the set of clothing you're wearing from exquisite garments? I didn't expect that you, as a newcomer to the capital, would be able to catch the eye of Modiste Xiang and get a set of customly designed clothing from her. Is there a story behind all of this?" The person who spoke up was Huaning. She was around 14 to 15 years of age and was wearing a set of clothing in fiery red. The color made her face look even more lively and her personality was similar to the color of her clothing, bold and unrestrained. There wasn't anything she was afraid to mention. Today, Yu Xiaoxiao had also set a mission for herself to promote the new chi-style attire. She naturally wouldn't let this perfect opportunity go by. "The set of clothing I'm wearing was made by older sister Zhang and she had drawn inspiration from a different culture. This style really shows a woman's gentle and delicate side. I'm certain that, before long, this style of clothing will also be displayed in all of the exquisite garment stores." "You're familiar with Modiste Zhang, ah?" one of the girls sitting in the room asked in a tone full of jealousy. Yu Xiaoxiao replied in a humble manner, "I've only seen her a few times, that's all." "You already call her as an older sister, so it must not have only been a few times." "Miss Yu, you're not telling the entire story. Quickly tell us, just how did you become familiar with Modiste Zhang?" Huaning circled around Xiaoxiao and inspected her clothing carefully from head to toe. This wasn't considered to be a rude gesture in the noble maiden circles. If any of them had gotten a customly designed set of clothing from exquisite garments, then everyone would have to look at them closely. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before she simply outlined the reason why Zhang Xiniang had asked to see her. Huaning frowned slightly. "Are you saying that Modiste Zhang saw that you were wearing a different style of clothing once and ran after you to ask about it?" Li Mero also had an expression of disbelief on her face as she said, "Younger sister Yu, hasn't the wife of the left assistant minister always said that you had a weak constitution and rarely went out? It's a bit coincidental that Zhang Xiniang would randomly see you outside once wearing clothing that interested her, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a perplexed expression and asked, "The wife of the left assistant minister? I have never met her, so how could she know what my body is like? I am quite healthy and I can easily ride a horse every day for an hour without any problems." Li Mero had a shocked expression on her face and used the handkerchief in her hand to cover her mouth. "You're not the young miss of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments?" "I'm not." Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes. Her clear and limpid eyes reflected all of the awkward expressions on the young women's faces in the room. Li Mero stated in a somewhat angry and flabbergasted manner, "Didn't you say you were surnamed Yua? Out of all of the officials in the capital, other than the new left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, there isn't another family surnamed Yu, right? Just who are you? Why are you trying to pretend to be a young miss and fool everyone?" Apparently everyone had mistaken her for someone else. Yu Xiaoxiao finally understood why everyone had been treating her so well from the start. As long as it wasn't some sinister plot, then she was fine. The tight knot she had in her chest was now relaxed. In front of the bewildered other young ladies, Yu Xiaoxiao was very calm. She faintly smiled and said, "Miss Li, I believe we've had a misunderstanding. I am truly surnamed Yu, it's the Yu from, may you have abundance year after year." One of Royal Princess Minglan's maids next to her quietly whispered a few words into her ear. She looked at Linglong, who was next to Xiaoxiao, and nodded her head. She had a reserved smile on her face as she said, "So you are the young miss from Zhaoyang General's estate. I was rude earlier and had mistaken you for someone else." The young miss from Zhaoyang General's estate. Wasn't that the girl who was now a newly appointed agricultural official at the Ministry of Revenue? It was true, that agricultural official was also surnamed Yu and had the first name of Xiaoxiao. In fact, many of the noble maidens had privately made fun of her name, stating that it was such a crude and inelegant name. It made it obvious that she came from a peasant farming family. Many of the young maidens in the warm room stopped smiling now and they had a look of slight disdain in their eyes. Li Mero was even more flustered and unhappy. This Yu Xiaoxiao was too vile. She had misled her and had her embarrass herself in front of all of these noble maidens. "What is wrong with you? How come you didn't state your identity clearly?" Were you afraid of your own status and decided to pretend to be someone else? Lee Marrow babbled incoherently as she was afraid the other girls would start to misunderstand and think that she was friends with a crude and lowly girl from a peasant farmer's family. Yu Xiao lost her smile and gave her a cursory glance. She stated in a neutral tone of voice, Miss Lee, am I right in assuming that you always reference the fact that you're the daughter of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments when you're greeting someone? What's wrong with my birth? If we go back a few generations, no one should be laughing at anyone else. After they heard this, they had to admit that her reasoning was sound. Even the person sitting on that regal and golden throne was the descendant of a poor peasant in his grandfather's generation. In fact, even Duke Zhengguo and many other generals had all come from peasant stock. They weren't any more noble than regular farmers either. Lee Marrow sensed that Royal Princess Minglin was looking at her in a displeased manner and decided that she couldn't lose this argument. She raised her voice to say, everyone who was here had ancestors who contributed to the country, which is how they ended up with their ranks. You're only the daughter of a farmer, so how dare you compare us to you? Yu Xiao opened her eyes wide and looked at Lee Marrow. It was only when the other girl started to feel uncomfortable that she finally replied, you also said that this was all the deeds and contributions of your ancestors. So what leg do you have to stand on in being so proud and arrogant? Are you able to help the emperor in making the country better? Or are you able to improve the lives of the people? If you can't, then are you in any position to look down on other people? Lee Marrow was speechless. Her father, as the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, was a third-ranked official. Other than he wanting occasionally saying a remark that made everyone not know what to say, there really wasn't anyone else in this circle who would speak to her so impolitely. At this moment, she was so incensed that her lips trembled and the rims of her eyes gradually turned red. As one of the famed 4 talented girls in the capital, Wu Lingyun had to interfere now. She stepped forward and said, older sister Lee had just had a misunderstanding with you and felt a bit upset about it. The only reason why she was a bit rude was because of the situation. Official Yu, do you need to be so overbearing? Overbearing? Her? Was the other girl sure it wasn't the other way around? One shouldn't be this obviously biased, right? Yu Xiao had never been the type of person to rein in her sharp tongue. That being said, it wasn't as if she was trying to fawn over these maidens. What was the point in swallowing this humiliation for nothing? If they wanted to cause problems for her, then she wasn't going to make their lives easy either. Miss Wu, the words you're saying are a bit too biased. From the moment I entered, have I ever personally claimed to be the daughter of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments? Miss Lee made a mistake, which isn't a big deal in the first place. But was there any need for her to lash out at me about my background and birth? From what Miss Wu was saying, I should take these insults, no matter how awful, and just endure it. Then, if someone wants to slap my face, I shouldn't try to dodge and instead raise my face to meet their hands and let my dignity be trampled. Is this how the noble maidens in the capital interact with each other? If that's the case, then I was wrong to come to this flower battle. As she finished, she slowly stood up and used a sharp gaze to look at all of the maidens who were obviously enjoying the show. She flitted across Wu Lingyun's and Lee Marrow's faces before finally looking at Royal Princess Minglin. She moved a few steps as she said with an unapologetic look on her face, forgive me for causing havoc at your flower banquet, your highness. This pot of 2 chows, I will leave behind as a gift of apology. Heckin. Heckin stepped forward with a rigid look on her face and placed the pot of flowers in her hands up front. She also took cloth covering off of the flower, revealing a pot of chrysanthemums that had flowers that were colored yellow and purple on one bloom. Royal Princess Minglin, who was a lover of chrysanthemums, immediately forgot the words of persuasion she wanted to say as her entire attention was now on that pot of gorgeous flowers. The dark green leaves contrasted sharply with the one flower in full bloom. The flower had rows of delicate petals and, in the exact middle, there was a clear division between the bright yellow petals and gorgeous purple petals. Next to the open bloom were several delicate buds that were all half yellow and purple. They seemed like shy little sisters that hid behind their beautiful sister and regarded everyone else bashfully. Isn't this the legendary 2 chows chrysanthemum that is referenced in 2 chows hidden deeply within the bronze sparrow platform, 2 poem and has flowers that are 2 colors? Miss Yu, where did you get such a valuable chrysanthemum? In fact, in order to find such a beautiful specimen, I begged my father and my older brothers to look for news about it. Yet, we've had no luck so far. The rumors weren't wrong. Royal Princess Minglin was truly someone who loved chrysanthemums beyond comparison. When she saw this valuable 2 chows species, she only had eyes for this and nothing else. Earlier, when her background was established, for a moment, all of the maidens in the room regarded the 2 chows on the table with undisguised contempt. That all happened before Royal Princess Minglin revealed the identity of this flower. Yu Xiao had gotten a brief overview from her godmother before she went to this party. Royal Princess Minglin had been spoiled by her father and older brothers, so she had a somewhat childish yet open personality. Consequently, Yu Xiao didn't have any ill will towards her. After the princess spoke, Yu Xiao glanced deliberately at the other maidens in the room and especially gave Lee Marrow a provoking look before she leisurely replied, my hometown is next to the mountain and ocean. In the mountains there's a valley surrounded on all 4 sides by the mountains. The climate there is mild and very few humans venture into that area. My younger brother and I had coincidentally discovered this area and found that the valley had all types of rarely seen flora. This 2-colored chrysanthemum had also come from that valley. From my godmother, I found out that this flower is the famous 2 chows chrysanthemum. Thus, I brought it into the capital to the general's estate and had it raised in the greenhouse. The rumors that true treasures are found in the wild are true. Flowers that have been bred from the hands of humans all seem to lose some sort of liveliness. Only this flower, which came from the wild mountains, has the liveliness befitting of a treasure. After hearing Miss Yu's story, I also want to go to that valley to take a look. Royal Princess Minglin adored this pot of 2 chows, chrysanthemum and couldn't bear to look away. She remembered that this pot of 2 chows was something that Miss Yu had brought over to attend the Flower Wars banquet. However, the competition hadn't even started before this guest wanted to leave in anger. This offended guest also wanted to leave such a valuable specimen as a gift to her. If word of this came out, her reputation, as the host, would be negatively affected and people would claim she wasn't raised well. Royal Princess Minglin reluctantly ordered her maid. This pot of 2 chows was brought over by the young miss of Zhaoyang General's residence to attend the Flower Wars party. Quickly bring it into the greenhouse before it gets damaged from the cold. Yu Xiaosao was about to open her mouth to say something when the princess interrupted her. There's a common saying, an exchange of blows may lead to friendship. It's hard to avoid a few misunderstandings here and there between us girls. For my sake, would you two consider making up now? Although Li Mero was indignant at the thought, she wasn't brave enough to refuse Royal Princess Minglin's suggestion. The princess's father was a first-rank duke and her older brothers were all in the military with illustrious deeds under their belts. In fact, Royal Princess Minglin was awarded her title as Royal Princess from her father's and brother's deeds. If she made things inharmonious at the princess's party, then she likely wouldn't get any future invitations to the duke's residence. After thinking things through, she restrained the hatred in her heart and pasted on a fake smile before she said to Yu Xiaosao, it was just a misunderstanding. Miss Yu, please don't take it to heart. This was the most she could do at this point. If she really had to apologize to a peasant with dirt on her shoes, in the future, how could she hold her head up in this circle of girls? Yu Xiaosao slightly sneered but she decided to assent to Royal Princess Minglin's suggestion. It looked like she and Miss Li weren't fated to get along, but it wasn't a big deal. In any case, she would take things as they came and react accordingly. After looking around, she saw Yuaning waving a hand towards her, so she walked to that table. That table only had Yuaning, who was dressed in fiery red, and Yuan Shuiyan, who was dressed entirely in white sitting there. Thus, she also took a seat at the table. However, one of the maidens in the room, who she didn't know, sourly remarked, that table either has the daughter of a first-ranked official or the relative of the imperial family or the royal princess herself. Even the daughters of third-ranked officials don't have the guts to go up there. Why should she sit there? Royal Princess Minglin was in a very good mood after getting to see it, 2 chows, chrysanthemum. When she heard this particular maiden stating a remark meant to cause trouble, she lightly gave her a glance that held a hint of warning. Unexpectedly, Yuan Shuiyan, who had been sitting at this table silently, spoke up in a cool tone, if we're speaking about qualifications, in this entire room full of people, other than the royal princess having her own title, only Miss Yu is personally titled as a 6th-level official. Although 6th-level officials don't amount to much in court, many of the people here have fathers and brothers who aren't high-ranked either. She is the person most qualified to sit at the head table here. The so-called 4 talented girls of the capital only had male relatives that were lowly ranked. In fact, the highest ranked among them was only a 5th-ranked official. Compared to Yu Xiaosao's 6th-level official title, it wasn't that much higher. In this room full of young maidens who were the daughters of 2nd-ranked and 3rd-ranked officials, they were only here because of their fame as talented girls. Otherwise, if they relied on their status as daughters of 5th-ranked officials or lower, they didn't have the qualifications to be invited to a party held by Royal Princess Minglin as there were plenty of girls of their status on the capital streets. After hearing the icy beauty, Yuan Shuiyan speak up, these 4 girls all blushed in embarrassment and lowered their heads. The other girls in the room, who had originally wanted to cause problems, also reined themselves in when they saw Royal Princess Minglin and the other 2 beauties of the capital, who were unspoken heads of this circle, speak up for Yu Xiaosao. Many thanks, Miss Yuan, for helping me. Let me take this cup of tea in place of wine to toast you a cup. Yu Xiaosao held up her cup of tea and took a big drink from it. Yuan Shuiyan's lips slightly curved up in what could be considered a smile and also took a gentle sip from her cup. After placing down her teacup, she lightly said, Yu Fan is the last disciple of my grandfather, so our 2 families are actually connected in this way. My grandfather always praises your younger brother and states that his scholarly abilities are similar to my father's when he was young. Not everyone can understand the struggles of a talented young man who was born in humble circumstances. Although her voice wasn't loud, it was enough that everyone in the room could hear her words clearly. Someone who was praised by great scholar Yuan to be similar to his most talented son likely was truly a talented youth. Yu Xiaosao didn't look much older than 10 to 11, which meant that her younger brother was even younger. However, he had been taken in by great scholar Yuan as his last disciple. His future career and connections was not something to be taken for granted. The vast majority of the young maidens here silently rejoiced that they didn't blatantly reveal their disgust and contempt towards Yu Xiaosao. The interpersonal relationships between the young maidens in the capital were actually miniaturized versions between the officials and wealthy nobles. If they couldn't help their fathers and brothers, then, at the very least, they shouldn't be causing trouble for them. Yu Xiaosao could easily tell that the looks that were on her had now held less contempt and more kindness now. She gratefully nodded her head towards Yuan Shuiyan and said, Headmaster Yuan's takes good care of my younger brother, so I am very grateful towards him. I will definitely come and visit him on another day. Miss Yu is being too polite. Before the end of the year, grandfather came back to the capital from Tenggu town. He is very fond of your culinary talents and often talks about the snacks that you make. If he found out that you, Miss Yu, was coming over to visit, he would definitely be extremely happy. Yuan Shuiyan also felt a bit helpless at her foodie grandfather's gluttonous actions. In the past, her grandfather would be more restrained for the sake of his reputation. However, now he was acting more and more like an unruly urchin. For the sake of eating good food, he had done many things that made other people laugh. However, because of his status, no one actually showed their ridicule. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face became a few fractions more sincere when she thought of Headmaster Yuan's true personality. Even her attitude towards Yuan Shuiyan became more intimate. He Wanning had finally finished inspecting the set of clothing Xiaoxiao was wearing. She raised her eyes to look at the other girl's face and noticed the younger girl's smooth and perfect skin. She felt her own skin on her face and sighed, it's truly nice to be young. Younger sister Yu's face has skin that looks as smooth and glossy as a freshly peeled boiled egg. It's glowing with health and full of moisture. With my personality, I can't stand spending the entire day cooped up at home, so I have to go out to ride my horse or practice archery. Under the insults of the sun and wind, my skin is so dry that it seems like tree bark now. In actuality, He Wanning's skin was the shade of light wheat. Paired with her strong eyebrows, it also had a distinctive flavor and beauty. However, the climate in the north during the autumn and winter seasons tended to be on the dry side, so it was natural that it would cause her skin to become dehydrated. Hecken had been silently standing behind her young miss when she heard this. Her mouth opened and closed but she didn't end up saying anything. Despite that, Yu Xiaoxiao managed to sense her maid's movements and turned her head to look at her for a bit. The two of them exchanged glances and, from Hecken's eyes, Xiaoxiao could tell that this maid had brought along some of her recently made handmade soap along. She carefully inspected He Wanning's complexion and quietly asked, Miss He, what do you usually use to wash your face? I naturally use the soap crafted by Full Spring Fragrance, which is the most famous cosmetics store in the capital. Since I often go out to ride my horse, if I don't wash my face with soap, I feel like my face doesn't get clean enough. He Wanning stated this in a matter-of-fact manner. Although soap was an expensive item, most of the noble young maidens in the capital could afford to use it. Li Mero coldly remarked from the side, Miss He, I'm afraid that some country bumpkins may not have heard of this type of soap. Isn't this like playing the chin to a cow? Ah? One of the young girls sitting next to Li Mero sniggered quietly. From time to time, some of the other young ladies would shoot a look to see if Yu Xiaoxiao had any reaction to this. Hecken was so incensed by this that her face turned red and wished she could go argue with these girls. Yu Xiaoxiao gave her warning look that said, we'll find out very shortly just who is the country bumpkin here. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced briefly at Li Mero, who was immensely pleased with herself. She lightly laughed and continued to talk with He Wanning. Full Spring Fragrance's soap admittedly is very good at washing all of the dirt and oil off of your face, but it contains lye as one of its ingredients, so it takes away a lot of moisture from the skin. When added onto the dry climate of the north, it's very easy for your skin to become dehydrated in autumn and winter. Our skin is like an apple. Originally, it is full of moisture and life, but if it lacks water, it very easily shrivels up and becomes dry. Wasn't she claiming that a country bumpkin would not have heard of soap before? However, now, the person she was claiming to be a bumpkin knew the ingredients of the soap. Was there anything else she could say now? Li Mero felt like her face had just been slapped and felt her complexion flush hotly. Then what should I do? If I don't wash my skin clean, I'll get pimples on my face. The pimples are red and quite swollen, so they don't look very good. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, I heard you're skilled at medicine. Quickly tell me if there are any methods to fix this, okay? He Wanning felt her own face and thought of a dried up apple that lost all of its juice. She shuddered and then had to ask if there was a solution. Which maiden in her teenage years didn't like to be beautiful? There were quite a few young ladies in this room that had some sort of problem with their complexion. Even the most expensive cosmetics didn't seem to do much for their skin. They had noticed that Yu Xiaoxiao had skin that looked as tender as tofu and felt their insides start to itch. Although they pretended to be disinterested on the surface, they all had their ears perked up as if they were afraid they would miss something important. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Hecken and the smile on her face became even more sincere as she said, Tenggu is close to the ocean, so the air tends to be more humid. It was only after coming to the capital that I started feeling like my skin was getting dry in this climate. I also have similar issues to Miss He. I spend a lot of time outside due to work and my skin gets exposed to the buffeting of the wind and the harsh rays of the sun. If I don't protect my skin, wouldn't it become as rough as tree bark then? When He Wanning heard this, she repeatedly nodded her head. Stop saying, Miss He, this and, Miss He, that. It seems so distant. Ah. I'm only older than you by a few years, so just call me by older sister He then. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, quickly tell me what methods you have to protect your skin, okay? When the other young maidens heard He Wanning's statement, they looked at Xiaoxiao with gazes full of envy and jealousy. He Wanning was the granddaughter of the Princess Royal One and, consequently, had a high status in the capital. She also had a somewhat proud and aloof personality. Most people found it difficult to get close to her. However, they would have never expected that a young girl from a farmer's family would get her good opinion after meeting her once. It looked like this Yu Xiaoxiao was someone not to be underestimated. Yu Xiaoxiao flitted a look at all of the other maidens' expressions and smiled more deeply. A pair of cute dimples appeared on her face that were adorable enough to make people take a second glance. I guess I will have to assent to your request and tell my secrets then. Older sister He, to protect the skin, you need to hold in moisture and prevent damage from the sun. Let's talk about protecting your skin from the sun. The best method would be to wear a sunshade or veil when you go outside. If you don't like wearing those, then you need to spread some protective cosmetics on your skin. In actuality, the best method is to not go outside when the sun's rays are the harshest. As for keeping and replenishing moisture in the skin, aloe vera is one of the best things to use. Aloe vera, what is that? He Wanning wasn't the only one who hadn't heard of this term. Even Royal Princess Minglin had never heard of this type of plant. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and suddenly realized something. Aloe vera was a native plant in Africa. The great Ming dynasty did have aloe vera, but it was probably something that was brought over by the Emperor or Royal Prince Xiang when they had journeyed to the Western Hemisphere. Since this plant didn't look very dazzling, most of these young maidens probably didn't notice it, which was why none of these girls knew about it. Aloe vera is a type of plant from the Western Hemisphere. It has large and fat leaves. When the leaves are cut open, it will reveal some plant juice. This plant juice can help decrease the redness from someone's skin and also add hydration. Besides that, aloe vera also has some medicinal properties. However, the juice from aloe vera shouldn't be put directly on the skin as some people may have allergies to it, Xiao started to explain. Allergies. What are allergies? Wanning was currently a curious little dumpling. She had a pretty high ability to catch on to unfamiliar phrases. Allergies Xiao paused for a bit to think before she continued. Allergies are when you have a particular reaction to something. Some people will have large raised red bumps on their skin after touching something. These bumps can be itchy or cause peeling of the skin. Other people will start feeling like they have cold symptoms. Their noses will start itching and they will sneeze a lot. More severe reactions will lead to trouble breathing. Before Xiao could finish, one of the young maidens suddenly exclaimed, "My mother can't be around cats and dogs or other animals that have fur on them. Otherwise, she can't stop sneezing and her eyes won't stop tearing up. It's very uncomfortable for her. Is that an allergy?" "That's right, your honored mother is likely allergic to the fur on animals. As long as she stays away from them, she naturally wouldn't have any reaction." Xiao nodded her head in assent. There was another young lady who had a more introverted personality and didn't like to talk. She was around 15 to 16 years of age. She wanted to say something but then hesitated. Finally, she decided to ask, "Miss Yu, in the spring, my face gets itchy and will also have some small bumps appear. Is that also an allergy?" Spring allergies were very common and a lot of people were allergic to the pollen and fluffy catkins from willow trees. Xiao stated without thinking, "It must be. I don't know what kind of flora you have in your garden. Can you list them for me?" The young lady thought for a second and then replied, "In my courtyard, there's not a lot of flowers. I like the gentle elegance of weeping willows, so my mother had the servants plant a lot of weeping willows next to the small pond." "Then when you have the symptoms on your face, does it happen when the fluffy catkins from the willows come out?" Xiao had a good idea of what was going on and asked specifically about this. That young maiden thought for a bit and then hurriedly nodded her head, "Indeed. Every time the fluffy seeds are flying around is when my skin has problems. I love looking at floating seeds drifting around the air. It's as if a warm snow is falling and very beautiful, but every time I'm done admiring the sight, the bumps on my face get worse. Does that mean my allergies are related to the willow trees?" Xiao nodded her head. Many people are allergic to willow catkins. As long as they keep far away from them and add moisturizing ingredients to their skin, their symptoms will naturally decrease. Wanning patiently waited through the conversation about allergies and now impatiently asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. "Younger sister Xiao, can you tell us, how do you keep your skin hydrated?" "Didn't I mention it earlier? Aloe vera juice has very good hydrating properties. I've altered some soap and created handmade aloe vera soap. It not only cleans the skin well but also prevents moisture from leaving the skin." Xiao pretended to smile in a mysterious manner. "Handmade aloe vera soap. This is soap that has the hydrating aloe vera juice added to it. Younger sister Xiao, did you bring any along today? Can you take it out to let us older sisters take a look?" At a party or banquet, most people had to wash their hands at some point. Some maidens were more picky and would always bring their own soap along. Because of this, Wanning asked to see if Xiao brought any soap along. Xiao gave Hecken a look and lightly laughed as the rest of the girls looked at her. "I'm not used to using the soap that is sold by the stores in the capital, so I really did bring some along. I not only brought over some aloe vera soap but I also brought over some new soap that my maid and I came up that contains honey and milk in it. It not only can maintain the skin's hydration but also has brightening and whitening effects. Quickly take it out so we can see." Wanning could no longer wait. Before they realized it, Xiao had become the person under the spotlight. Even Royal Princess Minglan no longer had the patience to talk to the other guests and instead looked at Xiao with interest as she sat next to her. Hecken had a proud look on her face as she transferred the 2 flower pots in her hands to one of the maids in charge of this warm room. She took out her personal purse and carefully lifted out 2 delicately carved wooden boxes. These boxes were tiny and adorable and had a lily carved on their lids. Wanning grabbed one of the wooden boxes and carefully lifted the lid. Everyone could see that inside the box was a handmade soap that looked as beautiful as the most precious mud and fat jade. It was about half the size of a maiden's palm and was in the shape of a flower. On the top of the soap, they could also see a small lifelike honeybee carved there. "It's so beautiful and it even has the light sweet smell of cow's milk. It resembles the most expensive pastry from Daohua village." A plump young girl who still had some baby fat on her face exclaimed somewhat foolishly. Apparently, before they knew it, Xiao had attracted the attention of everyone and had been surrounded by all of the young maidens. Everyone craned their necks so that they could see the box holding the soap in Wanning's hands. Xiao introduced this product. "Older sister, he is holding the milk and honey handmade soap. It not only brightens and hydrates the skin, but it also leaves a light fragrance on your hands after you wash with it. Quickly, bring a basin of water over. I want to try it." Wanning had an impetuous personality, so she immediately ordered one of the maids to bring some washing water over. Royal Princess Minglan was also holding a small wooden box in her hands. Inside this box was a handmade soap in the shape of a leaf. It was so intricately decorated that she could even see the veins on the leaf. It had a pale green color that looked very fresh and cute. A light sniff revealed a simple and delicate fragrance that reminded people of the smell of spring in the countryside. The aroma reminded them of fresh cut grass and spring flowers and was intoxicating to them. "Is this the handmade soap that has some aloe vera juice added to it?" Royal Princess Minglan quietly asked. Xiao nodded her head and smiled. "This soap is very good at maintaining skin hydration. After washing your hands, your skin will feel slippery and soft. It feels quite comfortable." The water basin had been brought up and He Wanning wet her hands before holding the milk and honey handmade soap bar. She grinned, such a beautiful handmade soap. I almost can't bear to use it. Articles for daily use should be used in order to get their true value. Isn't that right? Xiao took the handmade soap and gently wet it with some water before rubbing it on He Wanning's hands. He Wanning slowly rubbed her two hands together and a white bubbly foam quickly appeared. She grinned, just from the bubbles alone I can tell that this soap is better than the one from Full Spring Fragrance. Furthermore, the smell of the soap is very good. Although Full Spring Fragrance's soap has some added fragrance in it, it still can't completely get rid of the scent of lye. Younger sister, your handmade soap has the slightly sweet smell of cow's milk and has no weird odors. After comparing the two, I can tell your soap is much better. She gently rinsed off the foam from her hands and then wiped her hands dry with a handkerchief. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face as she exclaimed, wow! My hands are so soft and slippery. It's not like how they feel after I use Full Spring Fragrance's soap, they usually feel dry and astringent. Shuiyan, feel my hands. Aren't they soft and smooth now? Your hands, you always use them to hold on to swords or boxing. They're so hard that they feel like steel claws, how could they possibly feel soft? From the tone of Yuan Shuiyan's voice, everyone could tell that these two beauties had a good relationship with each other and were quite close. He Wanning glared at her and groused, I was telling you to feel the skin on my hands to see if they feel soft and smooth. If you don't insult me a couple of times every day, then you probably don't feel right. Isn't that so? Yuan Shuiyan had a clearly reluctant expression on her face as she reached out to feel the other girl's hands. Suddenly, under the expectant gaze of He Wanning, she let out a noise in surprise and then carefully felt the skin on He Wanning's hands again. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Are you done touching me? I'm starting to get goosebumps from your constant touching. If I didn't have a good understanding of you, then I would start thinking that you have lesbian tendencies. He Wanning pulled her hand out of Yuan Shuiyan's hands and forcefully rubbed it. Your Royal Highness, may I feel your hands too? Yuan Shuiyan noticed that Royal Princess Minglin had already washed her hands with the handmade aloe vera soap and proposed a question. Royal Princess Minglin felt the skin on her hands and then felt the skin on her face. She discovered that her hands had become much more hydrated and soft compared to before. After hearing the other girl's request, she moved her hands to allow Yuan Shuiyan to feel them. She noticed that the other girl was lost in thought after feeling her hands and asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Yuan Shuiyan liked to make her own cosmetics at home and the products she made were not in any way inferior to the famous brand, Full Spring Fragrance. The duck egg powder she made could improve the coloring of one's skin and it looked more natural on a person's face. The maidens who had a good relationship with her all shamelessly thought up ways to ask her to give them a box of powder. If this handmade soap could earn her recognition, then it was absolutely a stellar product. Who would have thought such a small piece of soap could have the ability to keep moisture in the skin and smooth it out? Furthermore, its effect is instantaneous. This is something that even I can't come up with. Yuan Shuiyan gave a very favorable review of this handmade soap in front of everyone, which made this product recognized by all of them. Xiao felt like it was time to be modest at this point and humbly said, in actuality, keeping the skin hydrated not only requires the use of external cosmetics but it's also important to treat it from within. Every morning, having a cup of warm water can replenish all of the water lost from your body overnight. Eating more fruits and vegetables is good not only for the skin but also for the rest of the body. Furthermore, one can frequently use thin slices of cucumber placed on the face to help maintain skin hydration. If you want to brighten the skin, then you can mix some tomato juice with honey together and use it as a mask on the skin. However, you should probably test it out on a small patch of skin first to see if you have an allergic reaction. What a joke, she remembered all of the little secrets and methods that were well known in modern times to treat the skin. In this era, where there was a dearth of information about this, her little bit of knowledge was more than enough to impress the other young maidens. As expected, a portion of the young lady's eyes started shining with an admiring light. The rest of them pretended to be calm and not interested, but it was obvious that all of them had their ears perked up to hear everything. A flower war party had almost become a discussion in swapping skincare secrets. Luckily, Royal Princess Minglin didn't forget the purpose of her banquet. Although she was a bit reluctant to change the subject, the flower war party was now in full session. Li Mero was quite upset that Xiao had gotten the attention of everyone else earlier. In addition, the other girl had already revealed her 2 chows, chrysanthemum flower and had an additional 2 pots of flowers with her. She couldn't help but sourly remark, there are some people here who are obviously inexperienced. Everyone only brought 1 pot of flowers over for this flower war party. She, on the other hand, brought over 3 pots. It's not like she can win by bringing more flowers along. One of the girls next to her lightly pulled at her sleeve. Earlier, everyone's impression of Xiao had clearly changed and she had observed all of that. All of the maidens here desperately wanted to get their hands on some handmade soap like the ones that He Wanning and Royal Princess Minglin had tried. Who didn't want to use some handmade soap that could nourish and brighten their skin? Jumping out at this time to cause trouble for the inventor of the soaps was truly a stupid thing to do. This young maiden usually had a good relationship with Li Mero, which was the reason why she was reminding her. Furthermore, she helped her to soften her earlier remarks. This is the first time that Miss Yu has attended a flower war party. It's likely that she didn't understand the rules before she came. Just whose side are you on anyway? You're only eyeing her handmade soaps, which is why you're saying a few flattering words, right? You just want something from her. Wang Chuyu, I never thought you were this kind of person. Unfortunately, Li Mero wasn't grateful and even snapped at her in a sarcastic manner. Wang Chuyu was so antagonized by her manner that her face turned white. She turned her back to the other girl and decided to ignore this person who was clearly too stupid to recognize good from bad. In the past, she thought Lee Mero was only slightly arrogant, but she never knew that she was such a stubborn and dislikable person. Usually the other girl treated her fine, but the one time things weren't going her way, she decided to bite off the head of a well-meaning person. It was better to stay far away from such a person. When the other maidens saw that she even verbally abused Wang Chuyu, who was the young lady who had the best relationship with her, they promptly decided to forego trying to smooth things over. The more Lee Mero dug a hole for herself, the happier Yu Xiaosao felt. She looked at the 3 pots of flowers that she brought and spoke to Royal Princess Minglin. I didn't bring all 3 along to compete in the flower wars. This pot of 2 chows is my gift to the hostess for inviting me. This pot of cinnabar purple camellia is for the opening act of the flower war. As for this last pot of orchids, that's the pot that I will be using to compete in this banquet. Lee Mero snorted disdainfully. You certainly know how to smooth things over. Truly someone who refuses to admit a mistake. This young lady, shouldn't have bothered speaking earlier. When you lose face later on, then we can all laugh at you. Yu Xiaosao decided to not lower herself to the level of someone who had no brains to speak of in order to avoid getting contaminated by the other girl's stupidity. A maiden dressed in purple, who feverishly adored camellias, slowly got closer and remarked with an expression full of surprise, is this the famed, cinnabar purple, camellia from Dali Bai? Their most famous variant. It really is, it really is. The color of these flowers is almost an inky dark purple, and I heard that this type of camellia is the one with the most pigmented flowers. It's gorgeous without being overwhelming, stately without being crude. This camellia, did you also find it in that ravine in the mountain? The burning gazes of all of the maidens fell onto Yu Xiaosao. If she also stated that this camellia was found in the mountain ravine, she was pretty sure that they would all throw a tantrum and insist on going there. Yu Xiaosao hurriedly stated, this pot of cinnabar purple camellia was given to me as a reward from Princess Consort Jing. The purple-clothed maiden muttered, no wonder. Everyone knows that Princess Consort Jing loves camellias. Imperial Prince Jing and her 3 sons travel all throughout the country to find rare and beautiful varieties for her. Other than Lady Feng, no one else besides her would be able to have a precious specimen like this. Lin Weiyu, who was one of the 4 talented girls of the capital, had a spark flash through her eyes and a friendly smile appeared on her face. Princess Consort Jing adores her camellias the most. Younger sister Yu, you must have done something great in order to have her personally give you one of her beloved camellia flowers. I heard that Princess Consort Jing's health had improved immensely in Tanggu town after encountering a famous doctor who healed her body. Younger sister Yu is from Tanggu and also has good medicinal skills. Are you somehow related to this famous doctor, younger sister Yu? Yu Xiaosao glanced at the other girl and gave her a small smile. No famed medicinal skills here. I only coincidentally encountered a few prescriptions that are good for nourishing the body that were able to improve Princess Consort Jing's health. However, this reward wasn't given to me at random. Princess Consort Jing's camellia had gotten infested with wood maggots and I managed to fix it, which is how I got this pot of cinnabar purple camellia. I merely tried to graft it onto an ordinary camellia and didn't expect it to actually work. The eyes of the purple-clothed maiden lit up. Are you saying that you used a branch of cinnabar purple camellia and grafted it onto another camellia successfully? And now it's growing well. Then, doesn't that mean, as long as I'm able to get a hold of a branch of an expensive and precious camellia, you'll be able to grow it into a full plant? Yu Xiaosao naturally wouldn't make such a claim. Otherwise, in the future, everyone would be clamoring for her to raise plants for them. Where would she find the time to do so? Thus, she hurriedly explained, this pot of cinnabar purple camellia only happened because this method coincidentally worked. If you wanted me to grow other ones, I really don't know where I would start. The purple-clothed maiden was a bit disappointed. However, she persisted in insisting, since you know how to treat the ailments of camellia flowers, that means you also have a good handle on how to raise plants. When spring comes, my family will be having a flower banquet, so please, Miss Yu, show up. Of course, it would be my honor. Yu Xiaosao metaphorically wiped away a bit of non-existent sweat from her face. Interacting with these obsessed young maidens was truly more tiring than she had thought. In order to make sure the outcome of the flower war party was fair, Royal Princess Minglin had especially invited a person famed for her gardening knowledge. In fact, she was on the level of Princess Consort Jing and Lady Feng and was considered an esteemed guest by both of them. She never had any issues answering any difficult questions about different flora. Every young noble maiden, in order to gain some reputation at this flower battle, had also put in a lot of effort in finding good specimens for this party. However, rare and precious specimens could only be sought and not obtained. The ordinary varieties were a dime a dozen. As for any true rare flowers, there really weren't any. The young maidens all brought along beautiful pots of flowers along. There were sumptuous and gorgeous peonies, elegant and stately chrysanthemums, delicate and adorable camellias, and refined and graceful orchids. It was truly an astonishing sight. To be able to get so many flowers in such a season, it made it seem like that atmosphere in this warm room had abruptly changed seasons. It looked like spring was in full bloom here. There was a lot of variety of flowers. In the peonies section, there was the pea green peony that had sparkling and translucent petals as adorable as jade. Then there was a variety that had thick layers of snowy white petals called bright jade, and a variety that had light purple petals that was called lightly tinted jade pavilion. There was also quite a bit of chrysanthemums in this room. Aromatic gilt, purple dragon curled in snow, precious jade phoenix, 1,000 birds, rouge stained snow, these were just the names of some of the chrysanthemums present. However, there wasn't a lot of variety of camellias present as the room only held the variants that were commonly seen. A few pots of orchids were available and their rarity was decent. Some of their names were heavenly jade snow, green scented jade, and great silk snow. Despite that, she had seen all of these orchid variants in the greenhouse at the Fang residence. The judges all minutely discussed each and every flower in detail. Not a single flaw escaped their eyes. However, they weren't truly interested in any of the displayed pots because not a single specimen was one that caught their eye with its brilliance and grandeur. The two that Xiao had brought, the two chows, chrysanthemum and cinnabar purple, camellia, made their eyes glow with admiration as they were perfect examples of rare and beautiful flowers. Unfortunately, those two pots of flowers were not here to participate in the competition. Nevertheless, one was here as a gift to the hostess while the other was to open the competition. Since both were such rarities, didn't that mean that Xiao had brought over a flower that was even more precious and grand than those other two for the competition? All of the flower experts here were looking forward to her entry. Finally, Xiao took out her last pot of flowers and placed it on the judging table. Isn't this a lotus petal orchid? That's not right, it looks like a combination of lotus-shaped petals that has harmonized with the simple elegance and character of the three most famous orchids. I've lived for so long yet I've never seen such an orchid like this. Could it be a new breed? The judge who knew the most about orchids and who had personally thought that there wasn't an orchid in the world she hadn't seen was named Du Wenli. She was an esteemed flower expert but she almost thrust her head forward in an undignified manner to get a closer look at this pot of flowers. Within the delicate porcelain pot, an orchid flower quietly bloomed. In between its slender leaves was a blossom of sparkling white petals that resembled the most high-quality jade. It looked like a simple and elegant court lady shyly revealing a sweet smile. Its lotus-shaped petals had fine, delicate veins running through it that were tinted a light green. It made it seem as tender as a newborn child. Another flora expert, Mei Fenghua, also praised this flower endlessly. This is definitely an example of a lotus petal orchid of the best caliber. Look at the flower petals, the length and width of them are perfectly proportional and balanced with each other. The ends of the petals come to a point like an arrow and make the petals come to the shape of an immortal peach. When that is added onto the delicate little tongue, no other lotus petal orchid in the world could possibly compare to this one. It even has the superimposed colors of a bright red outline and pure white insides. One could truly say that this orchid is something that can't be sculpted by even the best artisan, a pure example of flowers blooming from the water. That's absolutely right. Lady May's assessment of this orchid is spot on and I believe that this specimen has increased the standards all flowers should be judged by. Truly something worthy of celebration. Du Wenli had finally encountered someone who had similar inclinations with her. She pointed at this pot of orchid flowers. Can you see the few strands of light green traveling through the petals? I believe it truly accentuates the simple elegance of an orchid flower. Just like a top-notch beauty from the Tang dynasty, it has clear features with a coquettish plumpness. Heavenly beauty and each open flower looks like it is surrounded by 5 heavenly peaches. Truly bewitches a person beyond comparison. Heavenly immortal peaches. Xiao scooted over to take a closer look. Didn't all of the petals on the flower look like they were just in the shape of a peach? She felt like these expert flower enthusiasts had imaginations that were a bit too outlandish. Expert Du must be a foodie. Her godmother had said that Expert Du was one of her good friends. Next year, when the honey peaches were ripe, she needed to give her a portion. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Expert Du's voice suddenly brought her back to the present. Du Wenli noticed that the young girl was blinking her large eyes in confusion as if she had long stopped paying attention to the events around. She lightly chuckled and thought, Lady Fang's adopted daughter is really quite interesting. At such an important event, she can even get lost in her own thoughts. Is she very confident in the outcome or does she not care at all about this flower war banquet? Miss Yu, does this pot of orchid have a name? Lady Du gently made a few noises. Only when she saw that the little lass had finally looked at her did she quietly ask her question. Xiao smiled at her and said, my godmother said that this orchid's flower, leaves, fragrance, demeanor, color, spirit, beauty combined with its lotus characteristics, simple and elegant atmosphere and other qualities makes it noble and refined. Thus, she gave it the name, Elegant Lotus Crown. Elegant Lotus Crown, very good name. It truly describes the half lotus and half orchid characteristics of this orchid plant. This Elegant Lotus Crown orchid is simple and elegant, pure beyond comparison, so it is definitely one of the best orchids out there. Do you happen to know where Lady Fang got this plant? Lady May also praised the name of this orchid unstintingly and she was very envious of Lady Fang's good fortune. Lady Fang had loved orchids ever since she was a young girl. At that time, Matriarch Xia had also spoiled her and spent lots of money to buy precious orchids for her. After she married General Fang, she didn't have any children after 20 years of marriage. Consequently, she paid even more attention to her orchid flowers. General Fang also searched throughout the country to help her find rare and precious orchid flowers. Every time she had a flower banquet at her residence, her collection of orchids always dazzled everyone there. She truly had a collection that was hard to find. Only half a year had passed since she last saw Lady Fang, yet the other woman had gotten her hands on another precious orchid flower. This orchid was particularly special and unique. It was unlikely that any of the other orchids in her collection could even hold a candle to this one in terms of rarity and value. No one was the least bit surprised that the Elegant Lotus Crown orchid that Xiao brought was the winner of this flower war. Li Mero felt very aggrieved at this outcome. However, in front of these flower experts, who were all complimenting this orchid without stopping, she couldn't say anything. Although the look on her face was slightly ugly, she wasn't so stupid that she would refute these expert opinions. In fact, for the sake of gaining some prestige at this flower war party, Li Mero had begged her mother to use her connections to get Lady Feng to lend a famous camellia flower to her. Naturally, how could someone who loved flowers bear to lend out her most precious flowers to another person? Despite that, even Lady Fang's least outstanding flower from her collection was still more than enough to outshine the specimens from the young maidens who only had a hobby of raising flowers. However, the result was contrary to her hopes. A girl from a farmer's family, from who knows where, had actually brought over a pot of flowers that even the flower experts had never seen before. Furthermore, this new variety was also one of the rarest orchids too. It really ticked her off that someone else had stolen her thunder. Lee Marrow remarked in a dissatisfied manner just as everyone was in good spirits, this pot of rare orchid isn't something from your own collection. So what's the point in you feeling so happy and proud about this? So unexpected that you have such an ambitious personality that you would bring out a rare orchid from Lady Fang to show off. You just wanted to stomp everyone else in the ground. When she finished speaking, Xiao didn't deign to reply, but many of the other young maidens in the room had their expressions change. Out of the 24 or so young ladies here, just how many were true flower lovers? Most of them were only participating for the fun and took the flower war party as an excuse to spend time with each other in a lively situation. The vast majority of them had brought over some rare specimens from their older relatives to attend this party for the sake of saying a few flattering words to the royal princess. Now that their actions had been brought to the forefront, how could any of them be happy? Flushes of anger and shame appeared on their faces. Every young maiden here had a different personality. Some of them swallowed down their fury and seethed inwardly. Others, on the other hand, ignited as if they were a firecracker and brought the conflict out into the open. Lee Marrow, just what are you trying to say? You're shameless enough to scold other people. Ah, what about that pot of crane feather camellia you brought over? Do I need to say anything more? Yesterday, your paternal aunt visited Lady Fang's residence and didn't bring anything along. However, when she left, she came out with a flower pot. I've known you for so many years, but I've never seen you take much interest in flowers. Yet, you suddenly appear at this party with a rare species of camellia. And this all happens after your paternal aunt called upon Lady Feng, the renowned lover and collector of camellias. What do you have to say for yourself? Another young maiden took advantage of the situation to sling some mud at her. Lee Marrow had originally been trying to target that lass, Xiao, but she didn't expect her actions to draw the ire of the others. After being confronted with the pointed remarks of her previous friends, her eyes immediately turned red as if people were bullying her. She choked out, "You guys, why are you guys speaking up for that stupid lass? Were you truly just bought over by a little handmade soap and methods to nourish the skin? Or are you guys thinking of other benefits you can get from her, so now you're targeting me instead?" When she said this, everyone else was even more offended by her words. From what she was claiming, everyone here was only using others for their own advantage and were stepping down on her. Royal Princess Minglan sent a scathing glare at her, hinting at her to stop talking. Then she came out to relieve the pressure. Miss Lee's words were a bit rash. Everyone has known each other for many years, so we should all be familiar with her personality, right? That being said, this flower war party was for the sake of having some fun, and I only did it as an excuse to have everyone come together. Does it really matter where we got the flowers from and who actually owns them? Despite that, my eyes have truly been opened by today. Apparently, there were many species of precious flowers that I have never seen before, so I have grown in knowledge. In the future, if we continue to have more flower banquets, it's likely that all of us will become much more knowledgeable in flowers. After receiving Royal Princess Minglan's warning, Lee Marrow didn't dare to show that she was upset despite the grievance she felt in her heart. If she ruined the Royal Princess's party, then in the future, it was unlikely that she would be invited by any of the noble young maidens for other gatherings. She squeezed out a smile on her face and tried to show her friendliness to the other girls present. However, she still somehow managed to neglect Xiao in her apologies. Xiao didn't take any of this little girl's petty actions to heart and continued to sit peacefully at the main table. She was currently in a lively discussion with Yuan Shuiyan, who was very interested in the elegant lotus crown orchid. Older sister Yuan, if you like this flower, then when the flower starts diving into a second stalk, I'll give you that one. This pot of elegant lotus crown orchid was actually one of the other stalks that had split from the one she had given to her godmother 2 years ago. However, she had used the excuse of borrowing this pot at the banquet already, so she naturally couldn't just give it to someone. Thus, Xiao could only promise that in the following year, she would give a stalk that split from the main plant to Yuan Shuiyan. Yuan Shuiyan sincerely liked this orchid that was pure and elegant. It was really to her taste and fit her temperament. However, she could tell that this elegant lotus crown orchid was extremely rare and valuable from Lady May's assessment of the flower in the older woman's envious tone. This was the first time they met. Although their personalities got along and she truly liked this younger girl, she really couldn't accept such a valuable gift so shamelessly. He Wanning, who was sitting at the side, could tell her good friend's misgivings and hurriedly interjected, "Younger sister Xiao, this orchid is extremely valuable and precious and must be the treasure of your godmother. Is it all right for you to so easily promise that you'll send a pot out without asking your godmother first? What if she has other plans for it?" Lee Marrow, who was sitting at a neighboring table, had been eavesdropping this entire time in an attempt to catch Xiao at a disadvantage. How could she possibly let go of such a good opportunity? She coldly laughed and sneered, "Looks like some people here throw caution to the winds in order to flatter the noble daughter of the Prime Minister. I wonder how Lady Fang would feel if she found out that her own goddaughter promised to give out her treasure to climb onto others. A piece of dog meat cannot stick onto a sheep. Some people are so shameless that they'll try to grab onto anyone. However, doing so will never change the truth of their lowly background. Just who was the dog meat and who was the sheep?" Yuan Shuiyan lightly frowned. Just how did the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments teach his daughter? She never thought before she spoke and acted impulsively and arrogantly. She was narrow-minded and only concerned with the superficial. How could this type of person be also considered a noble young maiden? Lee Marrow didn't realize that while she was trying to point out Xiao's flaws and flatter the daughter of the Prime Minister, she actually ended up offending said daughter of the Prime Minister. Furthermore, Miss Yuan now considered her to be a person she absolutely could not interact with in the future. She had truly bitten more off than she could chew. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and, under the concerned gaze of Yuan Shuiyan, easily refuted the other girl's accusations. Miss Li, it is of no concern to you whether or not I have the authority to give out this elegant lotus crown orchid. I am well aware of what I can and cannot do. However, some people did their utmost best to borrow a valuable plant from others yet clearly have no idea how to take care of it. If that flower got damaged by frost or even destroyed, I don't know how you'll make it up to the original owner, right? Li Mero still wanted to talk back, but when she turned her gaze to the flower that she brought over, she realized that it really didn't look as lively as when she came. Lady Feng loved flowers, so if it was really harmed in any way, her aunt tearing her apart would be considered letting her off easily. With this thought in mind, Li Mero felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She struggled for a long time inwardly and finally decided not to stay to the end of the banquet. She came up with an excuse and left the venue ahead of time. She carefully protected the pot of gorgeous camellia flowers for fear of any mishaps. After sending away that eyesore, Yu Xiaoxiao ate and drank with relish at the banquet. The cooking skills of Duke Zhengguo Estate's chefs were pretty good. Duke Zhengguo Estate had put in a lot of effort for the sake of this flower competition. In addition to meat dishes, the vegetables were all bought from the greenhouse. For these 2 tables of dishes, they had to spend at least several hundreds of taels. During the meal, Royal Princess Minglin picked up a refreshing and crisp green vegetable and said, "In the past, when I wanted to eat some fresh greens in the winter, I would have to grow some vegetables in the hothouse like planting flowers. It would usually be hard to even have a plate of leafy greens on the table, let alone eat to one's heart's content. The small amount of vegetables grown in the greenhouse wouldn't even be enough to entertain guests at banquets and New Year celebrations. Now, we can buy nearly any fresh vegetables that we want to eat. We can even eat fruits and melons in the winter." "That's right, younger sister Xiaoxiao, what exactly is your brain made out of? You actually came up with the idea of growing vegetables in a big greenhouse. You're my savior. Do you know that? I really hate eating cabbage and radish, but in the winter, other than the different kinds of meat, those 2 are the only 2 vegetables that can be eaten. The taste makes me want to vomit, but if I don't eat it, I'll get inflammation and ulcers in my mouth. It's fine now because I'm saved by the greenhouse vegetables." He Wanning took a bite of the tired fried lettuce with oyster sauce, which had a fresh and green appearance that roused one's appetite. For families of high-ranking officials like them who had money and power, they could afford to eat vegetables daily. However, at today's banquet, there were quite a lot of young misses from families of 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked officials whose fathers and brothers worked in a post without much profit. Thus, they couldn't eat vegetables, which were even more expensive than meat, whenever they wanted. In addition to sweet watermelons, the fruits served after the meal included the sweet and delicious muskmelon and little tomatoes that were about the same size of pigeon eggs. These little tomatoes were produced by genetic mutation with the help of the little divine stone's power. They were small but had an even better taste. They also had a richer concentration of spiritual power than ordinary fruits and vegetables. The frequent consumption of the little tomatoes would trigger an obvious change in the human body, so in order to prevent this, they only planted a small amount of the tomatoes. Most of them were kept for their own consumption, while a small portion was sold. The price for the little tomatoes were 10 taels per caddy, which almost caused a fierce competition. This was because there was a purchase limit. Each household could only buy 1 caddy per day. They would at most sell 10 caddies a day, so it could only be considered something novel to try out. For example, for Duke Zhengguo Estate's banquet today, they either had to line up for several days without rest, or ask families, who they had a good relationship with, to help them buy the tomatoes. What? They should have had their servants go buy more in disguise. If they got discovered, they would get blacklisted by the store. Moreover, there were so many rich and influential businessmen in the capital. Would they allow one family to dominate the goods? No one dared to openly cheat in front of public eyes. The fruit plates were mostly filled with cut-up watermelons and muskmelons. There were only enough little tomatoes for each person to eat one. The people here were all tactful and knowledgeable people, so no one dared to inwardly complain that Royal Princess Minglin was being petty. Instead, they admired her for being able to entertain guests with little tomatoes. It was the first time that these young ladies, who had come from humble backgrounds with fathers and brothers in low-ranking positions, had tasted such a delicious fruit. There was a slight sour taste in the sweetness. With one bite, the juice would instantly burst within their mouths. It was an incomparably satisfying feeling that caused people to savor the taste for a long time. He Wanning finished the little tomato in 2 bites, and then looked at the remaining fruit on the plate. When the little tomatoes were served at the main table, except for Yu Xiaoxiao, everyone had picked up a piece to carefully taste. Even Royal Princess Minglin, as the host, was unwilling to give up the little tomato, which she seldom had the chance to eat, to the guests. "Younger sister, you're not eating." Seeing that Xiaoxiao had reached her hand out to get a muskmelon and slowly savored it, He Wanning looked around and asked with a smile as she pointed at the remaining tomato. Yu Xiaoxiao took in the expression in her eyes. She suppressed her laughter and thought, she really is just a teenage girl who can't resist the temptation of tasty food. Then she looked at the other young misses, who held the little tomato in their hands and were unwilling to eat it. "So who's the ignorant country bumpkin? If older sister Wanning likes it, you can have my share." These fruits and melons were all grown by her, so would she lack these at home? This lassie Wanning had a straightforward temperament, but she wasn't someone with ill intentions. For someone like this, if she liked someone, she would even be willing to take out her heart and give to others. But, of course, if she didn't like someone, then she would unreservedly show it on her face. He Wanning was just waiting for her to say that, then I won't be courteous. Heh. Just look at how embarrassing you're being. Does the Princess Royal not feed you? You're embarrassing yourself at other people's house. Yuan Shuiyan knew her temper, so she jokingly scolded her. As if she was Zubaji eating a ginseng fruit, He Wanning ate the little tomato in 1 bite. She sighed and said, you should also know that this thing can't be bought even if one has money. Even if you line up in front of a fruit shop for 3 to 5 days, you still might not be able to buy one caddy back. My grandmother isn't very interested in other fruits, but she loves this little tomato. After we managed to get a caddy back with much difficulty, most of them were given to my grandmother. Do you think that I can snatch food from my grandmother, who has doted on me since I was young? Who told you to put up a front and say that you don't like eating it? Yuan Shuiyan knew the reason behind it, so while she teased her, she actually agreed with her friend's actions in her heart. With a troubled expression on her face, Yuaning replied, if I didn't say that, my grandmother would be reluctant to eat it and she would save them for me to eat. My grandmother has doted on me for nearly 15 years, so why can't I pamper her once? Poor me, I have to find an excuse to leave every time my grandmother eats the little tomato so that she wouldn't see my salivating expression. Someone who was filial couldn't be too bad of a person. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that she was someone who was worthy of making friends with. However, she wouldn't say this in front of everyone. She just asked in a roundabout way, what does older sister he usually do for fun? I just read books and practice swordsmanship. Occasionally, I will run a few laps on the racetrack in the countryside. When my older brothers go hunting, they would sometimes take me along. Yuaning wasn't interested in the 4 arts one and was brought up like a tomboy by her older brothers. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I have a little red horse with good strength in its legs. On another day, if you're interested, we can go for an outing on horseback together. There are many pheasants and wild hares in the mountains near the Imperial plantation. My archery skills aren't very good, but I know how to set traps. If we catch some game, we can have a barbecue at the foot of the mountain. Outing. It was winter now, so it wasn't a good idea to go on an outing in this cold weather. But the thing that piqued Yuaning's interest wasn't the outing. Instead it was the location of the outing, near the Imperial plantation. What was the most famous thing about the Imperial plantation now? Greenhouse vegetables. At Royal Prince Yang's plantation next door, they had the even more famous greenhouse fruits. Inside, they had her favorite little tomatoes. Younger sister Yu was considered half an owner of these greenhouses, right? If she went as a guest, wouldn't she be treated to good food and drinks? She might even be able to bag some stuff back when leaving. Okay, when are we going? With that thought in mind, Yuaning was itching to leave Duke Zhengguo estate and immediately go to the Imperial plantation. Seeing Yuaning's reaction, Royal Princess Minglan understood what she was thinking and immediately said, younger sister Yu, you can't just favor one over another and only invite her but not me. It's my honor to be able to invite your highness the Royal Princess. On another day, I'll send an invitation to invite Royal Princess, older sister He, and older sister Yuan to go on an outing. Please accept my invitation. Of course, she didn't mind making friends with some of the most famous noble young misses in the capital. Now, her godmother didn't have to worry about her not being able to make friends. When she came out of Duke Zhengguo estate and the carriage had traveled a short distance, Hecken quietly said, young miss, Royal Prince Yang is in front of us. Could it be that he's waiting for you, young miss? Linglong shot her a look and the smile on her face slowly faded. Where are your manners? What right do you have to speak of the master's matters? Hecken bowed her head and timidly replied, yes. This servant knows my mistake. Please punish me, young miss. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Linglong, nodded, and said, then you will be punished with no salary for 3 months. Go back and reflect on yourself. I understand. Hecken inwardly scolded herself for crossing the line. Her master was kind, but that didn't mean that servants didn't have to abide by their duties. She had become somewhat smug after her handmade soaps were praised by the noblewomen. From now on, she must remember this lesson and live up to the trust and support of her young miss. How is it? Did things go well at today's flower banquet? When Zhu Junyang, who was riding on Fierce Wind, saw the familiar horse carriage come over, he guided his horse to follow beside the carriage. His voice sounded through the window of the carriage. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted the curtain and looked at the devilishly handsome man dressed in dark black brocade robe. There was a profound glow within his pair of phoenix eyes, which seemed to be able to lure one's soul, as he looked at her. The corners of his eyes were slightly slanted upwards, which enhanced his seductive charms. With his lips pursed together, it seemed like the snow had melted and spring had started. So devilish, he's seriously so devilishly charming, Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly exclaimed when she saw the young maidens and matrons on the street staring at him with blushing faces. What's wrong? Got bullied? Who is it? Tell this prince. Zhu Junyang's face was suddenly covered with frost, and a wave of murderous intent lingered around him. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, you're thinking too much. No one bullied me. The flower banquet went very well. All the flowers that everyone brought over were famous species. However, in terms of value, they naturally couldn't compete with my elegant lotus crown. I won a lot of rewards today. Since you're here, how about I share half of them with you? This prince isn't interested in things that girls like. Seeing that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the little lass's expression, Zhu Junyang's heart felt half relieved. As for the other half, he would see after he inquired about what had happened. It wasn't hard to find out about the discord between the daughter of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments and Yu Xiaoxiao, who was an official under the Ministry of Revenue. When Zhu Junyang heard about this matter, he was immediately enraged. Not far from the entrance of Assistant Minister Li's residence, he stopped eldest young Master Li and beat him until he looked like a pig head. Fortunately, he had controlled his strength. Otherwise, he would have broken several ribs and that guy would have to lie in bed for more than half a year. Before he left, he even arrogantly said, tell your foolishly complacent younger sister to stay away from the Ministry of Revenue's official you and don't come out to disgust people. Otherwise, this prince will beat you up every time I see you. Eldest young Master Li lay on the ground and groaned. Who did he offend? He didn't have any relationship with this black-faced king of hell. Why did he suddenly encounter misfortune out of nowhere? When Assistant Minister Li heard the news and came over, he only saw the elegant and unrestrained back view of Royal Prince Xiang leaving, and his son lying on the floor like a dead dog. What happened? Why did you have to go and offend the black-hearted and cruel king of hell? You're lucky that he was being merciful to you, otherwise, you might have died. Quickly go get a doctor. Assistant Minister Li only dared to complain in his heart and didn't dare to actually go seek justice. If one offended Royal Prince Xiang, there was nowhere to voice one's complaints. Eldest young Master Li was helped up by 2 servants. He covered his swollen face with his hands and murmured, "How would I dare to offend him? I usually stay as far away from him as I can. I was just someone else's scapegoat." Whose scapegoat? Your 2 younger stepbrothers. They're timid and weak, so there's no way that they would dare to do anything. Your 2 younger brothers. How old are they? One is 8, while the other is 6 years old. Even if they want to offend that jinx, they wouldn't be able to do it. Assistant Minister Li thought of all the possibilities, but still couldn't find the answer. It couldn't be that he was the one who had unknowingly offended Royal Prince Xiang, right? It seemed, perhaps, probably, when Official Yu was bestowed the position of an official, he had voiced his opposition. Arg. He wasn't one of the main opposers. The royal prince wouldn't have held a grudge for this long and finally decided to get revenge, right? Eldest young Master Li snorted and shook off the 2 servants. As if he had an egg in his mouth, he shouted, "You want to know? Then go ask your precious daughter." Assistant Minister Li had 3 sons with his legitimate wife and 2 illegitimate sons, so he had a bunch of sons. Since Li Mero was his only daughter, he had always doted on her. As a result, this daughter of his had been spoiled rotten by him and his wife. At times, even eldest young Master Li, who was the oldest son, had to give her some face. This resulted in Li Meru's arrogant and cocky personality. Normally, when interacting with other noble young misses, she would listen to her parents' warning and somewhat restrain her temper. When she encountered those whose fathers and brothers had a lower rank than her father, she would display her bossy and snobbish attitude. The young misses, who came from families of lower-ranking officials, would also suppress their dislike and try to flatter her, which enhanced her arrogance. Now, she had finally offended someone she shouldn't have. Yesterday, when Li Mero returned from the flower competition, she broke several valuable porcelains in her room. She locked herself in her room and cried for a long time. Upon asking, they found out that she had been shamed by the newly appointed female official of the Ministry of Revenue. Assistant Minister Li and his wife finally pacified their precious daughter after they coaxed her and promised to help her get some face back by teaching that 6th-ranked official a lesson. Upon hearing his son's words, Assistant Minister Li didn't take his words seriously and said, "Your younger sister. What trouble would a little girl like her cause? Besides, I actually want your younger sister to have some relationship with Royal Prince Xiang. But, on second thought, with your younger sister's temperament, she wouldn't be a suitable partner for Royal Prince Xiang. There's no way that it was your younger sister who offended him, right? Think about it again. Perhaps, during the meetings with other scholars, you had inadvertently said something bad about that jinx. He told me himself to tell your precious daughter to stay away from Official Yu. If she appears in front of her again, Royal Prince Xiang won't bother to do anything with a little girl, but he will vent his anger on me, her older brother." Exclamation mark. "Father, I'm just a weak scholar, who can barely take a flick of his finger. If you don't want me to die before you, then you should restrain that daughter of yours. Don't act differently in front of different people and look down on others because of their origin." With a toss of his sleeves, eldest young Master Li limped into the estate. He didn't need to participate in the scholar meetings for the next few days. With his face swollen like a pig's head, his friends would definitely ridicule him. Assistant Minister Li's brows were tightly creased together as he stepped forward and said, "What did you say? Are you saying that Royal Prince Xiang came to avenge that lass with the surname Yu because Mero offended her at the flower competition? What ability does that lass have for that jinx Royal Prince Xiang to support her? I don't know what ability Official Yu has, but I know that if your daughter doesn't know when to stop, then I, your son, won't need to go out anymore." Eldest young Master Li replied angrily without giving his father any face. How exactly did that cold-faced death god make it so that his entire body ached but his bones were fine? He didn't check the almanac before going out. It was seriously such an unlucky day. That wasn't the end of it. After Royal Prince Xiang left Assistant Minister Li's estate, he went straight to his vegetables and fruits shop and directly ordered, "From now on, if people from the household of the right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments come to purchase fruits and vegetables, don't sell it to them. Just tell them that it's an order from this prince. Since they look down on farmers, then they don't need to eat the fruits and vegetables grown by them. Also, send out the message that whoever helps Assistant Minister Li's household buy fruits and vegetables will also be on the blacklist." The vegetables and fruits shops on the east and west side of the capital city were all part of Princess Consort Jing's dowry. In the past, they either rented them out, or sold goods like silk fabrics and pastries. However, compared with the present fruits and vegetable stores, they were only small businesses. It wasn't enough to use thriving businesses to describe the vegetables and fruit shops. Every day, the people lining up to buy food would fill the entire street. During the busiest times, military forces were dispatched to maintain public order. Since Royal Prince Xiang managed the business of the fruits and vegetable shops, Princess Consort Jing gave the stores to her youngest son. He could do whatever he wanted with them, and she didn't have to worry about them. Before the transfer of the shops, many people used their relationship with the Imperial Prince Jing's household to harass the Imperial Prince or sent their wives to visit Princess Consort Jing. This really bothered the couple. Since they gave the shops to their youngest son, the world instantly quieted down and the people who wanted to go through the back door completely gave up on the idea. It seemed like her youngest son's aloof face was quite useful at times. Since the fruits and vegetables shops belonged to Royal Prince Xiang now, everyone had to do things according to the Royal Prince's rules. No matter how high one's status was or how influential one was, it was all useless in front of this fellow who wouldn't even give face to his own relatives. In this way, although the business was booming in the fruits and vegetables shops, it was still very orderly. Those servants who assumed that they had a high status all acted in an honest and careful manner in front of the shops. They were afraid of violating the shop's rules and causing their masters to not be able to eat fresh vegetables. In front of the vegetables and fruits shop, everyone was equal. As long as one was willing to spend money and had enough patience and energy to line up, there wouldn't be a situation in which the shops refused to sell the goods to them because they lacked power and influence. They also wouldn't use their status as a high-ranking official to pressure merchants to give up their business opportunities to them. In conclusion, even if the emperor came, they still might not give him face. Therefore, when Royal Prince Yang's message was sent out, no one questioned the reason, let alone put in a good word for Assistant Minister Li. There must be a reason why Royal Prince Xiang refused to sell fruits and vegetables to him. Soon, some people recalled the flower war a couple days ago. Who in the capital didn't know that the female official in the Ministry of Revenue was supported by Royal Prince Xiang? After Assistant Minister Li's daughter mistook her identity, she got angry from embarrassment and repeatedly used the young girl's family background to insult her. However, she didn't gain anything from this. Instead, she was roasted so badly by the other party that her head was completely muddled. In the end, the girl became friends with Royal Princess Minglan and the two beauties of the capital. She ruined her own reputation for no reason and went home in disgrace. Who in the capital didn't know that Royal Prince Xiang would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? There was nothing one could do if their son got beaten by him. There was also nothing one could do if he refused to sell fruits and vegetables to them. Assistant Minister Li was extremely anxious these past few days. His father's 70th birthday was coming up soon and they had already sent out all the invitations. However, the purchasing servants came back to report that Royal Prince Yang's fruits and vegetables shops had put them on the blacklist. It didn't matter how much money they had if the other party wasn't going to sell the goods to them. Now, people no longer cared about having fish, meat, and valuable seafood at banquets in the capital. Vegetables that could be bought with 1 copper coin in the spring and summer had become the new favorite on dining tables. If one didn't have a few fresh green vegetable dishes on the table when entertaining guests, people would say that they were insincere behind their backs as they weren't even willing to line up to buy some vegetables. When they hosted another banquet again, many people would find different reasons to decline the invitation. People often said that 70 years old was a critical moment. If one could pass this critical period, they wouldn't have any problem living up to their 80s or 90s. Therefore, Assistant Minister Li, who was a filial son, had made a lot of effort to prepare a big event for his father. Assistant Minister Li had planned on spending a lot of money. He had arranged more people to line up day and night with the thought that it would eventually be their turn to make a purchase. It was the beginning of winter now, and the vegetables could be kept for many days. Moreover, the shelf life for the greenhouse vegetables was longer than ordinary vegetables. On the day of the birthday banquet, there would be more than enough vegetables and fruits. But, their household was suddenly blacklisted by the stores. This meant that their family wouldn't be able to eat greenhouse fruits and vegetables anymore in the future. They could only eat radishes and cabbages over the winter. It was very easy for the frugal to become extravagant but hard to reverse the process. In comparison to the fresh and tender green vegetables, the radishes and cabbages stored for the winter were seriously not very appetizing. It was just the beginning of winter, so how were they going to endure the long winter? Instead of something in the future, we should talk about the patriarch's 70th birthday banquet. If they didn't have any fruits and vegetables, there wouldn't be anything special about their dishes. If the banquet failed, the patriarch would be upset. Then if something bad happened, Assistant Minister Li didn't dare to think about it anymore. He hurriedly asked someone to help put in a good word for him. But, was there anyone who didn't know about the royal prince's temper? Even his parents might not be able to change his mind. If they made him upset again, even the mediator would be placed on the blacklist. The loss outweighed the gains. As a result, the people who Assistant Minister Li wanted to seek help from, either found various reasons to refuse or directly ordered the doorkeeper, if Assistant Minister Li comes, just tell him that the master isn't home. Seeing that he was so filial, the Ministry of Revenue's Minister Lu pitied him and reminded him one day after court, whoever started the trouble should end it. Official Li should go back and think about why Royal Prince Xiang blacklisted your household. Did you offend him? Offend Royal Prince Xiang? Who would dare? Suddenly, he recalled that day that his oldest son got beaten up. He seemed to have said that his daughter had offended the Ministry of Revenue's female official. During those few days, his daughter kept scolding that last with the surname Yu. Could it be that Royal Prince Xiang was targeting their family because of this? Assistant Minister Li finally understood the underlying problem. He disregarded going back to work at the Ministry of Appointments and hurried home. He had his wife wake up his daughter, who was still in bed, and asked for the details of what happened on the day of the flower competition. Li Mero naturally made it seem like she was in the right. She described Yu Xiao as a crude and hateful country girl who was disrespectful and arrogant. She, on the other hand, became a pitiful person who was insulted, ignored, and ostracized. Assistant Minister Li had a good understanding of his daughter. Although she was somewhat arrogant, she still got along quite well with the noble young misses in the capital. Why would those girls unite to bully his daughter for the sake of a rural girl who just arrived in the capital? Ruer, tell me exactly what happened on that day. Tell me honestly, don't add things into the story and don't recount it in a biased manner. This is very important to our family. This was the first time that Assistant Minister Li pulled a long face and spoke in such a serious tone when hearing his daughter's complaint. Since she was the only daughter in the family, she had been pampered since young. When had Li Mero ever seen her father with such a stern expression? For a moment, she was stunned. Lady Li's heart ached for her daughter as she pulled on her hands and said to Assistant Minister Li, "Husband, give the child some time to speak. Don't scare her. Ruer, listen to mother. Just honestly tell your father what happened on that day. Didn't mother tell you this in the past? It doesn't matter if you caused trouble. The most important thing is for you to honestly tell us, your parents, the truth, so that we can help you solve the problem." Seeing her parents' anxious gazes, Li Mero realized that there was some major issue related to the flower competition. She stopped pretending to be aggrieved and told them about her conflict with Yu Xiaosao that day, as well as how Royal Princess Minglin and the other noble young misses treated Yu Xiaosao. Although she still added some personal feelings in, she had recounted most of the details of what happened that day. Lady Li lightly gasped. From her daughter's narration, she could clearly feel her precious daughter's contempt and hatred towards the female official. She could also understand why Royal Prince Xiang was targeting their family. He was helping the female official get some face back. "It's all your fault. You always talk about how it's disdainful and shameless for women to be officials. Your words have influenced the child's view on the female official. Our daughter has a frank temperament, so she won't hide her likes and dislikes." "Well, isn't it great now? She has seriously offended someone." Li Mero had a wronged and puzzled expression on her face that also showed a slight sense of unease. Seeing this, Lady Li couldn't bear to say harsh words to her daughter, and got angry at Assistant Minister Li instead. At that time, he had voiced his opposition about women being officials before that official made an outstanding contribution. Since the big harvest of corn and the emperor decided to promote this high-yield crop in the north, had he ever said anything bad about that female official? Moreover, her greenhouse vegetables and fruits had become a trend in the capital. It was an honor to have them on the dining table. How could he complain about her when he was eating her food? At this time, he desperately wanted to be on good terms with her, okay. But, his ignorant daughter just had to go and offend the other party. What made him even more helpless was that she not only didn't find fault in the other party but also got roasted instead. There were so many noble young misses at the flower competition, but why didn't they come out to say anything? This child had been spoiled rotten by her mother, so she didn't have any worldly wisdom at all. What should we do now? There's only 5 days until the patriarch's birthday banquet. Even a good housewife wouldn't be able to cook without the ingredients. Without the vegetables and fruits, how am I supposed to hold a banquet with over a dozen tables? In the past 2 days, Lady Li couldn't eat well and sleep well for the sake of the birthday banquet. She felt like her hair was going gray from worrying about the banquet. Calm. Assistant Minister Li looked at his daughter with a hopeless expression, snorted, and said, "What else? She's the one who caused the trouble, so it's natural that she's the one who must clean up the mess. Tomorrow, bring our daughter to the general's estate. Make sure to bring enough gifts to show our sincerely." "I won't go. I won't apologize to that boorish wretch. If I do that, then how am I supposed to hang out within the capital's noble young ladies' circle in the future? I'm not going. I won't go no matter what." Without letting Assistant Minister Li finish speaking, Li Mero screamed desperately with a look of pain and madness within her eyes. Assistant Minister Li was seriously angry now. If he had another choice, would he let his daughter be wronged? But the birthday banquet was already in the works. If there was a lack of vegetables and fruits on the tables, it was obvious that the Li family would become a laughingstock for the entire capital. How was he supposed to lift his head in front of his colleagues in the future? "You're the one who caused this mess. If you don't go, who's going to go?" When faced with his daughter, who kept shaking her head and was extremely resistant, Assistant Minister Li felt very exhausted. His precious daughter, who he had doted on for a dozen or so years, was actually so selfish that she only cared about herself and neglected the overall situation. "Mother, I'll become a laughingstock if I go apologize to that wretch. I definitely won't go. If you guys force me then, I'll go kill myself." Li Mero recalled that last year, there was a noble young miss who encountered a similar situation, in which she had to bow her head to her rival. At that time, she had taken the lead to ridicule and humiliate her. That night, that noble young miss hung herself with a white silk. She shivered at this thought, and the air around her became suffocating. Seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance, Lady Li couldn't help but say, "Husband, why don't you ask your colleagues to see if anyone has a hot spring manor or grows vegetables in a greenhouse? We can buy them at a higher price." When Li Mero heard this, she fixed her expectant eyes on her father. Assistant Minister Li sighed and slowly shook his head as he said, "Think about it. Would those who could afford a hot spring manor lack money? It's better not to mention money. Otherwise, the other party will get irritated. Also, those who own greenhouses are people with literary pursuits. Their greenhouses are used to raise valuable plants and flowers. Have you seen anyone grow vegetables in their glass greenhouses?" Li Meru's hopes were completely shattered. She hugged her mother's arms and silently wept. Assistant Minister Li went up to her and gently stroked her hair. He said, "Ruer, father knows that you feel wronged. However, father really doesn't have any other choice. Think about it. If you attend a gathering with those noble young misses and there's a lack of fruits and vegetables at the banquet, what would you think?" "What would I think? I will definitely gossip about them being stingy and shabby with other noble young misses in private. Since they can't prepare a high-class banquet, they shouldn't pretend to be capable and make a fool out of themselves." It was going to be her grandfather's 70th birthday in 5 days. Originally, her family had made great efforts to gain some face through this birthday banquet. If they couldn't get the vegetables and fruits, then it wouldn't be gaining face. Instead, it would be getting slapped in the face, slapping themselves in the face. But, it was worse than killing her to have her lower her head in front of that low-born and vulgar lass, admit that she had offended the other party, and ask for her forgiveness. Seeing her daughter silently weeping, Lady Li's heart ached as she said, "Why don't I go visit Lady Fang alone? I don't have a close relationship with her, but after all, both our husbands are officials of the Imperial court. Lady Fang is the female official's godmother, and they allegedly have a relationship that's closer than real mother and daughter. If I can persuade Lady Fang, that female official wouldn't not give her godmother face, right? Li Mero raised her head again, sniffled her nose, and a spark of hope flashed through her eyes. Assistant Minister Li thought about it carefully and still felt that it wasn't right. This is our last hope. If we mess it up, our family won't be able to raise our head in the capital anymore. I think that it's better to bring Ruer along, just in case. Seeing the slightly desperate look for help within her daughter's eyes, Lady Li showed a troubled expression and said, but. No buts. I'm someone with no backing, so do you think that it was easy for me to get up to this position step by step? If you feel bad for our daughter, then let's just let it be and not care about losing face. Anyway, my term for this position will end next year. I'll just apply for a post outside the capital. When we move to a new location, no one will know us. Before Assistant Minister Li had finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Mero. She anxiously said, don't. I'll just go apologize to you Xiao, so don't apply for a position outside of the capital. When Li Mero was younger, she had grown up in that environment. Although it was true that she had a higher status among the noble young ladies in that place, it was still a much lower status than in the capital. Hanging out with a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins had pulled down her class. Although she wasn't very famous in the noble young misses circle in the capital, she was the subject of flattery among the young misses, who came from families of 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked officials. If her father transferred to a position outside of the capital, then she could only interact with those unpresentable people in the future. Moreover, she was 15 this year, and had reached the marriageable age. Had it not been for the fact that her parents doted on her and wanted her to stay with them for 2 more years, she might have already gotten engaged like many of the other noble misses. But, if her father transferred out of the capital, he would have to go for 4 years. By then, she would be 19 years old. Even if she didn't get married to a local at that place, she probably wouldn't be able to find a good marriage partner when she got back to the capital. There was also a big possibility that she would get married to a local and not be able to easily return to the capital. She didn't want that to happen. Thus, she made a decision to stay in the capital and lower her head to the other party. Lady Li's heart ached for her daughter, so she got someone valuable from the dowry and gave it to her daughter. When Li Meru's eldest sister-in-law found out about this, she privately grumbled to eldest young master Li, it seems like they're the only ones who are related by blood and you, the eldest young master, was picked up from the streets. The next day, Lady Li delivered a message to Count Zongchen's author's note, new title awarded to Fang Zizhen estate about their visit. When Lady Fang received Lady Li's message, she looked strangely at the maidservant who brought the message over. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments sent a message over. When did our general ever have any relationship with Assistant Minister Li? The maidservants thought about it and all shook their heads. Junju said, Madam, don't you always say that the general doesn't like to interact with those civil officials? Those scholars all speak in a genteel manner and have a stomach full of schemes. It's tiring to listen to them speak. Lady Fang knew that her husband didn't have a close relationship with any of the officials in court because he used to be a commander under General Zhao in the previous dynasty. Normally, their household only interacted with some of her close friends and matrons who liked Flora. She had never met this Lady Li before, okay. One wouldn't come for no reason. For what reason would this Lady Li come over today? Lady Fang muttered to herself. Hugo spoke without thinking, I reckon she's a weasel paying respects to a chicken, she has ill intentions. What are you saying? Even if she wants to be a weasel, I, your mistress, am not willing to be a chicken. Lady Fang glared at her and pretended to be angry. Hugo hastily smacked her mouth and begged for mercy, look at this servant's mouth. I can't control it, this servant has said the wrong thing, so please punish me, madam. I'll let it go this time. In the future, remember to be cautious with your words, lest you cause trouble outside. I might not be able to help you even if I want to. Lady Fang was usually quite tolerant of her maidservants, who had mostly grown up around her. However, she would still discipline them when needed. Linglong hurriedly came out to help her. This servant thinks that Lady Li's visit might have something to do with young Miss Cower. Since coming to the capital, Cower has either been working at the Imperial plantation or playing with Linner at home. She seldom came in contact with the families of other officials in the capital. How would she know Lady Li? Xiao was afraid that her godmother would be worried, so when she got back from the flower banquet, she didn't tell her about her unpleasant matters and only reported the good things that happened. She told her that she had invited Royal Princess Minglin and the capitals, 2 beauties, for an outing at the Imperial plantation. She didn't mention anything about the incident with Li Mero. Linglong pondered for a moment, and then said, although young Miss had no contact with Lady Li, she did have a friction with the young Miss of the Li family at the flower competition banquet last time. What, did the daughter of the Li family bully our Cower? Lady Fang sat up straight and looked at the message with a frown. She was deliberating on whether she should let Lady Li wait outside for a while. Lady Fang felt that she had a rather good understanding of her goddaughter's personality. That kid Xiao would never deliberately cause trouble, but if someone provoked her, she wasn't someone who would take it sitting down. Sure enough, Linglong pursed her lips into a smile and said, Madam, would that young Miss Li be able to bully our young Miss? Of course, she got roasted by young Miss. Lady Fang threw the visiting message aside and asked with interest, oh. Quickly tell me what happened. Calm. Linglong told her about how Li Mero tried to use the young Miss's family background to insult and ostracize the young Miss, but she ended up being retorted and rendered speechless by the young Miss. In the end, she was the one who was ostracized by the other noble young Misses. Their family's young Miss, on the other hand, left a good impression on Royal Princess Minglin and the 2 beauties. Excellent. Lady Fang hit the table, and the smile on her face deepened, humph. In what way is Assistant Minister Li's family background better? He's just a poor scholar who can't do anything by himself. Had it not been for his in-laws providing financial assistance, he wouldn't even have enough travel expenses to come take the exam in the capital. At the beginning of our dynasty, there was a lot that needed to be done and the imperial court was in urgent need of talents. This was the reason why someone like Assistant Minister Li, who had just done well in the primary rounds of the imperial examination, was able to stay in the capital. In the previous dynasties, people like Assistant Minister Li would have been sent to a post outside the capital. It would be extremely difficult to get a position as an official in the capital without working for a decade or two. Li Meru's maternal grandparents' family is merely a local squire, so that lass also grew up in the rural area. How many years has it been since she came to the capital? She's already putting up airs and looking down on others. Who does she think she is? No wonder the young miss said that the more one feels inferior, the more one will attack others in order to seek a balance in their hearts. This young Miss Li is probably one of these people. Linglong quite agreed with her young miss's theory. Lady Fang looked at her trusted personal maidservant with amusement. Linglong was a thorough and prudent worker, so she had sent her to help her daughter with several errands. She hadn't expected that this girl had gradually become a strong supporter of her daughter. There was no shortage of maidservants in her daughter's courtyard, but there wasn't a supervising matron. At the beginning of spring next year, Linglong would be 18, which was a marriageable age. Lady Fang was pondering about which young steward in the estate had a bright future and would be a good person to betroth Linglong to. Later, one could work in the outer court, while the other could serve her daughter. After gaining a few years of experience, the couple could accompany her daughter when she got married. One could manage the affairs of the outer court, while the other could manage the inner court. After being stared at by her mistress for a long time, Linglong felt somewhat perplexed as she asked, "Madam, did this servant say something wrong?" No, Lady Fang thought about it and decided to test the girl to see what she had planned for the future. If she wanted to leave and return to a normal status, she wouldn't insist on making her stay. "Linglong, you're not young anymore. Do you have someone you like?" The sudden question from the madam caused Linglong's entire face to flush up. She quickly changed the topic with slight embarrassment. "Madam, Assistant Minister Li's wife is still waiting outside. Do you want to see her? Please give me an answer." Lady Fang chuckled and said, all right. Today isn't the right time, so I'll let you go for now. But, you should also have something in mind. With your status as a head maidservant in the count's estate and pretty appearance, it would be a waste for you to just marry into a poor, humble family. Of course, if you want to stay in the estate, I'll ask the master if there's any promising young stewards in the outer court. Madam, Linglong's face was as red as the sunset at dusk. She tried her best to shift away from the topic. "I heard that Assistant Minister Li and his wife have spoiled their daughter rotten. Do you think that Lady Li is coming to help get justice for young Miss Li?" "Seek justice." Lady Fang snorted coldly and said, "If she dares to mention the incident at the flower competition, then I'll rip into her. How long has it been since their family got rid of their identity as country bumpkins, yet they're already looking down on my daughter? Go, invite that Lady Li in. I shall meet her." At this time, Assistant Minister Li's wife was in the carriage reminding Li Mero, who was dressed as a maidservant, "Ruer, mother knows that you feel wrong. However, for you to be so understanding, your father will definitely make it up to you in the future. Later, if you're too embarrassed to speak up, then just lower your head and appear as if you understand your mistake. No matter what that female official says, you must endure it." "Mother, I understand." Li Meru's heart was full of hatred. What exactly was so good about that despicable wretch for Royal Prince Xiang to protect her? Not to mention that Royal Prince Xiang was a member of the Imperial family, but he was also someone trusted and favored by the Emperor. Although she usually stayed at home, she had also heard that Royal Prince Xiang was a man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If they offended him, her father's future would be completely ruined. Li Mero was taken to the capital when she was 6. At that time, she could already remember and understand things. After experiencing the prosperity of the capital and the joy brought to her from power and influence, she didn't want to return to that small and backward place. She wouldn't be able to stay there for even a moment. She didn't want to leave the capital. Didn't she just have to apologize to that lowly wretch? Even Han Shen had to suffer the humiliation of crawling under someone's legs. For the sake of her father's future and her own future, she decided to bear the humiliation. After preparing herself mentally, Li Mero appeared very well behaved. This made Lady Li very happy, yet her heart also ached for her daughter. "Later, when we enter the estate, I will accidentally knock over the hand warmer so that you can go change your clothes. In this way, others would think that I came to Count Zongshan's estate with 2 maidservants. Your friends won't know about you coming to apologize to official you." Lady Li was worried sick about how to help her daughter save face. Li Mero hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Mother, do you think that girl with the surname Yu will spread this out? Using my humiliation to improve her reputation?" Lady Li pondered for a moment and said, "Later, I'll talk to that official Yu. If she's really that kind of person, mother will think of another way to handle the situation." When Linglong invited them in, Lady Li came down from the horse carriage with her daughter, who was dressed as a maidservant and her personal maidservant. "Lady Li, sorry for the wait. Our young master likes to pester people in the morning, and our madam just managed to pacify him." Linglong looked at Li Mero, who had her head bowed. She felt that the maidservant looked somewhat familiar, so she looked at her again. Lady Li stepped forward to block her line of sight and said with a smile, "Children like to cling to others at this age, but it's just for these 2 years. When they get older, it will be difficult to get them to be so close to you." Sure enough, after they entered the estate, Lady Li, accidentally, knocked over the hand warmer in her hands, and the silvery ashes inside soiled her clothes. She pretended to apologize and said, "Just look at me. As I get older, my hands and feet aren't as nimble as before. I can't meet Lady Fang in such a state." It's so impolite. Young lady, can you find a room for me to change my clothes first? It had only been a few days since the flower competition, so Linglong still had a rather deep impression of Li Mero. At that time, she had already recognized Li Mero, who was dressed as a maidservant. Seeing Lady Li's action, she already knew her plan. She sneered in her heart, acting in such a sneaky manner, they definitely aren't coming to cause trouble. If Li Mero was in the right, they would definitely make it known to the whole world. On second thought, in the past 2 days, Royal Prince Xiang had announced that his fruits and vegetables shops would never sell their goods to Assistant Minister Li's household in order to avenge her young miss. Could it be that this pair of mother and daughter had come because of this matter? If she frankly admitted her mistake, her young miss might be benevolent and let the matter go. But, upon seeing this mother-daughter pair put up this act, Linglong inwardly made an assessment of this young Miss Li. She wants to be AB*TCH, but she also wants to look honorable. Everything went as Lady Li expected. In the room that Linglong prepared for them, the mother and daughter changed into a new set of clothes. Of course, Linglong also reported their actions to her mistress. Lady Fang had an even worse impression of the mother and daughter. They had indeed come from a low-class family. Even after being in the capital's aristocratic circle for 10 years, they still couldn't get rid of their petty nature. A daughter from such a family actually dared to look down on her daughter. In front of the mother and daughter of the Li family, Lady Fang acted in a polite and aloof manner. Others couldn't find fault in her, but they also couldn't get close to her. The servants were ordered to serve tea. Lady Fang held a cup of tea and gently blew the tea leaves on the surface of the tea. She took a sip of the tea, and then asked with a spurious smile, "Lady Li, aren't you going to try the tea?" Would Lady Li be in the mood to drink tea? She took a sip casually, forced out a smile, and repeatedly nodded as she said, "It's fragrant and tastes very good. May I ask where Lady Fang got such a good quality tea?" Lady Fang just smiled and didn't say anything. She slowly took another sip with her eyes narrowed, as if she was savoring the sweet aftertaste of the tea. She finally spoke up after a long time, "Lady Li, have you ever heard of peach blossom tea?" Peach blossom tea, was it that beautifying flower tea that was very popular with the noblewomen in the capital and imperial consorts of the imperial palace in the past 2 years? When Lady Li looked down and saw the clear and fragrant tea in the cup, her expression turned solemn. One should know that it was very hard to find peach blossom tea in the capital. Ayo, she remembered now, didn't this peach blossom tea come from Lady Fang? She looked up at the Lady Fang, who was over 40 years old but had a complexion that was even better than someone in her 30s. Lady Li's attitude became more sincere as she hastily said, "Even if one has money, it's still very difficult to buy this peach blossom tea. It's an honor to be able to drink this precious product here." Lady Fang put down the cup in her hands and wiped the corner of her lips with a handkerchief. With a slight smile, she looked up and said, "This peach blossom tea is valuable not only because it tastes good, but also because it can detoxify and beautify, making one's body feel lighter. It's easy for people like me, who are older and had just recently given birth to a child, to have a plumper figure. After drinking peach blossom tea for over a year, my body feels much lighter and my complexion has also gotten better." That's right. Lady Li lowered her head to look at her love handles and protruding belly. She looked even more eager as she said, "My lady, from the back, you look just like a young maiden. Also, there's a healthy flush in your fair skin. There's no sign of dullness at all. Unlike me, I'm only around 35 but I have enough wrinkles to kill mosquitoes." Li Mero quietly pulled on her mother's sleeves. What exactly was she talking about? No wonder her father didn't think it was a good idea for her mother to come for a visit. He was probably afraid that she would say the wrong thing and embarrass their family. Lady Fang looked at the young miss of the Li family. She pretended that she didn't see her small action and continued, "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I gave birth at the advanced age of 40 and got a mischievous little fellow. After giving birth to Linner, I was out of shape and would pant after walking a couple steps. There were spots on my face, which couldn't be covered by a thick layer of powder. I had even more wrinkles than you. Had it not been for this peach blossom tea, I wouldn't even dare to come out to entertain guests. Does the peach blossom tea really have such an amazing effect?" There weren't any women who didn't like beauty. Lady Li seemed to have forgotten the purpose of her visit, and her train of thoughts had been led astray by Lady Fang. Lady Fang deliberately touched her smooth and delicate face and smiled mysteriously, saying, "Lady Li, don't believe what people tell you until you see it for yourself. What do you think?" Lady Li leaned forward and asked eagerly, "Lady Fang, can you tell me where you bought this peach blossom tea?" "Come, buy." Lady Fang revealed a proud smile on her face and lightly shook her head, saying, "If it can be bought, who in the capital doesn't have the money to buy it? The peach blossom tea would have already popularized amongst the upper class circle. Lady Li, have you seen anyone else drinking it except me?" Lady Li shook her head without thinking. Who wouldn't want to put powder on their face if they had it? If the noblewomen in the capital had something good, they would want everyone to know about it. She had tasted premium quality Da Hong Pao tea at other people's houses, but she had only heard about peach blossom tea. What did this mean? Peach blossom tea was so valuable that it couldn't be bought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Lady Li mumbled, could it be that this peach blossom tea was made by Lady Fang? If it was like this, then everything made sense. It was no wonder that, except for the imperial consorts in the imperial palace, there were only a few people in the capital who could show off the effect of the peach blossom tea. On second thought, those people all had a good relationship with Lady Fang. Lady Fang shook her head with a smile and said, "Would I have such capability?" Then, Lady Li didn't believe that the peach blossom tea had nothing to do with Lady Fang. She looked at Lady Fang with an extremely eager gaze. Lady Fang felt that she had tantalized her long enough, so she said in a rather appreciative and proud tone, "It's thanks to my filial daughter. I don't know where she got the recipe but she personally made this peach blossom tea, which has the effects of detoxification and enhancing one's beauty. At the beginning, I didn't really believe that the peach blossom tea would be so effective. After drinking it for a little less than half a year, my skin and figure have improved significantly. Those madams, who are close to me, noticed my change and asked about it. Hence, the peach blossom tea was spread out. The process of making peach blossom tea is very complicated. I'm afraid that my daughter would be too tired, and I don't want her to work several days and nights to make the tea. Thus, she only makes 1 or 2 caddies per year. There isn't even enough for our family to drink. The only reason I gave those madams the tea was because I usually had a good relationship with them. I couldn't refuse them when they came to ask me for the tea, so I had to harden my heart and give some out. Lady Fang's words not only verified the amazing effects of the peach blossom tea, but she also clearly told Lady Li, our relationship isn't so good that I would give you the little bit of tea that I saved for myself. So, if you're smart, don't ask about it. Hearing this, Lady Li silently swallowed down the request that was on the tip of her tongue. She complimented with a smile, so it turns out that Official Yu is also skilled in this area. At such a young age, Official Yu is not only skilled in cooking and medicine but also making flower tea. She is really full of talents. Lady Li is being too courteous. There's no need to call her Official Yu. Our family's cower came from a peasant family and has a low status. She can't compare with young Miss Li, who came from a noble family, so she doesn't deserve such praise from Lady Li. Lady Fang blandly refuted Lady Li's compliment. When Lady Li heard her response, she knew that the other party was angered by her daughter ridiculing Miss Yu's family background at the flower competition. She quickly glared at her daughter and said with a helpless expression, Lady Fang, the purpose of our visit today is to apologize to Miss Yu. Apologize. My cower is busy working for the Imperial court and seldom has time to socialize. She probably doesn't know Lady Li, right? So what is Lady Li talking about? Lady Fang asked with a puzzled face, pretending not to know. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Lady Li sighed and said, my daughter has been spoiled rotten by me since she was a child. She has a straightforward temper and believes everything she hears. Last time at the flower competition, she was egged on by others and said something rude to Miss Yu. When she got home, she realized her mistake and felt very guilty. She asked me to bring her to see Miss Yu so that she can apologize to her in person. Lady Li, you're making a fuss over nothing. We have both been young girls too. The relationship between young girls can be different every day. It's normal for them to argue and throw tantrums. Why would there be a need to apologize in such a serious manner? Lady Fang's smile didn't change, but her lowered gaze was covered with coldness. She called her daughter a lowly person in front of so many noble young misses, but wanted her daughter to forgive her with just a few words. How could this be resolved so easily? Lady Li was slightly irritated to see that Lady Fang wasn't someone easy to deal with. However, she still remembered the purpose of her visit. She suppressed the unpleasant feeling in her heart and said with a smile, Lady Fang, the child is still young and inexperienced, so her thoughts are rather simple. She was led on by others to say those things at the flower competition, and thus said those words in a haste. I have already severely disciplined her at home. I have scolded her for not knowing people's hearts and making bad friends. She paused briefly and saw that Lady Fang had no intention of replying, so she continued, you see, your daughter is 2 years younger than this brat in my family, but she's already working for the Imperial court. Moreover, she's very talented in many areas. There isn't a very big age difference between the 2 girls, so I think my family's brat should learn more from Miss Yu. Please don't. Hearing this, Lady Fang interrupted the other party and said, my daughter has a low status and her work requires her to work with country bumpkins. Assistant Minister Li's daughter is raised in a pampered lifestyle, so it's better not to let Cower, who came from a peasant family, let her to become boorish and vulgar. Boorish and vulgar were words that Li Mero used to insult Xiao with at the flower competition. Lady Fang felt angry in her heart when she said this. Had it not been for the fact that her husband and Assistant Minister Li were both officials of the Imperial court, she would have already kicked these 2 out of her house. What kind of people were they? When others were of no use to them, they would trample them under their feet. But, when there was someone useful about the other party, they would pretend to flatter them. No one was a fool here. If there was something they needed to say, they should just do so directly. What was the point in being so pretentious? It's all my daughter's fault. She came to apologize to your daughter wholeheartedly. If Miss Yu is upset, she can vent her anger by scolding and hitting her a few times. Lady Li worked hard to suppress the impatience in her heart and said in a good-natured manner. Lady Fang, on the other hand, picked up the teacup, took a sip with her head lowered, and said, if Lady Li and Miss Li had come for this matter, then it's unnecessary. My daughter doesn't care at all. Perhaps, you might not believe this, but she didn't mention anything about the misunderstanding with Miss Li at all. She only said that she had met a few friends with similar temperament at the flower competition. After she said that, she held the cup and looked up at Lady Li. The meaning of her words was very clear. My daughter is magnanimous and won't be on the same level as your daughter. So stop pretending to be apologetic. Even I feel tired for you. In actuality, what she was hinting at was quite different. My daughter is able to get along swimmingly with Royal Princess Minglan, Miss He and Miss Yuan, yet she's unable to get along with your daughter. It was obvious, the problem did not lie with her daughter. Lady Li glanced at her daughter and noticed that she had her head lowered obediently and wasn't making a sound. She remembered that she was here to complete a mission. Despite the fact that the other woman had already served tea and was saying pleasantries, she continued on, Miss Yu is magnanimous and we were unable to treat her properly. Is Miss Yu available to be seen so that we can clear the air on this misunderstanding? In reality, Lady Li didn't believe a single word Lady Fang was saying. If she really didn't take any offense to the situation, why was she refusing to allow her daughter to be seen? Was this the way the Fang residents received guests? If they didn't have a grudge against them, then why did they ask Royal Prince Xiang to support them and cause so much trouble for them in the capital such that they had no face to see anyone else? However, she was here to apologize to them today. Therefore, she could only suppress these questions within her heart. Did I not tell you that my cower has gone out to the Imperial plantations early this morning to overlook the affairs there? My memory now has gone to ashes after chasing after that little disobedient boy all day everywhere. Lady Li, please don't take offense. Just think, if my daughter was at home and a young miss came over, how could I not have her come greet the other maiden? That is not how my general's estate treats guests. Lady Fang pretended to look frustrated but her eyes flashed with a mischievous light. Lady Li's expression changed suddenly and she slightly frowned, but, before long, she regained her serenity. She sighed, it's not easy for her to take care of court affairs. It's getting colder with every passing day. It must be very difficult for her to run to the Imperial plantation every day. Lady Fang also sighed along with her and stated in a tone full of approval, that's right As a mother, how could I bear for my dear daughter to endure any grievance? After all, she did receive the imperial decree, and the emperor places great importance on this winter wheat. A few days ago, he even showed up himself with only Chief Steward Su along to inspect the fields. We won't even get into her other responsibilities, but she has been fretting over her greenhouses full of vegetables. Ever since she got back from Tengu town, she had to personally go and check whether the people from the Ministry of Works had finished building the greenhouse pavilions. The vegetables have just sprouted, so she goes over every day to check on them to make sure that we will have green vegetables in time for the New Year's. Then Miss Yu must be working very hard. Lady Li suddenly saw an opportunity when the topic of the conversation moved to the vegetables. She obsequiously began to flatter, speaking of the greenhouse-grown vegetables, everyone in the capital knows how incredible Miss Yu is. In the years past, other than radishes and cabbages, it was already considered pretty good if we could have a few wilted green vegetables to eat at this season. Not at all like today, as long as you have money, you're more than able to eat some fresh green vegetables. Li Mero sneered inwardly when she saw her mother giving flowery compliments to that disgusting, low-born girl. What was so great about her growing vegetables in the greenhouses? Was that low-born lass really that pure and great? They claimed that she was growing them for the sake of allowing people to have access to fresh vegetables, but how come they didn't talk about the immense amount of money that lass made from selling it? No matter how many vegetables she grew or how much money she made, that low-born chit was still a farmer. Muddy peasants were all the same. The low-born were always the low-born. Lady Li was currently racking her brains in praising Yu Xiao more and more beautifully. The words coming out of her mouth were so fake and obvious that even the personal maid servants attending to Lady Fang rolled their eyes in their hearts. No one paid attention to a young lady for no reason, there must be an ulterior motive. This wife of the assistant minister had already dawdled at the residence, chattering away, for almost half the morning, yet she still hadn't got to the crux of the issue. Did she really want to stay over and also eat lunch here too? My daughter is still young and isn't worthy of Lady Li's compliments. Lady Fang couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to interact with her anymore. She interrupted the other woman and said, Lady Li, if you only came here to apologize, then I can receive this apology in my daughter's stead. She absolutely didn't take this misunderstanding to heart. However, is there anything else you need today, Lady Li? Lady Fang had already made it this obvious, so Lady Li didn't try to beat around the bush anymore. She slightly frowned and got to the point. To tell you the truth, this time when we came to visit, other than giving an apology to Miss Yu, we also had another matter we wanted to discuss. What sort of matter do you want to discuss right now? Just directly say it. As her mother, I can definitely speak in her stead at certain times. Lady Fang had already a good inkling on what this other lady was hinting at but pretended to be clueless on purpose. Lady Li was inwardly thinking that Yu Xiao was a commoner and had only become a puny little 6th-level official recently. In the capital, there were the scores of 6th-level officials just walking around the streets. If Lady Fang didn't manage her matters, then how could that lass be able to work in the capital without any problems? However, these were thoughts that she could only think of and not say. You also know that my family's patriarch will be celebrating his 70th birthday in a few days. Everyone says that to reach the age of 70 is a very rare thing. My husband is very filial and wanted to make sure that his birthday celebration goes very well, so he started preparing very early. However, recently we have come across a small problem. Lady Li raised her head to look at Lady Fang and stopped for a moment. The fact that Patriarch Li has reached an old age is a cause worthy of celebrating. Lady Fang said a few words of congratulations as she inwardly roasted the other lady. Your family's patriarch is celebrating his birthday, but we haven't even received an invitation here. Can't you tell that our two families don't have much to do with each other? Do you really think that coming here to ask for favor is truly suitable at this point? Calm. Lady Li noticed that the other woman wasn't taking a hint and felt even more vexed inside. However, she had already reached this point. She could only go ahead and shamelessly continue. You also know that scholars are distressingly direct and can often inadvertently offend someone with their speech. I'm not sure when my lord husband has offended Royal Prince Xiang, but his fruit and vegetable stores refuse to give my family any service. How can we have a birthday banquet without any fresh vegetables? However, other than Royal Prince Yang's own vegetable and fruit stores, there are no other stores in the capital that are selling any fresh vegetables. I heard that when Miss Yu was in Tengu town, she had helped Royal Prince Xiang handle many things. Thus, she does have some ability to ask him for a favor. You see, can't Miss Yu help say a few words in our favor and let Royal Prince Xiang allow us to? I was wondering what such a big problem was. Isn't it just some fresh vegetables? Lady Fang acted as if she didn't understand her true meaning, but she continued, Patriarch Li's 70th birthday celebration is a very important event. We absolutely cannot let him have a poor time then. Don't you worry, I will take care of all the fresh vegetables needed for his birthday celebration. Linglong, tell the kitchen to not touch any of the vegetables that will be sent to us in the next couple of days. On the day of the birthday celebration, we will send them all to your residence. Before Lady Li could interrupt, Lady Fang continued, as one of the younger generation, I should actually visit your residence on the day of Patriarch Li's birthday. However, you have also seen how many things I have to manage at the general's estate. In addition, my family's little rascal is very clingy and needs me at every moment. So just take these vegetables as a sign of my respect to your patriarch. Please don't take it to heart. Lady Li did not expect that the result would turn out like this today. On the surface, she had completed her mission. In actuality, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. They were able to get a supply of fresh vegetables for the birthday celebration, but what about in the future? Lady Fang had already said that these vegetables were being sent to show her respect to the patriarch for his birthday. What about after the birthday celebration? Was their entire residence going to have to go back to eating only radishes and cabbages for the rest of the winter? When she tried to interject, Lady Fang had already started to pretend that she was very busy. She had her maids go in and out of the courtyard to manage affairs as well as report to her what was going on today. Helpless, Lady Li could only say a few pleasantries before she finally said her farewells. There was always time for a second attempt. In the future, she would wait for when Miss Yu was at home and then bring her daughter along to see her then. She was very sure that Miss Yu, who was only around 10 years old and also from the rural countryside, would be much easier to fool than the experienced Lady Fang. The two of them had just left the parlor when they saw a maidservant gleefully rush in. Following that, the sound of the maid's clear and crisp voice could be heard, Milady, Modiste Xiang from Exquisite Garments is here to see us. Quickly invite her in. Junju, go into the greenhouse and pick a few ripe tomatoes. Hupo, tell the kitchen to cut some watermelon and some cantaloupe to bring into the parlor. Lady Fang's voice seemed much more inviting and welcoming. Lady Li sneered, was a mere seamstress and someone born of the merchant class worthy of everyone's compliments and praises. How did their current society turn out like this? Everyone rushed now to chase after some crude and rustic farmers and lowly people from the merchant class. Everyone tried to fawn over them constantly. Society was only getting worse and worse with each passing day. As she raised her foot to leave, she heard that maid, who was named Linglong, speak, Milady, Modiste Xiang is likely here to deliver the sets of clothing meant for winter and autumn. Last time, our young miss had worn a set of cheese-style clothing fit for the autumn season at the Flower War banquet. The Princess Royal's granddaughter, Miss He, had asked about it constantly. Didn't the Prime Minister's wife invite you over to appreciate the plum blossoms in a few days? If you wear some cheese-style attire over, I'm sure you'll be the subject of all the matrons' discussions then. Stop that, stop that. I'm already of an advanced age, so how can I be like a young maiden, only preoccupied with showing off my clothing? Lady Fang laughingly scolded the maid. Linglong's voice was full of glee as she replied, my lady. Let's not even talk about the newest style of clothing that Exquisite Garments has come out with. There's probably not even a second person in the whole capital who is able to have Exquisite Garments send her clothing that is handmade by Modiste Xiang for all 4 seasons. Oh wait, I mean there's probably not even a third person in the capital. Our young miss is the only other person in the capital to have such an honor. Lady Li, Linlang, who was sending off the guests, saw that the mother-daughter pair had stopped in their tracks and was shamelessly craning their heads to listen in on the conversation in the parlor. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they were eavesdropping. These two women were really too much. Only then did Lady Li lead her daughter to walk slowly down the hallway. As expected, before long, Modiste Yang's figure could be seen in the building. After Zhang Xiniang became famous, obtaining a set of personally handmade clothing from her was rarer than gold. It didn't matter how much money you had. She would only custom-make clothing for those who caught her eye. Assistant Minister Li's official position was not low, but his status could not ever compete with those families who had been rich and powerful for many generations. Lady Li and her daughter had long lusted after a set of clothing made by Modiste Xiang. However, every time they went to Exquisite Garments to see her, they were always sent away with some excuse or another. Even now, they had never even met Zhang Xiniang in person. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lady Li pasted a friendly smile on her face. Even Li Mero, who had kept her head down this entire time since she had entered the Fang residence, looked up with eyes shining with delight as she stared avidly at Zhang Xiniang. It was as if the famous dressmaker was a piece of delicious meat that she was craving for. They were just about to stride forward and find some way to speak to Modiste Xiang to make a good impression on her. However, they were blocked by Linlang. Out of the 4 personal maidservants of Lady Fang, Linlang was the tallest out of all of them and was likely around 1.7 meters tall. With her blocking the way, Lady Li and her daughter were unable to even see one glance of the famous seamstress. By the time the two of them were able to walk around the blocking maid, Zhang Xiniang had already walked past them. Modiste Xiang, Li Mero was quite anxious and gently hollered a greeting. Zhang Xiniang didn't slow down her steps one bit.